6. The night comes, Zoe spoke slowly in English. Do these you fear hunt in the dark? She shook her head to free her forehead from a coil of braid, pulled loose in her struggle with Travis. They do not need eyes or such noses as those four-footed hunters of yours. They have a machine to track. Then what purpose is this brush pile of yours? Travis raised his chin at the disturbed hiding place. They do not constantly use the machine, and one can hope. But at night they can ride on its beam. We are not far enough into the hills to lose them. Bahatur went lame, and so I was slowed. And what lies in these mountains that those you fear dare not invade them? Travis continued. I do not know, save if one can climb far enough inside, one is safe from pursuit. I ask it again, who are you? The Apache leaned forward, his face in the fast-fading light now only inches away from hers. She did not shrink from his close scrutiny but met him eye to eye. This was a woman of proud independence, truly a chief's daughter, Travis decided. I am of the people of the Blue Wolf. We were brought across the star lanes to make this world safe for the... She hesitated, and now there was a shade of puzzlement on her face. There is a reason, a dream. No, there is the dream and there is reality. I am Cadessa of the Golden Horde, but sometimes I remember other things, like this speech of strange words I am mouthing now. The Golden Horde. Travis knew now. The embroidery, sons of the Blue Wolf, all fitted into a special pattern. But what a pattern! Scythian art, the ornament that the warriors of Genghis Khan bore so proudly. Tatars, Mongols, the barbarians who had swept from the fastness of the steppes to change the course of history, not only in Asia but across the plains of Middle Europe. The men of the Emperor Khans who had ridden behind the yak-tailed standards of Genghis Khan, Kublai Khan, Tamerlane. The Golden Horde, Travis repeated once again. That lies far back in the history of another world, Wolf Daughter. She stared at him, a queer, lost expression on her dust-grimed face. I know. Her voice was so muted he could hardly distinguish the words. My people live in two times, and many do not realize that. Zoe had crouched down beside them to listen. Now he put out his hand, touching Travis' shoulder. Redax? Or it's like. For Travis was sure of one point. The project, which had been training 3 teams for space colonization, one of Eskimos, one of Pacific Islanders, and one of his own Apaches, had no reason or chance to select Mongols from the wild past of the raiding hordes. There was only one nation on Terra which could have picked such colonists. You are Russian. He studied her carefully, intent on noting the effect of his words. But she did not lose that lost look. Russian. Russian. She repeated, as if the very word was strange. Travis was alarmed. Any Russian colony planted here could well possess technicians with machines capable of tracking a fugitive, and if mountain heights were protection against such a hunt, he intended to gain them even by night traveling. He said this to Zoe, and the other emphatically agreed. The horse is too lame to go on, the younger man reported. Travis hesitated for a long second. Since the time they had stolen their first mounts from the encroaching Spanish, horses had always been wealth to his people. To leave an animal which could well serve the clan was not right. But they dared not waste time with a lame beast. Leave it here, free, he ordered. And the woman? She goes with us. We must learn all we can of these people and what they do here. Listen, Wolf Daughter, again Travis leaned close to make sure she was listening to him as he spoke with emphasis. You will travel with us into these high places, and there will be no trouble from you. He drew his knife and held the blade warningly before her eyes. It was already in my mind to go to the mountains, she told him evenly. Untie my hands, brave warrior, you have surely nothing to fear from a woman. His hand made a swift sweep and plucked a knife as long and keen as his from the folds of the sash beneath her loose outer garment. Not now, Wolf Daughter, since I have drawn your fangs. He helped her to her feet and slashed the cord about her wrists with her knife, which he then fastened to his own belt. Alerting the coyotes, he dispatched them ahead, and the three started on, the Mongol girl between the two Apaches. The abandoned horse nickered lonesomely and then began to graze on tufts of grass, moving slowly to favor his foot. The two moons rode the sky as the hours advanced, their beams fighting the shadows. Travis felt reasonably safe from any attack at ground level, depending upon the coyotes for warning. But he held them all to a steady pace. And he did not question the girl again until all three of them hunkered down at a small mountain spring, to dash icy water over their faces and drink from cupped hands. "Why do you flee your own people, wolf daughter?" "My name is Kepta," she corrected him. He chuckled with laughter at the prim tone of her voice. "And you see here Tsoe of the people, the Apaches, while I am Fox." He was giving her the English equivalent of his tribal name. Apaches. She tried to repeat the word with the same accent he had used. "And what are Apaches?" "Indians, Amerindians," he explained. "But you have not answered my question, Kepta. Why do you run from your own people?" "Not from my people," she said, shaking her head determinedly. "From those others. It is like this. Oh, how can I make you understand rightly?" She spread her wet hands out before her in the moonlight, the damp patches on her sleeves clinging to her arms. "There are my people of the Golden Horde, though once we were different and we can remember bits of that previous life. Then there are also the men who live in the sky ship and use the machine so that we think only the thoughts they would have us think. Now why," she looked at Travis intently, "do I wish to tell you all this? It is strange. You say you are Indian, American, are we then enemies? There is a part memory which says that we were. Let us rather say," he corrected her, "that the Apaches and the Horde are not enemies here and now, no matter what was before." That was the truth, Travis recognized. By all accounts his people had come out of Asia in the very dim beginnings of migrating peoples. For all her dark red hair and gray eyes, this girl who had been arbitrarily returned to a past just as they had been by Redax, could well be a distant clan cousin. "You," Kepta's fingers rested for a moment on his wrist, "you, too, were sent here from across the stars. Is this not so?" "It is so." "And there are those here who govern you now?" "No. We are free." "How did you become free?" she demanded fiercely. Travis hesitated. He did not want to tell of the wrecked ship, the fact that his people possessed no real defenses against the Russian-controlled colony. "We went to the mountains," he replied evasively. "Your governing machine failed." Kepta laughed. "Ah, they are so great, those men of the machines. But they are smaller and weaker when their machines cannot obey them. It is so with your camp?" Travis probed gently. He was not quite sure of her meaning, but he dared not ask more detailed questions without dangerously revealing his own ignorance. In some manner their control machine, it can only work upon those within a certain distance. They discovered that in the days of the first landing, when hunters went out freely and many of them did not return. After that when hunters were sent out to learn how lay this land, they went along in the flyer with a machine so that there would be no more escapes. But we knew. Kepta's fingers curled into small fists. Yes, we knew that if we could get beyond the machines, there was freedom for us. And we planned, many of us, planned. Then 9 or 10 sleeps ago those others were very excited. They gathered in their ship, watching their machines. And something happened. For a while all those machines went dead. Jagatai, Kucher, my brother Huliger, Menlik. She was counting the names off on her fingers. They raided the horse herd, rode out. And you? I, too, should have ridden. But there was Alger, my sister, Kucher's wife. She was very near her time and to ride thus, fleeing and fast, might kill her and the child. So I did not go. Her son was born that night, but the others had the machine at work once more. We might long to go here, she brought her fist up to her breast, and then raised it to her head, but there was that here which kept us to the camp and their will. We only knew that if we could reach the mountains, we might find our people who had already gained their freedom. But you are here. How did you escape? Zoe wanted to know. They knew that I would have gone had it not been for Alger. So they said they would make her ride out with them unless I played guide to lead them to my brother and the others. Then I knew I must take up the sword of duty and hunt with them. But I prayed that the spirits of the upper air look with favor upon me, and they granted aid. Her eyes held a look of wonder. For when we were out on the plains and well away from the settlement, a grass devil attacked the leader of the searching party, and he dropped the mind control and so it was broken. Then I rode. Blue sky above knows how I rode. And those others are not with their horses as are the people of the wolf. When did this happen? 3 suns ago. Travis counted back in his mind. Her date for the failure of the machine in the Russian camp seemed to coincide with the crash landing of the American ship. Had one thing any connection with the other? It was very possible. The planeting spacer might have fought some kind of weird duel with the other colony before it plunged to Earth on the other side of the mountain range. Do you know where in these mountains your people hide? Kepta shook her head. Only that I must head south, and when I reach the highest peak make a signal fire on the north slope. But that I cannot do now, for those in the flyer may see it. I know they are on my trail, for twice I have seen it. Listen, Fox, I ask this of you, I, Kepta, who am eldest daughter to the Khan, for you are like unto us, a warrior and a brave man, that I believe. It may be that you cannot be governed by their machine, for you have not rested under their spell, nor are of our blood. Therefore, if they come close enough to send forth the call I must obey as if I were a slave dragged upon a horse rope, then do you bind my hands and feet and hold me here, no matter how much I struggle to follow that command. For that which is truly me does not want to go. Will you swear this by the fires which expel demons? The utter sincerity of her tone convinced Travis that she was pleading for aid against a danger she firmly believed in. Whether she was right about his immunity to the Russian mental control was another matter, and one he would rather not put to the test. We do not swear by your fires, Blue Wolf Maiden, but by the path of the lightning. His fingers moved as if to curl about the sacred chard wood his people had once carried as medicine. So do I promise. She looked at him for a long moment and then nodded in satisfaction. They left the pool and pushed on toward the mountain slopes, working their way back to the pass. A low growl out of the dark brought them to an instant halt. Najinalta's warning was sharp, there was danger ahead, acute danger. The moonlight from the moons made a weird pattern of light and dark on the stretch ahead. Anything from a slinking 4-footed hunter to a war party of intelligent beings might have been lying in wait there. A flitting shadow out of shadows. Nalakaitiu pressed against Travis' legs, making a barrier of her warm body, attracting his attention to a spot at the left perhaps 100 yards on. There was a great splotch of dark there, large enough to hide a really formidable opponent. That wordless communication between animal and man told Travis that such an opponent was just what was lurking there. Whatever lay in ambush beside the upper track was growing impatient as its destined prey ceased to advance, the coyotes reported. Your left, beyond that pointed rock, in the big shadow. Do you see it? Zoe demanded. No. But the MBAA do. The men had their bows ready, arrows set to the cords. But in this light such weapons were practically useless unless the enemy moved into the path of the moon. What is it? Kepta asked in a half-whisper. Something waits for us ahead. Before he could stop her, she set her fingers to her lips and gave a piercing whistle. There was answering movement in the shadow. Travis shot at that, his arrow followed instantly by one from Zoe. There was a cry, scaling up in a throat-scalding scream which made Travis flinch. Not because of the sound, but because of the hint which lay behind it, could it have been a human cry? The thing flopped out into a patch of moonlight. It was four-limbed, its body silvery, and it was large. But the worst was that it had been groveling on all fours when it fell, and now it was rising on its hind feet, one forepaw striking madly at the two arrows dancing head deep in its upper shoulder. Man. No. But something sufficiently manlike to chill the three down trail. A whirling four-footed hunter dashed in, snapped at the creature's legs, and it squalled again, aiming a blow with a forepaw, but the attacking coyote was already gone. Together Naginata and Nalakaitiu were harassing the creature, just as they had fought the split horn, giving the hunters time to shoot. Travis, although he again felt that touch of horror and disgust he could not account for, shot again. Between them the Apaches must have sent a dozen arrows into the raving beast before it went to its knees and Naginata sprang for its throat. Even then the coyote yelped and flinched, a bleeding gash across its head from the raking talons of the dying thing. When it no longer moved, Travis approached to see more closely what they had brought down. That smell. Just as the embroidery on Kepta's jacket had awakened memories from his Terran past, so did this stench remind him of something. Where, when, had he smelled it before? Travis connected it with dark, and danger. Then he gasped in a half-exclamation. Not on this world, no, but on two others, two worlds of that broken stellar empire where he had been an involuntary explorer 2 planet years ago. The beast things which had lived in the dark of the desert world the Terran's wandering galactic derelict had landed upon. Yes, the beast things whose nature they had never been able to deduce. Were they the degenerate dregs of a once intelligent species? Or were they animals, akin to man, but still animals? The ape things had controlled the night of the desert world. And they had been met again, also in the dark, in the ruins of the city which had been the final goal of the ship's taped voyage. So they were a part of the vanished civilization. And Travis' own vague surmise concerning Topaz was proven correct. This had not been an empty world for the long-gone space people. This planet had a purpose and a use, or else this beast would not have been here. Devil. Kepta made a face of disgust. You know it? Soe asked Travis. What is it? That I do not know, but it is a thing left over from the Star People's time. And I have seen it on 2 other of their worlds. A man. Soe surveyed the body critically. It wears no clothes, has no weapons, but it walks erect. It looks like an ape, a very big ape. It is not a good thing, I think. If it runs with a pack, as they do elsewhere, this could be a very bad thing. Travis, remembering how these creatures had attacked in force on the other worlds, looked about him apprehensively. Even with the coyotes on guard, they could not stand up to such a pack closing in through the dark. They had better hole up in some defendable place and wait out the rest of the night. Naginata brought them to a cliff overhang where they could set their backs to the hard rock of the mountain, face outward to a space they could cover with arrow flight if the need arose. And the coyotes, lying before them with their noses resting on paws, would, Travis knew, alert them long before the enemy could close in. They huddled against the rock, Kepta between them, alert at first to every sound of the night, their hearts beating faster at a small scrape of gravel, the rustle of a bush. Slowly, they began to relax. It is well that 2 sleep while 1 guards, Travis observed. By morning we must push on, out of this country. So the 2 Apaches shared the watch in turn, the Tatar girl at first protesting, and then falling exhausted into a slumber which left her breathing heavily. Travis, on the dawn watch, began to speculate about the ape thing they had killed. The 2 previous times he had met this creature it had been in ruins of the old empire. Were there ruins somewhere here? He wanted to make sure about that. On the other hand, there was the problem of the Tatar-Mongol settlement controlled by the Reds. There was no doubt in his mind that, were the Reds to suspect the existence of the Apache camp, they would make every attempt to hunt down and kill or capture the survivors from the American ship. A warning must be carried to the rancheria as quickly as they could make the return trip. Beside him the girl stirred, raising her head. Travis glanced at her and then watched with attention. She was looking straight ahead, her eyes as fixed as if she were in a trance. Now she inched forward from the mountain wall, wriggling out of its shelter. What? Zoe had awakened again. But Travis was already moving. He pushed on, rushing up to stand beside her, shoulder to shoulder. What is it? Where do you go? He asked. She made no answer, did not even seem aware of his voice. He caught at her arm and she pulled to free herself. When he tightened his grip she did not fight him actively as during their first encounter, but merely pulled and twisted as if she were being compelled to go ahead. Compulsion. He remembered her plea the night before, asking his help against recapture by the machine. Now he deliberately tripped her, twisted her hands behind her back. She swayed in his hold, trying to win to her feet, paying no attention to him save as a hindrance against her answering that demanding call he could not hear. 7. What happened? Zoe took a swift stride, stood over the writhing girl whose strength was now such that Travis had to exert all his efforts to control her. I think that the machine she spoke about is holding her. She is being drawn to it out of hiding as one draws a calf on a rope. Both coyotes had arisen and were watching the struggle with interest, but there was no warning from them. Whatever called Kepta into such mindless and will-less answer did not touch the animals. And neither Apache felt it. So perhaps only Kepta's people were subject to it, as she had thought. How far away was that machine? Not too near, for otherwise the coyotes would have traced the man or men operating it. We cannot move her, Zoe brought the problem into the open, unless we bind and carry her. She is one of their kind. Why not let her go to them, unless you fear she will talk? His hand went to the knife in his belt, and Travis knew what primitive impulse moved in the younger man. In the old days a captive who was likely to give trouble was efficiently eliminated. In Zoe that memory was awake now. Travis shook his head. She has said that others of her kin are in these hills. We must not set 2 wolf packs hunting us, Travis said, giving the more practical reason which might better appeal to that savage instinct for self-preservation. But you are right, since she has tried to answer this summons, we cannot force her with us. Therefore, do you take the back trail? Tell Buck what we have discovered and have him make the necessary precautions against either these Mongol outlaws or a red thrust over the mountains. And you? I stay to discover where the outlaws hide and learn all I can of this settlement. We may have reason to need friends. Friends. Zoe spat. The people need no friends. If we have warning, we can hold our own country. As the Pindalikoi have discovered before. Bows and arrows against guns and machines. Travis inquired bitingly. We must know more before we make any warrior boasts for the future. Tell Buck what we have discovered. Also say I will join you before, Travis calculated, 10 sons. If I do not, send no search party. The clan is too small to risk more lives for one. And if these Reds take you? Travis grinned, not pleasantly. They shall learn nothing. Can their machines sort out the thoughts of a dead man? He did not intend his future to end as abruptly as that, but also he would not be easy meat for any Red hunting party. Zoe took a share of their rations and refused the company of the coyotes. Travis realized that for all his seeming ease with the animals, the younger scout had little more liking for them than Declay and the others back at the rancheria. Zoe went at dawn, aiming at the pass. Travis sat down beside Kepta. They had bound her to a small tree, and she strove incessantly to free herself, turning her head at an acute and painful angle, only to face the same direction in which she had been tied. There was no breaking the spell which held her. And she would soon wear herself out with that struggling. Then he struck an expert blow. The girl sagged limply, and he untied her. It all depended now on the range of the beam or broadcast of that diabolical machine. From the attitude of the coyotes, he assumed that those using the machine had not made any attempt to come close. They might not even know where their quarry was. They would simply sit and wait in the foothills for the caller to reel in a helpless captive. Travis thought that if he moved Kepta farther away from that point, sooner or later they would be out of range and she would awake from the knockout, free again. Although she was not light, he could manage to carry her for a while. So burdened, Travis started on, with the coyotes scouting ahead. He speedily discovered that he had set himself an ambitious task. The going was rough, and carrying the girl reduced his advance to a snail-paced crawl. But it gave him time to make careful plans. As long as the Reds held the balance of power on this side of the mountain range, the rancheria was in danger. Bows and knives against modern armament was no contest at all. And it would only be a matter of time before exploration on the part of the northern settlement, or some tracking down of Tatar fugitives, would bring the enemy across the pass. The Apaches could move farther south into the unknown continent below the wrecked ship, thus prolonging the time before they were discovered. But that would only postpone the inevitable showdown. Whether Travis could make his clan believe that, was also a matter of concern. On the other hand, if the Red Overlords could be met in some practical way. Travis' mind fastened on that more attractive idea, worrying it as Naginalta worried a prey, tearing out and devouring the more delicate portions. Every bit of sense and prudence argued against such an approach, whose success could rest only between improbability and impossibility, yet that was the direction in which he longed to move. Across his shoulder Kepta stirred and moaned. The Apache doubled his efforts to reach the outcrop of rock he could see ahead, chiseled into high relief by the winds. In its lee they would have protection from any sighting from below. Panting, he made it, lowering the girl into the guarded cup of space, and waited. She moaned again, lifted one hand to her head. Her eyes were half open, and still he could not be sure whether they focused on him and her surroundings intelligently or not. Kepta. Her heavy eyelids lifted, and he had no doubt she could see him. But there was no recognition of his identity in her gaze, only surprise and fear, the same expression she had worn during their first meeting in the foothills. Daughter of the Wolf, he spoke slowly. Remember. Travis made that an order, an emphatic appeal to the mind under the influence of the caller. She frowned, the struggle she was making naked on her face. Then she answered. You, Fox. Travis grunted with relief, his alarm subsiding. Then she could remember. Yes, he responded eagerly. But she was gazing about, her puzzlement growing. Where is this? We are higher in the mountains. Now fear was pushing out bewilderment. How did I come here? I brought you. Swiftly he outlined what had happened at their night camp. The hand which had been at her head was now pressed tight across her lips as if she were biting furiously into its flesh to still some panic of her own, and her gray eyes were round and haunted. You are free now, Travis said. Kepta nodded, and then dropped her hand to speak. You brought me away from the hunters. You did not have to obey them. I heard nothing. You do not hear, you feel. She shuddered. Please. She clawed at the stone beside her, pulling up to her feet. Let us go quickly. They will try again, move farther in. Listen, Travis had to be sure of one thing, have they any way of knowing that they had you under control and that you have again escaped? Kepta shook her head, some of the panic again shadowing her eyes. Then we'll just go on, his chin lifted to the wastelands before them, try to keep out of their reach. And away from the pass to the south, he told himself silently. He dared not lead the enemy to that secret, so he must travel west or hole up somewhere in this unknown wilderness until they could be sure Kepta was no longer susceptible to that call, or that they were safely beyond its beamed radius. There was the chance of contacting her outlaw kin, just as there was the chance of stumbling into a pack of the ape things. Before dark they must discover a protected campsite. They needed water, food. He had a bare half-dozen ration tablets. But the coyotes could locate water. Come. Travis beckoned to Kepta, motioning her to climb ahead of him so that he could watch for any indication of her succumbing once again to the influence of the enemy. But his burdened early morning flight had told on Travis more than he thought, and he discovered he could not spur himself on to a pace better than a walk. Now and again one of the coyotes, usually Nalakaitiu, would come into view, express impatience in both stance and mental signal, and then be gone again. The Apache was increasingly aware that the animals were disturbed, yet to his tentative gropings at contact they did not reply. Since they gave no warning of hostile animal or man, he could only be on constant guard, watching the countryside about him. They had been following a ledge for several minutes before Travis was aware of some strange features of that path. Perhaps he had actually noted them with a trained eye before his archaeological studies of the recent past gave him a reason for the faint marks. This crack in the mountain's skin might have begun as a natural fault, but afterward it had been worked with tools, smoothed, widened to serve the purpose of some form of intelligence. Travis caught at Kepta's shoulder to slow her pace. He could not have told why he did not want to speak aloud here, but he felt the need for silence. She glanced around, perplexed, more so when he went down on his knees and ran his fingers along one of those ancient tool marks. He was certain it was very old. Inside of him anticipation bubbled. A road made with such labor could only lead to something of importance. He was going to make the discovery, the dream which had first drawn him into these mountains. What is it? Kepta knelt beside him, frowning at the ledge. This was cut by someone, a long time ago, Travis half whispered and then wondered why. There was no reason to believe the road makers could hear him when perhaps 1,000 years or more lay between the chipping of that stone and this day. The Tatar girl looked over her shoulder. Perhaps she too was troubled by the sense that here time was subtly telescoped, that past and present might be meeting. Or was that feeling with them both because of their enforced conditioning? Who? Now her voice sank in turn. Listen, he regarded her intently. Did your people or the Reds ever find any traces of the old civilization here, ruins? No, she leaned forward, tracing with her own finger the same almost obliterated marks which had intrigued Travis. But I think they have looked. Before they discovered that we could be free, they sent out parties, to hunt, they said, but afterward they always asked many questions about the country. Only they never asked about ruins. Is that what they wished us to find? But why? Of what value are old stones piled on one another? In themselves, little, save for the knowledge they may give us of the people who piled them. But for what the stones might contain, much value. And how do you know what they might contain, Fox? Because I have seen such treasure houses of the star men, he returned absently. To him the marks on the ledge were a pledge of greater discoveries to come. He must find where that carefully constructed road ran, to what it led. Let us see where this will take us. But first he gave the chittering signal in 4 sharp bursts. And the tawny gray bodies came out of the tangled brush, bounding up to the ledge. Together the coyotes faced him, their attention all for his halting communication. Ruins might lie ahead, he hoped that they did. But on another planet such ruins had twice proved to be deadly traps, and only good fortune had prevented their closing on Terran explorers. If the ape things or any other dangerous form of life had taken up residence before them, he wanted good warning. Together the coyotes turned and loped along the now level way of the ledge, disappearing around a curve fitted to the mountainside while Travis and Kepta followed. They heard it before they saw its source, a waterfall. Probably not a large one, but high. Rounding the curve, they came into a fine mist of spray where sunlight made rainbows of color across a filmy veil of water. For a long moment they stood entranced. Kepta then gave a little cry, held out her hands to the purling mist and brought them to her lips again to suck the gathered moisture. Water slicked the surface of the ledge, and Travis pushed her back against the wall of the cliff. As far as he could discern, their road continued behind the outflung curtain of water, and footing on the wet stone was treacherous. With their backs to the solid security of the wall, facing outward into the solid drape of water, they edged behind it and came out into rainbowed sunlight again. Here either provident nature or ancient art had hollowed a pocket in the stone which was filled with water. They drank. Then Travis filled his canteen while Kepta washed her face, holding the cold freshness of the moisture to her cheeks with both palms. She spoke, but he could not hear her through the roar. She leaned closer and raised her voice to a half-shout. "This is a place of spirits. Do you not also feel their power, Fox?" Perhaps for a space out of time he did feel something. This was a watering place, perhaps a never-ceasing watering place, and to his desert-born and-bred race all water was a spirit gift never to be taken for granted. The rainbow, the spirit people's sacred sign, old beliefs stirred in Travis, moving him. "I feel," he said, nodding in emphasis to his agreement. They followed the ledge road to a section where a landslide of an earlier season had choked it. Travis worked a careful way across the debris, Kepta obeying his guidance in turn. Then they were on a sloping downward way which led to a staircase, the treads weather-worn and crumbling, the angle so steep Travis wondered if it had ever been intended for beings with a physique approximating the Terran's. They came to a cleft where an arch of stone was chiseled out as a roofing. Travis thought he could make out a trace of carving on the capstone, so worn by years and weather that it was now only a faint shadow of design. The cleft was a door into another valley. Here, too, golden mist swirled in tendrils to disguise and cloak what stood there. Travis had found his ruins. Only the structures were intact, not breached by time. Mist flowed in lapping tongues back and forth, confusing outlines, now shuddering, now bearing oval windows which were spaced in diamonds of 4 on round tower surfaces. There were no visible cracks, no cloaking of climbing vegetation, nothing to suggest age and long roots in the valley. Nor did the architecture he could view match any he had seen on those other worlds. Travis strode away from the cleft doorway. Under his moccasins was a block pavement, yellow and green stone set in a simple pattern of checks. This, too, was level, unchipped and undisturbed, save for a drift or two of soil driven in by the wind. And nowhere could he see any vegetation. The towers were of the same green stone as half the pavement blocks, a glassy green which made him think of jade, if jade could be mined in such quantities as these 5-story towers demanded. Nalakaitiu padded to him, and he could hear the faint click of her claws on the pavement. There was a deep silence in this place, as if the air itself swallowed and digested all sound. The wind which had been with them all the day of their journeying was left beyond the cleft. Yet there was life here. The coyote told him that in her own way. She had not made up her mind concerning that life. Wariness and curiosity warred in her now as her pointed muzzle lifted toward the windows overhead. The windows were all well above ground level, but there was no opening in the first stories as far as Travis could see. He debated moving into the range of those windows to investigate the far side of the towers for doorways. The mist and the message from Nalakaitiu nourished his suspicions. Out in the open he would be too good a target for whatever or whoever might be standing within the deep-welled frames. The silence was shattered by a boom. Travis jumped, slewed half around, knife in hand. Boom boom, a second heavy beat, then a clangor with a swelling echo. Kepta flung back her head and called, her voice rising up as if tunneled by the valley walls. She then whistled as she had done when they fronted the ape thing and ran on to catch at Travis' sleeve, her face eager. "My people. Come, it is my people." She tugged him on before breaking into a run, weaving fearlessly around the base of one of the towers. Travis ran after her, afraid he might lose her in the mist. 3 towers, another stretch of open pavement, and then the mist lifted to show them a second carved doorway not 200 yards ahead. The boom seemed to pull Kepta, and Travis could do nothing but trail her, the coyotes now trotting beside him. 8. They burst through a last wide band of mist into a wilderness of tall grass and shrubs. Travis heard the coyotes give tongue, but it was too late. Out of nowhere whirled a leather loop, settling about his chest, snapping his arms tight to his body, taking him off his feet with a jerk to be dragged helplessly along the ground behind a galloping horse. A tawny fury sprang in the air to snap at the horse's head. Travis kicked fruitlessly, trying to regain his feet as the horse reared, and fought against the control of his shouting rider. All through the melee the Apache heard Kepta shrilly screaming words he did not understand. Travis was on his knees, coughing in the dust, exerting the muscles in his chest and shoulders to loosen the lariat. On either side of him the coyotes wove a snarling pattern of defiance, dashing back and forth to present no target for the enemy, yet keeping the excited horses so stirred up that their riders could use neither ropes nor blades. Then Kepta ran between two of the ringing horses to Travis and jerked at the loop about him. The tough, braided leather eased its hold, and he was able to gasp in full lungfuls of air. She was still shouting, but the tone had changed from one of recognition to a definite scolding. Travis won to his feet just as the rider who had lassoed him finally got his horse under rein and dismounted. Holding the rope, the man walked hand over hand toward them, as Travis back on the Arizona range would have approached a nervous, unschooled pony. The Mongol was an inch or so shorter than the Apache, and his face was young, though he had a drooping mustache bracketing his mouth with slender spear points of black hair. His breeches were tucked into high red boots, and he wore a loose felt jacket patterned with the same elaborate embroidery Travis had seen on Kepta's. On his head was a hat with a wide fur border, in spite of the heat, and that two bore touches of scarlet and gold design. Still holding his lariat, the Mongol reached Kepta and stood for a moment, eyeing her up and down before he asked a question. She gave an impatient twitch to the rope. The coyotes snarled, but the Apache thought the animals no longer considered the danger immediate. "This is my brother Hulagur." Kepta made the introduction over her shoulder. "He does not have your speech." Hulagur not only did not understand, he was also impatient. He jerked at the rope with such sudden force that Travis was almost thrown. Then Kepta dragged as fiercely on the lariat in the other direction and burst into a soaring harangue which drew the rest of the men closer. Travis flexed his upper arms, and the slack gained by Kepta's action made the lariat give again. He studied the Tatar outlaws. There were 5 of them beside Hulagur, lean men, hard-faced, narrow-eyed, the ragged clothing of 3 pieced out with scraps of hide. Besides the swords with the curved blades, they were armed with bows, 2 to each man, 1 long, 1 shorter. One of the riders carried a lance, long tassels of woolly hair streaming from below its head. Travis saw in them a formidable array of barbaric fighting men, but he thought that man for man the Apaches could not only take on the Mongols with confidence, but might well defeat them. The Apache had never been a hot-headed, ride-for-glory fighter like the Cheyenne, the Sioux, and the Comanche of the open plains. He estimated the odds against him, used ambush, trick, and every feature of the countryside as weapon and defense. 15 Apache fighting men under Chief Geronimo had kept 5,000 American and Mexican troops in the field for a year and had come off victorious for the moment. Travis knew the tales of Genghis Khan and his formidable generals who swept over Asia into Europe, unbeaten and seemingly undefeatable. But they had been a wild wave, fed by a reservoir of manpower from the steppes of their homeland, utilizing driven walls of captives to protect their own men in city assaults and attacks. He doubted if even that endless sea of men could have won the Arizona desert defended by Apaches under Cochise, Victorio, or Magnus Colorado. The white man had done it, by superior arms and attrition. But bow against bow, knife against sword, craft and cunning against craft and cunning, he did not think so. Hulagur dropped the end of the lariat and Kepta swung around, loosening the loop so that the rope fell to Travis' feet. The Apache stepped free of it, turned and passed between 2 of the horsemen to gather up the bough he had dropped. The coyotes had gone with him, and when he turned again to face the company of Tatars, both animals crowded past him to the entrance of the valley, plainly urging him to retire there. The horseman had faced about also, and the warrior with the lance balanced the shaft of the weapon in his hand as if considering the possibility of trying to spear Travis. But just then Kepta came up, towing Hulagur by a firm hold on his sash belt. "I have told this one," she reported to Travis, "how it is between us and that you also are enemy to those who hunt us. It is well that you sit together beside a fire and talk of these things." Again that boom boom broke her speech, coming from farther out in the open land. "You will do this?" She made of it a half question, half statement. Travis glanced about him. He could dodge back into the misty valley of the towers before the Tatters could ride him down. However, if he could patch up some kind of truce between his people and the outlaws, the Apaches would have only the Reds from the settlement to watch. Too many times in Terran past had war on two fronts been disastrous. I come, carrying this, and not pulled by your ropes. He held up his bow in an exaggerated gesture so that Hulagur could understand. Coiling the lariat, the Mongol looked from the Apache bow to Travis. Slowly, and with obvious reluctance, he nodded agreement. At Hulagur's call the lancer rode up to the waiting Apache, stretched out a booted foot in the heavy stirrup, and held down a hand to bring Travis up behind him riding double. Kepta mounted in the same fashion behind her brother. Travis looked at the coyotes. Together the animals stood in the door to the Tower Valley, and neither made any move to follow as the horses trotted off. He beckoned with his hand and called to them. Heads up, they continued to watch him go in company with the Mongols. Then without any reply to his coaxing, they melted back into the mists. For a moment Travis was tempted to slide down and run the risk of taking a lance point between the shoulders as he followed Njinalta and Nalakaitiu into retreat. He was startled, jarred by the new awareness of how much he had come to depend on the animals. Ordinarily, Travis Fox was not one to be governed by the wishes of a MBAA, intelligent and unanimal-like as it might be. This was an affair of men, and coyotes had no part in it. Half an hour later Travis sat in the outlaw camp. There were 15 Mongols in sight, a half-dozen women and 2 children adding to the count. On a hillock near their yurts, the round brush-and-hide shelters, not too different from the wickiups of Travis' own people, was a crude drum, a hide stretched taut over a hollowed section of log. And next to that stood a man wearing a tall pointed cap, a red robe, and a girdle from which swung a fringe of small bones, tiny animal skulls, and polished bits of stone and carved wood. It was this man's efforts which sent the boom-boom sounding at intervals over the landscape. Was this a signal, part of a ritual? Travis was not certain, though he guessed that the drummer was either medicine man or shaman, and so of some power in this company. Such men were credited with the ability to prophesy and also endowed with mediumship between man and spirit in the old days of the great hordes. The Apache evaluated the rest of the company. As was true of his own party, these men were much the same age, young and vigorous. And it was also apparent that Hulagur held a position of some importance among them, if he were not their chief. After a last resounding roll on the drum, the shaman thrust the sticks into his girdle and came down to the fire at the center of the camp. He was taller than his fellows, pole-thin under his robes, his face narrow, clean-shaven, with brows arched by nature to give him an unchanging expression of skepticism. He strode along, his tinkling collection of charms providing him with a not unmusical accompaniment, and came to stand directly before Travis, eyeing him carefully. Travis copied his silence in what was close to a duel of wills. There was that in the shaman's narrowed green eyes which suggested that if Hulagur did in fact lead these fighting men, he had an advisor of determination and intelligence behind him. This is Menlik. Kepta did not push past the men to the fireside, but her voice carried. Hulagur growled at his sister, but his admonition made no impression on her, and she replied in as hot a tone. The shaman's hand went up, silencing both of them. You are, who? Like Kepta, Menlik spoke a heavily accented English. I am Travis Fox, of the Apaches. The Apaches, the shaman repeated. You are of the West, the American West, then. You know much, man of spirit talk. One remembers. At times one remembers, Menlik answered almost absently. How does an Apache find his way across the stars? The same way Menlik and his people did, Travis returned. You were sent to settle this planet, and so were we. There are many more of you, countered Menlik swiftly. Are there not many of the horde? Would 1 man, or 3, or 4, be sent to hold a world? Travis fenced. You hold the north, we the south of this land. But they are not governed by a machine. Kepta cut in. They are free. Menlik frowned at the girl. Woman, this is a matter for warriors. Keep your tongue silent between your jaws. She stamped one foot, standing with her fists on her hips. I am a daughter of the Blue Wolf. And we are all warriors, men and women alike, so shall we be as long as the horde is not free to ride where we wish. These men have won their freedom, it is well that we learn how. Menlik's expression did not change, but his lids drooped over his eyes as a murmur of what might be agreement came from the group. More than one of them must have understood enough English to translate for the others. Travis wondered about that. Had these men and women who had outwardly reverted to the life of their nomad ancestors once been well educated in the modern sense, educated enough to learn the basic language of the nation their rulers had set up as their principal enemy? So you ride the land south of the mountains, the shaman continued. That is true. Then why did you come hither? Travis shrugged. Why does anyone ride or travel into new lands? There is a desire to see what may lie beyond. Or to scout before the march of warriors. Menlik snapped. There is no peace between your rulers and mine. Do you ride now to take the herds and pastures of the horde, or to try to do so? Travis turned his head deliberately from side to side, allowing them all to witness his slow and openly contemptuous appraisal of their camp. This is your horde, shaman. 15 warriors. Much has changed since the days of Temujin, has it not? What do you know of Temujin, you, who are a man of no ancestors, out of the West? What do I know of Temujin? That he was a leader of warriors and became Genghis Khan, the great lord of the East. But the Apaches had their warlords also, rider of barren lands. And I am of those who raided over 2 nations when Victorio and Cochise scattered their enemies as a man scatters a handful of dust in the wind. You talk bold, Apache. There was a hint of threat in that. I speak as any warrior, shaman. Or are you so used to talking with spirits instead of men that you do not realize that? He might have been alienating the shaman by such a sharp reply, but Travis thought he judged the temper of these people. To face them boldly was the only way to impress them. They would not treat with an inferior, and he was already at a disadvantage coming on foot, without any backing in force, into a territory held by horsemen who were suspicious and jealous of their recently acquired freedom. His only chance was to establish himself as an equal and then try to convince them that Apache and Tatar Mongol had a common cause against the Reds who controlled the settlement on the northern plains. Menlik's right hand went to his sash girdle and plucked out a carved stick which he waved between them, muttering phrases Travis could not understand. Had the shaman retreated so far along the road to his past that he now believed in his own supernatural powers? Or was this to impress his watching followers? You call upon your spirits for aid, Menlik. But the Apache has the companionship of the Gan. Ask of Kepta, who hunts with the fox in the wilds. Travis' sharp challenge stopped that wand in midair. Menlik's head swung to the girl. He hunts with wolves who think like men. She supplied the information the shaman would not openly ask for. I have seen them act as his scouts. This is no spirit thing, but real and of this world. Any man may train a dog to his bidding. Menlik spat. Does a dog obey orders which are not said aloud? These brown wolves come and sit before him, look into his eyes. And then he knows what lies within their heads, and they know what he would have them do. This is not the way of a master of hounds with his pack. Again the murmur ran about the camp as one or two translated. Menlik frowned. Then he rammed his sorcerer's wand back into his sash. If you are a man of power, such powers, he said slowly, then you may walk alone where those who talk with spirits go, into the mountains. He then spoke over his shoulder in his native tongue, and one of the women reached behind her into a hut, brought out a skin bag and a horn cup. Kepta took the cup from her and held it while the other woman poured a white liquid from the bag to fill it. Kepta passed the cup to Menlik. He pivoted with it in his hand, dribbling expertly over its brim a few drops at each point of the compass, chanting as he moved. Then he sucked in a mouthful of the contents before presenting the vessel to Travis. The Apache smelled the same sour scent that had clung to the empty bag in the foothills. And another part of memory supplied him with the nature of the drink. This was kumis, a fermented mare's milk which was the wine and water of the steppes. He forced himself to swallow a draught, though it was alien to his taste, and passed the cup back to Menlik. The shaman emptied the horn and, with that, set aside ceremony. With an upraised hand he beckoned Travis to the fire again, indicating a pot set on the coals. "Rest, eat," he bade abruptly. Night was gathering in. Travis tried to calculate how far Tsoe must have backtracked to the rancheria. He thought that he could have already made the pass and be within a day and a half from the Apache camp if he pushed on, as he would. As to where the coyotes were, Travis had no idea. But it was plain that he himself must remain in this encampment for the night or risk rousing the Mongols' suspicion once more. He ate of the stew, spearing chunks out of the pot with the point of his knife. And it was not until he sat back, his hunger appeased, that the shaman dropped down beside him. The Khatan Kepta says that when she was slave to the collar, you did not feel its chains, he began. Those who rule you are not my overlords. The bonds they set upon your minds do not touch me. Travis hoped that that was the truth and his escape that morning had not been just a fluke. This could be, for you and I are not of one blood, Menlik agreed. Tell me, how did you escape your bonds? The machine which held us so was broken, Travis replied with a portion of the truth, and Menlik sucked in his breath. The machines, always the machines, he cried hoarsely. A thing which can sit in a man's head and make him do what it will against his will, it is demon sent. There are other machines to be broken, Apache. Words will not break them, Travis pointed out. Only a fool rides to his death without hope of striking a single blow before he chokes on the blood in his throat, Menlik retorted. We cannot use bow or tulwar against weapons which flame and kill quicker than any storm lightning. And always the mind machines can make a man drop his knife and stand helplessly waiting for the slave collar to be set on his neck. Travis asked a question of his own. I know that they can bring a collar part way into this mountain, for this very day I saw its effect upon the maiden. But there are many places in the hills well set for ambushes, and those unaffected by the machine could be waiting there. Would there be many machines so that they could send out again and again? Menlik's bony hand played with his wand. Then a slow smile curved his lips into the guise of a hunting cat's noiseless snarl. There is meat in that pot, Apache, rich meat, good for the filling of a lean belly. So men whose minds the machine could not trouble, such men to be waiting in ambush for the taking of the men who use such a machine, yes. But here would have to be bait, very good bait for such a trap, Lord of Wiles. Never do those others come far into the mountains. Their flyer does not lift well here, and they do not trust traveling on horseback. They were greatly angered to come so far in to reach Kepta, though they could not have been too close, or you would not have escaped at all. Yes, strong bait. Such bait as perhaps the knowledge that there were strangers across the mountains. Menlik turned his wand about in his hands. He was no longer smiling, and his glance at Travis was sharp and swift. Do you sit as Khan in your tribe, Lord? I sit as one they will listen to. Travis hoped that was so. Whether Buck and the moderates would hold clan leadership upon his return was a fact he could not count upon as certain. This is a thing which we must hold counsel over, Menlik continued. But it is an idea of power. Yes, one to think about, Lord. And I shall think. He got up and moved away. Travis blinked at the fire. He was very tired, and he disliked sleeping in this camp. But he must not go without the rest his body needed to supply him with a clear head in the morning. And not showing uneasiness might be one way of winning Menlik's confidence. 9. Travis settled his back against the spire of rock and raised his right hand into the path of the sun, cradling in his palm a disk of glistening metal. Flash, flash. He made the signal pattern just as his ancestors 100 years earlier and far across space had used trade mirrors to relay war alerts among the Chiricahua and White Mountain ranges. If Tsoe had returned safely, and if Buck had kept the agreed lookout on that peak a mile or so ahead, then the clan would know that he was coming and with what escort. He waited now, rubbing the small metal mirror absently on the loose sleeve of his shirt, waiting for a reply. Mirrors were best, not smoke fires which would broadcast too far the presence of men in the hills. Tsoe must have returned. What is it that you do? Menlik, his shaman's robe pulled up so that his breeches and boots were dark against the golden rock, climbed up beside the Apache. Menlik, Hulagur, and Kepta were riding with Travis, offering him one of their small ponies to hurry the trip. He was still regarded warily by the Tattars, but he did not blame them for their cautious attitude. Ah, a flicker of light from the point ahead. 1, 2, 3 flashes, a pause, then 2 more together. He had been read. Buck had dispatched scouts to meet them, and knowing his people's skill at the business, Travis was certain the Tattars would never suspect their flanking unless the Apaches purposefully revealed themselves. Also the Tattars were not to go to the rancheria, but would be met at a midpoint by a delegation of Apaches. This was no time for the Tattars to learn just how few the clan numbered. Menlik watched Travis flash an acknowledgement to the sentry ahead. In this way you speak to your men. This way I speak. A thing good and to be remembered. We have the drum, but that is for the ears of all with hearing. This is for the eyes only of those on watch for it. Yes, a good thing. And your people, they will meet with us. They wait ahead, Travis confirmed. It was close to midday and the heat, gathered in the rocky ways, was like a heaviness in the air itself. The Tattars had shucked their heavy jackets and rolled the fur brims of their hats far up their heads away from their sweat-beaded faces. And at every halt they passed from hand to hand the skin bag of kumis. Now even the ponies shuffled on with drooping heads, picking away in a cut which deepened into a canyon. Travis kept a watch for the scouts. And not for the first time he thought of the disappearance of the coyotes. Somehow, back in the Tatar camp, he had counted confidently on the animals rejoining him once he had started his return over the mountains. But he had seen nothing of either beast, nor had he felt that unexplainable mental contact with them which had been present since his first awakening on Topaz. Why they had left him so unceremoniously after defending him from the Mongol attack, and why they were keeping themselves aloof now, he did not know. But he was conscious of a threat of alarm for their continued absence, and he hoped he would find they had gone back to the rancheria. The ponies thudded dispiritedly along a sandy wash which bottomed the canyon. Here the heat became a leaden weight and the men were panting like four-footed beasts running before hunters. Finally Travis sighted what he had been seeking, a flicker of movement on the wall well above. He flung up his hand, pulling his mount to a stand. Apaches stood in full view, bows ready, arrows on cords. But they made no sound. Kepta cried out, booted her mount to draw equal with Travis. A trap. Her face, flushed with heat, was also stark with anger. Travis smiled slowly. Is there a rope about you, wolf daughter? He inquired softly. Are you now dragged across this sand? Her mouth opened and then closed again. The quirt she had half raised to slash at him, flopped across her pony's neck. The Apache glanced back at the two men. Hulagur's hand was on his sword hilt, his eyes darting from one of those silent watchers to the next. But the utter hopelessness of the Tatar position was too plain. Only Menlik made no move toward any weapon, even his spirit wand. Instead, he sat quietly in the saddle, displaying no emotion toward the Apaches save his usual self-confident detachment. We go on. Travis pointed ahead. Just as suddenly as they had appeared from the heart of the Golden Cliffs, so did the scouts vanish. Most of them were already on their way to the point Buck had selected for the meeting place. There had been only 6 men up there, but the Tattars had no way of knowing just how large a portion of the whole clan that number was. Travis' pony lifted his head, nickered, and achieved a stumbling trot. Somewhere ahead was water, one of those oases of growth and life which pocked the whole mountain range, to the preservation of all animals and all men. Menlik and Hulager pushed on until their mounts were hard on the heels of the two ridden by the girl and Travis. Travis wondered if they still waited for some arrow to strike home, though he saw that both men rode with outward disregard for the patrolling scouts. A grass-leaf bush beckoned them on, and again the ponies quickened pace, coming out into a tributary canyon which housed a small pool and a good stand of grass and brush. To one side of the water Buck stood, his arms folded across his chest, armed only with his belt knife. Grouped behind him were Declay, Zoe, Nolan, Menolito. Travis tabulated hurriedly. Menolito and Declay were to be classed together, or had been when he was last in the rancheria. On Buck's stairway from the past, both had halted more than halfway down. Nolan was a quiet man who seldom spoke, and whose opinion Travis could not foretell. Zoe would back Buck. Probably such a divided party was the best Travis could have hoped to gather. A delegation composed entirely of those who were ready to leave the past of the Redacts, a collection of Bucks and Jillies, was outside the bounds of possibility. But Travis was none too happy to have Declay in on this. Travis dismounted, letting the pony push forward by himself to dip nose into the pool. This is, Travis pointed politely with his chin, Menlik, one who talks with spirits. Hulager, who is son to a chief. And Kepta, who is daughter to a chief. They are of the horse people of the north. He made the introduction carefully in English. Then he turned to the Totters. Buck, Declay, Nolan, Menolito, Zoe, he named them all, these stand to listen, and to speak for the Apaches. But sometime later when the two parties sat facing each other, he wondered whether a common decision could come from the clansmen on his side of that irregular circle. Declay's expression was closed. He had even edged a short way back, as if he had no desire to approach the strangers. And Travis read into every line of Declay's body his distrust and antagonism. He himself began to speak, retelling his adventures since they had followed Kepta's trail, sketching in the situation at the Tatar-Mongol settlement as he had learned it from her and from Menlik. He was careful to speak in English so that the Tatars could hear all he was reporting to his own kind. And the Apaches listened blank-faced, though Zoe must already have reported much of this. When Travis was done it was Declay who asked a question. What have we to do with these people? There is this, Travis chose his words carefully, thinking of what might move a warrior still conditioned to riding with the raiders of 100 years earlier, the Pindalikoi, whom we call Reds. Are never willing to live side by side with any who are not of their mind. And they have weapons such as make our bow cords bits of rotten string, our knives slivers of rust. They do not kill, they enslave. And when they discover that we live, then they will come against us. Declay's lips moved in a wolf grin. This is a large land, and we know how to use it. The Pindalikoi will not find us. With their eyes maybe not, Travis replied. With their machines, that is another matter. Machines. Declay spat. Always these machines. Is that all you can talk about? It would seem that you are bewitched by these machines, which we have not seen, none of us. It was a machine which brought you here, Buck observed. Go you back and look upon the spaceship and remember, Declay. The knowledge of the Pindalikoi is greater than ours when it deals with metal and wire and things which can be made with both. Machines brought us along the road of the stars, and there is no tracker in the clan who could hope to do the same. But now I have this to ask, does our brother have a plan? Those who are Reds, Travis answered slowly, they do not number many. But more may later come from our own world. Have you heard of such arriving? He asked Menlik. Not so, but we are not told much. We live apart and no one of us goes to the ship unless he is summoned. For they have weapons to guard them, or long since they would have been dead. It is not proper for a man to eat from the pot, ride in the wind, sleep easy under the same sky with him who has slain his brother. They have then killed among your people. They have killed, Menlik returned briefly. Kepta stirred and muttered a word or two to her brother. Hulager's head came up, and he exploded into violent speech. "What does he say?" Declay demanded. The girl replied, "He speaks of our father who aided in the escape of 3 and so afterward was slain by the leader as a lesson to us, since he was our Whitebeard, the Khan. We have taken the oath in blood, under the wolf head standard, that they will also die," Menlik added. "But first we must shake them out of their ship shell. That is the problem," Travis elaborated for the benefit of his clansmen. "We must get these Reds away from their protected camp, out into the open. When they now go they are covered by this collar which keeps the Tatars under their control, but it has no effect on us. So, again I say, what is all this to us?" Declay got to his feet. "This machine does not hunt us, and we can make our camps in this land where no Pindaliko can find them. We are not Dobguzndhi, invulnerable. Nor do we know the full range of machines they can use. It does no one well to say, Doxida, this is not so, when he does not know all that lies in an enemy's wickiup." To Travis' relief he saw agreement mirrored on Buck's face, Soa's, Nolan's. From the beginning he had had little hope of swaying Declay, he could only trust that the verdict of the majority would be the accepted one. It went back to the old Apache institution of prestige. A Nantan chief had the Gondi, the high power, as a gift from birth. Common men could possess horsepower or cattle power. They might have the gift of acquiring wealth so they could make generous gifts, be a Kandlizi, the wealthy ones who spoke for their family groups within the loose network of the tribe. But there was no hereditary chieftainship or even an undivided rule within a rancheria. The Nagunlkadnatan, or war chief, often led only on the warpath and had no voice in clan matters save those dealing with a raid. And to have a split now would fatally weaken their small clan. Declay and those of a like mind might elect to withdraw and not one of the rest could deny him that right. "We shall think on this," Buck said. "Here is food, water, pasturage for horses, a camp for our visitors. They will wait here." He looked at Travis. "You will wait with them, Fox, since you know their ways." Travis' immediate reaction was objection, but then he realized Buck's wisdom. To offer the proposition of alliance to the Apaches needed an impartial spokesman. And if he himself did it, Declay might automatically oppose the idea. Let Buck talk and it would be a statement of fact. "It is well," Travis agreed. Buck looked about, as if judging time from the lie of sun and shadow on the ground. "We shall return in the morning when the shadow lies here." With the toe of his high moccasin he made an impression in the soft earth. Then, without any formal farewell, he strode off, the others fast on his heels. "He is your chief, that one?" Kepta asked, pointing after Buck. "He is one having a large voice in council," Travis replied. He set about building up the cooking fire, bringing out the body of a split-horn calf which had been left them. Menlik sat on his heels by the pool, dipping up drinking water with his hand. Now he squinted his eyes against the probe of the sun. "It will require much talking to win over the short one," he observed. "That one does not like us or your plan. Just as there will be those among the horde who will not like it either." He flipped water drops from his fingers. "But this I do know, man who calls himself Fox, if we do not make a common cause, then we have no hope of going against the Reds. It will be for them as a man crushing fleas." He brought his hand down on his knee in emphatic slaps. "So. And so, and so. This do I think also," Travis admitted. "So let us both hope that all men will be as wise as we," Menlik said, smiling. "And since we can take a hand in that decision, this remains a time for rest." The shaman might be content to sleep the afternoon away, but after he had eaten, Hulager wandered up and down the valley, making a lengthy business of rubbing down their horses with twists of last season's grass. Now and then he paused beside Kepta and spoke, his uneasiness plain to Travis although he could not understand the words. Travis had settled down in the shade, half dozing, yet alert to every movement of the 3 Tatars. He tried not to think of what might be happening in the rancheria by switching his mind to that misty valley of the towers. Did any of those 3 alien structures contain such a grab bag of the past as he, Ash, and Murdoch had found on that other world where the winged people had gathered together for them the artifacts of an older civilization? At that time he had created for their hosts a new weapon of defense, turning metal tubes into blowguns. It had been there, too, where he had chanced upon the library of tapes, one of which had eventually landed Travis and his people here on Topaz. Even if he did find racks of such tapes in one of those towers, there would be no way of using them, with the ship wrecked on the mountainside. Only, Travis' fingers itched where they lay quiet on his knees, there might be other things waiting. If he were only free to explore. He reached out to touch Menlik's shoulder. The shaman half turned, opening his eyes with the languid effort of a sleepy cat. But the spark of intelligence awoke in them quickly. What is it? For a moment Travis hesitated, already regretting his impulse. He did not know how much Menlik remembered of the present. Remember of the present, one part of the Apache's mind was wryly amused at that snarled estimate of their situation. Men who had been dropped into their racial and ancestral pasts until the present time was less real than the dreams conditioning them had a difficult job evaluating any situation. But since Menlik had clung to his knowledge of English, he must be less far down that stairway. When we met you, Kedessa and I, it was outside that valley. Travis was still of 2 minds about this questioning, but the Tatar camp had been close to the towers and there was a good chance the Mongols had explored them. And inside were buildings, very old. Menlik was fully alert now. He took his wand, played with it as he spoke. That is, or was, a place of much power, Fox. Oh, I know that you question my kinship with the spirits and the powers they give. But one learns not to dispute what one feels here, and here. His long, somewhat grimy fingers went to his forehead and then to the bare brown chest where his shirt fell open. I have walked the stone path in that valley, and there have been the whispers. Whispers? Menlik twirled the wand. Whispers which are too low for many ears to distinguish. You can hear them as one hears the buzzing of an insect, but never the words, no, never the words. But that is a place of great power. A place to explore. But Menlik watched only his wand. That I wonder, Fox, truly do I wonder. This is not our world. And here there may be that which does not welcome us. Tricks in trade of a shaman. Or was it true recognition of something beyond human description? Travis could not be sure, but he knew that he must return to the valley and see for himself. Listen, Menlik said, leaning closer, I have heard your tale, that you were on that first ship, the one which brought you unwilling along the old star paths. Have you ever seen such a thing as this? He smoothed a space of soft earth and with the narrow tip of his wand began to draw. Whatever role Menlik had played in the present before he had been reconditioned into a shaman of the horde, he had had the ability of an artist, for with a minimum of lines he created a figure in that sketch. It was a man or at least a figure with general human outlines. But the round, slightly oversized skull was bare, the clothing skin-tight to reveal unnaturally thin limbs. There were large eyes, small nose and mouth, rather crowded into the lower third of the head, giving an impression of an overexpanded brain case above. And it was familiar. Not the flying men of the other world, certainly not the nocturnal ape things. Yet for all its alien quality Travis was sure he had seen its like before. He closed his eyes and tried to visualize it apart from lines in the soil. Such a head, white, almost like the bone of a skull laid bare, such a head lying face down on a bone-thin arm clad in a blue-purple skin-tight sleeve. Where had he seen it? The Apache gave a sharp exclamation as he remembered fully. The derelict spaceship as he had first found it, the dead alien officer had still been seated at its controls. The alien who had set the tape which took them out into that forgotten empire, he was the subject of Menlik's drawing. Where? When did you see such a one? The Apache bent down over the Tatar. Menlik looked troubled. He came into my mind when I walked the valley. I thought I could almost see such a face in one of the tower windows, but of that I am not sure. Who is it? Someone from the old days, those who once ruled the stars, Travis answered. But were they still here then, the remnant of a civilization which had flourished 10,000 years ago? Were the Baldies, who centuries ago had hunted down so ruthlessly the Russians who had dared to loot their wrecked ships, still on Topaz? He remembered the story of Ross Murdoch's escape from those aliens in the far past of Europe, and he shivered. Murdoch was tough, steel tough, yet his own description of that epic chase and the final meeting had carried with it his terror. What could a handful of primitively armed and almost primitively minded Terrans do now if they had to dispute Topaz with the Baldies? 10. Beyond this, Menlik worked his way to the very lip of a drop, raising a finger cautiously. Beyond this we do not go. But you say that the camp of your people lies well out in the plains. Jill Lee was up on one knee, using the field glasses they had brought from the stores of the wrecked ship. He passed them along to Travis. There was nothing to be sighted but the rippling amber waves of the tall grasses, save for an occasional break of a copse of trees near the foothills. They had reached this point in the early morning, threading through the pass, making their way across the section known to the outlaws. From here they could survey the debatable land where their temporary allies insisted the Reds were in full control. The result of the conference in the south had been this uneasy alliance. From the start Travis realized that he could not hope to commit the clan to any set plan, that even to get this scouting party to come against the stubborn resistance of DeClay and his reactionaries was a major achievement. There was now an opening wedge of 6 Apaches in the north. Beyond this, Menlik repeated, they keep watch and can control us with the collar. What do you think? Travis passed the glasses to Nolan. If they were ever to develop a war chief, this lean man, tall for an Apache and slow to speak, might fill that role. He adjusted the lenses and began a detailed study sweep of the open territory. Then he stiffened. His mouth, below the masking of the glasses, was tight. What is it? Jill Lee asked. Riders, 2, 4, 5. Also something else, in the air. Menlik jerked back and grabbed at Nolan's arm, dragging him down by the weight of his body. The flyer. Come back, back. He was still pulling at Nolan, prodding at Travis with one foot, and the Apaches stared at him with amazement. The shaman sputtered in his own language, and then, visibly regaining command of himself, spoke English once more. Those are hunters, and they carry a collar. Either some others have escaped or they are determined to find our mountain camp. Jill Lee looked at Travis. You did not feel anything when the woman was under that spell? Travis shook his head. Jill Lee nodded and then said to the shaman, we shall stay here and watch. But since it is bad for you, do you go? And we shall meet you near this place of the towers. Agreed? For a moment Menlik's face held a shadowy expression Travis tried to read. Was it resentment that he was forced to retreat when the others could stand their ground? Did the Tatar believe that he lost face this way? But the shaman gave a grunt of what they took as assent and slipped over the edge of the lookout point. A moment later they heard him speaking the Mongol tongue, warning Hulagur and Lachu, his companions on the scout. Then came the clatter of pony hoofs as they rode their mounts away. The Apaches settled back in the cup, which gave them a wide view over the plains. Soon it was not necessary to use the glasses in order to sight the advancing party of hunters, 5 riders, for wearing Tatar dress. The 5th had such an odd outline that Travis was reminded of Menlik's sketch of the alien. Under the sharper vision of the glasses he saw that the rider was equipped with a pack strapped between his shoulders and a bulbous helmet covering most of his head. Highly specialized equipment for communication, Travis guessed. That is a copter up above, Nolan said. Different shape from ours. They had been familiar with helicopters back on Terra. Ranchers used them for range inspection, and all of the Apache volunteers had flown in them. But Nolan was correct. This one possessed several unfamiliar features. The Tatars say they don't bring those very far into the mountains, Jill Lee mused. That could explain their man on horseback, he gets in where they don't fly. Nolan fingered his bow. If these Reds depend upon their machine to control what they seek, then they may be taken by surprise. But not yet. Travis spoke sharply. Nolan frowned at him. Jill chuckled. The way is not so dark for us, younger brother, that we need your torch held for our feet. Travis swallowed back any retort, accepting the fairness of that rebuke. He had no right to believe that he alone knew the best way of handling the enemy. Biting on the sourness of that realization, he lay quietly with the others, watching the riders enter the foothills perhaps a quarter of a mile to the west. The helicopter was circling now over the men riding into a cut between two rises. When they were lost to view, the pilot made wider casts, and Travis thought the flyer's crew were probably in communication with the helmeted one of the quintet on the ground. He stirred. They are heading for the Tatar camp, just as if they know exactly where it is. That also may be true, Nolan replied. What do we know of these Tatars? They have freely said that the Reds can hold them in mind ropes when they wish. Already they may be so bound. I say, let us go back to our own country. He added to the decisiveness of that by handing Jill the glasses and sliding down from their perch. Travis looked at the other. In a way he could understand the wisdom of Nolan's suggestion. But he was sure that withdrawal now would only postpone trouble. Sooner or later the Apaches would have to stand against the Reds, and if they could do it now while the enemy was occupied with trouble from the Tatars, so much the better. Jill was following Nolan. But something in Travis rebelled. He watched the circling helicopter. If it was overhanging the action area of the horsemen, they had either reined in or were searching a relatively small section of the foothills. Reluctantly Travis descended to the hollow where Jill stood with Nolan. Zoe and Lupe and Rope were a little to one side as if the final orders would come from their seniors. It would be well, Jill said slowly, if we saw what weapons they have. I want a closer look at the equipment of that one in the helmet. Also, he smiled straight at Nolan, I do not think that they can detect the presence of warriors of the people unless we will it so. Nolan ran a finger along the curve of his bow, shot a measuring glance right and left at the general contours of the country. There is wisdom in what you say, elder brother. Only this is a trail we shall take alone, not allowing the men with fur hats to know where we walk. He looked pointedly in Travis' direction. That is wisdom, Baze, Travis promptly replied, giving Nolan the old title accorded the leader of a war party. Travis was grateful for that much of a concession. They swung into action, heading southeast at an angle which should bring them across the track of the enemy hunting party. The path was theirs at last, only moments after the passing of their quarry. None of the 5 riders was taking any precautions to cover his trail. Each moved with the confidence of one not having to fear any attack. From cover the Apaches looked aloft. They could hear the faint hum of the helicopter. It was still circling, Zoe reported from a higher checkpoint, but those circles remained close over the plains area, the riders had already passed beyond the limits of that aerial sentry. 3 to a side, the Apaches advanced with the trail between them. They were carefully hidden when they caught up with the hunters. The 4 Tatars were grouped together. The 5th man, heavily burdened by his pack, had climbed from the saddle and was sitting on the ground, his hands busy with a flat plate which covered him from upper chest to belt. Now that he had a chance to see them closely, Travis noted the lack of expression on the broad Tatar faces. The 4 men were blank of eye, astride their mounts with no apparent awareness of their present surroundings. Then as one, their heads swung around to the helmeted leader before they dismounted and stood motionless for a long moment in a way which reminded Travis of the coyote's attitude when they endeavored to pass some message to him. But these men even lacked the signs of thinking intelligence the animals had. The helmeted man's hand moved across his chest plate, and instantly his followers came into a measure of life. One put his hand to his forehead with an odd, half-dazed gesture. Another half-crouched, his lips wrinkling back in a snarl. And the leader, watching him, laughed. Then he snapped an order, his hand poised over his control plate. One of the four took the horse reins, made the mounts fast to nearby bushes. Then as one they began to walk forward, the red bringing up the rear several paces behind the nearest Tatar. They were going up slope to the crest of a small ridge. The Tatar who first reached the crest put his hands to cup his mouth, sent a ringing cry southward, and the faint hoo-hoo-hoo echoed on and on through the hills. Either Menlik had reached the camp in time, or his people were not to be so easily enticed. For though the hunters waited for a long time, there was no answer to that hail. At last the helmeted man called his captives, bringing them sullenly down to mount and ride again, a move which suited the Apaches. They could not tell how close was the communication between the rider and the helicopter. And they were still too near the planes to attack unless it was necessary for their own protection. Travis dropped back to join Nolan. He controls them by that plate on his chest, he said. If we would take them, we must get at that. These Tatars use lariats in fighting. Did they not rope you as a calf is roped for branding? Then why do they not so take this red, binding his arms to his sides? The suspicion in Nolan's voice was plain. Perhaps in them is some conditioned control making it so that they cannot attack their rulers. I do not like this matter of machines which can play this way and that with minds and bodies. Flared Nolan. A man should only use a weapon, not be one. Travis could agree to that. Had they by the wreck of their own ship and the death of Ruthven, escaped just such an existence as these Tatars now endured? If so, why? He and all the Apaches were volunteers, eager and willing to form new world colonies. What had happened back on Terra that they had been so ruthlessly sent out without warning and under redacts? Another small piece of that puzzle, or maybe the heart of the whole picture snapped into place. Had the project learned in some way of the Tatar settlement on Topaz and so been forced to speed up that translation from late 20th century Americans to primitives? That would explain a lot. Travis returned abruptly to the matter now at hand as he saw a peak ahead. The party they were trailing was heading directly for the outlaw hideout. Travis hoped Menlik had warned them in time. There, that wall of cliff to his left must shelter the Valley of the Towers, though it was still miles ahead. Travis did not believe the hunters would be able to reach their goal unless they traveled at night. They might not know of the ape things which could menace the dark. But the enemy, whether he knew of such dangers or not, did not intend to press on. As the sun pulled away, leaving crevices and crannies shadow dark, the hunters stopped to make camp. The Apaches, after their custom on the war trail, gathered on the heights above. This red seems to think that he shall find those he seeks sitting waiting for him, as if their feet were nipped tight in a trap, Soe remarked. It is the habit of the Pindaliko Lupe added, to believe they are greater than all others. Yet this one is a stupid fool walking into the arms of a she-bear with a cub. He chuckled. A man with a rifle does not fear a man armed only with a stick, Travis cut in quickly. This one is armed with a weapon which he has good reason to believe makes him invulnerable to attack. If he rests tonight, he probably leaves his machine on guard. At least we are sure of one thing, Nolan said in half agreement. This one does not suspect that there are any in these hills save those he can master. And his machine does not work against us. Thus at dawn, he made a swift gesture, and they smiled in concert. At dawn, the old time of attack. An Apache does not attack at night. Travis was not sure that any of them could break that old taboo and creep down upon the camp before the coming of new light. But tomorrow morning they would take over this confident red, strip him of his enslaving machine. Travis' head jerked. It had come as suddenly as a blow between his eyes, to half stun him. What was it? Not any physical impact, no, something which was dazing but still immaterial. He braced his whole body, awaiting its return, trying frantically to understand what had happened in that instant of vertigo and seeming disembodiment. Never had he experienced anything like it, or had he? 2 years or more ago when he had gone through the time transfer to enter the Arizona of the Folsom men some 10,000 years earlier, that moment of transfer had been something like this. A sensation of being awry in space and time with no stable footing to be found. Yet he was lying here on very tangible rock and soil, and nothing about him in the shadow-hung landscape of topaz had changed in the slightest. But that blow had left behind it a quivering residue of panic buried far inside him, a tender spot like an open wound. Travis drew a deep breath which was almost a sob, levered himself up on one elbow to stare intently down into the enemy camp. Was this some attack from the other's unknown weapon? Suddenly he was not at all sure what might happen when the Apaches made that dawn rush. Jill Lee was in station on his right. Travis must compare notes with him to be sure that this was not indeed a trap. Better to retreat now than to be taken like fish in a net. He crept out of his place, gave the chittering signal call of the fluffball, and heard Jill Lee's answer in a cleverly mimicked trill of a night insect. "Did you feel something just now, in your head?" Travis found it difficult to put that sensation into words. "Not so." "But you did." He had, of course, he had. The remains of it were still in him, that point of panic. "Yes." "The machine?" "I don't know." Travis' confusion grew. It might be that he alone of the party had been struck. If so, he could be a danger to his own kind. "This is not good. I think we had better hold counsel, away from here." Jill Lee's whisper was the merest ghost of sound. He chirped again to be answered from Tsoe upslope, who passed on the signal. The first moon was high in the sky as the Apaches gathered together. Again Travis asked his question, had any of the others felt that odd blow? He was met by negatives. But Nolan had the final word. "This is not good," he echoed Jill Lee's comment. "If it was the red machine at work, then we may all be swept into his net along with those he seeks. Perhaps the longer one remains close to that thing, the more influence it gains over him. We shall stay here until dawn. If the enemy would reach the place they seek, then they must pass below us, for that is the easiest road. Burdened with his machine, that red has ever taken the easiest way. So, we shall see if he also has a defense against these when they come without warning." He touched the arrows in his quiver. To kill from ambush meant that they might never learn the secret of the machine, but after his experience Travis was willing to admit that Nolan's caution was the wise way. Travis wanted no part of a second attack like that which had shaken him so. And Nolan had not ordered a general retreat. It must be in the war chief's thoughts as it was in Travis that if the machine could have an influence over Apaches, it must cease to function. They set their ambush with the age-old skill the Redacts had grafted into their memories. Then there was nothing to do but wait. It was an hour after dawn when Tsoe signaled that the enemy was coming, and shortly after, they heard the thud of ponies' hoofs. The first Tatar plodded into view, and by the stance of his body in the saddle, Travis knew the red had him under full control. 2, then 3 Tatars passed between the teeth of the Apache trap. The fourth one had allowed a wider gap to open between himself and his fellows. Then the red leader came. His face below the bulge of the helmet was not happy. Travis believed the man was not a horseman by inclination. The Apache set arrow to bow cord, and at the chirp from Nolan, fired in concert with his clansmen. Only one of those arrows found a target. The red's pony gave a shrill scream of pain and terror, reared, pawing at the air, toppled back, pinning its shouting rider under it. The red had had a defense right enough, one which had somehow deflected the arrows. But he neither had protection against his own awkward seat in the saddle or the arrow which had seriously wounded the now threshing pony. Ahead the Tatars twisted and writhed, mouthed tortured cries, then dropped out of their saddles to lie limply on the ground as if the arrows aimed at the master had instead struck each to the heart. 11. Either the red was lucky, or his reactions were quick. He had somehow rolled clear of the struggling horse as Lupe leaped from behind a boulder, knife out and ready. To the eyes of the Apaches the helmeted man lay easy prey to Lupe's attack. Nor did he raise an arm to defend himself, though one hand lay free across the plate on his chest. But the young Apache stumbled, rebounding back as if he had run into an unseen wall, when his knife was still 6 inches away from the other. Lupe cried out, shook under a second impact as the Red fired an automatic with his other hand. Travis dropped his bow, returned to the most primitive weapon of all. His hand closed around a stone and he hurled the fist-sized oval straight at the helmet so clearly outlined against the rocks below. But even as Lupe's knife had never touched flesh, so was the rock deflected. The Red was covered by some protective field. This was certainly nothing the Apaches had seen before. Nolan's whistle summoned them to draw back. The Red fired again, the sharp bark of the handgun harsh and loud. He did not have any real target, for with the exception of Lupe the Apaches had gone to earth. Between the rocks the Red was struggling to his feet, but he moved slowly, favoring his side and one leg. He had not come totally unharmed from his tumble with the pony. An armed enemy who could not be touched, one who knew there were more than outlaws in this region. The Red leader was far more of a threat to the Apaches now than he had ever been. He must not be allowed to escape. He was holstering his gun, moving along with one hand against the rocks to steady himself, trying to reach one of the ponies that stood with trailing reins beside the inert Totters. But when the enemy reached the far side of that rock he would have to sacrifice either his steadying hold, or his touch on the chest plate where his other hand rested. Would he, then, for an instant be vulnerable? The pony. Travis put an arrow on bow cord and shot. Not at the Red, who had released his hold of the rock, preferring to totter instead of lose control of the chest plate, but into the air straight before the nose of the mount. The pony neighed wildly, tried to turn, and its shoulder caught the free, groping hand of the Red and spun the man around and back, so that he flung up both hands in an effort to ward himself off the rocks. Then the pony stampeded down the break, its companions catching the same fever, trailing in a mad dash which kept the Red hard against the boulders. He continued to stand there until the horses, save for the wounded one still kicking fruitlessly, were gone. Travis felt a sense of reprieve. They might not be able to get at the Red, but he was hurt and afoot, 2 strikes which might yet reduce him to a condition the Apaches could handle. Apparently the other was also aware of that, for now he pushed out from the rocks and stumbled along after the ponies. But he went only a step or 2. Then, settling back once more against a convenient boulder, he began to work at the plate on his chest. Nolan appeared noiselessly beside Travis. What does he do? His lips were very close to the younger man's ear, his voice hardly more than a breath. Travis shook his head slightly. The Red's actions were a complete mystery. Unless, now disabled and afoot, he was trying to summon aid. Though there was no landing place for a helicopter here. Now was the time to try and reach Lupe. Travis had seen a slight movement in the fallen Apache's hand, the first indication that the enemy's shot had not been as fatal as it had looked. He touched Nolan's arm, pointed to Lupe, and then, discarding his bow and quiver beside the war leader, he stripped for action. There was cover down to the wounded Apache which would aid him. He must pass one of the Totters on the way, but none of the tribesmen had shown any signs of life since they had fallen from their saddles at the first attack. With infinite care, Travis lowered himself into a narrow passage, took a lizard's way between brush and boulder, pausing only when he reached the Tatar for a quick check on the potential enemy. The lean brown face was half turned, one cheek in the sand, but the slack mouth, the closed eyes were those, Travis believed, of a dead man. By some action of his diabolic machine the Red must have snuffed out his 4 captives, perhaps in the belief that they were part of the Apache attack. Travis reached the rock where Lupe lay. He knew that Nolan was watching the Red and would give him warning if he suddenly showed an interest in anything but his machine. The Apache reached out, his hands closing on Lupe's ankles. Beneath his touch, flesh and muscle tensed. Lupe's eyes were open, focused now on Travis. There was a bleeding furrow above his right ear. The Red had tried a difficult headshot, failing in his aim by a mere fraction of an inch. Lupe made a swift move for which Travis was ready. His grip on the other's body helped to tumble them both around a rock which lay between them and the red. There was the crack of another shot and dust spurted from the side of the boulder. But they lay together, safe for the present, as Travis was sure the enemy would not risk an open attack on their small fortress. With Travis' aid, Lupe struggled back up to the site where Nolan waited. Jill Lee was there to make competent examination of the boy's wound. "Creased," he reported. "A sore head, but no great damage. Perhaps a scar later, warrior." He gave Lupe an encouraging thump on the shoulder, before plastering an aid pack over the cut. "Now we go." Nolan spoke with emphatic decision. He saw enough of us to know we are not totters. Nolan's eyes were cold, his mouth grim as he faced Travis. "And how can we fight him?" "There is a wall you cannot see, about him," Lupe broke in. "When I would strike at him, I could not." A man with invisible protection and a gun, Jill Lee took up the argument. "How would you deal with him, younger brother?" "I don't know," Travis admitted. Yet he also believed that if they withdrew, left the red here to be found by his own people, the enemy would immediately begin an investigation of the southern country. Perhaps, pushed by their need for learning more about the Apaches, they would bring the helicopter in over the mountains. The answer to all Apache dangers, for now, lay in the immediate future of this one man. He is hurt, he cannot go far on foot. And even if he calls the copter, there is no landing place. He will have to move elsewhere to be picked up. Travis thought aloud, citing the thin handful of points in their favor. Zoe nodded toward the rim of the ravine. "Rocks up there and rocks can roll. Start an earth slide." Something within Travis balked at that. From the first he had been willing enough to slug it out with the red, weapon to weapon, man to man. Also, he had wanted to take a captive, not stand over a body. But to use the nature of the country against the enemy, that was the oldest Apache trick of all and one they would have to be forced to employ. Nolan had already nodded in assent, and Zoe and Jill Lee started off. Even if the red did possess a protective wall device, could it operate in full against a landslide? They all doubted that. The Apaches reached the cliff rim without exposing themselves to the enemy's fire. The red still sat there calmly, his back against the rock, his hands busy with his equipment as if he had all the time in the world. Then suddenly came a scream from more than one throat. "Daryugar!" The ancient war cry of the Mongol hordes. Then over the lip of the other slope rose a wave of men, their curved swords out, a glazed set to their eyes, heading for the Amerindians with utter disregard for any personal safety. Menlik in the lead, his shaman's robe flapping wide below his belt like the wings of some oversized predatory bird. Hulagur. Jagatai, men from the outlaws' camp. And they were not striving to destroy their disabled overlord in the vale below, but to wipe out the Apaches. Only the fact that the Apaches were already sheltered behind the rocks they were laboring to dislodge gave them a precious few moments of grace. There was no time to use their bows. They could only use knives to meet the swords of the Totters, knives and the fact that they could fight with unclouded minds. "He has them under control." Travis pawed at Jill Lee's shoulder. "Get him, they'll stop." He did not wait to see if the other Apache understood. Instead, he threw the full force of his own body against the rock they had made the center stone of their slide. It gave, rolled, carrying with it and before it the rest of the piled rubble. Travis stumbled, fell flat, and then a body thudded down upon him, and he was fighting for his life to keep a blade from his throat. Around him were the shouts and cries of embroiled warriors, then all was silenced by a roar from below. Glazed eyes in a face only a foot from his own, the twisted, panting mouth sending gusts of breath into his nostrils. Suddenly there was reason back in those eyes, a bewilderment, which became fear, panic. The Totter's body twisted in Travis' hold, striving now not to attack, but to win free. As the Apache loosened his grip the other jerked away, so that for a moment or two they lay gasping, side by side. Men sat up to look at men. There was a spreading stain down Jilly's side and one of the Tattars sprawled near him, both his hands on his chest, coughing violently. Menlik clawed at the trunk of a wind-twisted mountain tree, pulled himself to his feet, and stood swaying as might a man long ill and recovering from severe exertion. Insensibly both sides drew apart, leaving a space between Tatar and Apache. The faces of the Amerindians were grim, those of the Mongols bewildered and then harsh as they eyed their late opponents with dawning reason. What had begun in compulsion for the Tatars might well flare now into rational combat, and from that to a campaign of extermination. Travis was on his feet. He looked over the lip of the drop. The red was still in his place down there, a pile of rubble about him. His protection must have failed, for his head was back at an unnatural angle and the dent in his helmet could be easily seen. "That one is dead, or helpless." Travis cried out. "Do you still wish to fight for him, shaman?" Menlik came away from the tree and walked to the edge of the drop. The others, too, were moving forward. After the shaman looked down he stooped, picked up a small stone, and flung it at the motionless red. There was a crack of sound. They all saw the tiny spurt of flame, a curl of smoke from the plate on the red's chest. Not only the man, but his control was finished now. A wolfish growl and two of the Tatars swung over, started down to the red. Menlik shouted and they slackened pace. "We want that," he cried in English. "Perhaps so we can learn." "The learning is yours," Jilly replied. "Just as this land is yours, shaman. But I warn you, from this day do not ride south." Menlik turned, the charms on his belt clicking. "So that is the way it is to be, Apache. That is the way it shall be, Tatar. We do not ride to war with allies who may turn their knives against our backs because they are slaves to a machine the enemy controls." The Tatar's long, slender-fingered hands opened and closed. "You are a wise man, Apache, but sometimes more than wisdom alone is needed." "We are wise men, shaman, let it rest there," Jilly replied somberly. Already the Apaches were on their way, putting two cliff ridges behind them before they halted to examine and cover their wounds. "We go." Nolan's chin lifted, indicating the southern route. "Here we do not come again. There is too much witchcraft in this place." Travis stirred, saw that Jilly was frowning at him. "Go?" he repeated. "Yes, younger brother. You would continue to run with these who are governed by a machine?" "No. Only, eyes are needed on this side of the mountains." "Why?" This time Jilly was plainly on the side of the conservatives. "We have now seen this machine at work. It is fortunate that the red is dead. He will carry no tales of us back to his people as you feared. Thus, if we remain south from now on, we are safe. And this fight between Tatar and Red is none of ours. What do you seek here?" "I must go again to the place of the towers," Travis answered with the truth. But his friends were facing him with heavy disapproval, now a full row of declays. "Did you not tell us that you felt this strange thing during the night we waited about the camp? What if you become one with these Tatars and are also controlled by the machine? Then you, too, can be made into a weapon against us, your clansmen." Jilly was almost openly hostile. Sense was on his side. But in Travis was this other desire of which he was becoming more conscious by the minute. There was a reason for those towers, perhaps a reason important enough for him to discover and run the risk of angering his own people. "There may be this," Nolan's voice was remote and cold, "you may already be a piece of this thing, bound to the machines. If so, we do not want you among us." There it was, an open hostility with more power behind it than Declay's motiveless disapproval had carried. Travis was troubled. The family, the clan, they were important. If he took the wrong step now and was outlawed from that tight fortress, then as an Apache he would indeed be a lost man. In the past of his people there had been renegades from the tribe, men such as the infamous Apache Kid who had killed and killed again, not only white men but his own people. Wolf men living wolves lives in the hills. Travis was threatened with that. Yet, Up the ladder of civilization, down the ladder, why did this feverish curiosity ride him so cruelly now? Listen, Jill Lee, his side padded with bandages, stepped closer, and tell me, younger brother, what is it that you seek in these towers? On another world there were secrets of the old ones to be found in such ancient buildings. Here that might also be true. And among the secrets of those old ones, Nolan's voice was still harsh, were those which brought us to this world, is that not so? Did any man drive you, Nolan, or you, Zoe, or you, Jill Lee, or any of us, to promise to go beyond the stars? You were told what might be done, and you were eager to try it. You were all volunteers. Save for this voyage when we were told nothing, Jill Lee answered, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Yet, Nolan, I do not believe that it is for more voyage tapes that our younger brother now searches, nor would those do us any good, as our ship will not rise again from here. What is it that you do seek? Knowledge, weapons, maybe. Can we stand against these machines of the Reds? Yet many of the devices they now use are taken from the star ships they have looted through time. To every weapon there is a defense. Nolan blinked and for the first time a hint of interest touched the mask of his face. To the bow, the rifle, he said softly, to the rifle, the machine gun, to the cannon, the big bomb. The defense can be far worse than the first weapon. So you think that in these towers there may be things which shall be to the Reds' machines as the bomb is to the cannon of the horse soldiers? Travis had an inspiration. Did not our people lay aside the bow for the rifle when we went up against the Bluecoats? We do not so go up against these Reds, protested Lupe. Not now. But what if they come across the mountains, perhaps driving the Totters before them to do their fighting? And you believe that if you find weapons in these towers, you will know how to use them? Jill Lee asked. What will give you that knowledge, younger brother? I do not claim such knowledge, Travis countered. But this much I do have, once I studied to be an archaeologist and I have seen other storehouses of these star people. Who else among us can say as much as that? That is the truth, Jill Lee acknowledged. Also there is good sense in this seeking out of the tower things. Let the Reds find such first, if they exist at all, and then we may truly be caught in a box canyon with only death at our heels. And you would go to these towers now? Nolan demanded. I can cut across country and then rejoin you on the other side of the pass. The feeling of urgency which had been mounting in Travis was now so demanding that he wanted to race ahead through the wilderness. He was surprised when Jill Lee put out his palm up as if to warn the younger man. Take care, younger brother. This is not a lucky business. And remember, if one goes too far down a wrong trail, there is sometimes no returning. We shall wait on the other side of the pass for one day, Nolan added. Then, he shrugged, where you go will be your own affair. Travis did not understand that promise of trouble. He was already 2 steps down his chosen path. 12. Travis had taken a direct cross route through the heights, but not swiftly enough to reach his objective before nightfall. And he had no wish to enter the Tower Valley by moonlight. In him 2 emotions now warred. There was the urge to invade the towers, to discover their secret, and flaring higher and higher the beginnings of a new fear. Was he now a battlefield for the superstitions of his race reborn by the Redux and his modern education in the Pindalikoi world, half Apache brave of the past, half modern archaeologist with a thirst for knowledge? Or was the fear rooted more deeply and for another reason? Travis crouched in a hollow, trying to understand what he felt. Why was it suddenly so overwhelmingly important for him to investigate the towers? If he only had the coyotes with him. Why and where had they gone? He was alive to every noise out of the night, every scent the wind carried to him. The night had its own life, just as the daylight hours held theirs. Only a few of those sounds could he identify, even less did he see. There was one wide-winged, huge flying thing which passed across the green-gold plate of the nearer moon. It was so large that for an instant Travis believed the helicopter had come. Then the wings flapped, breaking the glide, and the creature merged in the shadows of the night, a hunter large enough to be a serious threat, and one he had never seen before. Relying on his own small defense, the strewing of brittle sticks along the only approach to the hollow, Travis dozed at intervals, his head down on his forearm across his bent knees. But the cold cramped him and he was glad to see the graying sky of pre-dawn. He swallowed 2 ration tablets and a couple of mouthfuls of water from his canteen and started on. By sunup he had reached the ledge of the waterfall, and he hurried along the ancient road at a pace which increased to a run the closer he drew to the valley. Deliberately he slowed, his native caution now in control, so that he was walking as he passed through the gateway into the swirling mists which alternately exposed and veiled the towers. There was no change in the scene from the time he had come there with Kepta. But now, rising from a comfortable sprawl on the yellow and green pavement, was a welcoming committee, Nalakaitiu and Najinalta showing no more excitement at his coming than if they had parted only moments before. Travis went down on one knee, holding out his hand to the female, who had always been the more friendly. She advanced a step or two, touched a cold nose to his knuckles, and whined. Why? He voiced that one word, but behind it was a long list of questions. Why had they left him? Why were they here where there was no hunting? Why did they meet him now as if they had calmly expected his return? Travis glanced from the animals to the towers, those windows set in diamond pattern. And again he was visited by the impression that he was under observation. With the mist floating across those openings, it would be easy for a lurker to watch him unseen. He walked slowly on into the valley, his moccasins making no sound on the pavement, but he could hear the faint click of the coyotes' claws as they paced beside him, on each hand. The sun did not penetrate here, making merely a gilt fog of the mist. As he approached within touching distance of the first tower, it seemed to Travis that the mist was curling about him. He could no longer see the archway through which he had entered the valley. Nanezyani, slayer of monsters, give strength to the bow arm, to the knife wrist. Out of what long-buried memory did that ancient plea come? Travis was hardly aware of the sense of the words until he spoke them aloud. You who wait, sure indi tadai shan, an Apache is not food for you. I am Fox of the Itkatkudanju, the Eagle people, and beside me walk Giannis of power. Travis blinked and shook his head as one waking. Why had he spoken so, using words and phrases which were not part of any modern speech? He moved on, around the base of the first tower, to find no door, no break in its surface below the second-story windows, to the next structure and the next, until he had encircled all 3. If he were to enter any, he must find a way of reaching the lowest windows. On he went to the other opening of the valley, the one which gave upon the territory of the Tatar camp. But he did not sight any of the Mongols as he hacked down a sapling, trimmed, and smoothed it into a blunt-pointed lance. His sash belt, torn into even strips and knotted together, gave him a rope which he judged would be barely long enough for his purpose. Then Travis made a chancy cast for the lower window of the nearest tower. On the second try the lance slipped in, and he gave a quick jerk, jamming the lance as a bar across the opening. It was a frail ladder but the best he could improvise. He climbed until the sill of the window was within reach and he could pull himself up and over. The sill was a wide one, at least a 24-inch span between the inner and outer surface of the tower. Travis sat there for a minute, reluctant to enter. Near the end of his dangling scarf rope the 2 coyotes lay on the pavement, their heads up, their tongues lolling from their mouths, their expressions ones of detached interest. Perhaps it was the width of the outer wall that subdued the amount of light in the room. The chamber was circular, and directly opposite him was a second window, the lowest of the matching diamond pattern. He took the 4-foot drop from the sill to the floor but lingered in the light as he surveyed every inch of the room. There were no furnishings at all, but in the very center sank a well of darkness. A smooth pillar, glowing faintly, rose from its core. Travis' adjusting eyes noted how the light came in small ripples, green and purple, over a foundation shade of dark blue. The pillar seemed rooted below and it extended up through a similar opening in the ceiling, providing the only possible exit up or down, save for climbing from window to window outside. Travis moved slowly to the well. Underfoot was a smooth surface overlaid with a velvet carpet of dust which arose in languid puffs as he walked. Here and there he sighted prints in the dust, strange triangular wedges which he thought might possibly have been made by the claws of birds. But there were no other footprints. This tower had been undisturbed for a long, long time. He came to the well and looked down. There was dark there, dark in which the pulsations of light from the pillar shone the stronger. But that glow did not extend beyond the edge of the well through which the thick rod threaded. Even by close examination he could detect no break in the smooth surface of the pillar, nothing remotely resembling hand or footholds. If it did serve the purpose of a staircase, there were no treads. At last Travis put out his hand to touch the surface of the pillar. And then he jerked back, to no effect. There was no breaking contact between his fingers and an unknown material which had the sleekness of polished metal but, and the thought made him slightly queasy, the warmth and very slight give of flesh. He summoned all his strength to pull free and could not. Not only did that hold grip him, but his other hand and arm were being drawn to join the first. Inside Travis' primitive fears awoke full force, and he threw back his head, voicing a cry of panic as wild as that of a hunting beast. An instant later, his left palm was as tight a prisoner as his right. And with both hands so held, his whole body was suddenly snapped forward, off the safe foundation of the floor, tight to the pillar. In this position he was sucked down into the well. And while unable to free himself from the pillar, he did slip along its length easily enough. Travis shut his eyes in an involuntary protest against this weird form of capture, and a shiver ran through his body as he continued to descend. After the first shock had subsided, the Apache realized that he was not truly falling at all. Had the pillar been horizontal instead of vertical, he would have gauged its speed that of a walk. He passed through 2 more room enclosures. He must already be below the level of the valley floor outside. And he was still a prisoner of the pillar, now in total darkness. His feet came down against a level surface, and he guessed he must have reached the end. Again he pulled back, arching his shoulders in a final desperate attempt at escape, and stumbled away as he was released. He came up sideways against a wall and stood there panting. The light, which might have come from the pillar but which seemed more a part of the very air, was bright enough to reveal that he was in a corridor running into greater dark both right and left. Travis took 2 strides back to the pillar, fitted his palms once again to its surface, with no result. This time his flesh did not adhere and there was no possible way for him to climb that slick pole. He could only hope that at some point the corridor would give him access to the surface. But which way to go? At last he chose the right-hand path and started along it, pausing every few steps to listen. But there was no sound except the soft pad of his own feet. The air was fresh enough, and he thought he could detect a faint current coming toward him from some point ahead, perhaps an exit. Instead, he came into a room and a small gasp of astonishment was wrung out of him. The walls were blank, covered with the same ripples of blue-purple-green light which colored the pillar. Just before him was a table and behind it a bench, both carved from the native yellow-red mountain rock. And there was no exit except the doorway in which he now stood. Travis walked to the bench. Immovable, it was placed so that whoever sat there must face the opposite wall of the chamber with the table before him. And on the table was an object Travis recognized immediately from his voyage in the alien star ship, one of the reader-viewers through which the involuntary explorers had learned what little they knew of the older galactic civilization. A reader, and beside it a box of tapes. Travis touched the edge of that box gingerly, half expecting it to crumble into nothingness. This was a place long deserted. Stone table, bench, the towers could survive through centuries of abandonment, but these other objects. The substance of the reader was firm under the film of dust. There was less dust here than had been in the upper tower chamber. Hardly knowing why, Travis threw one leg over the bench and sat down behind the table, the reader before him, the box of tapes just beyond his hand. He surveyed the walls and then looked away hurriedly. The rippling colors caught at his eyes. He had a feeling that if he watched that ebb and flow too long, he would be captured in some subtle web of enchantment just as the Red's machine had caught and held the Totters. He turned his attention to the reader. It was, he believed, much like the one they had used on the ship. This room, table, bench, had all been designed with a set purpose. And that purpose, Travis' fingers rested on the box of tapes he could not yet bring himself to open, that purpose was to use the reader, he would swear to that. Tapes so left must have had a great importance for those who left them. It was as if the whole valley was a trap to channel a stranger into this underground chamber. Travis snapped open the box, fed the first disc into the reader, and applied his eyes to the vision tube at its apex. The rippling walls looked just the same when he looked up once more, but the cramp in his muscles told Travis that time had passed, perhaps hours instead of minutes, since he had taken out the first disc. He cupped his hands over his eyes and tried to think clearly. There had been sheets of meaningless symbol writing, but also there had been many clear, three-dimensional pictures, accompanied by a sing-song commentary in an alien tongue, seemingly voiced out of thin air. He had been stuffed with ragged bits and patches of information, to be connected only by guesses, and some wild guesses, too. But this much he did know, these towers had been built by the bald spacemen, and they were highly important to that vanished stellar civilization. The information in this room, as disjointed as it had been for him, led to a treasure trove on Topaz greater than he had dreamed. Travis swayed on the bench. To know so much and yet so little. If Ash were only here, or some other of the project technicians. A treasure such as Pandora's box had been, peril for one who opened it and did not understand. The Apache studied the three walls of blue-purple-green in turn and with new attention. There were ways through those walls, he was fairly sure he could unlock at least one of them. But not now, certainly not now. And there was another thing he knew, the Reds must not find this. Such a discovery on their part would not only mean the end of his own people on Topaz, but the end of Terra as well. This could be a new and alien Black Death spread to destroy whole nations at a time. If he could, much as his archaeologist's training would argue against it, he would blot out this whole valley above and below ground. But while the Reds might possess a means of such destruction, the Apaches did not. No, he and his people must prevent its discovery by the enemy by doing what he had seen as necessary from the first, wiping out the Red leaders. And that must be done before they chanced upon the towers. Travis arose stiffly. His eyes ached, his head felt stuffed with pictures, hints, speculations. He wanted to get out, back into the open air where perhaps the clean winds of the heights would blow some of this frightening half-knowledge from his benumbed mind. He lurched down the corridor, puzzled now by the problem of getting back to the window level. Here, before him, was the pillar. Without hope, but still obeying some buried instinct, Travis again set his hands to its surface. There was a tug at his cramped arms, once more his body was sucked to the pillar. This time he was rising. He held his breath past the first level and then relaxed. The principle of this weird form of transportation was entirely beyond his understanding, but as long as it worked in reverse he didn't care to find out. He reached the windowed chamber, but the sunlight had left it. Instead, the clean cut of moon sweep lay on the dusty floor. He must have been hours in that underground place. Travis pulled away from the embrace of the pillar. The bar of his wooden lance was still across the window and he ran for it. To catch the scouting party at the pass he must hurry. The report they would make to the clan now had to be changed radically in the face of his new discoveries. The Apaches dared not retreat southward and withdraw from the fight, leaving the Reds to use what treasure lay here. As he hit the pavement below he looked about for the coyotes. Then he tried the mind call. But as mysteriously as they had met him in the valley, so now were they gone again. And Travis had no time to hunt for them. With a sigh, he began his race to the pass. In the old days, Travis remembered, Apache warriors had been able to cover 45 or 50 miles a day on foot and over rough territory. But perhaps his modern breeding had slowed him. He had been so sure he could catch up before the others were through the pass. But he stood now in the hollow where they had camped, read the sign of overturned stone and bent twig left for him, and knew they would reach the rancheria and report the decision de Clay and the others wanted before he could head them off. Travis slogged on. He was so tired now that only the drug from the sustenance tablets he mouthed at intervals kept him going at a dogged pace, hardly more than a swift walk. And always his mind was haunted by fragments of pictures he had seen in the reader. The big bomb had been the nightmare of his own world for so long, and what was that against the forces the Bald Star Rovers had been able to command? He fell beside a stream and slept. There was sunshine about him as he arose to stagger on. What day was this? How long had he sat in the tower chamber? He was not sure of time any more. He only knew that he must reach the rancheria, tell his story, somehow win over de Clay and the other reactionaries to prove the necessity for invading the north in force. A rocky point which was a familiar landmark came into focus. He padded on, his chest heaving, his breath whistling through parched, sun-cracked lips. He did not know that his face was now a mask of driven resolution. Ha! The cry reached his dulled ears. Travis lifted his head, saw the men before him and tried to think what that show of weapons turned toward him could mean. A stone thudded to earth only inches before his feet, to be followed by another. He wavered to a stop. An Ilgak. Witch? Where was a witch? Travis shook his head. There was no witch. Duanilkada. The old death threat, but why, for whom? Another stone, this one hitting him in the ribs with force enough to send him reeling back and down. He tried to get up again, saw de Clay grin widely and take aim, and at last Travis realized what was happening. Then there was a bursting pain in his head and he was falling into a well of black, this time with no pillar of blue to guide him. 13. The rasp of something wet and rough, persistent against his cheek. Travis tried to turn his head to avoid the contact and was answered by a burst of pain which trailed off into a giddiness, making him fear another move, no matter how minor. He opened his eyes and saw the pointed ears, the outline of a coyote head between him and a dull gray sky, was able to recognize Nalakaitiu. A wetness other than that from the coyote's tongue slid down his forehead now. The dull clouds overhead had released the first heavy rain Travis had experienced since their landing on Topaz. He shivered as the chill damp of his clothes made him aware that he must have been lying out in the full force of the downpour for some time. It was a struggle to get to his knees, but Nalakaitiu mouthed a hold on his shirt, tugging and pulling so that somehow he crept into a hollow beneath the branches of a tree where the spouting water was lessened to a few pattering drops. There the Apache's strength deserted him again and he could only hunch over, his bent knees against his chest, trying to endure the throbbing misery in his head, the awful floating sensation which followed any movement. Fighting against that, he tried to remember just what had happened. The meeting with de Clay and at least 4 or 5 others, then the Apache accusation of witchcraft, a serious thing in the old days. Old days. To de Clay and his fellows, these were the old days. And the threat that de Clay or some other had shouted at him, Duaniilkada, meant literally, it won't dawn for you, death. Stones, the last thing Travis remembered were the stones. Slowly his hands went out to explore his body. There was more than one bruised area on his shoulders and ribs, even on his thighs. He must still have been a target after he had fallen under the stone which had knocked him unconscious. Stoned. Outlawed. But why? Surely de Clay's hostility could not have swept Buck, Jolie, Zoe, even Nolan, into agreeing to that. Now he could not think straight. Travis became aware of warmth, not only of warmth and the soft touch of a furred body by his side, but a comforting communication of mind, a feeling he had no words to describe adequately. Nalakaitiu was sitting crowded against him, her nose thrust up to rest on his shoulder. She breathed in soft puffs which stirred the loose locks of his rain-damp hair. And now he flung one arm about her, a gesture which brought a whisper of answering whine. He was past wondering about the actions of the coyotes, only supremely thankful for Nalakaidiu's present companionship. And a moment later when her mate squeezed under the low loop of a branch and joined them in this natural wickiup, Travis held out his other hand, drew it lovingly across Naginalta's wet hide. "Now what?" he asked aloud. De Clay could only have taken such a drastic action with the majority of the clan solidly behind him. It could well be that this reactionary was the new chief, this act of Travis' expulsion merely adding to de Clay's growing prestige. The shivering which had begun when Travis recovered consciousness, still shook him at intervals. Back on Terra, like all the others in the team, he had had every inoculation known to the space physicians, including several experimental ones. But the cold virus could still practically immobilize a man, and this was no time to give body room to chills and fever. Catching his breath as his movements touched to life the pain in one bruise after another, Travis peeled off his soaked clothing, rubbed his body dry with handfuls of last year's leaves culled from the thick carpet under him. Knowing there was nothing he could do until the whirling in his head disappeared. So he burrowed into the leaves until only his head was uncovered, and tried to sleep, the coyotes curling up one on either side of his nest. He dreamed but later could not remember any incident from those dreams, save a certain frustration and fear. When he awoke, again to the sound of steady rain, it was dark. He reached out, both coyotes were gone. His head was clearer and suddenly he knew what must be done. As soon as his body was strong enough, he, too, would return to instincts and customs of the past. This situation was desperate enough for him to challenge de Clay. In the dark Travis frowned. He was slightly taller, and 3 or 4 years younger than his enemy. But de Clay had the advantage in a stouter build and longer reach. However, Travis was sure that in his present life de Clay had never fought a duel, Apache fashion. And an Apache duel was not a meeting anyone entered into lightly. Travis had the right to enter the rancheria and deliver such a challenge. Then de Clay must meet him or admit himself in the wrong. That part of it was simple. But in the past such duels had just one end, a fatal one for at least one of the fighters. If Travis took this trail, he must be prepared to go the limit. And he didn't want to kill de Clay. There were too few of them here on Topaz to make any loss less than a real catastrophe. While he had no liking for de Clay, neither did he nurse any hatred. However, he must challenge the other or remain a tribal outcast, and Travis had no right to gamble with time and the future, not after what he had learned in the tower. It might be his life and skill, or de Clay's, against the blotting out of them all, and their home world into the bargain. First, he must locate the present camp of the clan. If Nolan's arguments had counted, they would be heading south away from the pass. And to follow would draw him farther from the Tower Valley. Travis' battered face ached as he grinned bitterly. This was another time when a man could wish he were two people, a scout on sentry duty at the valley, the fighter heading in the opposite direction to have it out with de Clay. But since he was merely one man he would have to gamble on time, one of the trickiest risks of all. Before dawn Nalakaidiu returned, carrying with her a bird, or at least birds must have been somewhere in the creature's ancestry, but the present representative of its kind had only vestigial remnants of wings. Its trailing feet and legs well developed and far more powerful. Travis skinned the corpse, automatically putting aside some spine quills to feather future arrows. Then he ate slivers of dusky meat raw, throwing the bones to Nalakaidiu. Though he was still stiff and sore, Travis was determined to be on his way. He tried mind contact with the coyote, picturing the Apaches, notably de Clay, as sharply as he could by mental image. And her assent was clear in return. She and her mate were willing to lead him to the tribe. He gave a light sigh of relief. As he slogged on through the depressing drizzle, the Apache wondered again why the coyotes had left him before and waited in the Tower Valley. What link was there between the animals of Terra and the remains of the long-ago Empire of the Stars? For he was certain it was not by chance that Nalakaidiu and Naginalta had lingered in that misty place. He longed to communicate with them directly, to ask questions and be answered. Without their aid, Travis would never have been able to track the clan. The drizzle alternated with slashing bursts of rain, torrential enough to drive the trackers to the nearest cover. Overhead the sky was either dull bronze or night black. Even the coyotes paced nose to ground, often making wide casts for the trail while Travis waited. The rain lasted for 3 days and nights, filling watercourses with rapidly rising streams. Travis could only hope that the others were having the same difficulty traveling that he was, perhaps the more so since they were burdened with packs. The fact that they kept on meant that they were determined to get as far from the northern mountains as they could. On the 4th morning the bronze of the clouds slowly thinned into the usual gold, and the sun struck across hills where mist curled like steam from 100 bubbling pots. Travis relaxed in the welcome warmth, feeling his shirt dry on his shoulders. It was still a waterlogged terrain ahead which should continue to slow the clan. He had high expectations of catching up with them soon, and now the worst of his bruises had faded. His muscles were limber, and he had worked out his plan as best he could. 2 hours later he sat in ambush, waiting for the scout who was walking into his hands. Under the direction of the coyotes, Travis had circled the line of march, come in ahead of the clan. Now he needed an emissary to state his challenge, and the fact that the scout he was about to jump was Menelito, one of Declay's supporters, suited Travis' purpose perfectly. He gathered his feet under him as the other came opposite, and sprang. The rush carried Menelito off his feet and face down on the sod while Travis made the best of his advantage and pinned the wildly fighting man under him. Had it been one of the older braves he might not have been so successful, but Menelito was still a boy by Apache standards. "Lie still," Travis ordered. "Listen well, so you can say to Declay the words of the fox." The frenzied struggles ceased. Menelito managed to wrench his head to the left so he could see his captor. Travis loosened his grip, got to his feet. Menelito sat up, his face darkly sullen, but he did not reach for his knife. "You will say this to Declay, the fox says he is a man of little sense and less courage, preferring to throw stones rather than meet knife to knife as does a warrior. If he thinks as a warrior, let him prove it, his strength against my strength, after the ways of the people." Some of the sullenness left Menelito's expression. He was eager, excited. "You would duel with Declay after the old custom?" "I would." "Say this to Declay, openly so that all men may hear." "Then Declay must also give answer openly." Menelito flushed at that implication concerning his leader's courage, and Travis knew that he would deliver the challenge openly. To keep his hold on the clan the latter must accept it, and there would be an audience of his people to witness the success or defeat of their new chief and his policies. As Menelito disappeared Travis summoned the coyotes, putting full effort into getting across one message. Any tribe led by Declay would be hostile to the mutant animals. They must go into hiding, run free in the wilderness if the gamble failed Travis. Now they withdrew into the bushes but not out of reach of his mind. He did not have too long to wait. First came Jilly, Buck, Nolan, Soe, Lupe, those who had been with him on the northern scout. Then the others, the warriors first, the women making a half-circle behind, leaving a free space in which Declay walked. "I am the fox," Travis stated. "And this one has named me Witch and Natdahi, outlaw of the mountains. Therefore do I come to name names in my turn. Hear me, people, this Declay, he would walk among you as Isis Nanton, a great chief, but he does not have the Gondi, the holy power of a chief. For this Declay is a fool, with a head filled by nothing but his own wishes, not caring for his clan brothers. He says he leads you into safety, I say he leads you into the worst danger any living man can imagine, even in peyote dreams. He is one twisted in his thoughts, and he would make you twisted also." Buck cut in sharply, hushing the murmur of the massed clan. "These are bold words, Fox. Will you back them?" Travis' hands were already peeling off his shirt. "I will back them," he stated between set teeth. He had known since his awakening after the stoning that this next move was the only one left for him to make. But now that the testing of his action came, he could not be certain of the outcome, of anything save that the final decision of this battle might affect more than the fate of 2 men. He stripped, noting that Declay was doing the same. Having stepped into the center of the glade, Nolan was using the point of his knife to score a deep-ridged circle there. Naked except for his moccasins, with only his knife in his hand, Travis took the 2 strides which put him in the circle facing Declay. He surveyed his opponent's finely muscled body, realizing that his earlier estimate of Declay's probable advantages were close to the mark. In sheer strength the other outmatched him. Whether Declay was skillful with his knife was another question, one which Travis would soon be able to answer. They circled, eyes intent upon each move, striving to weigh and measure each other's strengths and weaknesses. Knife dueling among the Pindalicoe, Travis remembered, had once been an art close to finished swordplay, with 2 evenly matched fighters able to engage for a long time without seriously marking each other. But this was a far rougher and more deadly game, with none of the niceties of such a meeting. He evaded a vicious thrust from Declay. The bull charges, he laughed. And the fox snaps. By some incredible stroke of good fortune, the point of his weapon actually grazed Declay's arm, drawing a thin, red inch-long line across the skin. Charge again, bull. Feel once more the fox's teeth. He strove to goad Declay into a crippling loss of temper, knowing how the other could explode into violent rage. It was dangerous, that rage, but it could also make a man blindly careless. There was an inarticulate sound from Declay, a dusky swelling in the man's face. He spat, as might an enraged puma, and rushed at Travis, who did not quite manage to avoid the lunge, falling back with a smarting slash across the ribs. The bull gores. Declay bellowed. Horns tossed the fox. He rushed again, elated by the sight of the trickling wound on Travis' side. But the slighter man slipped away. Travis knew he must be careful in such evasions. 1 foot across the ridged circle and he was finished, as much as if Declay's blade had found its mark. Travis tried a thrust of his own, and his foot came down hard on a sharp pebble. Through the sole of his moccasin pain shot upward, caused him to stumble. Again the scarlet flame of a wound, down his shoulder and forearm this time. Well, there was one trick, he knew. Travis tossed the knife into the air, caught it with his left hand. Declay was now facing a left-handed fighter and must adjust to that. Paw, bull, rattle your horns. Travis cried. The fox still shows his teeth. Declay recovered from his instant of surprise. With a cry which was indeed like the bellow of an old range bull, he rushed into grapple, sure of his superior strength against a younger and already wounded man. Travis ducked, one knee thumping the ground. He groped out with his right hand, caught up a handful of earth, and flung it into the dusky brown face. Again it seemed that luck was on his side. That handful could not be as blinding as sand, but some bit of the shower landed in Declay's eye. For a space of seconds Declay was wide open, open for a blow which would rip him up the middle, the blow Travis could not and would not deliver. Instead, he took the offensive recklessly, springing straight for his opponent. As the earth-grimed fingers of one hand clawed into Declay's face, he struck with the other, not with the point of the knife but with its shaft. But Declay, already only half conscious from the blow, had his own chance. He fell to the ground, leaving his knife behind, 2 inches of steel between Travis' ribs. Somehow, he didn't know from where he drew that strength, Travis kept his feet and took one step and then another, out of the circle until the comforting brace of a tree trunk was against his bare back. Was he finished? He fought to nurse his rags of consciousness. Had he summoned Buck with his eyes? Or had the urgency of what he had to say reached somehow from mind to mind? The other was at his side, but Travis put out a hand to ward him off. Towers, he struggled to keep his wits through the pain and billowing weakness beginning to creep through him. Reds mustn't get to the towers. Worse than the bomb, end us all. He had a hazy glimpse of Nolan and Jill Lee closing in about him. The desire to cough tore at him, but they had to know, to believe. Reds get to the towers, everything finished. Not only here, maybe back home too. Did he read comprehension on Buck's face? Would Nolan and Jolie and the rest believe him? Travis could not suppress the cough any longer, and the ripping pain which followed was the worst he had ever experienced. But still he kept his feet, tried to make them understand. Don't let them get to the towers. Find that storehouse. Travis stood away from the tree, reached out to Buck his earth and blood-stained hand. I swear, truth, this must be done. He was going down, and he had a queer thought that once he reached the ground everything would end, not only for him but also for his mission. Trying to see the faces of the men about him was like attempting to identify the people in a dream. Towers. He had meant to shout it, but he could not even hear for himself that last word as he fell. 14. Travis' back was braced against blanketed packs as he steadied a piece of light yellow bark against one bent knee, scowling at the lines drawn on it in faint green. We are here then. And the ship there, his thumb was set on one point of the crude map, forefinger on the other. Buck nodded. That is so. So Eskelta, Kawakal, they watched the trails. There is the pass, 2 other ways men can come on foot. But who can watch the air? The Tattars say the Reds dare not bring the copter into the mountains. After they first landed they lost a flyer in a tricky air current flow up there. They have only one left and won't risk it. If only they aren't reinforced before we can move. There it was again, that constant gnawing fear of time shortening into a rope to strangle them all. You think that the knowledge of our ship will bring them into the open? That, or information about the towers, would be the only things important enough to pull out their experts. They could send a controlled Tatar party to explore the ship, sure. But that wouldn't give them the technical reports they need. No, I think if they knew a wrecked Western Confederation ship was here, it would bring them, or enough of them to lessen the odds. We have to catch them in the open. Otherwise, they can hole up forever in that ship fort of theirs. And just how do we let them know our ship is here? Send out another scouting party and let them be trailed back. That's our last resource. Travis continued to frown at the map. Yes, it would be possible to let the Red sight and trail an Apache party. But there was none in the clan who were expendable. Surely there was some other way of laying the trap with the wrecked ship for bait. Capture one of the Reds, let him escape again, having seen what they wanted him to see. Again a time-wasting business. And how long would they have to wait, and what risks would they take to pick up a Red prisoner? If the Tattars were dependable. Buck was thinking aloud. But that "if" was far too big. They could not trust the Tattars. No matter how much the Mongols wanted to aid in pulling down the Reds, as long as they could be controlled by the caller they were useless. Or were they? Thought of something. Buck must have caught Travis' change of expression. Suppose a Tatar saw our ship and then was picked up by a Red hunting patrol and they got the information out of him. Do you think any outlaw would volunteer to let himself be picked up again? And if he did, wouldn't the Reds also be able to learn that he had been set up for the trap? An escaped prisoner? Travis suggested. Now Buck was plainly considering the possibilities of such a scheme. And Travis' own spirits rose a little. The idea was full of holes, but it could be worked out. Suppose they capture, say, Menlik, bring him here as a prisoner, let him think they were about to kill him because of that attack back in the foothills. Then let him escape, pursue him northward to a point where he could be driven into the hands of the Reds. Very chancy, but it just might work. Travis was favoring a gamble now, since his desperate one with the duel had paid off. The risk he had accepted then had cost him 2 deep wounds, one of which might have been serious if Jillie's project-sponsored medical training had not been to hand. But it had also made Travis one of the clan again, with his people willing to listen to his warning concerning the tower treasury. The girl, the Tatar girl. At first Travis did not understand Buck's ejaculation. We get the girl, the other elaborated, let her escape, then hunt her to where they'll pick her up. Might even imprison her in the ship to begin with. Kedessa. Though something within him rebelled at that selection for the leading role in their drama, Travis could see the advantage of Buck's choice. Woman stealing was an ancient pastime among primitive cultures. The Tatars themselves had found wives that way in the past, just as the Apache raiders of old had taken captive women into their wickiups. Yes, for raiders to steal a woman would be a natural act, accepted as such by the Reds. For the same woman to endeavor to escape and be hunted by her captors also was reasonable. And for such a woman, cut off from her outlaw kin, to eventually head back toward the Red settlement as the only hope of evading her enemies, logical all the way. She would have to be well frightened, Travis observed with reluctance. That can be done for us. Travis glanced at Buck with sharp annoyance. He would not allow certain games out of their common past to be played with Kepta. But Buck had something very different from old-time brutality in mind. 3 days ago, while you were still flat on your back, Declay and I went back to the ship. Declay? You beat him openly, so he must restore his honor in his own sight. And the council has forbidden another duel or challenge, Buck replied. Therefore he will continue to push for recognition in another way. And now that he has heard your story and knows we must face the Reds, not run from them, he is eager to take the war trail, too eager. So we returned to the ship to make another search for weapons. There were none there before except those we had. Nor now either. But we discovered something else. Buck paused and Travis was shaken out of his absorption with the problem at hand by a note in the other's voice. It was as if Buck had come upon something he could not summon the right words to describe. First, Buck continued, there was this dead thing there, near where we found Dr. Ruthven. It was something like a man, but all silvery hair. The ape things. The ape things from the other worlds. What else did you see? Travis had dropped the map. His side gave him a painful twinge as he caught at Buck's sleeve. The bald space rovers, did they still exist here somewhere? Had they come to explore the ship built on the pattern of their own but manned by Terrans? Nothing except tracks, a lot of them, in every open cabin and hole. I think there must have been a sizable pack of the things. What killed the dead one? Buck wet his lips. I think, fear. His voice dropped a little, almost apologetically, and Travis stared. The ship is changed. Inside, there is something wrong. When you walk the corridors your skin crawls, you think there is something behind you. You hear things, see things from the corners of your eyes. When you turn, there's nothing, nothing at all. And the higher you climb into the ship, the worse it is. I tell you, Travis, never have I felt anything like it before. It was a ship of many dead, Travis reminded him. Had the age-old Apache fear of the dead been activated by the Redux into an acute phobia, to strike down such a level-headed man as Buck? No, at first that, too, was my thought. Then I discovered that it was worse not near that chamber where we lay our dead, but higher, in the Redux cabin. I think perhaps the machine is still running, but running in a wrong way, so that it does not awaken old memories of our ancestors now, but brings into being all the fears which have ever haunted us through the dark of the ages. I tell you, Travis, when I came out of that place Declay was leading me by the hand as if I were a child. And he was shivering as a man who will never be warm again. There is an evil there beyond our understanding. I think that this Tatar girl, were she only to stay there a very short time, would be well frightened, so frightened that any trained scientist examining her later would know there was a mystery to be explored. The ape things, could they have tried to run the Redux? Travis wondered. To associate machines with the creatures was outwardly pure folly. But they had been discovered on 2 of the planets of the old civilization, and Ash had thought that they might represent the degenerate remnants of a once intelligent species. That is possible. If so, they raised a storm which drove them out and killed one of them. The ship is a haunted place now. But for us to use the girl. Travis had seen the logic in Buck's first suggestion, but now he differed. If the atmosphere of the ship was as terrifying as Buck said, to imprison Kepta there, even temporarily, was still wrong. She need not remain long. Suppose we should do this, we shall enter with her and then allow the disturbance we would feel to overcome us. We could run, leave her alone. When she left the ship, we could then take up the chase, shepherding her back to the country she knows. Within the ship we would be with her and could see she did not remain too long. Travis could see a good prospect in that plan. There was one thing he would insist on: if Kepta was to be in that ship, he himself would be one of the captors. He said as much, and Buck accepted his determination as final. They dispatched a scouting party to infiltrate the territory to the north, to watch and wait their chance of capture. Travis strove to regain his feet, to be ready to move when the moment came. 5 days later he was able to reach the ridge beyond which lay the wrecked ship. With him were Jill, Lupe, and Manolito. They satisfied themselves that the globe had had no visitors since Buck and Declay. There was no sign that the ape things had returned. From here, Travis said, the ship doesn't look too bad, almost as if it might be able to take off again. It might lift. Jill gestured to the mountaintop behind the curve of the globe, about that far. The tubes on this side are intact. What would happen were the Reds to get inside and try to fly again? Manolito wondered aloud. Travis was struck by a sudden idea, one perhaps just as wild as the other inspirations he had had since landing on Topaz, but one to be studied and explored, not dismissed without consideration. Suppose enough power remained to lift the ship partially and then blow it up. With the Red technicians on board at the time. But he was no engineer, he had no idea whether any part of the globe might or might not work again. They are not fools. A close look would tell them it is a wreck, Jill countered. Travis walked on. Not too far ahead a yellow-brown shape moved out of the brush, stood stiff-legged in his path, facing the ship and growling in a harsh rumble of sound. Whatever moved or operated in that wreck was picked up by the acute sense of the coyote, even at this distance. On. Travis edged around the snarling animal. With one halting step and then another, it followed him. There was a sharp warning yelp from the brush, and a second coyote had appeared. Naginalta followed Travis, but Nalakaitiu refused to approach the grounded globe. Travis surveyed the ship closely, trying to remember the layout of its interior. To turn the whole sphere into a trap, was it possible? How had Ash said the redax worked? Something about high-frequency waves stimulating certain brain and nerve centers. What if one were shielded from those rays? That tear in the side, he himself must have climbed through that the night they crashed. And the break was not too far from the space lock. Near the lock was a storage compartment. And if it had not been jammed, or its contents crushed, they might have something. He beckoned to Jill. Give me a hand, up there. Why? I want to see if the space suits are intact. Jill regarded Travis with open bewilderment, but Manolito pushed forward. We do not need those suits to walk here, Travis. This air we can breathe. Not for the air, and not in the open. Travis advanced at a deliberate pace. Those suits may be insulated in more ways than one. Against a mixed-up redax broadcast, you mean? Jill exclaimed. Yes, but you stay here, younger brother. This is a risky climb, and you are not yet strong. Travis was forced to accede to that, waiting as Manolito and Lupe climbed up to the tear and entered. At least Buck and Declay's experience had forewarned them and they would be prepared for the weird ghosts haunting the interior. But when they returned, pulling between them the limp space suit, both men were pale, the shiny sheen of sweat on their foreheads, their hands shaking. Lupe sat down on the ground before Travis. Evil spirits, he said, giving to this modern phenomenon the old name. Truly ghosts and witches walk in there. Manolito had spread the suit on the ground and was examining it with a care which spoke of familiarity. This is unharmed, he reported. Ready to wear. The suits were all tailored for size, Travis knew. And this fitted a slender, medium-sized man. It would fit him, Travis Fox. But Manolito was already unbuckling the fastenings with practiced ease. I shall try it out, he announced. And Travis, seeing the awkward climb to the entrance of the ship, had to agree that the first test should be carried out by someone more agile at the moment. Sealed into the suit, with the bubble helmet locked in place, the Apache climbed back into the globe. The only form of communication with him was the rope he had tied about him, and if he went above the first level, he would have to leave that behind. In the first few moments they saw no twitch of alarm running along the rope. After counting 50 slowly, Travis gave it a tentative jerk, to find it firmly fastened within. So Menolito had tied it there and was climbing to the control cabin. They continued to wait with what patience they could muster. Naginalta, pacing up and down a good distance from the ship, whined at intervals, the warning echoed each time by his mate upslope. I don't like it, Travis broke off when the helmeted figure appeared again at the break. Moving slowly in his cumbersome clothing, Menolito reached the ground, fumbled with the catch of his head covering and then stood, taking deep, lung-filling gulps of air. Well? Travis demanded. I see no ghosts, Menolito said, grinning. This is ghost-proof. He slapped his gloved hand against the covering over his chest. There is also this, from what I know of these ships, some of the relays still work. I think this could be made into a trap. We could entice the Reds in and then. His hand moved in a quick upward flip. But we don't know anything about the engines, Travis replied. No. Listen, you, Fox, are not the only one to remember useful knowledge. Menolito had lost his cheerful grin. Do you think we are just the savages those big brains back at the project wished us to be? They have played a trick on us with their redacts. So, we can play a few tricks, too. Me? I went to MIT. Or is that one of the things you no longer remember, Fox? Travis swallowed hastily. He really had forgotten that fact until this very minute. From the beginning, the Apache team had been carefully selected and screened, not only for survival potential, which was their basic value to the project, but also for certain individual skills. Just as Travis' grounding in archaeology had been one advantage, so had Menolito's technical training made a valuable, though different, contribution. If at first the redacts, used without warning, had smothered that training, perhaps the effects were now fading. You can do something, then? He asked eagerly. I can try. There is a chance to booby-trap the control cabin at least. And that is where they would poke and pry. Working in this suit will be tough. How about my trying to smash up the redacts first? Not until after we use it on our captive, Jolie decided. Then there would be some time before the Reds come. You talk as if they will come, cut in Lupe. How can you be sure? We can't, Travis agreed. But we can count on this much, judging from the past. Once they know that there is a wrecked ship here, they will be forced to explore it. They cannot afford an enemy settlement on this side of the mountains. That would be, according to their way of thinking, an eternal threat. Jolie nodded. That is true. This is a complicated plan, yes, and one in which many things may go wrong. But it is also one which covers all the loopholes we know of. With Lupe's aid, Menolito crawled out of the suit. As he leaned it carefully against a supporting rock, he said, I have been thinking of this treasure house in the towers. Suppose we could find new weapons there. Travis hesitated. He still shrank from the thought of opening the secret places behind those glowing walls, to loose a new peril. If we took weapons from there and lost the fight. He advanced his first objection and was glad to see the expression of comprehension on Jolie's face. It would be putting the weapons straight into Red hands, the other agreed. We may have to chance it before we're through, Menolito warned. Suppose we do get some of their technicians into this trap. That isn't going to open up their main defense for us. We may need a bigger nutcracker than we've ever seen. With a return of that queasy feeling he had known in the tower, Travis knew Menolito was speaking sense. They might have to open Pandora's box before the end of this campaign. 15. They camped another 2 days near the wrecked ship while Menolito prowled the haunted corridors and cabins in his spacesuit, planning his booby trap. At night he drew diagrams on pieces of bark and discussed the possibility of this or that device, sometimes lapsing into technicalities his companions could not follow. But Travis was well satisfied that Menolito knew what he was doing. On the morning of the third day Nolan slipped into their midst. He was dust-grimed, his face gaunt, the signs of hard travel plain to read. Travis handed him the nearest canteen, and they watched him drink sparingly in small sips before he spoke. "They come, with the girl." "You had trouble?" asked Jolie. The Totters had moved their camp, which was only wise, since the Reds must have had a line on the other one. "And they are now farther to the west. But," he wiped his lips with the back of his hand, "also we saw your towers, Fox. And that is a place of power. No sign that the Reds are prowling there?" Nolan shook his head. "To my mind the mists there conceal the towers from aerial view. Only one coming on foot could tell them from the natural crags of the hills." Travis relaxed. Time still granted them a margin of grace. He glanced up to see Nolan smiling faintly. "This maiden, she is akin to the puma of the mountains," he announced. "She has marked Tsoe with her claws until he looks like the ear-clipped yearling fresh from the branding chute." "She is not hurt?" Travis demanded. This time Nolan chuckled openly. "Hurt? No, we had much to do to keep her from hurting us, younger brother. That one is truly as she claims, a daughter of wolves. And she is also keen-witted, marking a return trail all the way, though she does not know that is as we wish. Did we not pick the easiest way back for just that reason? Yes, she plans to escape." Travis stood up. "Let us finish this quickly." His voice came out on a rough note. This plan had never had his full approval. Now he found it less and less easy to think about taking Kepta into the ship, allowing the emotional torment lurking there to work upon her. Yet he knew that the girl would not be hurt, and he had made sure he would be beside her within the globe, sharing with her the horror of the unseen. A rattling of gravel down the narrow valley opening gave warning to those by the campfire. Menolito had already stowed the spacesuit in hiding. To Kepta they must have seemed reverted entirely to savagery. Tsoe came first, an angry raking of 4 parallel scratches down his left cheek. And behind him Buck and the Skelta shoved the prisoner, urging her on with a show of roughness which did not descend to actual brutality. Her long braids had shaken loose, and a sleeve was torn, leaving one slender arm bare. But none of the fighting spirit had left her. They thrust her out into the circle of waiting men and she planted her feet firmly apart, glaring at them all indiscriminately until she sighted Travis. Then her anger became hotter and more deadly. "Pig! Rooter in the dirt! Diseased camel," she shouted at him in English and then reverted to her own tongue, her voice riding up and down the scale. Her hands were tied behind her back, but there were no bonds on her tongue. "This is one who can speak thunders, and shoot lightnings from her mouth," Buck commented in Apache. "Put her well away from the wood, lest she set it aflame." Tsoe held his hands over his ears. "She can deafen a man when she cannot set her mark on him otherwise. Let us speedily get rid of her." Yet for all their jeering comments, their eyes held respect. Often in the past a defiant captive who stood up boldly to his captors had received more consideration than usual from Apache warriors. Courage was a quality they prized. A Pindalico such as Tom Jeffords, who rode into Cochisa's camp and sat in the midst of his sworn enemies for a parley, won the friendship of the very chief he had been fighting. Kepta had more influence with her captors than she could dream of holding. Now it was time for Travis to play his part. He caught the girl's shoulder and pushed her before him toward the wreck. Some of the spirit seemed to have left her thin, tense body, and she went without any more fight. Only when they came into full view of the ship did she falter. Travis heard her breathe a gasp of surprise. As they had planned, 4 of the Apaches, Jolie, Tsoe, Nolan, and Buck, fanned out toward the heights about the ship. Menelito had already gone to cover, to don the space suit and prepare for any accident. Resolutely Travis continued to propel Kepta ahead. At the moment he did not know which was worse, to enter the ship expecting the fear to strike, or to meet it unprepared. He was ready to refuse to enter, not to allow the girl, sullenly plodding on under his compulsion, to face that unseen but potent danger. Only the memory of the towers and the threat of the Reds finding and exploiting the treasure there kept him going. Eskelta went first, climbing to the tear. Travis cut the ropes binding Kepta's wrists and gave her a slight slap between the shoulders. "Climb, woman." His anxiety made that a harsh order and she climbed. Eskelta was inside now, heading for the cabin which might reasonably be selected as a prison. They planned to get the girl as far as that point and then stage their act of being overcome by fear, allowing her to escape. Stage an act. Travis was not 2 feet along that corridor before he knew that there would be little acting needed on his part. The thing which pervaded the ship did not attack sharply, rather it seeped into his mind and body as if he drew in poison with every breath, sent it racing along his veins with every beat of a laboring heart. Yet he could not put any name to his feelings, except an awful, weakening fear which weighted him heavier with every step he took. Kepta screamed. Not this time in rage, but with such fervor that Travis lost his hold, staggered back to the wall. She whirled about, her face contorted, and sprang at him. It was indeed like trying to fight a wildcat, and after the first second or two he was hard put to protect his eyes, his face, his side, without injuring her in return. She scrambled over him, running for the break in the wall, and disappeared. Travis gasped, and started to crawl for the break. Eskelta loomed over him, pulled him up in haste. They reached the opening but did not climb through. Travis was uncertain as to whether he could make that descent yet, and Eskelta was obeying orders in not venturing out too soon. Below, the ground was bare. There was no sign of the Apaches, though they were in hiding there, and none of Kepta. Travis was amazed that she had vanished so quickly. Still uneasy from the emanation within, they perched within the shadow of the break until Travis thought that the fugitive had a good 5-minute start. Then he nodded a signal to Eskelta. By the time they reached ground level Travis felt a warm wetness spreading under his shielding palm and he knew the wound had opened. He spoke a word or two in hot protest against that mishap, knowing it would keep him from the trail. Kepta must be covered all the way back across the pass, not only to be shepherded away from her people and toward the plains where she could be picked up by a red patrol, but also to keep her from danger. And he had planned from the first to be one of those shepherds. Now he was about as much use as a trail-lame pony. However, he could send deputies. He thought out his call, and Nalakaidiu's head appeared in a frame of bush. "Go, both of you, and run with her. Guard." He said the words in a whisper, thought them with a fierce intensity as he centered his gaze on the yellow eyes in the pointed coyote face. There was a feeling of assent, and then the animal was gone. Travis sighed. The Apache scouts were subtle and alert, but the coyotes could far outdo any man. With Nalakaidiu and Najinalta flanking her flight, Kepta would be well guarded. She would probably never see her guards or know that they were running protection for her. "That was a good move," Jill Lee said, coming out of concealment. "But what have you done to yourself?" He stepped closer, pulling Travis' hand away from his side. By the time Lupe came to report, Travis was again wounded in a strapping bandage pulled tightly about his lower ribs, and reconciled to the fact that any trailing he would do must be well to the rear of the first party. "The towers," he said to Jill Lee. "If our plan works, we can catch part of the Reds here. But we still have their ship to take, and for that we need help which we may find at the towers. Or at least we can be on guard there if they return with Kepta on that path." Lupe dropped down lightly from an upper ledge. He was grinning. "That woman is one who thinks. She runs from the ship first as a rabbit with a wolf at her heels. Then she begins to think. She climbs," he lifted one finger to the slope behind them. "She goes behind a rock to watch under cover. When Fox comes from the ship with a Skelta, again she climbs. Buck lets himself be seen, so she moves east, as we wish. And now, questioned Travis. She is keeping to the highways, almost she thinks like one of the people on the war trail. Nolan believes she will hole up for the night somewhere above. He will make sure. Travis licked his lips. She has no food or water. Jill Lee's lips shaped a smile. They will see that she comes upon both as if by chance. We have planned all of this, as you know, younger brother. That was true. Travis knew that Kepta would be guided without her knowledge by the accidental appearance now and then of some pursuer, just enough to push her along. Then, too, she is now armed, Jill Lee added. How? Demanded Travis. Look to your own belt, younger brother. Where is your knife? Startled, Travis glanced down. His sheath was empty, and he had not needed that blade since he had drawn it to cut meat at the morning meal. Lupe laughed. She had steel in her hand when she came out of that ghost ship. Took it from me while we struggled. Travis was openly surprised. He had considered the frenzy displayed by the Tatar girl as an outburst of almost mindless terror. Yet Kepta had had wit enough to take his knife. Could this be another case where one race was less affected by a mind machine than the other? Just as the Apaches had not been governed by the red collar, so the Tatars might not be as sensitive to the redacts. She is a strong one, that woman, one worth many ponies. Eskelta reverted to the old measure of a wife's value. That is true. Travis agreed emphatically and then was annoyed at the broadening of Jill Lee's smile. Abruptly he changed the subject. Menolito is setting the booby trap in the ship. That is well. He and Eskelta will remain here, and you with them. Not so. We must go to the towers, Travis protested. I thought, Jill Lee cut in, that you believed the weapons of the old ones too dangerous for us to use. Maybe they will be forced into our hands. But we must be sure the towers are not entered by the Reds on their way here. That is reasonable. But for you, younger brother, no trailing today, perhaps not tomorrow. If that wound opens again, you might have much bad trouble. Travis was forced to accept that, in spite of his worry and impatience. And the next day when he did move on he had only the report that Kepta had sheltered beside a pool for the night and was doggedly moving back across the mountains. 3 days later Travis, Jill Lee, and Buck came into the Tower Valley. Kepta was in the northern foothills, twice turned back from the west and the freedom of the outlaws by the Apache scouts. And only half an hour before, so it had reported by mirror what should have been welcome news, the red helicopter was cruising as it had on the day they watched the hunters enter the uplands. There was an excellent chance of the fugitives being sighted and picked up soon. Soe had also spotted a party of 3 Tatars watching the helicopter. But after one wide sweep of the flyer they had taken to their ponies and ridden away at the fastest pace their mounts could manage in this rough territory. On a stretch of smooth earth Buck scratched a trail, and they studied it. The Reds would have to follow this route to seek the wrecked ship, a route covered by Apache sentinels. And following the chain of communication the result of the trap would be reported to the party at the towers. The waiting was the most difficult. Too many imponderables did not allow for unemotional thinking. Travis was down to the last shred of patience when word came on the second morning at the hidden valley that Kepta had been picked up by a Red patrol, drawn out to meet them by the collar. Now, the tower weapons. Buck answered the report with an imperative order to Travis. And the other knew he could no longer postpone the inevitable. And only by action could he blot out the haunting mental picture of Kepta once more drawn into the bondage she so hated. Flanked by Jill Lee and Buck, he climbed back through the tower window and faced the glowing pillar. He crossed the room, put out both hands to the sleek pole, uncertain if the weird transport would work again. He heard the sharp gasp from the others as his body was sucked against the pillar and carried downward through the well. Buck followed him, and Jill Lee came last. Then Travis led the way along the underground corridor to the room with the table and the reader. He sat down on the bench, fumbled with the pile of tape discs, knowing that the other two were watching him with almost hostile intentness. He snapped a disc into the reader, hoping he could correctly interpret the directions it gave. He looked up at the wall before him. 3, 4 steps, the correct move, and then an unlocking. You know. Buck demanded. I can guess. Well. Jill Lee moved to the table. What do we do? This, Travis came from behind the table, walked to the wall. He put out both hands, flattened his palms against the green-blue-purple surface and slid them slowly along. Under his touch, the material of the wall was cool and hard, unlike the live feel the pillar had. Cool until one palm, held at arm's length, had found the right spot. He slid the other hand along in the opposite direction until his arms were level with his shoulders. His fingers were able now to press on those points of warmth. Travis tensed and pushed hard with all 10 fingers. 16. At first, as 1 second and then 2 passed and there was no response to the pressure, Travis thought he had mistaken the reading of the tape. Then, directly before his eyes, a dark line cut vertically down the wall. He applied more pressure until his fingers were half numb with effort. The line widened slowly. Finally he faced a slit some 8 feet in height, a little more than 2 in width, and there the opening remained. Light beyond, a cold, gray gleam, like that of a cloudy winter day on Terra, and with it the chill of air out of some Arctic wasteland. Favoring his still bandaged side, Travis scraped through the door ahead of the others, and came into the place of gray cold. Wah! Travis heard that exclamation from Jill Lee, could have echoed it himself except that he was too astounded by what he had seen to say anything at all. The light came from a grid of bars set far above their heads into the native rock which roofed this storehouse, for storehouse it was. There were orderly lines of boxes, some large enough to contain a tank, others no bigger than a man's fist. Symbols in the same blue-green-purple lights of the outer wall shone from their sides. What? Buck began one question and then changed it to another. Where do we begin to look? Toward the far end. Travis started down the center aisle between rows of the massed spoils of another time and world, or worlds. The same tape which had given him the clue to the unlocking of the door, emphasized the importance of something stored at the far end, an object or objects which must be used first. He had wondered about that tape. A sensation of urgency, almost of despair, had come through the gabble of alien words, the quick sequence of diagrams and pictures. The message might have been taped under a threat of some great peril. There was no dust on the rows of boxes or on the floor underfoot. A current of cold, fresh air blew at intervals down the length of the huge chamber. They could not see the next aisle across the barriers of stored goods, but the only noise was a whisper and the faint sounds of their own feet. They came out into an open space backed by the wall, and Travis saw what had been so important. No. His protest was involuntary, but his denial loud enough to echo. 6 of them, tall, narrow cases set upright against the wall, and from their depths, 5 pairs of dark eyes staring back at him in cold measurement. These were the men of the ships, the men Menlik had dreamed of, their bald white heads, their thin bodies with the skin-tight covering of the familiar blue-green-purple. 5 of them were here, alive, watching, waiting. 5 men, and 6 boxes. That small fact broke the spell in which those eyes held Travis. He looked again at the 6th box to his right. Expecting to meet another pair of eyes this time, he was disconcerted to face only emptiness. Then, as his gaze traveled downward, he saw what lay on the floor there, a skull, a tangle of bones, tattered material cobwebbed into dusty rags by time. Whatever had preserved 5 of the star men intact, had failed the 6th of their company. They are alive. Jill Lee whispered. I do not think so, Buck answered. Travis took another step, reached out to touch the transparent front of the nearest coffin case. There was no change in the eyes of the alien who stood within, no indication that if the Apaches could see him, he would be able to return their interest. The 5 stairs which had bemused the visitors at first, did not break to follow their movements. But Travis knew. Whether it was some message on the tape which the sight of the sleepers made clear, or whether some residue of the driving purpose which had set them there now reached his mind, was immaterial. He knew the purpose of this room and its contents, why it had been made and the reason its 6 guardians had been left as prisoners, and what they wanted from anyone coming after them. "They sleep," he said softly. "Sleep?" Buck caught him up. "They sleep in something like deep freeze." "Do you mean they can be brought to life again?" Jill Lee cried. "Maybe not now, it must be too long, but they were meant to wait out a period and be restored." "How do you know that?" Buck asked. "I don't know for certain, but I think I understand a little. Something happened a long time ago. Maybe it was a war between whole star systems, bigger and worse than anything we can imagine. I think this planet was an outpost, and when the supply ships didn't come anymore, when they knew they might be cut off for some length of time, they closed down. Stacked their supplies and machines here and then went to sleep to wait for their rescuers." "For rescuers who never came," Jill Lee said softly. "And there is a chance they could be revived even now?" Travis shivered. "Not one I would want to take." "No," Buck's tone was somber, "that I agree to, younger brother. These are not men as we know them, and I do not think they would be good Dalambayatai allies. They had Gondi in plenty, these star men, but it is not the power of the people. No one but a madman or a fool would try to disturb this sleep of theirs." "The truth you speak," Jill Lee agreed. "But where in this," he turned his shoulder to the sleeping star men and looked back at the filled chamber, "do we find anything which will serve us here and now?" Again Travis had only the scrappiest information to draw upon. "Spread out," he told them. "Look for the marking of a circle surrounding 4 dots set in a diamond pattern." They went, but Travis lingered for a moment to look once more into the bleak and bitter eyes of the star men. How many planet years ago had they sealed themselves into those boxes? 1,000, 10,000. Their empire was long gone, yet here was an outpost still waiting to be revived to carry on its mysterious duties. It was as if in Saxon-invaded Britain long ago a Roman garrison had been frozen to await the return of the legions. Buck was right, there was no common ground today between Terran man and these unknowns. They must continue to sleep undisturbed. Yet when Travis also turned away and went back down the aisle, he was still aware of a persistent pull on him to return. It was as though those eyes had set locking cords to will him back to release the sleepers. He was glad to turn a corner, to know that they could no longer watch him plunder their treasury. "Here." That was Buck's voice, but it echoed so oddly across the big chamber that Travis had difficulty in deciding what part of the warehouse it was coming from. And Buck had to call several times before Travis and Jill Lee joined him. There was the circle diamond symbol shining on the side of a case. They worked it out of the pile, setting it in the open. Travis knelt to run his hands along the top. The container was an unknown alloy, tough, unmarked by the years, perhaps indestructible. Again his fingers located what his eyes could not detect, the impressions on the edge, oddly shaped impressions into which his fingertips did not fit too comfortably. He pressed, bearing down with the full strength of his arms and shoulders, and then lifted up the lid. The Apaches looked into a set of compartments, each holding an object with a barrel, a hand grip, a general resemblance to the sidearms of their own world and time, but sufficiently different to point up the essential strangeness. With infinite care Travis worked one out of the vice support which held it. The weapon was light in weight, lighter than any automatic he had ever held. Its barrel was long, a good 18 inches, the grip alien in shape so that it didn't fit comfortably into his hand, the trigger non-existent, but in its place a button on the lower part of the barrel which could be covered by an outstretched finger. "What does it do?" asked Buck practically. "I'm not sure. But it is important enough to have a special mention on the tape." Travis passed the weapon along to Buck and worked another loose from its holder. "No way of loading I can see," Buck said, examining the weapon with care and caution. I don't think it fires a solid projectile, Travis replied. We'll have to test them outside to find out just what we do have. The Apaches took only 3 of the weapons, closing the box before they left. And as they wriggled back through the cracked door, Travis was visited again by that odd flash of compelling, almost possessive power he had experienced when they had lain in ambush for the red hunting party. He took a step or two forward until he was able to catch the edge of the reading table and steady himself against it. What is the matter? Both Buck and Jill Lee were watching him, apparently neither had felt that sensation. Travis did not reply for a second. He was free of it now. But he was sure of its source, it had not been any backlash of the red collar. It was rooted here, a compulsion triggered to make the original intentions of the outpost obeyed, a last drag from the sleepers. This place had been set up with a single purpose, to protect and preserve the ancient rulers of Topaz. And perhaps the very presence here of the intruding Terrans had released a force, started an unseen installation. Now Travis answered simply, they want out. Jill Lee glanced back at the slit door, but Buck still watched Travis. They call? He asked. In a way, Travis admitted. But the compulsion had already ebbed, he was free. It is gone now. This is not a good place, Buck observed somberly. We touch that which should not be held by men of our earth. He held out the weapon. Did not the people take up the rifles of the Pindalico for their defense when it was necessary? Jill Lee demanded. We do what we must. After seeing that, his chin indicated the slit and what lay behind it, do you wish the Reds to forage here? Still, Buck's words came slowly, this is a choice between 2 evils, rather than between an evil and a good. Then let us see how powerful this evil is. Jill Lee headed for the corridor leading to the pillar. It was late afternoon when they made their way through the swirling mists of the valley under the archway giving on the former site of the outlaw Tatar camp. Travis sighted the long barrel of the weapon at a small bush backed by a boulder, and he pressed the firing button. There was no way of knowing whether the weapon was loaded except to try it. The result of his action was quick and terrifying. There was no sound, no sign of any projectile, ray gas, or whatever might have issued in answer to his finger movement. But the bush was no more. A black smear made a ragged outline of the extinguished branches and leaves on the rock which had stood behind. The earth might still enclose roots under a thin coating of ash, but the bush was gone. The breath of Naina's Yanni, powerful beyond belief. Buck broke their horrified silence first. In truth evil is here. Jill Lee raised his gun, if gun it could be called, aimed at the rock with the bush silhouette plain to see and fired. This time they were able to witness disintegration in progress, the crumble of the stone as if its substance was no more than sand lapped by river water. A pile of blackened rubble remained, nothing more. To use this on a living thing? Buck protested, horror basing the doubt in his voice. We do not use it against living things, Travis promised, but against the ship of the Reds, to cut that to pieces. This will open the shell of the turtle and let us at its meat. Jill Lee nodded. Those are true words. But now I agree with your fears of this place, Travis. This is a devil thing and must not be allowed to fall into the hands of those who will use it more freely than we plan to. Buck wanted to know. We reserve to ourselves that right because we hold our motives higher. To think that way is also a crooked trail. We will use this means because we must, but afterward. Afterward that warehouse must be closed, the tapes giving the entrance clue destroyed. One part of Travis fought that decision, right though he knew it to be. The towers were the menace he had believed. And what was more discouraging than the risk they now ran, was the belief that the treasure was a poison which could not be destroyed but which might spread from Topaz to Terra. Suppose the Western Conference had discovered that storehouse and explored its riches, would they have been any less eager to exploit them? As Buck had pointed out, one's own ideals could well supply reasons for violence. In the past Terra had been racked by wars of religion, one fanatically held opinion opposed to another. There was no righteousness in such struggles, only fatal ends. The Reds had no right to this new knowledge, but neither did they. It must be locked against the meddling of fools and zealots. Taboo, Buck spoke that word with an emphasis they could appreciate. Knowledge must be set behind the invisible barriers of taboo, and that could work. These three, no more, we found no other weapons. Jilly added a warning suggestion. No others, Buck agreed and Travis echoed, adding. We found tombs of the space people, and these were left with them. Because of our great need we borrowed them, but they must be returned to the dead or trouble will follow. And they may only be used against the fortress of the Reds by us, who first found them and have taken unto ourselves the wrath of disturbed spirits. Well thought. That is an answer to give the people. The towers are the tombs of dead ones. When we return these they shall be taboo. We are agreed? Buck asked. We are agreed. Buck tried his weapon on a sapling, saw it vanish into nothingness. None of the Apaches wanted to carry the strange guns against their bodies. The power made them objects of fear, rather than arms to delight a warrior. And when they returned to their temporary camp, they laid all three on a blanket and covered them up. But they could not cover up the memories of what had happened to bush, rock, and tree. If such are their small weapons, Buck observed that evening, then what kind of things did they have to balance our heavy armament? Perhaps they were able to burn up worlds. That may be what happened elsewhere, Travis replied. We do not know what put an end to their empire. The capital planet we found on the first voyage had not been destroyed, but it had been evacuated in haste. One building had not even been stripped of its furnishings. He remembered the battle he had fought there, he and Ross Murdoch and the winged native. Standing up to an attack of the ape-things while the winged warrior had used his physical advantage to fly above and bomb the enemies with boxes snatched from the piles. And here they went to sleep in order to wait out some danger, time or disaster, they did not believe would be permanent, Buck mused. Travis thought he would flee from the eyes of the sleepers throughout his dreams that night, but on the contrary he slept heavily, finding it hard to rouse when Jilly awakened him for his watch. But he was alert when he saw a four-footed shape flit out of the shadows, drink water from the stream, and shake itself vigorously in a spray of drops. Najinalta, he greeted the coyote. Trouble? He could have shouted that question, but he put a tight rein on his impatience and strove to communicate in the only method possible. No, what the coyote had come to report was not trouble but the fact that the one he had been set to guard was headed back into the mountains, though others came with her, for others. Nalakaitiu still watched their camp. Her mate had come for further orders. Travis squatted before the animal, cupped the coyote's jowls between his palms. Najinalta suffered his touch with only a small whine of uneasiness. With all his power of mental suggestion, Travis strove to reach the keen brain he knew was served by the yellow eyes looking into his. The others with Kepta were to be led on, taken to the ship. But Kepta must not suffer harm. When they reached a spot nearby, Travis thought of a certain rock beyond the pass, then one of the coyotes was to go ahead to the ship. Let the Apaches there know. Menelito and Eskelta should also be warned by the sentry along the peaks, but additional alerting would not go amiss. Those four with Kepta, they must reach the trap. What was that? Buck rolled out of his blanket. Najinalta, the coyote sped back into the dark again. The Reds have taken the bait, a party of at least 4 with Kepta are moving into the foothills, heading south. But the enemy party was not the only one on the move. In the light of day a sentry's mirror from a point in the peaks sent another warning down to their camp. Out in their mountain meadows the Tatar outlaws were on horseback, moving toward the entrance of the Tower Valley. Buck knelt by the blanket covering the alien weapons. Now what? We'll have to stop them, Travis replied, but he had no idea of just how they would halt those determined Mongol horsemen. 17. There were 10 of them riding on small, wiry steppe ponies, men and women both, and well armed. Travis recalled it was the custom of the horde that the women fought as warriors when necessary. Menlik, there was no mistaking the flapping robe of their leader. And they were singing. The rider behind the shaman thumped with violent energy a drum fastened beside his saddle horn, its heavy boom, the same call the Apache had heard before. The Mongols were working themselves into the mood for some desperate effort, Travis deduced. And if they were too deeply under the red spell, there would be no arguing with them. He could wait no longer. The Apache swung down from a ledge near the valley gate, moved into the open and stood waiting, the alien weapon resting across his forearm. If necessary, he intended to give a demonstration with it for an object lesson. Dar-Ugar. The war cry which had once awakened fear across a quarter of Terra. Thin here, and from only a few throats, but just as menacing. Two of the horsemen aimed lances, preparing to ride him down. Travis sighted a tree midway between them and pressed the firing button. This time there was a flash, a flicker of light, to mark the disappearance of a living thing. One of the lancers' ponies reared, squealed in fear. The other kept on his course. Menlik. Travis shouted. Hold up your man. I do not want to kill. The shaman called out, but the lancer was already level with the vanished tree, his head half turned on his shoulders to witness the blackened earth where it had stood. Then he dropped his lance, sawed on the reins. A rifle bullet might not have halted his charge, unless it killed or wounded, but what he had just seen was a thing beyond his understanding. The tribesmen sat their horses, facing Travis, watching him with the feral eyes of the wolves they claimed as forefathers, wolves that possessed the cunning of the wild, cunning enough not to rush breakneck into unknown danger. Travis walked forward. Menlik, I would talk. There was an outburst from the horsemen, protests from Hulagur and one or two of the others. But the shaman urged his mount into a walking pace toward the Apache until they stood only a few feet from each other, the warrior of the steppes and the horde facing the warrior of the desert and the people. You have taken a woman from our yurts, Menlik said, but his eyes were more on the alien gun than on the man who held it. Brave are you to come again into our land. He who sets foot in the stirrup must mount into the saddle. He who draws blade free of the scabbard must be prepared to use it. The horde is not here, I see only a handful of people, Travis replied. Does Menlik propose to go up against the Apaches so? Yet there are those who are his greater enemies. A stealer of women is not such a one as needs a regiment under a general to face him. Suddenly Travis was impatient of the ceremonious talking, there was so little time. Listen, and listen well, shaman. He spoke curtly now. I have not your woman. She is already crossing the mountains southward, he pointed with his chin, leading the Reds into a trap. Would Menlik believe him? There was no need, Travis decided, to tell him now that Kepta's part in this affair was involuntary. And you? The shaman asked the question the Apache had hoped to hear. We, Travis emphasized that, march now against those hiding behind in their ship out there. He indicated the northern plains. Menlik raised his head, surveying the land about them with disbelieving, contemptuous appraisal. You are chief then of an army equipped with magic to overcome machines. One needs no army when he carries this. For the second time Travis displayed the power of the weapon he carried, this time cutting into shifting rubble an outcrop of cliff wall. Menlik's expression did not change, though his eyes narrowed. The shaman signaled his small company, and they dismounted. Travis was heartened by this sign that Menlik was willing to talk. The Apache made a similar gesture, and Jilly and Buck, their own weapons well in sight, came out to back him. Travis knew that the Tatar had no way of knowing that the three were alone. He well might have believed an unseen troop of Apaches were nearby and so armed. You would talk, then talk. Menlik ordered. This time Travis outlined events with an absence of word embroidery. Kepta leads the Reds into a trap we have set beyond the peaks, 4 of them ride with her. How many now remain in the ship near the settlement? There are at least 2 in the flyer, perhaps 8 more in the ship. But there is no getting at them in there. No. Travis laughed softly, shifted the weapon on his arm. Do you not think that this will crack the shell of that nut so that we can get at the meat? Menlik's eyes flickered to the left, to the tree which was no longer a tree but a thin deposit of ash on seared ground. They can control us with the collar as they did before. If we go up against them, then we are once more gathered into their net, before we reach their ship. That is true for you of the Horde, it does not affect the people, Travis returned. And suppose we burn out their machines? Then will you not be free? To burn up a tree. Lightning from the skies can do that. Can lightning, Buck asked softly, also make rock as sand of the river? Menlik's eyes turned to the second example of the alien weapon's power. Give us proof that this will act against their machines. What proof, shaman? Asked Jolie. Shall we burn down a mountain that you may believe? This is now a matter of time. Travis had a sudden inspiration. You say that the copter is out. Suppose we use that as a target? That can sweep the flyer from the sky. Menlik's disbelief was open. Travis wondered if he had gone too far. But they needed to rid themselves of that spying flyer before they dared to move out into the plain. And to use the destruction of the helicopter as an example, would be the best proof he could give of the invincibility of the new Apache arms. Under the right conditions, he replied stoutly, yes. And those conditions? Menlik demanded. That it must be brought within range. Say, below the level of a neighboring peak where a man may lie in wait to fire. Silent Apaches faced silent Mongols, and Travis had a chance to taste what might be defeat. But the helicopter must be taken before they advanced toward the ship and the settlement. And, maker of traps, how do you intend to bait this one? Menlik's question was an open challenge. You know these Reds better than we, Travis counterattacked. How would you bait it, son of the Blue Wolf? You say Kepta is leading the Reds south, we have but your word for that, Menlik replied. Though how it would profit you to lie on such a matter, he shrugged. If you do speak the truth, then the copter will circle about the foothills where they entered. And what would bring the pilot nosing farther in, the Apache asked. Menlik shrugged again. Any manner of things. The Reds have never ventured too far south, they are suspicious of the heights, with good cause. His fingers, near the hilt of his tulwar, twitched. Anything which might suggest that their party is in difficulty would bring them in for a closer look. Say a fire, with much smoke. Jolie suggested. Menlik spoke over his shoulder to his own party. There was a babble of answer, 2 or 3 of the men raising their voices above those of their companions. If set in the right direction, yes, the shaman conceded. When do you plan to move, Apaches? At once. But they did not have wings, and the cross-country march they had to make was a rough journey on foot. Travis at once stretched into night hours filled with scrambling over rocks, and an early morning of preparations, with always the threat that the helicopter might not return to fly its circling mission over the scene of operations. All they had was Menlik's assurance that while any party of the Red Overlords was away from their well-defended base, the flyer did just that. Might be relaying messages on from a walkie-talkie or something like that, Buck commented. They should reach our ship in 2 days, 3 at the most, if they are pushing, Travis said thoughtfully. It would be a help, if that flyer is a link in any comm unit, to destroy it before its crew picks up and relays any report of what happens back there. Jolie grunted. He was surveying the heights above the pocket in which Menlik and 2 of the Mongols were piling brush. There, and there. The Apache's chin made 3 juts. If the pilot swoops for a quick look, our crossfire will take out his blades. They held a last conference with Menlik and then climbed to the perches Jolie had selected. Sentries on lookout reported by mirror flash that Zoe, Declay, Lupe, and Nolan were now on the move to join the other 3 Apaches. If and when Menolito's trap closed its jaws on the Reds at the western ship, the news would pass and the Apaches would move out to storm the enemy fort on the prairie. And should they blast any caller the helicopter might carry, Menlik and his riders would accompany them. There it was, just as Menlik had foretold, the wasp from the open country was flying into the hills. Menlik, on his knees, struck flint to steel, sparking the fire they hoped would draw the pilot to a closer investigation. The brush caught, and smoke, thick and white, came first in separate puffs and then gathered into a murky pillar to form a signal no one could overlook. In Travis' hands the grip of the gun was slippery. He rested the end of the barrel on the rock, curbing his rising tension as best he could. To escape any caller on the flyer, the Totters had remained in the valley below the Apache's lookout. And as the helicopter circled in, Travis sighted two men in its cockpit, one wearing a helmet identical to the one they had seen on the Red Hunter days ago. The Reds' long undisputed sway over the Mongol forces would make them overconfident. Travis thought that even if they sighted one of the waiting Apaches, they would not take warning until too late. Menlik's bush fire was performing well and the flyer was heading straight for it. The machine buzzed the smoke once, too high for the Apaches to trust raying its blades. Then the pilot came back in a lower sweep which carried him only yards above the smoldering brush, on a level with the snipers. Travis pressed the button on the barrel, his target the fast-whirling blades. Momentum carried the helicopter on, but at least one of the marksmen, if not all three, had scored. The machine plowed through the smoke to crack up beyond. Was their caller working, bringing in the Mongols to aid the Reds trapped in the wreck? Travis watched Menlik make his way toward the machine, reach the cracked cover of the cockpit. But in the shaman's hand was a bare blade on which the sun glinted. The Mongol wrenched open the sprung door, thrust inward with the tulwar, and the howl of triumph he voiced was as wordless and wild as a wolf's. More Mongols flooding down. Hulagur, a woman, centering on the helicopter. This time a spear plunged into the interior of the broken flyer. Payment was being extracted for long slavery. The Apaches dropped from the heights, waiting for Menlik to leave the wild scene. Hulagur had dragged out the body of the helmeted man and the Mongols were stripping off his equipment, smashing it with rocks, still howling their war cry. But the shaman came to the dying smudge fire to meet the Apaches. He was smiling, his upper lip raised in a curve suggesting the victory purr of a snow tiger. And he saluted with one hand. There are two who will not trap men again. We believe you now, Andes, comrades of battle, when you say you can go up against their fort and make it as nothing. Hulagur came up behind the shaman, a modern automatic in his hand. He tossed the weapon into the air, caught it again, laughing, disclaiming something in his own language. From the serpents we take two fangs, Menlik translated. These weapons may not be as dangerous as yours, but they can bite deeper, quicker, and with more force than our arrows. It did not take the Mongols long to strip the helicopter and the Reds of what they could use, deliberately smashing all the other equipment which had survived the wreck. They had accomplished one important move, the link between the southbound exploring party and the Red headquarters, if that was the role the helicopter had played, was now gone. And the eyes operating over the open territory of the plains had ceased to exist. The attacking war party could move against the ship near the Red settlement, knowing they had only controlled Mongol scouts to watch for. And to penetrate enemy territory under those conditions was an old game the Apaches had played for centuries. While they waited for the signals from the peaks, a camp was established and a Mongol dispatched to bring up the rest of the outlaws and all extra mounts. Menlik carried to the Apaches a portion of the dried meat which had been transported horde fashion, under the saddle to soften it for eating. We do not skulk any longer like rats or city men in dark holes, he told them. This time we ride, and we shall take an accounting from those out there, a fine accounting. They still have other controllers, Travis pointed out. And you have that which is an answer to all their machines, blazed Menlik in return. They will send against us your own people if they can, Buck warned. Menlik pulled at his upper lip. That is also truth. But now they have no eyes in the sky, and with so many of their men away, they will not patrol too far from camp. I tell you, Andes, with these weapons of yours a man could rule a world. Travis looked at him bleakly. Which is why they are taboo. Taboo. Menlik repeated. In what manner are these forbidden? Do you not carry them openly, use them as you wish? Are they not weapons of your own people? Travis shook his head. These are the weapons of dead men, if we can name them men at all. These we took from a tomb of the star race who held topaz when our world was only a hunting ground of wild men wearing the skins of beasts and slaying mammoths with stone spears. They are from a tomb and are cursed, a curse we took upon ourselves with their use. There was a strange light deep in the shaman's eyes. Travis did not know who or what Menlik had been before the red conditioner had returned him to the role of horde shaman. He might have been a technician or scientist, and deep within him some remnants of that training could now be dismissing everything Travis said as fantastic superstition. Yet in another way the Apache spoke the exact truth. There was a curse on these weapons, on every bit of knowledge gathered in that warehouse of the towers. As Menlik had already noted, that curse was power, the power to control topaz, and then perhaps to reach back across the stars to Terra. When the shaman spoke again his words were a half-whisper. It will take a powerful curse to keep these out of the hands of men. With the Reds gone or powerless, Buck asked, what need will anyone have for them? And if another ship comes from the skies, to begin all over again? To that we shall have an answer, also, if and when we must find it, Travis replied. That could well be true. Other weapons in the warehouse powerful enough to pluck a spaceship out of the sky, but they did not have to worry about that now. Arms from a tomb. Yes, this is truly dead men's magic. I shall say so to my people. When do we move out? When we know whether or not the trap to the south is sprung, Buck answered. The report came an hour after sunrise the next morning when Soe, Nolan, and DeClay padded into camp. The war chief made a slight gesture with one hand. It is done. Travis wanted confirmation in words. It is done. The Pindalikoi entered the ship eagerly. Then they blew it and themselves up. Manolito did his work well. And Kepta? The woman is safe. When the Reds saw the ship, they left their machine outside to hold her captive. That mechanical collar was easily destroyed. She is now free and with the MBAA she comes across the mountains, Manolito and Eskelta with her also. Now, he looked from his own people to the Mongols, why are you here with these? We wait, but the waiting is over, Jolie said. Now we go north. 18. They lay along the rim of a vast basin, a scooping out of earth so wide they could not sight its other side. The bed of an ancient lake, Travis speculated, or perhaps even the arm of a long-dried sea. But now the hollow was filled with rolling waves of golden grass, tossing heavy heads under the flowing touch of a breeze with the exception of a space about a mile ahead where round domes, black, gray, brown, broke the yellow in an irregular oval around the globular silver bead of a spacer, a larger ship than that which had brought the Apaches, but of the same shape. The horse herd, to the west. Nolan evaluated the scene with the eyes of an experienced raider. Soe, DeClay, you take the horses. They nodded, and began the long crawl which would take them 2 miles or more from the party to stampede the horses. To the Mongols in those dome-like yurts horses were wealth, life itself. They would come running to investigate any disturbance among the grazing ponies, thus clearing the path to the ship and the Reds there. Travis, Jolie, and Buck, armed with the star guns, would spearhead that attack, cutting into the substance of the ship itself until it was a sieve through which they could shake out the enemy. Only when the installations it contained were destroyed, might the Apaches hope for any assistance from the Mongols, either the outlaw pack waiting well back on the prairie or the people in the yurts. The grass rippled and Naginalta poked out a nose, parting stems before Travis. The Apache beamed an order, sending the coyotes with the horse raiding party. He had seen how the animals could drive hunted split horns. They would do as well with the ponies. Kepta was safe, the coyotes had made that clear by the fact that they had joined the attacking party an hour earlier. With Eskelta and Manolito she was on her way back to the north. Travis supposed he should be well pleased that their reckless plan had succeeded as well as it had. But when he thought of the Tatar girl, all he could see was her convulsed face close to his in the ship corridor, her raking nails raised to tear his cheek. She had an excellent reason to hate him, yet he hoped. They continued to watch both horse herd and domes. There were people moving about the yurts, but no signs of life at the ship. Had the Reds shut themselves in there, warned in some way of the two disasters which had whittled down their forces? Ah! Nolan breathed. One of the ponies had raised its head and was facing the direction of the camp, suspicion plain to read in its stance. The Apaches must have reached the point between the herd and the domes which had been their goal. And the Mongol guard, who had been sitting cross-legged, the reins of his mount dangling close to his hand, got to his feet. Ahoo! The ancient Apache war cry that had sounded across deserts, canyons, and southwestern Terran plains to ice the blood, ripped just as freezingly through the honey-hued air of Topaz. The horses wheeled, racing upslope away from the settlement. A figure broke from the grass, flapped his arms at one of the mounts, grabbed at flying mane, and pulled himself up on the bare back. Only a master horseman would have done that, but the whooping rider now drove the herd on, assisted by the snapping and snarling coyotes. Declay, Jilly identified the reckless rider, that was one of his rodeo tricks. Among the yurts it was as if someone had ripped up a rotten log to reveal an ant's nest and sent the alarmed insects into a frenzy. Men boiled out of the domes, the majority of them running for the horse pasture. One or two were mounted on ponies that must have been staked out in the settlement. The main war party of Apaches skimmed silently through the grass on their way to the ship. The three who were armed with the alien weapons had already tested their range by experimentation back in the hills, but the fear of exhausting whatever powered those barrels had curtailed their target practice. Now they snaked to the edge of the bare ground between them and the ladder hatch of the spacer. To cross that open space was to provide targets for lances and arrows, or the superior armament of the Reds. A chance we can hit from here. Buck laid his weapon across his bent knee, steadied the long barrel of the burner, and pressed the firing button. The closed hatch of the ship shimmered, dissolved into a black hole. Behind Travis someone let out the yammer of a war whoop. Fire, cut the walls to pieces. Travis did not need that order from Jolie. He was already beaming unseen destruction at the best target he could ask for, the side of the sphere. If the globe was armed, there was no weapon which could be depressed far enough to reach the marksman at ground level. Holes appeared, irregular gaps and tears in the fabric of the ship. The Apaches were turning the side of the globe into lacework. How far those rays penetrated into the interior they could not guess. Movement at one of the holes, the chattering burst of machine gun fire, spatters of soil and gravel into their faces, they could be cut to pieces by that. The hole enlarged, a scream, cut off. They will not be too quick to try that again, Nolan observed with cold calm from behind Travis' post. Methodically they continued to beam the ship. It would never be spaceborne again. There were neither the skills nor materials here to repair such damage. It is like laying a knife to fat, Lupe said as he crawled up beside Travis. Slice, slice. Move. Travis reached to the left, pulled at Jolie's shoulder. Travis did not know whether it was possible or not, but he had a heady vision of their combined fire power cutting the globe in half, slicing it crosswise with the ease Lupe admired. They scurried through cover just as someone behind yelled a warning. Travis threw himself down, rolled into a new firing position. An arrow sang over his head. The Reds were doing what the Apaches had known they would, calling in the controlled Mongols to fight. The attack on the ship must be stepped up, or the Amerindians would be forced to retreat. Already a new lacing of holes appeared under their concentrated efforts. With the gun held tight to his middle, Travis found his feet, zigzagged across the bare ground for the nearest of those openings. Another arrow clanged harmlessly against the fabric of the ship a foot from his goal. He made it in, over jagged metal shards which glowed faintly and reeked of ozone. The weapon's beams had penetrated well past both the outer shell and the wall of insulation webbing. He climbed a second and smaller break into a corridor enough like those of the Western ship to be familiar. The red spacer, based on the general plan of the alien derelict ship as his own had been, could not be very different. Travis tried to subdue his heavy breathing and listen. He heard a confused shouting and the burr of what might be an alarm system. The ship's brain was the control cabin. Even if the Reds dared not try to lift now, that was the core of their communication lines. He started along the corridor, trying to figure out its orientation in relation to that all-important nerve center. The Apache shoved open each door he passed with one shoulder, and twice he played a light beam on installations within cabins. He had no idea of their use, but the wholesale destruction of each and every machine was what good sense and logic dictated. There was a sound behind. Travis whirled, saw Jill Lee and beyond him Buck. Up? Jill Lee asked. And down, Buck added. The Totters say they have hollowed a bunker beneath. Separate and do as much damage as you can, Travis suggested. Agreed. Travis sped on. He passed another door and then backtracked hurriedly as he realized it had given on to an engine room. With the gun he blasted two long lines cutting the fittings into ragged lumps. Abruptly the lights went out, the burr of the alarms was silenced. Part of the ship, if not all, was dead. And now it might come to Hunter and hunted in the dark. But that was an advantage as far as the Apaches were concerned. Back in the corridor again, Travis crept through a curiously lifeless atmosphere. The shouting was stilled as if the sudden failure of the machines had stunned the Reds. A tiny sound, perhaps the scrape of a boot on a ladder. Travis edged back into a compartment. A flash of light momentarily lighted the corridor. The approaching figure was using a torch. Travis drew his knife with one hand, reversed it so he could use the heavy hilt as a silencer. The other was hurrying now, on his way to investigate the burned-out engine cabin. Travis could hear the rasp of his fast breathing. Now. The Apache had put down the gun, his left arm closed about a shoulder, and the Red gasped as Travis struck with the knife hilt. Not clean, he had to hit a second time before the struggles of the man were over. Then, using his hands for eyes, he stripped the limp body on the floor of automatic and torch. With the Red's weapon in the front of his sash, the burner in one hand and the torch in the other, Travis prowled on. There was a good chance that those above might believe him to be their comrade returning. He found the ladder leading to the next level, began to climb, pausing now and then to listen. Shock preceded sound. Under him the ladder swayed and the globe itself rocked a little. A blast of some kind must have been set off at or under the level of the ground. The bunker Buck had mentioned. Travis clung to the ladder, waited for the vibrations to subside. There was a shouting above, a questioning. Hurriedly he ascended to the next level, scrambled out and away from the ladder just in time to avoid the light from another torch flashed down the well. Again that call of inquiry, then a shot, the boom of the explosion loud in the confined space. To climb into the face of that light with a waiting marksman above was sheer folly. Could there be another way up? Travis retreated down one of the corridors raying out from the ladder well. A quick inspection of the cabins along that route told him he had reached a section of living quarters. The pattern was familiar. The control cabin would be on the next level. Suddenly the Apache remembered something. On each level there should be an emergency opening giving access to the insulation space between the inner and outer skins of the ship through which repairs could be made. If he could find that and climb up to the next level. The light shining down the well remained steady, and there was the echoing crack of another shot. But Travis was far enough away from the ladder now to dare use his own torch, seeking the door he needed on the wall surface. With a leap of heart he sighted the outline. His luck was in. The Russian and Western ships were alike. Once the panel was open he flashed his torch up, finding the climbing rungs and, above, the shadow outline of the next level opening. Securing the alien gun in his sash beside the automatic and holding the torch in his mouth, Travis climbed, not daring to think of the deep drop below. 4, 5, 10 rungs, and he could reach the other door. His fingers slid over it, searching for the release catch. But there was no answering give. Balling his fist, he struck down at an awkward angle and almost lost his balance as the panel fell away beneath his blow. The door swung and he pulled through. Darkness. Travis snapped on the torch for an instant, saw about him the relays of a comm system, and gave it a full spraying as he pivoted, destroying the eyes and ears of the ship, unless the burnout he had effected below had already done that. A flash of automatic fire from his left, a searing burn along his arm an inch or so below the shoulder. Travis' action was purely reflex. He swung the burner around, even as his mind gave a frantic no. To defend himself with automatic, knife, arrow, yes, but not this way. He huddled against the wall. An instant earlier there had been a man there, a living, breathing man, one of his own species, if not of his own beliefs. Then because his own muscles had unconsciously obeyed warrior training, there was this. So easy, to deal death without really meaning to. The weapon in his hands was truly the devil gift they were right to fear. Such weapons were not to be put into the hands of men, any men, no matter how well-intentioned. Travis gulped in great mouthfuls of air. He wanted to throw the burner away, hurl it from him. But the task he could rightfully use it for was not yet done. Somehow he reeled on into the control cabin to render the ship truly a dead thing and free himself of the heavy burden of guilt and terror between his hands. That weight could be laid aside, memory could not. And no one of his kind must ever have to carry such memories again. The booming of the drums was like a pulse quickening the blood to a rhythm which bit at the brain, made a man's eyes shine. His muscles tense as if he held an arrow to bow cord or arched his fingers about a knife hilt. A fire blazed high and in its light men leaped and whirled in a mad dance with tulwar blades catching and reflecting the red gleam of flames. Mad, wild, the Mongols were drunk with victory and freedom. Beyond them, the silver globe of the ship showed the black holes of its death, which was also the death of the past, for all of them. What now? Menlik, the dangling of amulets and charms tinkling as he moved, came up to Travis. There was none of the wild fervor in the shaman's face, instead, it was as if he had taken several strides out of the life of the horde, was emerging into another person, and the question he asked was one they all shared. Travis felt drained, flattened. They had achieved their purpose. The handful of red overlords were dead, their machines burned out. There were no controls here anymore, men were free in mind and body. What were they to do with that freedom? First, the Apache spoke his own thoughts, we must return these. The 3 alien weapons were lashed into a square of Mongol fabric, hidden from sight, although they could not be so easily shut out of mind. Only a few of the others, Apache or Mongol, had seen them, and they must be returned before their power was generally known. I wonder if in days to come, Buck mused, they will not say that we pulled lightning out of the sky, as did the Thunder Slayer, to aid us. But this is right. We must return them and make that valley and what it holds taboo. And what if another ship comes, one of yours? Menlik asked shrewdly. Travis stared beyond the Tatar shaman to the men about the fire. His nightmare dragged into the open. What if a ship did come in, one with Ash, Murdoch, men he knew and liked, friends on board? What then of his guardianship of the towers and their knowledge? Could he be as sure of what to do then? He rubbed his hand across his forehead and said slowly. We shall take steps when, or if, that happens. But could they, would they? He began to hope fiercely that it would not happen, at least in his lifetime, and then felt the cold bleakness of the exile they must will themselves into. Whether we like it or not, was he talking to the others or trying to argue down his own rebellion? We cannot let what lies under the towers be known, found, used. Unless by men who are wiser and more controlled than we are in our time. Menlik drew his shaman's wand, twiddled it between his fingers, and beneath his drooping lids watched the 3 Apaches with a new kind of measurement. Then I say to you this, such a guardianship must be a double charge, shared by my people as well. For if they suspect that you alone control these powers and their secret, there will be envy, hatred, fear, a division between us from the first, war, raids. This is a large land and neither of our groups numbers many. Shall we split apart fatally from this day when there is room for all? If these ancient things are evil, then let us both guard them with a common taboo. He was right, of course. And they would have to face the truth squarely. To both Apache and Mongol any off-world ship, no matter from which side, would be a menace. Here was where they would remain and set roots. The sooner they began thinking of themselves as people with a common bond, the better it would be. And Menlik's suggestion provided a tie. You speak well, Buck was saying. This shall be a thing we share. We are three who know. Do you be three also, but choose well, Menlik. Be assured that I will, the Tatar returned. We start a new life here, there is no going back. But as I have said, the land is wide. We have no quarrel with one another, and perhaps our two peoples shall become one, after all, we do not differ too greatly. He smiled and gestured to the fire and the dancers. Among the Mongols another man had gone into action, his head thrown back as he leaped and twirled, voicing a deep war cry. Travis recognized Declay. Apache, Mongol, both raiders, horsemen, hunters, fighters when the need arose. No, there was no great difference. Both had been tricked into coming here, and they had no allegiance now for those who had sent them. Perhaps clan and horde would combine or perhaps they would drift apart, time would tell. But there would be the bond of the guardianship, the determination that what slept in the towers would not be roused, in their lifetime or many lifetimes. Travis smiled a bit crookedly. A new religion of sorts, a priesthood with sacred and forbidden knowledge, in time a whole new life and civilization stemming from this night. The bleak cold of his early thought cut less deep. There was a different kind of adventure here. He reached out and gathered up the bundle of the burners, glancing from Buck to Jill Lee to Menlik. Then he stood up, the weight of the burden in his arms, the feeling of a greater weight inside him. Shall we go? To get the weapons back, that was of first importance. Maybe then he could sleep soundly, to dream of riding across the Arizona range at dawn under a blue sky with a wind in his face, a wind carrying the scent of pinyon pine and sage, a wind which would never caress or hearten him again. A wind his sons and sons' sons would never know. To dream troubled dreams, and hope in time those dreams would fade and thin, that a new world would blanket out the old. Better so, Travis told himself with defiance and determination, better so. Voodoo Planet. 1. Talk of heat, or better not, on Zeko. This waterlogged world combined all the most unattractive features of a steam bath and one could only dream of coolness, greenness, more land than a stingy string of islands. The young man on the promontory above the crash of the waves wore the winged cap of a spaceman with the insignia of a cargomaster and not much else, save a pair of very short shorts. He wiped one hand absently across his bare chest and brought it away damp as he studied, through protective sun goggles, the treacherous promise of the bright sea. One could swim, if he wanted to lose most of his skin. There were minute organisms in that liquid that smacked their lips, if they had lips, every time they thought of a Terran. Dane Thorson licked his own lips, tasting salt, and plodded back through the sand of the spaceport to the birth of the Solar Queen. This had been a long day, and one with more snarl-ups than he cared to count, keeping him on a constant dogged trot between the ship and the fitting yard where riggers labored with the slowest motions possible to the human body, or so it seemed to the exasperated acting cargomaster of the Free Trader. Captain Jellicoe had long ago taken refuge in his cabin to preserve the remnants of his temper. Dane had been allowed no such escape. The Queen had a schedule for refitting to serve as a mail ship, and that time allowance did not allow for humidity playing the devil with the innards of robot fitters. She had to be ready to lift and the combined ship now plying that run set down and formally signed off in her favor. Luckily, most of the work was done and Dane had given a last searching inspection before signing the rigger's book and reporting to his captain. The air-conditioned interior of the Queen comforted him as he climbed to his quarters. Ship air was flat, chemically pure but unappetizing stuff. Today it was a relief to breathe. Dane went on to the bather. At least there was no lack of water, with the local Skinners filtered out. It was chill but relaxing on his gaunt young body. He was sealing on his lightest tunic when the ramp buzzer sounded. A visitor, oh, not the supervisor rigger again. Dane went to answer with dragging feet. For the crew of the Queen at the moment numbered exactly 4, with himself for general errand boy. Captain Jellicoe was in his quarters 2 levels above, Medic Tau was presumably overhauling his supplies, and Sinbad, ship's cat, asleep in some empty cabin. Dane jerked his tunic into place, very much on his guard as he came to the head of the ramp. But it was not the supervisor rigger. Dane, thoroughly used to unusual appearing strangers, both human and alien, was impressed by this visitor. He was tall, this quiet man, his great height accented by a fit leanness, a narrowness of waist and hip, a length of leg and arm. His main article of clothing was the universal shorts of the Zeko settler. But, being fashioned of saffron yellow, they were the more brilliant because of his darkness of skin. For he was not the warm brown of the Terran Negroes Dane had served beside, though he shared their general features. His flesh was really black, black with an almost bluish sheen. Instead of shirt or tunic, his deep chest was crossed by 2 wide straps, the big medallion marking their intersection giving forth flashes of gem fire when he breathed. He wore at his belt not the standard stun gun of a spaceman, but a weapon which resembled the more deadly patrol blaster, as well as a long knife housed in a jeweled and fringed sheath. To the eye he was an example of barbaric force tamed and trimmed to civilized efficiency. He saluted, palm out, and spoke galactic basic with only a suggestion of accent. "I am Kortasaki. I believe Captain Jellicoe expects me." "Yes, sir." Dane snapped to attention. So this was the Chief Ranger from fabulous Kotka, Zeko's sister planet. The other ascended the cat ladder easily, missing no detail of the ship's interior as he passed. His expression was still one of polite interest as his guide rapped on the panel door of Jellicoe's cabin. And a horrible screech from Queeks, the captain's pet hubat, drowned out any immediate answer. Then followed that automatic thump on the floor of the blue-feathered, crab-parrot toad's cage, announcing that its master was in residence. Since the captain's cordial welcome extended only to his guest, Dane regretfully descended to the mess cabin to make unskilled preparations for supper, though there was not much you could do to foul up concentrates in an automatic cooker. "Company." Tau sat beyond the cooking unit nursing a mug of Terran coffee. "And do you have to serve music with the meals, especially that particular selection?" Dane flushed, stopped whistling in mid-note. Terra Bound was old and pretty well worn out, he didn't know why he always unconsciously sounded off with that. "A Chief Ranger from Kotka just came on board," he reported, carefully offhand, as he busied himself reading labels. He knew better than to serve fish or any of its derivatives in disguise again. Kotka. Tau sat up straighter. "Now there's a planet worth visiting." "Not on a free trader's pay," commented Dane. "You can always hope to make a big strike, boy. But what I wouldn't give to lift ship for there." "Why? You're no hunter. How come you want to heat jets for that port?" "Oh, I don't care about the game preserves, though they're worth seeing, too. It's the people themselves. But they're Terran settlers, or at least from Terran stock, aren't they?" "Sure," Tau sipped his coffee slowly. "But there are settlers and settlers, son. And a lot depends upon when they left Terra and why, and who they were, also what happened to them after they landed out here. And Kotkans are really special. Well, they have an amazing history. The colony was founded by escaped prisoners, and just one racial stock. They took off from Earth close to the end of the Second Atomic War. That was a race war, remember? Which made it doubly ugly. Tao's mouth twisted in disgust. As if the color of a man's skin makes any difference in what lies under it. One side in that lineup tried to take over Africa, herded most of the natives into a giant concentration camp and practiced genocide on a grand scale. Then they were cracked themselves, hard and heavy. During the confusion, some survivors in the camp staged a revolt, helped by the enemy. They captured an experimental station hidden in the center of the camp and made a break into space in 2 ships which had been built there. That voyage must have been a nightmare, but they were desperate. Somehow they made it out here to the rim and set down on Kepta without power enough to take off again, and by then most of them were dead. But we humans, no matter what our race, are a tough breed. The refugees discovered that climatically their new world was not too different from Africa, a lucky chance which might happen only once in 1,000 times. So they thrived, the handful who survived. But the white technicians they had kidnapped to run the ships didn't. For they set up a color bar in reverse. The lighter your skin, the lower you were in the social scale. By that kind of selective breeding the present Kotkans are very dark indeed. They reverted to the primitive for survival. Then, about 200 years ago, long before the first survey scout discovered them, something happened. Either the parent race mutated, or, as sometimes occurs, a line of people of superior gifts emerged, not in a few isolated births, but with surprising regularity in 5 family clans. There was a short period of power struggle until they realized the foolishness of civil war and formed an oligarchy, heading a loose tribal organization. With the 5 families to push and lead, a new civilization developed, and when survey came to call they were no longer savages. Combine bought the trade rights about 75 years ago. Then the company and the 5 families got together and marketed a luxury item to the galaxy. You know how every superjet big shot on 25 planets wants to say he's hunted on Kepta. And if he can point out a grass head on his wall, or wear a tail bracelet, he's able to strut with the best. To holiday on Kepta is both fabulous and fashionable, and very, very profitable for the natives and for Combine who sells transportation to the travelers. I hear they have poachers, too, Dane remarked. Yes, that naturally follows. You know what a glam skin brings on the market. Wherever you have a rigidly controlled export you're going to have poachers and smugglers. But the patrol doesn't go to Kepta. The natives handle their own criminals. Personally, I'd cheerfully take a 99-year sentence in the lunar mines in place of what the Kotkans dish out to a poacher they net. So that rumor has spread satisfactorily. Coffee slopped over the brim of Tao's mug and Dane dropped the packet of steak concentrate he was about to feed into the cooker. Chief Ranger Asaki loomed in the doorway of the mess as suddenly as if he had been teleported to that point. The medic arose to his feet and smiled politely at the visitor. Do I detect in that observation, sir, the suggestion that the tales I have heard were deliberately set to blast where they would do the most good as deterrents? A fleeting grin broke the impassive somberness of the black face. I was informed you are a man skilled in magic, medic. You certainly display the traditional sorcerer's quickness of wit. But this rumor is also truth. The quirk of good humor had gone again, and there was an edge in the chief ranger's voice which cut. Poachers on Kepta would welcome the patrol in place of the attention they now receive. He came into the mess cabin, Jellicoe behind him, and Dane pulled down 2 of the snap seats. He was holding a mug under the spout of the coffee dispenser as the captain made introductions. Thorson, our acting cargo master. Thorson, the Kotkan acknowledged with a grave nod of his head, and then glanced down to floor level with a look of surprise. Weaving a pattern about his legs, purring loudly, Sinbad was offering an unusually fervent welcome of his own. The ranger went down on one knee, his hand out for Sinbad's inquiring sniff. Then the cat butted that dark palm, batted at it playfully with claw-sheathed paw. A Terran cat. It is of the lion family. Far removed, Jellicoe supplied. You'd have to add a lot of bulk to Sinbad to promote him to the lion class. We have only the old tales. Asaki sounded almost wistful as the cat jumped to his knee and clawed for a hold on his chest belts. But I do not believe that lions were ever so friendly toward my ancestors. Dane would have removed the cat, but the Kotkin arose with Sinbad, still purring loudly, resting in the crook of his arm. The ranger was smiling with a gentleness which changed the whole arrogant cast of his countenance. Do not bring this one to Kotka with you, Captain, or you will never take him away again. Those who dwell in the inner courts would not let him vanish from their sight. Ah, so this pleases you, small lion? He rubbed Sinbad gently under the throat and the cat stretched his neck, his yellow eyes half closed in bliss. Thorson, the captain turned to Dane, that arrival report on my desk was the final one from Combine? Yes, sir. There's no hope of the rover setting down here before that date. Asaki sat down, still holding the cat. So you see, Captain, fortune has arranged it all. You have 2 tens of days. 4 days to go in my cruiser, 4 days for your return here, and the rest to explore the preserve. We could not ask for better luck, for I do not know when our paths may cross again. In the normal course of events I will not have another mission to Zeko for a year, perhaps longer. Also, he hesitated and then spoke to Tau. Medic, Captain Jellicoe has informed me that you have made a study of magic on many worlds. That is so, sir. Do you then believe that it is real force, or that it is only a superstition for child people who set up demons to howl petitions to when some darkness falls upon them? Some of the magic I have seen is trickery, some of it founded upon an inner knowledge of men and their ways which a shrewd witch doctor can use to his advantage. There always remains, Tau put down his mug, there always remains a small residue of happenings and results for which we have not yet found any logical explanations. And I believe, Asaki interrupted. It is also true that a race can be conditioned from birth to be sensitive to forms of magic so that men of that blood are particularly susceptible. That was more of a statement than a question, but Tau answered it. That is very true. A Lemurian, for example, can be sung to death. I have witnessed such a case. But upon a Terran or another off-world man the same suggestion would have no effect. Those who settled Kotka brought such magic with them. The chief ranger's fingers still moved about Sinbad's jaw and throat soothingly, but his tone was chill, the coldest thing in the cramped space of the mess cabin. Yes, a highly developed form of it, Tau agreed. More highly developed perhaps than even you can believe, Medic. That came in a hiss of cold rage. I think that its present manifestation, death by a beast that is not a beast, could be worth your detailed study. Why? Tau came bluntly to the point. Because it is a killing magic and it is being carefully used to rid my world of key men we need badly. If there is a weak point in this cloudy attack shaping against us, we must learn it, and soon. It was Jellicoe who added the rest. We are invited to visit Kotka and survey a new hunting range as Chief Ranger Asaki's personal term guests. Dane drew a deep breath of wonder. Guest rights on Kotka were jealously guarded, they were too valuable to their owners to waste. Whole families lived on the income from the yearly rental of even half a one. But the Rangers, by right of office, had several which they could grant to visiting scientists or men from other worlds holding positions similar to their own. To have such an opportunity offered to an ordinary trader was almost incredible. His wonder was matched by Tau's and must have been plain to read, for the Chief Ranger smiled. For a long time Captain Jellicoe and I have exchanged biological data on alien life forms. His skill in photographing such, his knowledge as an xenobiologist are widely recognized. And so I have permission for him to visit the new Zabora Preserve, not yet officially opened. And you, Medic Tau, your help, or at least your diagnosis, we need in another direction. So, one expert comes openly, another not so openly. Though, Medic, your task is approved by my superiors. And, he glanced at Dane, perhaps to muddle the trail for the suspicious, shall we not ask this young man also? Dane's eyes went to the captain. Jellicoe was always fair and his crew would have snapped into action on his word alone, even if they were fronting a rain of Thorkian death darts and that order was to advance. But, on the other hand, Dane would never have asked a favor, and the best he hoped for was to be able to perform his duties without unfavorable comment upon their commission. He had no reason to believe Jellicoe was willing to agree to this. "You have 2 weeks planet-side leave coming, Thorson. If you want to spend it on Kotka." Jellicoe actually grinned then. "I take it that you do. When do we up ship, sir?" "You said that you must wait for the return of your other crew members, shall we say mid-afternoon tomorrow?" The Chief Ranger stood up and put Sinbad down, though the cat protested with several sharp meows. "Small Lion," the tall Kotkin spoke to the cat as to an equal, "this is your jungle, and mine lies elsewhere. But should you ever grow tired of traveling the stars, there is always a home for you in my courts." When the Chief Ranger went out the door, Sinbad did not try to follow, but he uttered one mournful little cry of protest and loss. "So he wants a troubleshooter, does he?" Tao asked. "All right, I'll try to hunt out his goblins for him. It'll be worth that to visit Kotka." Dane, remembering the hot glare of the Zeko spaceport, the C-1 could not swim in, contrasted that with the trides he had seen of the Green Hunter's paradise on the next planet of the system. "Yes, sir," he echoed, and made a haphazard choice for the cooker. "Don't be too light-hearted," Tao warned. "I'll say that any stew which was too hot for that ranger to handle might give us burned fingers, and quick. When we land on Kotka, walk softly and look over your shoulder, and be prepared for the worst." 2. Lightning played along the black ridges above them, and below was a sheer drop to a river which was only a silver thread. Under their boots, man-made and yet dominating the wildness of jungle and mountain, was a platform of rock slabs, fused to support a palace of towering yellow-white walls and curved cups of domes, a palace which was also half fortress, half frontier post. Dane set his hands on the parapet of the river drop, blinked as a lightning bolt crackled in a sky-splitting glare of violet fire. This was about as far from the steaming islands of Zeko as a man could imagine. "The demon Graz prepare for battle." Asaki nodded toward the distant crackling. Captain Jellicoe laughed. "Supposed to be whetting their tusks, eh? I wouldn't care to meet a Graz that could produce such a display by mere tusk whetting. No. But think of the reward for the tracker who discovers where such go to die. To find the graveyard of the Graz herds would make any man wealthy beyond dreams. How much truth is there in that legend?" Tao asked. The Chief Ranger shrugged. "Who can say? This much is true, I have served my life in the forests since I could walk. I have listened to the talk of trackers, hunters, rangers in my father's courtyards and field camps since I could understand their words. Yet never has any man reported the finding of a body of a Graz that died a natural death. The scavengers might well account for the bulk of flesh, but the tusks and the bones should be visible for years. And this, too, I have seen with my own eyes, a Graz close to death, supported by 2 of its kind and being urged along to the big swamps. Perhaps it is only that the suffering animal longs for water at its end, or perhaps in the heart of that morass there does lie the Graz graveyard. But no man has found a naturally dead Graz, nor has any returned from exploring the big swamps. Lightning on peaks which were like polished jet, bare rock above, the lush overgrowth of jungle below. And between, this fortress held by men who dared both the heights and the depths. The wildly burgeoning life of Kotka had surrounded the off-worlders since they had come here. There was something untamable about Kotka, the lush planet lured and yet repelled at the same time. "Saboro far from here?" The Chief Ranger pointed north in answer to the captain's question. "About 100 leagues. It is the first new preserve we have prepared in 10 years. And it is our desire to make it the best for Tridee hunters. That is why we are now operating taming teams." "Taming teams?" Dane had to ask. The Chief Ranger was ready enough to discuss his project. "Saboro is a no-kill preserve. The animals, they come to learn that after a while. But we cannot wait several years until they do. So we make them gifts." He laughed, evidently recalling some incident. Sometimes, perhaps, we are too eager. Most of our visitors who wish to make trids want to picture big game, graz, amplet, rock apes, lions. Lions, echoed Dane. Not Terran lions, no. But my people, when they landed on Kepta, found a few animals that reminded them of those they had always known. So they gave those the same names. A Keptan lion is furred, it is a hunter and a great fighter, but it is not the cat of Terra. However, it is in great demand as a tri-D actor. So we summon it out of lurking by providing free meals. One shoots a poly, a water rat, or a lander and drags the carcass behind a low-flying flitter. The lion springs upon the moving meat, which it can also scent, and the rope is cut, leaving a free dinner. The lions are not stupid. In a very short time they connect the sound of a flitter cutting the air with food. So they come to the banquet and those on the flitter can take their tri-D shots at ease. Only there must also be care taken in such training. One forest guard on the comic preserve became too enterprising. He dragged his kill at first. Then, to see if he could get the lions to forget man's presence entirely, he hung the training carcasses on the flitter, encouraging them to jump for their food. For the guard that was safe enough, but it worked too well. A month or so later a hunter was escorting a client through Kamug and they swung low to get a good picture of a water rat emerging from the river. Suddenly there was a snarl behind them and they found themselves sharing the flitter with a lioness annoyed at finding no meat waiting on board. Luckily, they both wore stas belts. But they had to land the flitter and leave until the lioness wandered off, and she seriously damaged the machine in her irritation. So now our guards play no more fancy tricks while on taming runs. Tomorrow, no, he corrected himself, the day after tomorrow I will be able to show you how the process works. And tomorrow? Inquired the captain. Tomorrow my men make hunting magic. Asaki's voice was expressionless. Your chief witch doctor being? Questioned Tao. Lumbrilo. The chief ranger did not appear disposed to add to that but Tao pursued the subject. His office is hereditary? Yes. Does that make any difference? For the first time there was a current of repressed eagerness in the other's tone. Perhaps a vast amount of difference, Tao replied. A hereditary office may carry with it two forms of conditioning, one to influence its holder, one to affect the public at large. Your Lumbrilo may have come to believe deeply in his own powers, he would be a very remarkable man if he did not. It is almost certain that your people unquestionably accept him as a worker of wonders. They do so accept. Once more Asaki's voice was drained of life. And Lumbrilo does not accept something you believe necessary. Again the truth, medic. Lumbrilo does not accept his proper place in the scheme of things. He is a member of one of your 5 families. No, his clan is small, always set apart. From the beginning here, those who spoke for gods and demons did not also order men. Separation of church and state, commented Tao thoughtfully. Yet in our Terran past there have been times when church and state were one. Does Lumbrilo desire that? Asaki raised his eyes to the mountain peaks, to the northward where lay his beloved work. I do not know what Lumbrilo wants, save that it makes mischief, or worse. This I tell you, hunting magic is part of our lives and it has at its core some of those unexplainable happenings which you have acknowledged do exist. I have used powers I can neither explain nor understand as part of my work. In the jungle and on the grasslands an off-worlder must guard his life with a stas belt if he goes unarmed. But I, any of my men, can walk unharmed if we obey the rules of our magic. Only Lumbrilo does other things which his forefathers did not. And he boasts that he can do more. So he has a growing following of those who believe, and those who fear. You want me to face him? The chief ranger's big hands closed upon the rim of the parapet as if they could exert enough pressure to crumble the hard stone. I want you to see whether there is trickery in this. Trickery I can fight, for that there are weapons. But if Lumbrilo truly controls forces for which there is no name, then perhaps we must patch up an uneasy peace, or go down in defeat. And, off-worlder, I come from a line of warriors, we do not drink defeat easily. That I also believe, Tao returned quietly. Be sure, sir, if there is trickery in this man's magic and I can detect it, the secret shall be yours. Let us hope that so it shall be. Subconsciously, Dane had always associated the practice of magic with darkness and the night. But the next morning the sun was high and hot when he made one of the party coming down to a second and larger walled terrace where the hunters, trackers, guards and other followers of the chief ranger were assembled in irregular rows. There was a low sound which was more a throb in the clear air about them, getting into a man's blood and pumping in rhythm there. Dane tracked the sound to its source, for large drums standing waist-high before the men who tapped them delicately with the tips of all 10 fingers. The necklaces of claws and teeth about those dusky throats, the kilts of fringed hide, the crossed belts of brilliantly spotted or striped fur were in contrast to the very efficient and modern side arms each man wore. To the rest of the equipment sheathed and strapped at their belts. There was a carved stool for the chief ranger, another for Captain Jellicoe. Dane and Tao settled themselves on the less comfortable seats of the terrace steps. Those tapping fingers increased their rate of beat, and the notes of the drums rose from the low murmur of hived bees to the mutter of mountain thunder still half a range away. A bird called from those inner courts of the palace from which the women never ventured. Duh, 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 duh. Voices took up the thud-thud of the drums, the heads of the squatting men moved in a slow swing from side to side. Tao's hand closed about Dane's wrist and the younger man looked around, startled, to see that the medic's eyes were alight, that he was watching the assembly with the alertness of Sinbad approaching prey. Calculate the stowage space in number 1 hold. That amazing order, delivered in a whisper, shocked Dane into obeying it. Number 1 hold. There were 3 divisions now and the stowage was, he became aware that for a small space of time he had escaped the net being woven by the beat of the drum, the drone of voices, the nodding of heads. He moistened his lips. So that was how it worked. He had heard Tao speak often enough about self-hypnotism under such conditions, but this was the first time the meaning of it had been clear. 2 men were shuffling out of nowhere, wearing nothing on their dark bodies but calf-length kilts of tails, black tails with fluffy white tips, which swayed uniformly in time to their pacing feet. Their heads and shoulders were masked by beautifully cured and semi-mounted animal heads displaying half-open jaws with double pairs of curved fangs. The black and white striped fur, the sharply pointed ears, were neither canine nor feline, but a weird combination of the two. Dane gabbled 2 trading formulas under his breath and tried to think of the relation of Samantine rock coinage to galactic credits. Only this time his defenses did not work. From between the 2 shuffling dancers padded something on 4 feet. The canine feline creature was more than just a head, it was a loose-limbed, graceful body fully 8 feet in length, and the red eyes in the prick-eared head were those of a confident killer. It walked without restraint, lazily, with arrogance, its white tufted tail swinging. And when it reached the midpoint of the terrace, it flung up its head as if to challenge. But words issued from between those curved fangs, words which Dane might not understand but which undoubtedly held meaning for the men nodding in time to the hypnotic cadence of that da. Beautiful. Tao spoke in honest admiration, his own eyes almost as feral as those of the talking beast as he leaned forward, his fists on his knees. Now the animal was dancing also, its paws following the pace set by the masked attendants. It must be a man in an animal skin. But Dane could hardly believe that. The illusion was too perfect. His own hands went to the knife sheath at his belt. Out of deference to local custom they had left their stun rods in the palace, but a belt knife was an accepted article of apparel. Dane slid the blade out surreptitiously, setting its point against the palm of his hand and jabbing painfully. This was another of Tao's answers for breaking a spell. But the white and black creature continued to dance, there was no blurring of its body lines into those of a human being. It sang on in a high-pitched voice, and Dane noted that those of the audience nearest the stools where Asaki and the captain were seated now watched the chief ranger and the space officer. He felt Tao tense beside him. Trouble coming. The warning from Tao was the merest thread of sound. Dane forced himself to look away from the swaying cat-dog, to watch instead the singers who were now furtively eyeing their lord and his guest. The Terran knew that there were feudal bonds between the ranger and his men. But suppose this was a showdown between Lumbrilo and Asaki, whose side would these men take? He watched Captain Jellicoe's hand slide across his knee, his fingers drop in touching distance of knife hilt. And the hand of the chief ranger, hanging lax at his side, suddenly balled into a fist. So. Tao expelled the word as a hiss. He moved with sure-footed speed. Now he passed between the stools to confront the dancing cat-dog. Yet he did not look at that weird creature and its attendants. Instead his arms were flung high as if to ward off, or perhaps welcome, something on the mountain side as he shouted. Hodi, Eldama. Hodi. As one, those on the terrace turned, looked up toward the slope. Dane was on his feet, holding his knife as he might a sword. Though of what use its puny length would be against that huge bulk moving in slow majesty toward them, he did not try to think. Great arc trunk curled upward between great ivory tusks, ears went wide as ponderous feet crunched volcanic soil. Tao moved forward, his hand still upraised, clearly in greeting. That trunk touched skyward as if in salute to the man who could be crushed under one foot. Hodi, Eldama. For the second time Tao hailed the monster elephant, and the trunk raised in silent greeting from one lord of an earth to another he recognized as an equal. Perhaps it had been 1,000 years since man and elephant had stood so, and then there had been only war and death between them. Now there was peace and a current of power flowing from one to the other. Dane sensed this, saw the men on the terrace likewise drawing back from the unseen tie between the medic and the bull he had so clearly summoned. Then Tao's upheld hands came together in a sharp clap and men held their breath in wonder. Where the great bull had stood there was nothing, except rocks in the sun. As Tao swung around to face the cat-dog, that creature had no substance either. For he fronted no animal but a man, a small, lean man whose lips wrinkled back from his teeth in a snarl. His attendant priests fell back, leaving the spaceman and the witch doctor alone. Lumbrilo's magic is great, Tao said evenly. I hail Lumbrilo of Kotka. His hand made the open palm salute of peace. The snarl faded as the man brought his face under control. He stood naked, but he was clothed in inherent dignity. And there was power with that dignity, power and a pride before which even the more physically impressive chief ranger might have to give place. You have magic also, Outlander, he replied. Where walks this long-toothed shadow of yours now? Where once the men of Kotka walked, Lumbrilo. For it was men of your blood who long past hunted this shadow of mine and made its body their prey. So that it now might have a blood debt to settle with us, Outlander. That you said, not I, man of power. You have shown us one beast, I have shown another. Who can say which of them is stronger when it issues forth from the shadows? Lumbrilo pattered forward, his bare feet making little sound on the stones of the terrace. Now he was only an arm's length away from the medic. You have challenged me, off-world man. Was that a question or a statement? Dane wondered. Why should I challenge you, Lumbrilo? To each race its own magic. I come not to offer battle. His eyes held steady with the Kotkans. You have challenged me. Lumbrilo turned away and then looked back over his shoulder. The strength you depend upon may become a broken staff, off-worlder. Remember my words in the time when shadows become substance, and substance the thinnest of shadows. 3. You are truly a man of power. Tao shook his head in answer to that outburst from Asaki. Not so, sir. Your Lumbrilo is a man of power. I drew upon his power and you saw the results. Deny it not. What we saw never walked this world. Tao slung the strap of a trail bag over his shoulder. Sir, once men of your blood, men who bred your race, hunted the elephant. They took his tusks for their treasure, feasted upon his flesh, yes, and died beneath the trampling of his feet when they were unlucky or unwary. So there is that within you which can even now be awakened to remember Eldama in his might when he was king of the herd and need fear nothing save the spears and cunning of small, weak men. Lumbrilo had already awakened your minds to see what he willed you to see. How does he do this? Asked the other simply. Is it magic that we see not Lumbrilo but a lion before us? He weaves his spell with the drums, with the chant, by the suggestion his mind imposes upon yours. And, having woven his spell, he cannot limit it to just the picture he suggests if ancient racial memories raise another. I merely used the tools of Lumbrilo to show you yet another picture your people once knew well. And in so doing made an enemy. Asaki stood before a rack of very modern weapons. Now he made his selection, a silver tube with a stock curved to fit a man's shoulder. Lumbrilo will not forget. Tao laughed shortly. No, but then I have merely done as you wished, have I not, sir? I have focused on myself the enmity of a dangerous man, and now you hope I shall be forced, in self-defense, to remove him from your path. The Kotkin turned slowly, resting the weapon across his forearm. I do not deny that, spacemen. Then matters here are indeed serious. They are so serious, Asaki interrupted, speaking not only to Tao but to the other off-worlders as well, that what happens now may mean the end of the Kotka that I know. Lumbrilo is the most dangerous game I have faced in a lifetime as a hunter. He goes, or we draw his fangs, or else all that I am, all I have labored here to build, will be swept away. To preserve this I will use any weapon. And I am now your weapon, which you hope will be as successful as that needler you are carrying. Tao laughed again, without much humor. Let us hope I shall prove as effective. Jellicoe moved out of the shadows. It was just after dawn, and the grayness of the vanishing night still held in the corners of the armory. Deliberately he took his own stand before the arms racks and chose a short-barreled blaster. Only when its butt was cupped in his hand did he glance at his host. We came guesting, Asaki. We have eaten salt and bread under this roof. On my body in my blood it is, returned the Kotkin grimly. I shall go down to the blackness of Sabra before you do, if the flames of death are against us. From his belt he flipped loose his knife and offered the hilt to Jellicoe. My body for a wall between you and the dark, Captain. But also understand this, to me, what I do now is greater than the life of any one man. Lumbrilo and the evil behind him must be rooted out. There was no trickery in my invitation. They stood eye to eye, equal in height, in authority of person, and that indefinable something which made them both masters in their own different worlds. Then Jellicoe's hand went out, his fingertip flicked the hilt of the bared blade. There was no trickery, he conceded. I knew that your need was great when you came to the Queen. Since both the captain and Tao appeared to accept the situation, Dane, not quite understanding it all, was prepared to follow their lead. And for the moment they had nothing more in plan than to visit the Zaboru Preserve. They went by Flitter, Asaki, one of his hunter pilots, and the three from the Queen, lifting over the rim of mountains behind the fortress palace and speeding north with the rising sun a flaming ball to the east. Below, the country was stark, rocks and peaks, deep purple shadows marking the veins of crevices. But that was swiftly behind and they were over a sea of greens, many shades of green, with yellow, blue, even red cutting into the general verdant carpet of treetops. Another chain of heights and then open land, swales of tall grass already burnt yellow by the steady sun. There was a river here, a crazy, twisted stream coiling nearly back upon itself at times. Once more broken land so ravished by prehistoric volcanic action that it was a grotesque nightmare of erosion-whittled outcrops and mesas. Asaki pointed to the east. There was a dark patch widening out into a vast wedge. The swamp of Migra. It has not yet been explored. You could air map it, Tao began. The chief ranger was frowning. For flitters have been lost trying that. Comm reports fail when they cross that last mountain ridge eastward. There is some sort of interference which we do not yet understand. Migra is a place of death, later we may be able to travel along its fringe and then you shall see. Now, he spoke to the pilot in his own tongue and the flitter pointed up nose at an angle as they climbed over the highest peak they had yet seen in this mountainous land, to reach at last a country of open grass dotted with small forest stands. Jellicoe nodded approvingly. Saboru? Saboru, Asaki assented. We shall go up to the northern end of the preserve. I wish to show you the roosts of the fastals. This is their nesting season and the sight is one you will long remember. But we shall take an eastern course, I have 2 ranger stations to check on the way. It was after they left the second station that the flitter swung farther out eastward, again climbing over the chain of heights to sight one of the newly discovered wonders the staff at the last station had reported, a crater lake. And the flitter skimmed down across water which was a rich emerald in hue, filling the crater from one rock wall to the other with no beach at the foot of those precipitant cliffs. As the machine arose to clear the far wall, Dane tensed. One of his duties aboard the Queen was flitter pilot for planetwise trips. And ever since they had taken off that morning he had unconsciously flown with the Kotkin pilot, anticipating each change or adjustment of the controls. Now he felt that sluggish response to the other's lift signal, and instinctively his own hand went out to adjust a power feed lever. They made the rise, were well above the danger of the cliff wall. But the machine was not responding properly. Dane did not need to watch the pilot's swiftly moving hands to guess that they were in trouble. And his slight concern deepened into something else as the flitter began to drop nose again. In front of him, Captain Jellicoe shifted uneasily, and Dane knew that he, too, was alerted. Now the pilot had plunged the power adjuster to the head against the control board. But the nose of the flitter acted as if it were overweight or magnetically attracted by the rocks below. The best efforts of the man flying it could not keep it level. They were being drawn earthward, and all the pilot could do only delayed the inevitable crack-up. The Kotkin was turning the machine north to avoid what lay below, for here a long arm of the Migra swamp clasped about the foot of the mountain. The chief ranger spoke into the mic of the comm unit while the pilot continued to fight against the pull which was bringing them down. Now the small machine was below the level of the volcanic peak which cradled the lake, and the mountain lay between them and the preserve. Asaki gave a muffled exclamation, slapped the comm box, spoke more sharply into the mic. It was apparent he was not getting the results he wanted. Then with a quick glance about he snapped an order. Strap in. His Terran companions had already buckled the wide webbing belts intended to save them from crash shock. Dane saw the pilot push the button to release fend cushions. In spite of his pounding heart, a small fraction of his brain recognized the other's skill as the Kotkin took a course to bring them down on a relatively level patch of sand and gravel. Dane raised his head from the shelter of his folded arms. The chief ranger was busy with the pilot, who lay limply against the controls. Captain Jellicoe and Tao were already pulling at the buckles of their protective crash belts. But one look at the front of the flitter told Dane that it would not take to the air again without extensive repairs. Its nose was bent up and back, obscuring the forward view completely. However, the pilot had made a miraculously safe landing considering the terrain. 10 minutes later, the pilot restored to consciousness and the gash in his head bandaged, they held a council of war. The comm was off, too. I did not have a chance to report before the crash, Asaki put the situation straightly. And our exploring parties have not yet mapped this side of the range, it has a bad reputation because of the swamp. Jellicoe measured the heights now to their west with resigned eyes. Looks as if we climb. Not here, the chief ranger corrected him. There is no passing through the crater lake region on foot. We must travel south along the edge of the mountain area until we do find a scalable way into the preserve region. You seem very certain we are not going to be rescued if we stay right here, Tao observed. Why? Because I'm inclined to believe that any flitter that tries to reach us may run into the same trouble. Also, they have no calm fix on us. It will be at least a day or more before they will even begin to count us missing, and then they will have the whole northern portion of the preserve to comb. There are not enough men here. I can give you a multitude of reasons, medic. One of which might be sabotage, demanded Jellicoe. Asaki shrugged. Perhaps. I am not loved in some quarters. But there may also be something fatal to flitters here as there is over Migra. We thought the Crater Lake district safely beyond the swamp influence, but it may not be so. But you took the chance of traveling over it, Dane thought, though he did not comment aloud. Was this another of the Chief Ranger's attempts to involve them in some private trouble of his own? Though to deliberately smash up a flitter and set them all afoot in this wilderness was a pretty drastic move. Asaki had started to unload emergency supplies from the flitter. They each had a trail bag for a pack. But when the pilot staggered over to pull out a set of Stas belts and Jellicoe began to uncoil them, the Chief Ranger shook his head. With the feeder beam shut off by the mountains, I fear those will no longer work. Jellicoe tossed one on the crumpled nose of the flitter and punched its button with the tip of the needler barrel. Then he threw a rock at the dangling belt. The stone landed, taking the wide protective band with it to the ground. That force field which should have warded off the missile was not working. Oh, fine. Tao opened his trail bag to pack concentrates. Then he smiled crookedly. We aren't signed in for killing licenses, sir. Do you pay our fines if we are forced to shoot a hole through something that disputes the right-of-way? To Dane's surprise, the Chief Ranger laughed. You are off preserve now, Medic Tao. The rules do not cover wild land. But I would suggest we now hunt a cave before nightfall. Lions? Asked Jellicoe. Dane, remembering the black and white beast Lumbrilo had presented, did not enjoy that thought. They had, his gaze went from man to man checking weapons, the needler Asaki carried, and another the pilot had slung by its carrying strap over his shoulder. Tao and the captain both were armed with blasters and he had a fire ray and a force blade, both considered small arms but deadly enough perhaps even to dampen a lion's enthusiasm for the chase. Lions, graz, rock apes, Asaki fastened the mouth of his trail bag. All are hunters or killers. The graz send out scouts, and they are big and formidable enough to have no enemies. Lions hunt with intelligence and skill. Rock apes are dangerous, but luckily they cannot keep silent when they scent their prey and so give one warning. As they climbed upslope from the flitter, Dane, looking back, saw that perhaps Asaki was right in his belief that they had better try to help themselves rather than wait for rescue. Putting aside the excuse of fearing another crack-up, the wrecked flitter made no outstanding mark on the ground. The higher they climbed, the less it could be distinguished from the tumble of rocks about it. He had lagged a little behind and, when he hurried to catch up, found Jellicoe standing with his distance vision lenses to his eyes, directing them toward that shadow marking the swamp. As the younger spaceman reached him, the captain lowered the glasses and spoke. Take your knife, Thorson, and hold it close to that rock, over there. He pointed to a rounded black knob protruding from the soil a little off their path. Dane obeyed, only to have the blade jerk in his hand. And when he loosened his hold in amazement, the steel slapped tight against the stone. Magnetic. Yes. Which might explain our crash. Also this. Jellicoe held out a field compass to demonstrate that its needle had gone completely mad. We can use the mountain range itself for a guide, Dane said with more confidence than he felt. True enough. But we may have trouble when we head west again. Jellicoe let the lenses swing free on their cord about his neck. If we were wrecked on purpose, his mouth tightened and the old blaster burn on his cheek stretched as did his jaw set, then someone is going to answer a lot of questions, and fast. The Chief Ranger, sir. I don't know. I just don't know. The captain grunted as he adjusted his pack and started on. If fortune had failed them earlier, she smiled on them now. Asaki discovered a cave before sundown, located not too far from a mountain stream. The ranger sniffed the air before that dark opening as the hunter-pilot shed his equipment and crept forward on his hands and knees, his head up and his nostrils expanding as he, too, tested the scent from the cave mouth. Scent. It was closer to a stench, and one ripe enough to turn the stomach of an off-worlder. But the hunter glanced back over his shoulder and nodded reassuringly. Lion. But old. Not here within 5 days at least. Well enough. And even old lion scent will keep away rock apes. We'll clean some and then we can rest undisturbed, was his superior's comment. The cleaning was easy for the brittle bedding of dried bracken and grass the beast had left burned quickly, cleansing with both fire and smoke. When they raked the ashes out with branches, Asaki and Nemani brought in handfuls of leaves which they crumpled and threw on the floor, spreading an aromatic odor which banished most of the foulness. Dane, at the stream with the canteens to fill, chanced upon a small pool where there was a spread of smooth yellow sand. Knowing well the many weird booby traps one might stumble into on a strange world, the Terran prospected carefully, stirring up the stand with a stick. Sighting not so much as a water insect or a curious fish, he pulled off his boots, rolled up his breeches and waded in. The water was cool and refreshing, though he dared not drink it until the purifier was added. Then, with the filled canteens knotted together by their straps, he put on his boots and climbed to the cave where Tao waited with water tablets. Half an hour later Dane sat cross-legged by the fire, turning a spit strung with 3 small birds Asaki had brought in. 1 foot closer to the heat began to tingle and he eased off his boot. His cramped toes suddenly seeming to have doubled in size. He was staring wide-eyed at these same toes, puffed, red, and increasingly painful to the touch, when Nemani squatted beside him, inspected his foot closely, and ordered him to take off his other boot. What is it? Dane found that shedding the other boot was a minor torture in itself. Nemani was cutting tiny splinters, hardly thicker than a needle, from a stick. Sandworm lays eggs in flesh. We burn them out or you have bad foot. Burn them out. Dane echoed, and then swallowed as he watched Nemani advance a splinter to the fire. Burn them, the Kotkin repeated firmly. Burn tonight, hurt some tomorrow, all well soon. No burn, very bad. Dane ruefully prepared to pay the consequences of his first brush with the unpleasant surprises Kotka had to offer. 4. Dane regarded his throbbing feet morosely. Nemani's operations with burning splinters had been hard to take, but he had endured them without disgracing himself before the Kotkins, who appeared to regard such a mishap as just another travel incident. Now, with Tao's salve soothing the worst of the after-effects, the Terran was given time to reflect upon his own stupidity and the fact that he might now prove a drag on the whole party the next morning. That's queer. Dane was startled out of the contemplation of his misery to see the medic on his knees before their row of canteens, the vial of water purifier held to the firelight for a closer inspection. What's the matter? We must have hit with a pretty hard thump back there. Some of these pills are powder. Have to guess about the portion to add. With the tip of his knife blade Tao scraped a tiny amount of pill fragments into each waiting canteen. That should do it. But if the water tastes a little bitter, don't let it bother you. Bitter water, Dane thought, trying to flex his still swollen toes, was going to be the least of his worries in the morning. But he determined that his boots should go on at daybreak, and he would keep on his feet as long as the others did, no matter how much it cost him. And when they set out shortly after daybreak, wanting to move as far as they could before the heat hours when they must rest, the going was not too bad. Dane's feet were tender to the touch, but he could shuffle along at the tail of the procession with only Nemani playing rear guard behind him. Jungle lay before them and bush knives began to swing, clearing their path. Dane took his turn with the rest at that chore, thankful that the business of cutting their way through that mass of greenery slowed them to a pace he could match, if not in comfort, then by willpower. But the sandworms were not the only troubles one could encounter on Kotka. Within an hour Captain Jellicoe stood sweating and speaking his mind freely in the native tongues of 5 different planets while Tao and Nemani worked as a team with skinning knives. They were not flaying the spaceman, but they came near to that in places as they worried a choice selection of tree thorns out of his arm and shoulder. The captain had been unfortunate enough to trip and fall into the embrace of a very unfriendly bush. Dane inspected a fallen tree for evidence of inimical wildlife, and then rested his blanket between him and it as a protecting cushion before he sat down. These trees were not the towering giants of the true forests, but rather oversized bushes which had been made into walls by twined vines. Brilliant bursts of flowers were splotches of vivid color, and the attendant insect life was altogether too abundant. Dane tried to tally his immunity shots and hoped for the best. At the moment he wondered why anyone would want to visit Kepta, let alone pay some astronomical sum for the privilege. Though he could also guess that the plush safari arranged for a paying client might be run on quite different lines from their own present trek. How could a tracker find his way through this? With the compasses playing crazy tricks into the bargain. Jellicoe knew that the compasses were off, yet the captain had followed Asaki's lead without question, so he must trust the ranger's forest craft. But Dane wished they were clear on the mountainside again. Time had little meaning in that green gloom. But when they worked through to meet rock walls again, the sun said it was well into the after part of the day. They sheltered for a breather under the drooping limbs of one of the last trees. Amazing! Jellicoe, his torn arm in a sling across his chest, came downslope from the higher point where he had been using the distance lenses. We struck straight across and cut off about 10 miles by that jungle jog. Now I believe all that I've heard of your people's ability to cross wilderness and not lose their built-in riding beams, sir. With the compasses out, I'll admit I've been nourishing a healthy set of doubts. Asaki laughed. Captain, I do not question your ability to flit from world to world, or how you have learned to set up trade with strange humans and non-humans alike. To each his own mystery. On Kepta every boy before he becomes a man must learn to navigate the jungle, and with no instruments to help him, only what lies in here. He touched his thumb to his forehead. So through generations we have developed our homing instincts. Those who did not, also did not live to father others who might have had the same lack. We are hounds who can run on a scent, and we are migrators who have better than a compass within our own bodies. Now we take to climbing again. Tao surveyed the way before them critically. Not at this hour. That sun on the upward slopes can cook a man's skin were he to touch any rock. We wait. Waiting for the Kotkins was a chance to sleep. They curled up on their light blankets. But the 3 spacemen were restless. Dane would have liked to have taken off his boots, but feared he could not replace them, and he could tell from the way the captain shifted his position that Jellicoe was in pain too. Tao sat quietly, staring at nothing Dane could see, unless it was a tall rock thrust out of the slope like a finger pointing skyward. What color is that rock? Surprised, Dane gave the stony finger closer attention. To him it was the same color as most of the other rocks, a weathered black which in certain lights appeared to carry a brownish film. Black, or maybe dark brown. Tao looked past him to Jellicoe. The captain nodded. I'd agree with that. Tao cupped his hands over his eyes for a moment and his lips moved as if he were counting. Then he took his hands away and stared upslope. Dane watched the medic's eyelids blink slowly. Nothing but black or brown. Tao pressed. No. Jellicoe supported his injured arm upon his knees, leaning forward, as intent upon the designated rock as if he expected it to assume some far more startling appearance. Queer, Tao said to himself, and then added briskly, you're right, of course. That sun can play tricks with one's eyes. Dane continued to watch the finger rock. Maybe strong sunlight could play tricks, but he could see nothing odd about that rough lump. And since the captain asked no questions of Tao, he did not quite want to either. It was perhaps a half-hour later, and the medic and Jellicoe had both succumbed to the quiet, the heat, and their own fatigue, when Dane did sight a movement upslope. The throbbing in his feet was worse now that he had nothing to occupy his mind but his own troubles, and he was sitting facing the finger rock. Was that what Tao had seen earlier? That quick movement around the side of the rough pillar? But if so, why the question of color? There it was again. And now, centering all his attention on that one point, the Terran picked out the outline of a head grotesque enough to be something conjured out of Lumbrilo's sorcerer's imagination. Had Dane not seen its like among the 3D prints in Captain Jellicoe's collection, he would have believed that his eyes were playing tricks. It was a bullet-shaped head, embellished by two outsized prick ears, the hair-tufted pointed tips of which projected well above the top of the skull. Round eyes were set deeply in sunken pits. The mouth was a swinish snout from which lolled a purple tongue, though the rest of that gargoyle head was very close in color to the rock against which it half rested. Dane had no doubts that the rock ape was spying upon the small camp. Having heard tales of those semi-intelligent animals, the most intelligent native creatures of Kepta, most of which were concerned with their more malignant characteristics, Dane was alarmed. That lurker could be an advanced scout of some pack. And a pack of rock apes, if able to surprise their prey, were formidable opponents. Asaki stirred, sat up. And that round head above turned to follow the chief ranger's every move. Above, by the finger rock, to the right. Dane kept his voice close to a whisper. When he saw the sudden constriction of muscle across the Kotkin's bare shoulders, he knew that the other had heard and understood. Only, if Asaki had spotted the rock ape, he did not betray his knowledge. The Kotkin got lithely to his feet. Then one of those feet stirred Nemani into the instant wakefulness of the wilderness-trained man. Dane slid his hand about the bole of the tree and touched Jellicoe, watched the captain's gray eyes open with a similar awareness. Asaki picked up his needler. Weapon in hand, he whirled and fired almost in one connected movement. It was the fastest shot Dane had ever seen. The gargoyle head lifted away from the rock, and then turned to one side as its body, somehow vaguely obscene in its resemblance to the human form, fell away, to sprawl limply downslope. Though the dead rock ape had not had a chance to give tongue, there came a cry from above, a coughing, deep-throated hawking. Down the steep incline bumped a round white ball, bouncing past the tumbled carcass of the ape, sailing up into the air, to strike and burst open a few feet away. Back! With one arm Asaki sent Jellicoe, his nearest neighbor, tumbling back into the jungle. Then the chief ranger pumped a stream of needle rays into the remains of the ball. A shrill, sweet humming arose as red motes, vivid as molten copper in the sunlight, climbed on wings beating too fast to be seen. The debris of the nest smoked into nothing. But no needle ray could hope to stop all the poisonous army issuing forth from it, fighting mad, to seek any warm-blooded creature within scenting distance. The men threw themselves into the brush, rolling in the thick mold of the vegetable decay on the ground, rubbing its moist plaster over their bodies in frantic haste. Red-hot fire, far worse than any of the splinter torment Dane had undergone the night before, pierced between his shoulders. He rolled on his back, shoving himself along, both to kill the fire wasp and coat the sting with cooling mold. Cries of pain told him that he was not the only sufferer, as all dug hands into the slimy stuff under them and slapped it over their faces and heads. Apes! That half-shout got through to alert the men on the jungle floor. True to their nature, the rock apes, now streaming downhill, were coughing their challenges, advertising their attack. And it was only that peculiarity of their species which saved their intended victims. The apes came forward, partially erect, at a shambling run. The first two, bulls close to 6 feet, went down under fire from Asaki's needler. A third somehow escaped, swerving to the left, and came bounding at an angle toward Dane. The Terran jerked free his force blade as that swine snout split wide to show greenish tusks, and the horrible stench of the creature's body made him gasp. A taloned paw clawed at him eagerly, slipped from his slime-covered body just as he brought the force blade up. Foul breath coughed in his face and he stumbled back as the heavy body of the ape crashed against him, cut in half by the weapon. To Dane's sickened horror the paws still clawed for him, the fangs still gnashed as he rolled free of the mangled body and somehow got to his feet. The roar of a blaster, of two blasters, drowned out the clamor of the apes as Dane drew his fire ray, set his shoulders against a tree bole and prepared to fight it out. He fired, saw a smaller and more nimble enemy go down screeching. Then there were none left on their shaggy feet, though some on the ground dragged themselves forward, still striving to reach the men. Dane slapped a fire wasp from his leg. He was glad of the support of the tree at his back as the smell of the ape's blood drenching him from chest level down, and the mess on the ground, made his stomach churn. When he could control his retching, he straightened. To his relief he saw that all the others were on their feet, apparently unharmed. But Tau, catching sight of the younger spaceman, gasped and started for him. Dane! What did they do? His junior laughed a little hysterically. Not mine. He swabbed with a handful of grass at his bloodied breeches and blundered on into the sunlight. Nemani found them a foam-flecked stream below a miniature falls where the swift current prevented the lurking of sandworms. They stripped eagerly, cleaning first themselves and then their fouled clothing while Tau tended the wealth of fire wasp stings. There was little he could do to relieve the swelling and pain, until Asaki produced a reed-like plant which, chopped in sections, yielded a sticky purple liquid that dried on the skin as a tar gum, the native remedy. So, glued and plastered, they climbed away from the water and prepared to spend the night in a hollow between two leaning rocks, certainly not as snug as the cave but a fortress of sorts. And credit-happy space hoppers pay a fortune for an outing like this. Tau commented bitterly, hunching well forward so that a certain stung portion of his anatomy would not come in contact with the rock beneath him. Hardly for this, Jellicoe replied, and Dane saw Nemani grin one-sidedly, his other cheek puffed and painted sticky purple. We do not always encounter apes and fire wasps in the same day, supplied the chief ranger. Also, guests at the preserves wear stas belts. Jellicoe snorted. I don't think you'd get any repeats from your clients otherwise. What do we meet tomorrow? A herd of graz on stampede, or something even more subtle and deadly? Nemani got up and walked a little way from their rock shelter. He turned downslope and Dane saw his nostrils expand as they had when he had investigated the cave. Something is dead, he said slowly. A very large something. Or else. Asaki strode down to join his men. He gave a curt nod and Nemani skidded on down the mountainside. What is it? Jellicoe asked. It might be many things. There is one I hope it is not, was the chief ranger's somewhat evasive reply. I will hunt a labla, there was fresh spoor at the stream. He set off along their back trail to return a half-hour later, the body of his kill slung across one shoulder. He was skinning it when Nemani trotted back. Well? Death pit, supplied the hunter. Poachers? Jellicoe inquired. Nemani nodded. Asaki continued his task, but there was a glint in his dark eyes as he butchered with sure and expert strokes. Then he glanced at the shadow extending beyond the rocks. I, too, would see, he told Nemani. Jellicoe arose, and Dane, interested, followed. Some 5 minutes later none of them needed the native keenness of smell to detect the presence of some foulness ahead. The odor of corruption was almost tangible in the sultry air. And it grew worse until they stood on the edge of a pit. Dane retreated hurriedly. This was as bad as the battlefield of the rock apes. But the captain and the two Kotkins stood calmly assessing the slaughter left by the hide poachers. Glam, Graz, Hudra, Jellicoe commented. Tusks and hides, the full line of trade stuff. Asaki, his expression bleak, stepped back from the pit. Day-old calves, old ones, females, all together. They kill wantonly and leave those they do not choose to pelt. Trail, Nemani pointed eastward. Leads to Migra Swamp. The swamps. Asaki was shaken. They must be mad. Or know more about this country than your men do, Jellicoe corrected. If poachers can enter Migra, then we can follow. But not now, Dane protested silently. Certainly Asaki did not mean that they were to track outlaws into swamps the Kotkin had already labeled unexplored death traps. 5. Sitting up, Dane stared wide-eyed into the dark. A handful of glowing coals, guarded by rocks, was the center of their camp. He hunched up to that, hardly knowing why he moved. His hands were shaking, his skin damp with sweat no heat produced. Yet, now that he was conscious of the night, the Terran could not remember the nightmare from which he had just awakened, though he was left with a growing apprehension which he could not define. What prowled out there in that dark? Walked the mountainside? Listened, spied and waited? Dane half started to his feet as a form did move into the dim light of the fire. Tau stood there, regarding him with sober intensity. Bad dream? The younger man admitted to that with a nod, partly against his will. Well, you aren't the only one. Remember any of it? With an effort, Dane looked away from the encircling dark. It was as if the fear which had shaken him awake, now embodied, lurked right there. No, he rubbed sleep-smarting eyes. Neither did I, Tau remarked. But both of them must have been jet-powered. I suppose one could expect to have nightmares after yesterday. Dane advanced the logical explanation, yet at the same time something deep inside him denied every word of it. He had known nightmares before, none of them had left this aftertaste. And he wanted no return of sleep tonight. Reaching to the pile of wood he fed the fire as Tau settled down beside him. There is something else, the medic began, and then fell silent. Dane did not press him. The younger man was too busy fighting a growing desire to whirl and aim the fire ray into that darkness, to catch in its withering blast that lurking thing he could feel padded there, biding its time. Despite his efforts Dane did drowse again before morning, waking unrefreshed, and, to his secret dismay, with no lessening of his odd dislike for the country about them. Asaki did not suggest that they trail the poachers into the morass of Migra. Instead the chief ranger was eager to press on in the opposite direction, find a way over the range to the preserve where he could assemble a punitive force to deal with the outlaws. So they began an upward climb which took them away from the dank heat of the lowlands, into the parched blaze of the sun-baked ledges above. The sun was bright, far too bright, and there were few shadows left. Yet Dane, stopping to drink sparingly from his canteen, could not lose that sense of eyes upon him, of being tracked. Rock apes? Cunning as those beasts were, it was against their nature to trail in utter silence, to be able to carry through a long-term project. Lion, perhaps. He noted that Nemani and Asaki took turns at rear guard today, and that each was alert. Yet, oddly enough, none of them mentioned the uneasiness they must all share. They had a dry climb, finding no mountain stream to renew their water supply. All being experienced in wilderness travel, they made a mouthful of liquid go a long way. When the party halted slightly before midday, canteens were still half full. Haw! They jerked up, hands on weapons. A rock ape, its hideous body clearly seen here, capered, coughed, spat. Asaki fired from the hip and the thing screeched, clawed at its chest where the dark blood spewed out, and raced for them. Nemani cut the beast down and they waited tensely for the attack of the thing's tribe, which should have followed the abortive lunge on the part of their scout. But there was nothing, neither sound nor movement. What did follow froze them all momentarily. That mangled body began to move again, drew itself together, crawled toward them. Dane knew that it was impossible that the creature could live with such wounds. Yet the beast advanced, its head lolling on its hunched shoulders so that the eyes were turned blindly up to the full glare of the sun, while it crawled to reach the man it could not see. Demon! Nemani dropped his needler, shrank back against the rocks. As the thing advanced, before their eyes the impossible happened. Those gaping wounds closed, the head straightened on the almost invisible neck, the eyes glared once more with life, and slaver dripped from the swine's snout. Jellicoe caught up the needler Nemani had dropped. With a coolness Dane envied, the captain shot. And for the second time the rock ape collapsed, torn to ribbons. Nemani screamed, and Dane tried to choke back his own cry of horrified protest. The dead thing put on life for the second time, crawled, got somehow to its feet, healed itself, and came on. Asaki, his face greenish pale, stepped out stiffly as if each step he took was forced by torture. He had dropped his needler. Now he caught up a rock as large as his own head, raised it high with arms on which the muscles stood out like ropes. He hurled the stone, and Dane heard as well as saw the missile go home. The rock ape fell for the third time. When one of those taloned paws began to move again, Nemani broke. He ran, his screams echoing thinly in the air, as the thing lurched up, the gory mess of its head weaving about. If his feet would have obeyed him, Dane might have followed the Kotkin. As it was, he drew his ray and aimed it at that shambling thing. Tau struck up the barrel. The medic's face was livid, there was the same horror in his eyes. But he moved out to front that monster. A spot of shadow coalesced on the ground, deepened in hue, took on substance. Crouched low facing the rock ape, its haunches quivering for a deadly spring, narrowed green eyes holding on its prey, was a black leopard. The tiny forward and backward movements of its body steadied, and it arched through the air, brought down the ape. A pitting, snarling tangle rolled across the slope, and was gone. Asaki's hands shook as he drew them down his sweating face. Jellicoe readied a second clip in the needler mechanically. But Tau was swaying so that Dane leaped to take the shock of the other's weight as he collapsed. Only for a moment did the medic hang so, then he struggled to stand erect. Magic? Jellicoe's voice, as controlled as ever, broke the silence. Mass hallucination, Tau corrected him. Very strong. How? Asaki swallowed and began again. How was it done? The medic shook his head. Not by the usual methods, that is certain. And it worked on us, on me, when we weren't conditioned. I don't understand that. Dane could hardly believe it yet. He watched Jellicoe stride to where the tangle of struggling beasts had rolled, saw him examine bare ground on which no trace of the fight remained. They must accept Tau's explanation, it was the only sane one. Asaki's features were suddenly convulsed with a rage so stark that Dane realized how much of a near was the painfully built civilization of Kotka. Lumbrilo. The chief ranger made of that name a curse. Then with a visible effort he controlled his emotions and came to Tau, looming over the slighter medic almost menacingly. How? He demanded for the second time. I don't know. He will try again. Not the same perhaps. But Asaki had already grasped the situation, was looking ahead. We shall not know, he breathed, what is real, what is not. There is also this, Tau warned. The unreal can kill the believer just as quickly as the real. That I know also. It has happened too many times lately. If we could only find out how. Here are no drums, no singing, none of the tricks to tangle a man's mind that he usually uses to summon his demons. So without Lumbrilo, without his witch tools, how does he make us see what is not? That we must discover and speedily, sir. Or else we shall be lost among the unreal and the real. You also have the power. You can save us. Asaki protested. Tau drew his arm across his face. Very little of the normal color had returned to his thin, mobile features. He still leaned against Dane's supporting arm. A man can do only so much, sir. To battle Lumbrilo on his own ground is exhausting and I cannot fight so very often. But will he not also be exhausted? I wonder. Tau gazed beyond the Kotkin to the barren ground where leopard and rock ape had ceased to be. This magic is a tricky thing, sir. It builds and feeds upon a man's own imagination and inner fears. Lumbrilo, having triggered ours, need not strive at all, but let us ourselves raise that which will attack us. Drugs? Demanded Jellicoe. Tau gave a start sufficient to take him out of Dane's loose hold. His hand went to the packet of aid supplies which was his own care, his eyes round with wonder and then shrewdly alert. "Captain, we disinfected those thorn punctures of yours. Thorson, your foot salve." "But, no, I didn't use anything." "You forget, Craig, we all had scratches after that fight with the apes." Tao sat down on the ground. With feverish haste he unsealed his medical supplies, laid out some containers. Then delicately he opened each, examined its contents closely by eye, by smell, and by taste. When he was done he shook his head. "If these have been in any way meddled with, I would need laboratory analysis to detect it. And I don't believe that Lumbrilo could hide traces of his work so cleverly. Or has he been off-planet? Had much to do with off-worlders?" he asked the chief ranger. "By the nature of his position he is forbidden to space voyage, to have any close relationship with any off-worlder. I do not think, medic, he would choose your healing substances for his mischief. There would only be chance to aid him then in producing the effects he wants. Though there is often call for first aid in travel, he could not be certain you would use any of your drugs on this trip to the preserve." And Lumbrilo was certain. He threatened something such as this, Jellicoe reminded them. So it would be something which we would all use, which we had to depend upon. The water. Dane had been holding his own canteen ready to drink. But as that possible explanation dawned in his mind, he smelled instead of tasted the liquid sloshing inside. There was no odor he could detect. But he remembered Tao commenting on the powdered purifier pills at their first camp. That's it. Tao dug further into his kit, brought out the vial of white powder with its grainy lumps. Pouring a little into the palm of his hand he smelled it, touched it with the tip of his tongue. "Purifier and something else," he reported. "It could be one of half a dozen drugs, or some native stuff from here which we've never classified." "True. There are drugs we have found here." Asaki scowled down at the green mat of jungle. "So our water is poisoned? Do you always purify it?" Tao asked the chief ranger. "Surely during the centuries since your ancestors landed on Kotka you must have adapted to native water. You couldn't have lived otherwise. We must use the purifier, but must you? There is water and water." Asaki shook his own canteen, his scowl growing fiercer as the gurgle from its depths was heard. "From springs on the other side of the mountains we drink, yes. But over here, this close to the migra swamps, we have not done so. We may have to chance it." "Do you think we are literally poisoned?" Jellicoe bored directly to the heart of their private fears. "None of us have been drinking too heavily," Tao observed thoughtfully. "And I don't believe Lumbrilo had outright killing in mind. How long the effect will last I have no way of telling. If we saw one rock ape," Dane wondered, "why didn't we see others? And why here and now?" "That." Tao pointed ahead on the trail Asaki had picked for their ascent. For a long moment Dane could see nothing of any interest there and then he located it, a finger of rock. It did not point directly skyward this time, in fact it slanted so that its tip indicated their back trail. Yet in outline the spire was very similar to that outcrop from which the Real Rock Ape had charged them the day before. Asaki exclaimed in his own tongue and slapped his hand hard against the stock of the needler. "We saw that and so again we saw an ape also. Had earlier we been charged by Graz or jumped by a lion in such a place, then again we would have been faced by Graz or lion here." Captain Jellicoe gave a bark of laughter colored only by the most sardonic humor. "Clever enough. He merely leaves it to us to select our own ghost and then repeat the performance in the next proper setting. I wonder how many rocks shaped like that one there are in these mountains. And how long will a rock ape continue to pop out from behind each one we do find? Who knows? But as long as we drink this water we're going to continue to have trouble, I feel safe in promising that," Tao replied. He put the vial of doctored purifier into a separate pocket of his medical kit. "It may be a problem of how long we can go without water." "Perhaps," Asaki said softly. "Only not all the water on Kotka comes running in streams. Fruit? Tao asked. No, trees. Lumbrilo is not a hunter, nor could he be certain when and where his magic would go to work. Unless the flitter was deliberately sabotaged, he was planning for us to use our canteens in the preserve. That is lion country and there are long distances between springs. This is jungle below us and there is a source there I think we can safely tap. But first I must find Nemani and prove to him that this is truly deviltry of a sort, but not demon-inspired. He was gone, running lightly downslope in the direction his hunter had taken, and Dane spoke to Captain Jellicoe. What's this about water in trees, sir? There is a species of tree here, not too common, with a thickened trunk. It stores water during the rainy season to live on in the hot months. Since we are in the transition period between rains, we could tap it, if we locate one of the trees. How about that, Tao? Dare we drink that without a purifier? Probably a choice of two evils, sir. But we have had our preventive shots. Personally, I'd rather battle disease than take a chance on a mind-twisting drug. You can go without water just so long. I'd like to have a little talk with Lumbrilo, remarked Jellicoe, the mildness in his voice very deceptive. I'm going to have a little talk with Lumbrilo, if and when we see him again, promised Tao. What are our chances, sir? Dane asked. He screwed the cap back on his canteen, his mouth feeling twice as dry since he knew he dared not drink. Well, we've faced gambles before. Tao sealed the medical kit. I'd like to see one of those trees before sundown. And I don't want to face another pointed rock today. Why the leopard? Asked Jellicoe reflectively. Another case of using flame to fight fire. But Lumbrilo wasn't among those present to be impressed. Tao rubbed his hand across his forehead. I don't really know, sir. Maybe I could have made the ape vanish without a counter-projection, but I don't think so. With these hallucinations it is better to battle one vision against another for the benefit of those involved. And I can't even tell you why I selected a leopard, it just flashed into mind as about the fastest and most deadly animal fighter I could recall at that moment. You'd better work out a good list of such fighters. Jellicoe's grim humor showed again. I can supply a few if you need them. Not that I don't share your hope we won't see any more trigger rocks. Here comes Asaki with his wandering boy. The chief ranger was half leading, half supporting his hunter, and Nemani seemed only half conscious. Tao got to his feet and hurried to meet them. It would appear that their search for the water tree would be delayed. 6. They withdrew to a spot hacked from the edge of the jungle, leaving a screen of green between them and the traitorous upslope. But within the few hours of daylight left them, it was proven that Asaki had been overly optimistic in his hopes of discovering a water tree. They were now in a narrow tongue of land between the range and the swamps, and this territory was limited. Nemani, still shaken, was of little help, and the spacemen did not dare to strike out into unexplored land alone. So they mouthed dry concentrates and dared not drink. Dane was tempted to pour out the liquid in his canteen. Water so close to hand was a continual torment. And, now that they were away from the heights and the possibility of more finger-shaped rocks, surely the threat in that moisture was small in comparison to the needs of his body. Only that caution which was drilled into every free trader supplied a break to his thirst. Jellicoe drew the back of his hand across cracked lips. Suppose we should draw lots, some of us drink, one or two not. Could we manage that way until we were over the mountains? I wouldn't want to chance it, unless we are left with no other choice. There is no way of telling how long the drug works. Frankly, right now I'm not even sure I could detect a hallucination for very long under these conditions, was Tao's discouraging verdict. If any of them slept that night, they did so only in snatches. The apprehension which had come with the previous night was back, intensified, and that lurking, indefinable fear rode them hard. They were shaken out of their private terrors shortly after dawn. There were always sounds to be heard in the jungle, the cries of unseen birds, the crash of some tree eaten alive by parasitic sapping. But what broke now was no bird call, no isolated tree falling. A trumpeting roar, the crackling smash of vegetation, heralded a real menace. Asaki spun to face northward, though there was nothing to be seen there except the unshaken wall of the jungle. Graz. Graz on stampede. Nemani joined his superior. Jellicoe arose swiftly and Dane read on the captain's face the seriousness of this. The off-worlder turned to his own men with a sharp order. On your feet. We may have to move on the double. Up mountain, he demanded of the chief ranger. The other was still listening, not only with his ears but with the whole of his tense body. 3 of the deer-like creatures they had hunted for food broke out of the green wall, fled past the men as if the latter was invisible. And behind them, the hunted now and not the hunter, came a lion, its strikingly marked black and white hide dramatic in the light of the morning. It showed fangs in a snarl and then was gone in one huge bound. More deer things, scurrying of other small creatures, moving too fast for clear identification, and behind them the fury of destruction which marked the headlong advance of Kotka's largest mammals slamming through the jungle. They had started upslope when Nemani cried out. A white bulk, hard to distinguish in that light against the grey of the earth, headed after them. Dane had a fleeting glimpse of curled tusks, of an open mouth, raw-red and wide enough to engulf his whole head, of shaggy legs driving at an unbelievable pace. Asaki snapped a beam from the needler. The white monster roared and came on. They dived for the scant cover offered as the Graz bull died, not 2 yards away from the chief ranger, its heavy body skidding along the earth with the force of its speed as it went down. That did it. Jellicoe sighted coolly with his blaster as a second bull, fighting mad, tore from the jungle and pounded at them. Behind it a third tusked head thrust out of the brush, large eyes searched for an enemy. Dane studied the dead bull, but the animal did not come to life this time. These were not hallucinations. And the malignancy of the rock apes, the cunning of the native Kotkan lion, were pallid things compared to a Graz herd on the rampage. The second bull yelped with an almost canine complaint as Jellicoe's blaster caught it head-on. Blinded, the beast blundered ahead, climbing the mountainside. The third met a ray from Nemani's needler. But the chief ranger leaped from behind his sheltering rock to the one where the captain had taken refuge and pulled him into the open. They must not corner us here. Jellicoe agreed to that. Come on, he barked to Tau and Dane. They fled along a rough way, trying to gain altitude, but finding a rising cliff wall which could not be easily climbed. 2 more Graz went down, one badly wounded, one safely dead. Behind them more white heads came from the brush. What original cause had started the stampede the fugitives could not guess, but now the fear and anger of the animals were centering upon them. And, in spite of their efforts, the party was being herded into a pocket between the jungle below, where the main body of Graz crashed along, and a steep wall. Given time to find the necessary finger and toe holds, a man might climb that wall, but they could not attempt it now. The portion of ledge on which they ran, stopped to fire, and then ran on again, angled to the southeast. And so they came to its end quickly, a drop ending in a plain of yellow-gray mud studded with clumps of bleached vegetation which led, like stepping stones, toward a tangle of matted, sickly-looking plants and reeds. All right, Tau faced around, what do we do now? Space lift? And using what for wings or jets? As if the Graz could sense that they now had their victims safely cornered, what must have been a goodly segment of the herd hooked their way from the jungle and started up. Puffing, digging in those sturdy legs which had to take the massive weight of their barrel-shaped bodies, they made their way determinedly upgrade. One might almost believe that they had intelligently planned this end for their drive. We go down. Asaki yelled, and used his needler on the leader of that climbing platoon. The brush islands, Nemani amended. I show you. He thrust his needler at Jellicoe and was over the edge of the ledge, hanging by his hands and swinging his weight back and forth like a pendulum. At the upswing of his body to the right, he let go and plunged out, landing half across one of the reed islets. The Kotkan clawed his way to his knees, gained his feet, and leaped for the next bit of solid ground. "You, Thorson." Jellicoe jerked his head at Dane, and the younger spaceman holstered his fire ray, slipped gingerly over the drop and prepared to repeat Nemani's feat as best he could. He was not quite as successful with his sidewise swing, landing with only his forearms across the islet, the rest of his body being swiftly embedded in what was ooze covered only with a thin crust of dried matter. The stench of the stuff was sickening, but the fear of being entrapped in it gave him the necessary impetus to push forward, though what was meant to be a swift half-dive was more of a worm's progress. He grabbed frantically at brittle stems, at coarse grass which cut like knives at his hands. But some of the material held, and he lay face down on a lump which did not give under his weight. There was no time to linger. He had to get to the next patch, to free this dubious landing place for the men embattled on the rise above. Stumbling up, Dane judged the distance with a space-trained eye and jumped to a knob Nemani had already quitted. The Kotkin was more than halfway along toward that promise of solid ground which the tangled mass of leprous vegetation led to, zigzagging expertly from islet to islet. There was a crash and a roar behind. Dane balanced on the third of the minute islands to look back. He saw the lash of blaster fire on the top of the cliff, Tau on his knees on the first of their chain of stepping stones, and a Graz sprawled head and forequarters in the sucking muck where it had dived past the two defenders above. Needler and blaster fired together again, and then Jellicoe swung over the cliff rim. Tau waved vigorously and Dane took off for the next islet, just making it by lucky chance. The rest of the journey he took in a rush, trying not to think of anything but the necessity of landing on some spot of firm ground. His last leap of all was too short, so that he went knee-deep in a particularly evil-smelling pool where yellow scum spattered his breeches and he experienced the insidious pull of the bottomless stuff. A stout branch whipped across his shoulder and he caught it. With Nemani's wiry strength on the other end, Dane worked free and sat, white-faced and shivering, on a mat of brush, while the Kotkin hunter turned his attention to the safety of Tau, the next arrival. More fortunate, or more skillful than Dane, the medic made the hop from the last tuft without mishap. But he was blowing heavily as he collapsed beside the other spacemen. Together they watched the progress of their captain. Safe on the second tussock from the shore, Jellicoe halted, edged carefully around and used the needler Nemani had left with him. A shaggy head tossed and the bull fronting Asaki on the cliff went down. The chief ranger dodged quickly to the right and a second beast rushed out and over, to join its mired comrade in the swamp below. As Jellicoe shot again, the Kotkin slung his needler and went over to gain the first islet. One more Graz was wounded but luckily it hunched about, turning its formidable tusks on those that followed, thus keeping the path clear for its enemies. Jellicoe was making the journey, sure-footedly, with the chief ranger only one hillock behind. Tau sighed. "Someday maybe this will be just another tall tale and we'll all be thought liars when we spout it," he observed. "That is if we survive to tell it. So now which way do we go? If I had my choice it would be up." When Dane pulled himself to his feet and surveyed their small refuge, he was ready to agree to that. For the space, packed with dead and dying vegetable matter until one sank calf deep, was a triangle with a narrow point running east into the swamp. They don't give up easily, do they? Jellicoe looked back to the shore and the cliff. Though the wounded Graz bull still held the heights against its fellows, there were others breaking from the jungle on the lower level, wandering back and forth to paw the earth, rip up soil with their tusks, and otherwise threaten anyone who would try to return to the strip they patrolled. "They will not," Asaki answered bleakly. "Arouse a Graz and it will trail you for days, kill any of the herd and you have little hope of escaping them on foot." It would seem now that the swamp was a deterrent to pursuit. The two beasts that had fallen in the mire moaned in a pitiful rising note. They had ceased to struggle and several of their kind clustered on the shore near them, calling entreatingly. Asaki took careful aim with the needler and put one animal after another out of its misery. But the flash of those shots angered those on shore to a higher pitch of rage. "No going back," he said. "At least not for several days." Tau slapped a black, four-winged insect which had settled on his arm, its jaws wide open for a sampling bite. "We can't very well perch here until they forget all about us," he pointed out. "Not without water we can trust, and with the local wildlife ready to test us for tasty eating." Nemani had prowled along the swampward point of their island, and now he made his report. "There is more high land to the east. Perhaps it will give us a bridge across." At that moment Dane doubted his ability to make any more leaps from island to island. And it would seem Tao shared his discouragement. "I don't suppose you could discourage our friends on shore there with a few more shots?" Asaki shook his head. "We do not have clips enough to settle a whole herd. These might retreat from sight but they would be waiting for us in the bush, and that would mean certain death. We shall have to take the swamp road." If Dane had considered their earlier march misery, this was sheer torture. Since footing was never secure, falls were frequent, and within a quarter hour they were all plastered with evil-smelling slime and mud which hardened to rock consistency when exposed to the air. Painful as this was, it did protect a portion of their bodies from the insects with which the swamp was well stocked. And, in spite of their efforts to find a way out, the only possible paths led them deeper into the center of the unexplored morass. At last Asaki called a halt and a council to consider retreat. To locate an island from which they could at least watch the shore appealed very strongly indeed. "We have to have water." Tao's voice was a harsh croak, issuing out of a mask of green mud festooned with trailing weeds. "This ground is rising." Asaki smacked the stock of his needler against the surface on which he crouched. "I think perhaps there may be clean land soon to come." Jellicoe hitched his way up a sapling, now bending under his weight. Through the vision lenses he studied the route ahead. "You're right about that," he called to the chief ranger. "There's a showing of the right sort of green to the left, about half a mile on. And," he glanced about at the westering sun, "we have about an hour yet of good light in which to make it. I wouldn't try such a run after dark." That promise of green bolstered their weary spirits for a last exhausting effort. Once again they were faced with a series of islet leaps, and now they carried with them brush culled from the bigger tussocks to aid in times of need. When Dane scrambled up the last pull, staggered, and went down to his knees again, he knew he was done. He did not even move at an excited cry from Nemani, echoed a moment later by Asaki. It was not until the latter leaned over him, a canteen open in his hand, that Dane aroused a little. "Drink," the Kotkin urged. "We have found a water tree. This is fresh." The liquid might have been fresh, but it also had a peculiar taste, which Dane did not note until he had gulped down a generous swallow. At that moment he was past caring about anything but the fact that he did have a portion of drinkable stuff in hand. Here the stunted, unnatural growth of the swamplands had given way to the more normal vegetation of the jungle-clad lowlands. Had they come clear across the swamp, Dane wondered dully, or was this only a large island in the midst of the stinking boglands? He drank again and regained strength enough to crawl to where his shipmates lay. It was some time before he was interested in much besides the fact that he could drink when he wished. Then he watched Jellicoe waver to his feet, his head turned eastward. Tao, too, sat up as if alerted by the Queen's alarm buzzer. The Kotkins were gone, perhaps back to the water tree. But all three of the spacemen heard that sound, a far-off throbbing rhythm which was a vibration as well. Jellicoe looked to Tao. "Drums? Could be." The medic screwed the cap back on his canteen. "I'd say we have company, only I'd like to know what kind." They might have been mistaken about the drums, but none of them could have been mistaken about the bolt which came out of nowhere to slice through a tree trunk as a knife might slash wet clay. Blaster, and a particular type of blaster. Patrol issue. Tao lay flat, squeezing himself against the earth as if he wished he could ooze into it. Jellicoe wriggled toward the bush in answer to a low call from Asaki, and the others made a worm's progress in his wake. Under cover they found the chief ranger readying his needler. "Poacher camp here," he explained bleakly. "And they know about us. A perfect end to a stinking day," remarked Tao dispassionately. We might have guessed something of this sort was waiting. He tried to rub away some of the dried clay coating his chin. But do poachers use drums? The chief ranger scowled. That is what Nimani has gone to find out. 7. Darkness closed in while they waited for Nimani's return. There had been no further attack from the blaster wielder, perhaps he was only trying to pin them down where they were. Out over the swamp, weird patches of phosphorescence moved in small ghostly clouds, and bright dots of insects with their own built-in lighting systems flashed spark fashion or sailed serenely on regular flight plans. At night the wonder of the place was far removed from the squalid reality of the day. They chewed on their rations, drank sparingly of the water, and tried to keep alert to any sight or sound. That monotonous undertone, which might or might not be drums, continued as a basic hum to the noises of the night, drowned out at intervals by a splash, a mutter or cry from some swamp creature. Beside Dane, Jellicoe stiffened, moved his blaster, as someone wriggled through the brush, trilling softly. Off-worlders, Nimani reported in gasps to Asaki, and outlaws, too. They make a hunting sing, tomorrow they march for a killing. Asaki rested his chin on his broad forearm. Outlaws? They show no lord's badge. But each I saw wears a bracelet of 3, 5, or 10 tails. They are trackers indeed, and hunters of the best. They have huts. Not so. There are no dwellers in the inner's courts here. Out of habit Nimani used the polite term for the women of his race. I would say they tarry only for the space of a hunt. And on the boots of one I saw salt crust. Salt crust. Asaki snapped and half arose. So that is the type of lure they use. There must be a saline mire near here to pull game. How many off-worlders? Jellicoe broke in. 3 who are hunters, 1 who is different. How different? Questioned Asaki. He wears upon his body garments which are strange, on his head a round covering such as we see upon the off-worlders of the ships. A spaceman. Asaki laughed harshly. Why not? They must have some method of transporting their hides. You can't tell me, Jellicoe returned, that anyone is able to set a ship down in this muck. It would simply be buried for all time. But, Captain, what type of a spaceport does a free trader need? Do you not planet your own ship on worlds where there are no waiting cradles, no fitter shops, none of the conveniences such as Mark the Field Combined maintains on Zeko? Of course I do. But one does need a reasonably smooth stretch of territory, open enough so the tail flames won't start a forest fire. You don't ever ride a tail pushed down in a swamp. Which testifies to a trail out of here, fairly well traveled, and some kind of a usable landing space not too far away, Asaki replied. And that could very well serve us. But they know we are here, Tao pointed out. It was Nimani's turn to laugh. Man from the stars, there is no trail so well hidden that a ranger of the preserves cannot nose it out, nor any hunter, be he a 2 or 5 bracelet veteran, who can keep pinned down a determined man of the forest service. Dane lost interest in the argument at that moment. He was at the edge of their line, the nearest to the swamp, and he had been watching patches of ghostly light flitting above the rank water weeds. For the past few moments those wisps of faded radiance had been gathering into a growing anthropomorphic blot hanging over the morass several yards away. And the misty outlines were now assuming more concrete shape. He watched, unable to believe in what he was seeing. At first the general outline, non-defined as it was, made him think of a rock ape. But there were no pointed ears above the round skull, no snout on the visage turned in profile toward him. More and more patches of swamp luminescence were drawn to that glowing figure. What balanced there now, as if walking the treacherous surface of the swampland, was no animal. It was a man, or the semblance of one, a small, thin man, a man he had seen once before, on the terrace of Asaki's mountain fortress. The thing stood almost complete, its head cocked in what was an attitude of listening. Lumbrilo. Dane identified it, still knowing that the witch doctor could not be standing there listening for them. But, to shake him still farther, the head turned at his cry. Only there were no eyes, no features on the white expanse which should have been a face. And somehow that made the monster more menacing, convincing Dane against sane logic that the thing was spying on them. Demon! That was Nemani. And over his sudden quaver, robbed of all the confidence which had been there only moments earlier, came Asaki's demand. What stands there, medic? Tell us that. A whip to drive us out of hiding, sir. As you know as well as I. If Nemani spied upon them, then they have spied upon us in turn. And this, I think, also answers another question. If there is a canker of trouble on Kotka, then Lumbrilo is close to its root. Nemani. The chief ranger's voice was the crack of a lash. Will you forget again that you are a man, and run crying for shelter against a shaft of light? As this off-world medic says, Lumbrilo fashioned such as that to drive us into our enemy's hands. The shadow thing in the swamp moved, putting its foot forward on surface which would not bear the weight of a human body, taking a deliberate step and then another, heading for the concealing brush where the fugitives lay. Can you get rid of it, Tau? Jellicoe asked in his usual crisp voice. He might have been inquiring about some problem aboard the Queen. I'd rather get at the source. There was a grim note in the medic's reply. And to do that I want to look at their camp. Well enough. Asaki crept back in the brush. The ghost of that which was not a man had reached the shore of the island, stood there, its blank head turned toward them. Weird as it was, now that the first shock of sighting it was over, the spacemen could accept and dismiss it as they had not been so able to dismiss the phantom rock ape. If that thing was sent to drive us, Dane ventured, wouldn't we be playing their game by going inland now? The chief ranger did not pause in his crawl to the left. I think not. They do not expect us to arrive with our wits about us. Panic-stricken men are easy to pull down. This time Lumbrilo has overreached himself. Had he not played that game with the rock ape, he might have been able to stampede us now. Though the white thing continued to move inland, it did not change course to fall in behind them on the new route. Whatever it was, it did not possess a mind. There was a rustling, faint but distinguishable. Then Dane caught Nemani's whisper. The one left to watch the inland trail does so no longer. We need not fear an alarm from him. Also, here is another blaster for our use. Away from the open by the swamp, the gloom was deeper. Dane was guided only by the noises of the less experienced Jellicoe and Tau made in their progress. They edged down into a small cut, floored with reeds and mud, where some of the moisture from the soggy land about them gathered into a half-pool. Straight through this swale the Kotkin set course. The drum beat grew louder. Now there was a glow against the dark, fire ahead. Dane squirmed forward and at last gained a vantage point from which to survey the poachers' camp. There were shelters erected there, 3 of them, but they were mainly roofs of leaves and branches. In 2 of them were stored bales of hide sewn into plastic cloth, ready to ship. Before the 3rd hut lounged 4 off-worlders. And Nemani was very right, one of them wore ship's uniform. To the right of the fire was a ring of natives and another man, slightly apart, who beat the drum. But of the witch doctor there was no sign. And Dane, thinking of that mist-born thing at the swamp's edge, shivered. He could believe Tau's explanation of the drug which produced hallucinations back on the mountainside. But how that likeness fashioned of phosphorescence had been sent by an absent man to hunt his enemies was a eerie puzzle. Lumbrilo is not here. Nemani's thoughts must have been moving along the same path. Dane could hear movements in the dark beside him. There's a long-distance comm unit in that 3rd hut, Tau observed. So I see, Jellicoe snapped. Could you reach your men over the mountain with that, sir? I do not know. But if Lumbrilo is not here, how can he make his image walk the night? The chief ranger demanded impatiently. We shall see. If Lumbrilo is not here, he shall come. And the promise in Tau's tone was sure. Those off-worlders will have to be out of action first. And with that walking thing sent to drive us in, they must be waiting for us. If they have sentries out, I will silence them, promised Nemani. You have a plan? Asaki's wide shoulders and upheld head showed for an instant against the light from the camp. You want Lumbrilo, Tao replied. Very well, sir, I believe I can give him to you, and in the doing discredit him with your Kotkins. But not with the off-worlders free to move. The program was not going to be easy, Dane decided. Every one of the poachers was armed with a patrol blaster of the latest type, and a small part of his mind speculated as to what would be the result of that information conveyed to official quarters. Free traders and patrolmen did not always see eye to eye over the proper action to be taken on the galactic frontier. The Queen's crew had had one such brush with authority in the immediate past. But each realized that the other had an important role in the general scheme of things, and if it came to a clash between the law and outlaws, free traders fought beside the patrol. Why not give them what they expect, with reservations? Inquired Jellicoe. They've set us up to be stampeded into camp, flying ahead of that tame ghost of theirs. Suppose we do stampede, after Nemani has removed any sentries, stampede so well we sweep right over them? I want to get at that comm unit. You don't think they'll just mow us down as we come in? You delivered a blow to Lumbrilo's pride, he won't be satisfied with just your burning, the captain answered Tao, not if I'm any judge of character. And we'd furnish hostages of a sort, especially the chief ranger. No, if they had wanted to kill us they would have shot us off those islands when we came here. There would have been no playing around with ghosts and goblins. There is reason in your words. And it is true they would like to have me, those outlaws down there, Asaki commented. I am of the Magawea and we have pressed always for stronger security methods to be used against such as they. But I do not see how we can take the camp. We won't go in from the front, as they expect us to do. But a try from the north, getting at the off-worlders first. 3 men causing enough disturbance to cover operations of the other 2. So. There was a moment of silence as the chief ranger evaluated that. Then he added a few comments of his own. That off-worlder who wears spaceman's clothing, his weapon is not drawn, though the others are ready. But I believe that you are right in thinking they expect to be warned by sentries. Those we can see to. Suppose then, Captain, you and I play the fear-crazed men running from demons. Nemani will cover us from the dark and your 2 men. Tao spoke up, give me leave to flush out our other quarry, sir. I believe I can keep him occupied. Dane, you'll take the drum. Drum? With his mind on blasters, it was startling to be offered a noisemaker. It's your business to get that drum. And when you get it I want you to beat out Terra Bound. You certainly can play that, can't you? I don't understand, Dane began and then swallowed the rest of his protest, knowing that Tao was not going to explain why he needed to have the hackneyed popular song of the Spaceways played in a Kotkin swamp. As a free trader he had had quite a few odd jobs handed him during the past couple of years, but this was the first time he had been ordered to serve as a musician. They waited for Nemani through dragging minutes. Surely those in the camp would expect their arrival soon now. Dane's fire ray was in his hand as he measured the distance to the drummer's stand. It is done, Nemani whispered from the darkness behind them. Jellicoe and the chief ranger moved to the left, Tao crept to the right and Dane pushed level with the medic. When they move, Tao's lips were beside his ear, jump for that drum. I don't care how you get it, but get it and keep it. Yes, sir. There was a wailing cry from the north, a howl of witless fear. The singers stopped in mid-note, the drummer paused, his hand uplifted. Dane darted forward in a plunge which carried him to that man. The Kotkin did not have time to rise from his knees as the barrel of the fire rod struck his head, sending him spinning. Then the drum was cradled in the spaceman's arm, close to his chest, his weapon aimed across it at the startled natives. The crackle of blaster fire, the shrill whine of needlers in action, raised a bedlam from the other end of the camp. Backing up a little, Dane went down on one knee, his weapon ready to sweep over the bewildered natives, the drum resting on the earth against his body. Keeping the fire rod steady, his left hand went to work, not in the muted cadence the Kotkin drummer had chosen, but in hard and vigorous thumps which rolled across the clamor of the fight. There was no forgetting the beat of "Terra Bound," and he delivered it with force, so that the familiar da-da-da droned loud enough to awaken the whole camp. Dane's move appeared to completely baffle the Kotkin outlaws. They stared at him, the whites of their eyes doubly noticeable in their dark faces, their mouths a little agape. As usual, the unexpected had driven them off guard. He dared not look away from that gathering to see how the fight at the other end of the camp was progressing. But he did see Tau's advance. The medic came into the light of the fire, not with his ordinary loose-limbed spaceman stride, but mincingly, with a dancing step, and he was singing to the drum beat of "Terra Bound." Dane could not understand the words, but he knew that they patterned in and out of the drum beats, weaving a net between singer and listeners as Lumbrilo had woven his net on the mountain terrace. Tau had them. Had every one of the native outlaws ensnared, so that Dane rested his weapon across his knee and took up the lower beat with the fingers of his right hand as well. Da-da-da-da. The innocuous repetitive refrain of the original song which had been repeating itself in his mind faded, and somehow he caught the menace in the new words Tau was mouthing. Twice the medic shuffled about a circle of his own making. Then he stooped, took a hunting knife from the belt of the nearest Kotkin and held it point out toward the dark east. Dane would not have believed the medic knew the drill he now displayed, for with no opponent save the dancing firelight he fought a knife duel, feinting, striking, twisting, retreating, attacking. All in time to the beat of the drum. Dane was no longer conscious of playing. And as he strove it was very easy to picture another fighting against him. So that when the knife came up in a vicious thrust which was the finish of his last attack, Dane stared stupidly at the ground, half expecting to see a body lying there. Once more Tau ceremoniously saluted with his blade to the east. Then he laid it on the ground and stood astride its gleaming length. Lumbrilo. His confident voice arose above the call of the drum. Lumbrilo, I am waiting. 8. Vaguely aware that the clamor at the other end of the camp had died away, Dane muted the sound of his drum. Over its round top he could watch the Kotkin outlaws, their heads bobbed and swayed in time to the beat of his fingers. He, too, could feel the pull of Tau's voice. But what would come in answer? That shadowy thing which had been loosed to drive them here? Or the man himself? To Dane, the ruddy light of the fire dimmed, yet there was no actual dying of those flames which coiled and thrust around the wood. And the acrid scent of burning was thick. How much of what followed was real, how much the product of his tense nerves, Dane was never afterwards able to tell. In fact, whether all the witnesses there saw the same sights could be questioned. Did each man, Kotkin and off-worlder, see only what his particular set of emotions and memories dictated? Something swept in from the east, something which was not as tangible as the creature born of swamp mist. Rather it came as an unseen menace to the fire, and all that fire signifies to humankind, security, comradeship, a weapon against the age-old forces of the dangerous night. Was that threat, too, only in their minds? Or had Lumbrilo some power to so shape his hatred? The unseen was cold, it sapped a man's strength, bit at his brain, weighted his hands and feet, weakened him. It strove to soften him into clay another could remold. Nothingness, darkness, all that was opposed to life and warmth and reality, arose in the night, gathered together against them. Yet still Tau fronted that invisible wave, his head high. And between his sturdily planted feet the knife gleamed bright with a radiance of its own. Ah! Tau's voice curled out, to pierce that creeping menace. Then he was singing again, the cadence of his unknown words rising a little above the pattern wrought by the drum. Dane forced his heavy hands to continue the beat, his wrists to rise and fall in defiance of that which crept to eat their strength and make them less than men. Lumbrilo. I, Tau, of another star, another sky, another world, bid you come forth and range your power against mine. Now there was a sharper note in that demand, the snap of an order. He was answered by another wave of the black negation, stronger, rolling up to smash them down, as a wave in the heavy surf of a wild ocean pounds its force against the beach. This time Dane thought he could see that dark mass. He tore his eyes away before it took on substance, concentrating on the movements of his hands against the drum head, refusing to believe that hammer of power was rising to flatten them all. He had heard Tao describe such things in the past. But told in familiar quarters on board the Queen, such experiences were only stories. Here was danger unleashed. Yet the medic stood unbowed as the wave broke upon him in full. And, advancing under the crest of that lick of destruction, came its controller. This was no ghost drawn from the materials of the swamp, this was a man, walking quietly, his hands as empty as Tao's, yet grasping weapons none of them could see. In the firelight, as the wave receded sullenly, men moaned, lay face down upon the ground, beat their hands feebly against the earth. But, as Lumbrilo came on from the shadows, one of them got to his hands and knees, moving with small tortured jerks. He crawled toward Tao, his head lolling on his shoulders as the head of the dead rock ape had done. Dane patted the drum with one hand while, with the other, he groped for his fire ray. He tried to shout in warning and found that he could not utter a sound. Tao's arm moved, raised from his side, made a circling motion. The creeping man, his eyes rolled up in his head until only the whites gleamed blindly in the limited light, followed that gesture. He drew level with the medic, passed beyond toward Lumbrilo, whining as a hound prevented from obeying his master might lament. "So be it, Lumbrilo," Tao said. "This is between you and me. Or do you not dare to risk your power against mine? Is Lumbrilo so weak a one that he must send another to do his will?" Raising both hands again the medic brought them down, curling inward, until he stooped and touched them to the ground. When he straightened once again the knife was in his grasp and he tossed it behind him. The smoke from the fire swirled out in a long tongue, coiled about Lumbrilo and was gone. A black and white beast stood where the man had been, its tufted tail lashing, its muzzle a mask of snarling hate and bloodlust. But Tao met that transformation with laughter which was like the lash of a whip. "We both be men, you and I, Lumbrilo. Meet me as a man and keep those trickeries for those who have not the clear sight. A child plays as a child," so, Tao's voice came in a rumble, but Tao was gone. The huge, hairy thing which swayed in his place turned a gorilla's beast visage to his enemy. For a breathless moment Terran ape confronted Kotkan lion. Then the spaceman was himself again. "The time for games is over, man of Kotka. You have tried to hunt us to our deaths, have you not? Therefore death shall be the portion of the loser now." Lion vanished, man stood watching, alertly, as swordsman might face swordsman with a blood feud lying on their blades. To Dane's eyes the Kotkan made no move. Yet the fire leaped high, as if freshly fed, and flames burst from the wood, flew into the air, red and perilous birds, darting at Tao until they outlined him from the ground under his boots to an arch over his head. They united and spun faster until Dane, watching with dazzled eyes, saw the wheel become a blur of light, hiding Tao within its fiery core. His own wrists ached with the strain of his drumming as he lifted one hand and tried to shield his sight from the glare of that pillar of fire. Lumbrilo was chanting, a heavy blast of words. Dane stiffened. His traitorous hands were falling into the rhythm of that other song. Straightway he raised both from the drum head, brought them down in a discordant series of thumps which bore no relation to either the song Tao wanted or that which Lumbrilo was now crooning. Thump, 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 Dane beat it out frantically, belaboring the drum head as he wanted to sink his fists home on the body of the Kotkan witch doctor. The pillar of fire swayed, fluttered as if a wind drove it, and was gone. Tao, unmarked, smiled. "Fire." He pointed his fingers at Lumbrilo. "Would you try earth, and water, and air also, wizard? Call hither your whirlwind, up your flood, summon the land to quake. None of those shall bring me down." Shapes came flooding out of the night, some monstrous, some human, streaming past Lumbrilo to crowd into the circle of firelight. Some Dane thought he knew, some were strangers. Men wearing space uniforms, or the dress of other worlds, women, they strode, wept, mingled with the monsters to laugh, curse, threaten. Dane guessed that Lumbrilo sent now against the Terran the harvest of the medic's own memories. He shut his eyes against this enforced intrusion upon another's past, but not before he saw Tau's face, strained, fine to the well-shaped bones beneath the thin flesh, holding still a twisted smile as he met each memory. Accepted the pain it held for him, and set it aside unshaken. This, too, has no power any longer, man who walks in the dark. Dane opened his eyes. Those crowding wraiths were fading, losing substance. Lumbrilo crouched, his lips drawn back from his teeth, his hatred plain to read. I am not clay to be molded by your hands, Lumbrilo. And now I say that the time has come to call an end. Tau raised his hands slowly once again, holding them away from his body, palms pointing earthward. And beneath them, on either side of the spaceman, two black shadows gathered on the surface of the ground. You have fettered yourself with your own bounds. As you have been the hunter, so shall you now be the hunted. Those shadows were growing as plants might issue from the packed soil of the camping ground. When his hands were shoulder-high, Tau held them steady. Now on either side of his tautly held body crouched one of the black and white lions with which Lumbrilo had identified his own brand of magic throughout the year. Lumbrilo's lion had been larger than life, more intelligent, more dangerous, subtly different from the normal animal it counterfeited. So now were these. And both of them raised their heads to gaze intently into the medic's face. Hunt well, brothers in fur, he said slowly, almost caressingly. Him whom you hunt shall grant you sport in the going. Stop it. A man leaped from the shadows behind the witch doctor. Firelight made plain his off-world dress, and he swung up a blaster, aiming at the nearest of the waiting beasts. That flash struck true, but it neither killed nor even singed the fine fur of the animal's pelt. As the blaster's aim was swung from beast to man, Dane fired first. His ray brought a scream from the other, who dropped his weapon from a badly seared hand to reel back, cursing. Tau waved his hands gently. The great animal heads turned obediently, until the red eyes were set on Lumbrilo. Facing them, the witch doctor straightened, spat out his hate at the medic. I do not run to be hunted, devil man. I think you do, Lumbrilo. For you must taste fear now as you have made other men drink of it, so that it fills your blood and races through your body, clouds your mind to make of you less than a man. You have hunted out those who doubted your power, who stood in your chosen path, whom you wanted removed from the earth of Kepta. Do you doubt that they wait in the last dark for you now, ready to greet you, witch doctor? What they have known, you shall also know. This night you have shown me all that lies in my past that is weak, that was evil, that I may regret or find sorrow for. So shall you also remember through the few hours left you. You shall run, Lumbrilo. As he spoke, Tau approached the other, the two black and white hunters pacing beside him. Now he stooped and caught up a pinch of soil and spat upon it 3 times. Then he threw the tiny clod of earth at the witch doctor. It struck Lumbrilo just above the heart and the man reeled under what might have been a murderous blow. The Kotkin broke then, completely. With a wailing cry he whirled and ran, crashing into the brush as one who runs blindly and without hope. Behind him the two beasts leaped noiselessly together and all 3 were gone. Tau swayed, put his hand to his head. Dane kicked away the drum, arose from his cramped position stiffly to go to him. But the medic was not yet done. He returned to stand over the prostrate native hunters and he clapped his hands sharply. You are men, and you shall act as men henceforth. That which was, is no longer. Stand free, for the dark power follows him who misused it, and fear no longer eats from your basins, drinks from your cups, or lies beside you on the sleep mats. Tau. Jellicoe's shout reached them over the cries of the rousing Kotkins. But Dane was there first, catching the medic before he slumped to the ground. But he was dragged with that dead weight until he sat with the medic's head on his shoulder, the other's body resting heavily against him. For one horror-filled moment Dane feared that he did indeed hold a dead man, that one of the outlaw hunters must have struck a last blow for his discredited leader. Then Tao sighed and began to breathe deeply. Dane glanced up, amazed, at the captain. "He's asleep." Jellicoe knelt and his hand went to test heartbeat, then to touch the medic's worn and dirty face. "Best thing for him," he said briskly. "He's had it." It took some time to get the facts of their triumph sorted out. 2 of the off-worlder poachers were dead. The other and the spaceman were prisoners, while Nemani rounded up in addition the man Dane had burned to save Tao. When the younger spaceman returned from making the medic comfortable in the shelter, he found Asaki and Jellicoe holding an impromptu court of inquiry. The dazed native hunters had been expertly looped together by Nemani and, a little apart from them, the off-worlders were under examination. "An IC man, eh?" Jellicoe, smoothing a mud-spattered chin with a grimed hand, regarded the latest arrival measuringly. "Trying to run in and break a combined charter, were you? You'd better spill the facts, your own head office will disown you, you ought to know that. They never back any failures in these undercover deals." "I want medical attention," snapped the other, cradling his seared hand to his chest. "Or do you plan to turn me over to these savages?" "Seeing as how you tried to blast our medic," replied the captain with a grin which was close to shark-like, "he may not feel much like patching up those fingers of yours. Stick 'em in where they have no business, and they're apt to get burned. At any rate he's not going to look at 'em until he's had a chance to rest. I'll give you first aid. And while I'm working we'll talk. I see going into the poaching trade now. That news is going to please Combine, they have no use for you boys anyway." His answer was lurid and uninformative. But the uniform tunic the other wore could not be so easily explained away. Dane, worn out, stretched his aching length on a pile of mats and lost all interest in the argument. 2 days later they stood once more on the same terrace where Lumbrilo had wrought his magic and met his first defeat. This time no lightning played along the mountain ridges and the blaze of the sun was so bright and clear that one could hardly believe in the fantastic happenings of that swamp clearing where men had fought with weapons not made by hands. The 3 from the Queen moved away from the parapet to meet the chief ranger as he came down the stairs. "A messenger has just arrived." The hunter was hunted indeed, and his going was witnessed by many, though they did not see those which hunted him. "Lumbrilo is dead. He came to his end by the great river." Jellicoe started. "But that is almost 50 miles from the swamp, on this side of the mountain." "He was hunted and he fled, as you promised," Asaki said to Tao. "You made strong magic, off-world man." The medic shook his head slowly. "I but turned his own methods against him. Because he believed in his power, that same power, reflected back, broke him. Had I been facing one who did not believe?" He shrugged. "Our first meeting set the pattern. From that moment he feared a little that I could match him, and his uncertainty pierced a hole in his armor." "Why on earth did you want, Terra-bound?" burst out Dane, still seeking an explanation for that one small mystery among the others. Tao chuckled. "In the first place, that blasted tune has haunted us all for so long that I knew its rhythm was probably the one you could keep to without hardly knowing that you were beating it out. And, in the second place, its alien pattern was a part of our particular background, to counteract Lumbrilo's native Kotkan music, which was certainly a big factor in his stage setting. He must have believed that we would not find out about the drugged water and so would be prepared for any fantasy he cared to produce. When they saw us coming out over the swamp they counted us easy takings. His practice had always been with Kotkans, and he judged us by their reactions to stimuli he knew well how to use. So he failed." Asaki smiled. "Which was good for Kotka but ill for Lumbrilo and those using him to make mischief here. The poacher and the outlaw hunters will meet with our justice, which I do not believe they will relish. But the other 2, the spaceman and the company agent, are to be sent to Zeko to face Combine authorities. It is my thought that those will not accept kindly the meddling of another company in their territory. Jellicoe grunted. Kindness and combine are widely separated in such matters. But we can now take passage on the same ship as your prisoners. But, my friend, you have not yet seen the preserve. I assure you that this time there shall be no trouble. We have several days yet before you must return to your ship. The captain of the Queen held up his hand. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to inspect the Zaboro preserve, sir, next year. As it is, my holiday is over and the Queen is waiting for us on Zeko. Also, permit me to send you some tapes dealing with the newest types of flitters, guaranteed against flight failures. Yes, guaranteed, Tao added guilelessly, not to break down, lose course, or otherwise disrupt a pleasant excursion. The chief ranger threw back his head and his deep-chested laughter was echoed from the heights above them. Very well, Captain. Your mail run will bring you back to Zeko at intervals. Meanwhile I shall study your sales tapes concerning the non-expendable flitters. But you shall visit Zaboro, and pleasantly, very pleasantly, I assure you, Medic Tao. I wonder, Tao muttered and Dane heard. Just now the quiet of deep space is a far more entrancing proposition. The people of the crater. 1. Through the blue haze. 6 months and 3 days after the Peace of Shanghai was signed and the Great War of 1965 to 1970 declared at an end by an exhausted world, a young man huddled on a park bench in New York, staring miserably at the gravel beneath his badly worn shoes. He had been trained to fill the pilot's seat in the control cabin of a fighting plane and for nothing else. The search for a niche in civilian life had cost him both health and ambition. A newcomer dropped down on the other end of the bench. The flyer studied him bitterly. He had decent shoes, a warm coat, and that air of satisfaction with the world which is the result of economic security. Although he was well into middle age, the man had a compact grace of movement and an air of alertness. "Aren't you Captain Garin Featherstone?" Startled, the flyer nodded dumbly. From a plump billfold the man drew a clipping and waved it toward his seatmate. 2 years before, Captain Garin Featherstone of the United Democratic Forces had led a perilous bombing raid into the wilds of Siberia to wipe out the vast expeditionary army secretly gathering there. It had been a spectacular affair and had brought the survivors some fleeting fame. "You're the sort of chap I've been looking for," the stranger folded the clipping again, "a flyer with courage, initiative and brains. The man who led that raid is worth investing in." "What's the proposition?" asked Featherstone wearily. He no longer believed in luck. "I'm Gregory Farson," the other returned as if that should answer the question. "The Antarctic man." "Just so. As you have probably heard, I was halted on the eve of my last expedition by the sudden spread of war to this country. Now I am preparing to sail south again. But I don't see how you can help me." "Very simple, Captain Featherstone. I need pilots. Unfortunately the war has disposed of most of them. I'm lucky to contact one such as yourself." And it was as simple as that. But Garin didn't really believe that it was more than a dream until they touched the glacial shores of the polar continent some months later. As they brought ashore the 3 large planes, he began to wonder at the driving motive behind Farson's vague plans. When the supply ship sailed, not to return for a year, Farson called them together. 3 of the company were pilots, all war veterans, and 2 were engineers who spent most of their waking hours engrossed in the maps Farson produced. "Tomorrow," the leader glanced from face to face, "we start inland." Here, on a map spread before him he indicated a line marked in purple. 10 years ago I was a member of the Verdane expedition. Once, when flying due south, our plane was caught by some freakish air current and drawn off its course. When we were totally off our map, we saw in the distance a thick bluish haze. It seemed to rise in a straight line from the ice plain to the sky. Unfortunately our fuel was low and we dared not risk a closer investigation. So we fought our way back to the base. Verdane, however, had little interest in our report and we did not investigate it. 3 years ago that Kepta expedition, hunting oil deposits by the order of the dictator, reported seeing the same haze. This time we are going to explore it. Why, Garin asked curiously, are you so eager to penetrate this haze? I gather that's what we're to do. Farson hesitated before answering. It has often been suggested that beneath the ice sheeting of this continent may be hidden mineral wealth. I believe that the haze is caused by some form of volcanic activity, and perhaps a break in the crust. Garin frowned at the map. He wasn't so sure about that explanation, but Farson was paying the bills. The flyer shrugged away his uneasiness. Much could be forgiven a man who allowed one to eat regularly again. For days later they set out. Helmley, one of the engineers, Rawlson, a pilot, and Farson occupied the first plane. The other engineer and pilot were in the second, and Garin, with the extra supplies, was alone in the third. He was content to be alone as they took off across the blue-white waste. His ship, because of its load, was loggy, so he did not attempt to follow the other two into the higher lane. They were in communication by radio, and Garin, as he snapped on his earphones, remembered something Farson had said that morning. The Haze affects radio. On our trip near it the static was very bad. Almost, with a laugh, like speech in some foreign tongue. As they roared over the ice, Garin wondered if it might have been speech, from, perhaps, a secret enemy expedition, such as the Kepta one. In his sealed cockpit he did not feel the bite of the frost, and the ship rode smoothly. With a little sigh of content he settled back against the cushions, keeping to the course set by the planes ahead and above him. Some 5 hours after they left the base, Garin caught sight of a dark shadow far ahead. At the same time Farson's voice chattered in his earphones. That's it. Set course straight ahead. The shadow grew until it became a wall of purple-blue from earth to sky. The first plane was quite close to it, diving down into the vapor. Suddenly the ship rocked violently and swung earthward as if out of control. Then it straightened and turned back. Garin could hear Farson demanding to know what was the matter. But from the first plane there was no reply. As Farson's plane kept going, Garin throttled down. The actions of the first ship indicated trouble. What if that haze were a toxic gas? Close up, Featherstone, barked Farson suddenly. He obediently drew ahead until they flew wing to wing. The haze was just before them, and now Garin could see movement in it, oily, impenetrable billows. The motors bit into it. There was clammy, foggy moisture on the windows. Abruptly Garin sensed that he was no longer alone. Somewhere in the empty cabin behind him was another intelligence, a measuring power. He fought furiously against it, against the very idea of it. But, after a long, terrifying moment while it seemed to study him, it took control. His hands and feet still manipulated the ship, but it flew. On the ship hurtled through the thickening mist. He lost sight of Farson's plane. And, though he was still fighting against the will which overrode his struggles grew weaker. Then came the order to dive into the dark heart of the purple mists. Down they whirled. Once, as the haze opened, Garin caught a glimpse of tortured gray rock seamed with yellow. Farson had been right, here the ice crust was broken. Down and down. If his instruments were correct, the plane was below sea level now. The haze thinned and was gone. Below spread a plain cloaked in vivid green. Here and there reared clumps of what might be trees. He saw, too, the waters of a yellow stream. But there was something terrifyingly alien about that landscape. Even as he circled above it, Garin rested to break the grip of the will that had brought him there. There came a crackle of sound in his earphones, and at that moment the presence withdrew. The nose of the plane went up in obedience to his own desire. Frantically he climbed away from the green land. Again the haze absorbed him. He watched the moisture bead on the windows. Another 100 feet or so and he would be free of it, and that unbelievable world beneath. Then, with an ominous sputter, the port engine conked out. The plane lurched and slipped into a dive. Down it whirled again into the steady light of the green land. Trees came out of the ground, huge fern-like plants with crimson-scaled trunks. Toward a clump of these the plane swooped. Frantically Garin fought the controls. The ship steadied, the dive became a fast glide. He looked for an open space to land. Then he felt the landing gear scrape some surface. Directly ahead loomed one of the fern trees. The plane sped toward the long fronds. There came a ripping crash, the splintering of metal and wood. The scarlet cloud gathering before Garin's eyes turned black. 2. The Folk of Tav. Garin returned to consciousness through a red mist of pain. He was pinned in the crumpled mass of metal which had once been the cabin. Through a rent in the wall close to his head thrust a long spike of green, shredded leaves still clinging to it. He lay and watched it, not daring to move lest the pain prove more than he could bear. It was then that he heard the pattering sound outside. It seemed as if soft hands were pushing and pulling at the wreck. The tree branch shook and a portion of the cabin wall dropped away with a clang. Garin turned his head slowly. Through the aperture was clambering a goblin figure. It stood about 5 feet tall, and it walked upon its hind legs in human fashion, but the legs were short and stumpy, ending in feet with 5 toes of equal length. Slender, shapely arms possessed small hands with only 4 digits. The creature had a high, well-rounded forehead but no chin, the face being distinctly lizard-like in contour. The skin was a dull black, with a velvety surface. About its loins it wore a short kilt of metallic cloth, the garment being supported by a jeweled belt of exquisite workmanship. For a long moment the apparition eyed Garin. And it was those golden eyes, fixed unwinkingly on his, which banished the flyer's fear. There was nothing but great pity in their depths. The lizard man stooped and brushed the sweat-dampened hair from Garin's forehead. Then he fingered the bonds of metal which held the flyer, as if estimating their strength. Having done so, he turned to the opening and apparently gave an order, returning again to squat by Garin. 2 more of his kind appeared to tear away the ruins of the cockpit. Though they were very careful, Garin fainted twice before they had freed him. He was placed on a litter swung between 2 clumsy beasts which might have been small elephants, except that they lacked trunks and possessed 4 tusks each. They crossed the plain to the towering mouth of a huge cavern where the litter was taken up by 4 of the lizard folk. The flyer lay staring up at the roof of the cavern. In the black stone had been carved fronds and flowers in bewildering profusion. Shining motes, giving off faint light, sifted through the air. At times as they advanced, these gathered in clusters and the light grew brighter. Midway down a long corridor the bearers halted while their leader pulled upon a knob on the wall. An oval door swung back and the party passed through. They came into a round room, the walls of which had been fashioned of creamy quartz veined with violet. At the highest point in the ceiling a large globe of the motes hung, furnishing soft light below. 2 lizard men, clad in long robes, conferred with the leader of the flyer's party before coming to stand over Garin. One of the robed ones shook his head at the sight of the flyer's twisted body and waved the litter on into an inner chamber. Here the walls were dull blue and in the exact center was a long block of quartz. By this the litter was put down and the bearers disappeared. With sharp knives the robed men cut away furs and leather to expose Garin's broken body. They lifted him to the quartz table and there made him fast with metal bonds. Then one of them went to the wall and pulled a gleaming rod. From the dome of the roof shot an eerie blue light to beat upon Garin's helpless body. There followed a tingling through every muscle and joint, a prickling sensation in his skin, but soon his pain vanished as if it had never been. The light flashed off and the 3 lizard men gathered around him. He was wrapped in a soft robe and carried to another room. This, too, was circular, shaped like the half of a giant bubble. The floor sloped toward the center where there was a depression filled with cushions. There they laid Garin. At the top of the bubble, a pinkish cloud formed. He watched it drowsily until he fell asleep. Something warm stirred against his bare shoulder. He opened his eyes, for a moment unable to remember where he was. Then there was a plucking at the robe twisted about him and he looked down. If the lizard folk had been goblin in their grotesqueness, this visitor was elfin. It was about 3 feet high, its monkey-like body completely covered with silky white hair. The tiny hands were human in shape and hairless, but its feet were much like a cat's paws. From either side of the small round head branched large fan-shaped ears. The face was furred and boasted stiff cat whiskers on the upper lip. These Anis, as Garin learned later, were happy little creatures, each one choosing some mistress or master among the folk, as this one had come to him. They were content to follow their big protector, speechless with delight at trifling gifts. Loyal and brave, they could do simple tasks or carry written messages for their chosen friend, and they remained with him until death. They were neither beast nor human, but rumored to be the result of some experiment carried out eons ago by the Ancient Ones. After patting Garin's shoulder, the Ana touched the flyer's hair wonderingly, comparing the bronze lengths with its own white fur. Since the folk were hairless, hair was a strange sight in the caverns. With a contented purr, it rubbed its head against his hand. With a sudden click, a door in the wall opened. The Ana got to its feet and ran to greet the newcomers. The chieftain of the folk, he who had first discovered Garin, entered, followed by several of his fellows. The flyer sat up. Not only was the pain gone, but he felt stronger and younger than he had for weary months. Exultingly, he stretched wide his arms and grinned at the lizard being, who murmured happily in return. Lizard men busied themselves about Garin, girding on him the short kilt and jewel-set belt which were the only clothing of the caverns. When they were finished, the chieftain took his hand and drew him to the door. They traversed a hallway whose walls were carved and inlaid with glittering stones and metalwork, coming, at last, into a huge cavern, the outer walls of which were hidden by shadows. On a dais stood 3 tall thrones, and Garin was conducted to the foot of these. The highest throne was of rose crystal. On its right was one of green jade, worn smooth by centuries of time. At the left was the third, carved of a single block of jet. The rose throne and that of jet were unoccupied, but in the seat of jade reposed one of the folk. He was taller than his fellows, and in his eyes, as he stared at Garin, was wisdom, and a brooding sadness. "It is well." The words resounded in the flyer's head. "We have chosen wisely. This youth is fit to mate with the daughter. But he will be tried, as fire tries metal. He must win the daughter forth and strive with Kepta." A hissing murmur echoed through the hall. Garin guessed that hundreds of the folk must be gathered there. "Urg," the being on the throne commanded. The chieftain moved a step toward the dais. "Do you take this youth and instruct him? And then will I speak with him again." For, sadness colored the words now, "we would have the rose throne filled again and the black one blasted into dust." Time moves swiftly. The chieftain led a wondering Garin away. 3. Garin hears of the black ones. Urg brought the flyer into one of the bubble-shaped rooms which contained a low, cushioned bench facing a metal screen, and here they seated themselves. What followed was a language lesson. On the screen appeared objects which Urg would name, to have his sibilant uttering repeated by Garin. As the American later learned, the ray treatment he had undergone had quickened his mental powers, and in an incredibly short time he had a working vocabulary. Judging by the pictures, the lizard folk were the rulers of the crater world, although there were other forms of life there. The elephant-like Tand was a beast of burden, the squirrel-like Arun lived underground and carried on a crude agriculture in small clearings, coming shyly twice a year to exchange grain for a liquid rubber produced by the folk. Then there was the Jibby, a monstrous bee, also friendly to the lizard people. It supplied the cavern dwellers with wax, and in return the folk gave the Jibby colonies shelter during the unhealthful times of the Great Mists. Highly civilized were the folk. They did no work by hand, except the finer kinds of jewel setting and carving. Machines wove their metal cloth, machines prepared their food, harvested their fields, hollowed out new dwellings. Freed from manual labor, they had turned to acquiring knowledge. URG projected on the screen pictures of vast laboratories and great libraries of scientific lore. But all they knew in the beginning, they had learned from the Ancient Ones, a race unlike themselves, which had preceded them in sovereignty over Tav. Even the folk themselves were the result of constant forced evolution and experimentation carried on by these Ancient Ones. All this wisdom was guarded most carefully, but against what or whom, URG could not tell, although he insisted that the danger was very real. There was something within the blue wall of the crater which disputed the folk's rule. As Garin tried to probe further, a gong sounded. URG arose. "It is the hour of eating," he announced. "Let us go." They came to a large room where a heavy table of white stone stretched along 3 walls, benches before it. URG seated himself and pressed a knob on the table, motioning Garin to do likewise. The wall facing them opened and 2 trays slid out. There was a platter of hot meat covered with rich sauce, a stone bowl of grain porridge and a cluster of fruit, still fastened to a leafy branch. This the Anna eyed so wistfully that Garin gave it to the creature. The folk ate silently and arose quietly when they had finished, their trays vanishing back through the wall. Garin noticed only males in the room and recalled that he had, as yet, seen no females among the folk. He ventured a question. URG chuckled. "So, you think there are no women in the caverns? Well, we shall go to the Hall of Women that you may see." To the Hall of Women they went. It was breathtaking in its richness, stones worth a nation's ransom sparkling from its domed roof and painted walls. Here were the matrons and maidens of the folk, their black forms veiled in robes of silver net, each cross-strand of which was set with a tiny gem, so that they appeared to be wrapped in glittering scales. There were not many of them, 100 perhaps. And a few led by the hand smaller editions of themselves, who stared at Garin with round yellow eyes and chewed black fingertips shyly. The women were entrusted with the finest jewel work, and with pride they showed the stranger their handiwork. At the far end of the hall was a wondrous thing in the making. One of the silver nets, which were the foundations of their robes, was fastened there, and 3 of the women were putting small rose jewels into each microscopic setting. Here and there they had varied the pattern with tiny emeralds or flaming opals, so that the finished portion was a rainbow. One of the workers smoothed the robe and glanced up at Garin, a gentle teasing in her voice as she explained. "This is for the daughter when she comes to her throne." The daughter. What had the lord of the folk said? This youth is fit to mate with the daughter. But URG had said that the Ancient Ones had gone from Tav. "Who is the daughter?" he demanded. "Thrala of the Light." "Where is she?" The woman shivered and there was fear in her eyes. "Thrala lies in the caves of darkness." The caves of darkness. Did she mean Thrala was dead? Was he, Garin Featherstone, to be the victim of some rite of sacrifice which was designed to unite him with the dead? URG touched his arm. "Not so. Thrala has not yet entered the place of ancestors. You know my thoughts." URG laughed. "Thoughts are easy to read. Thrala lives. Sarah served the daughter as handmaiden while she was yet among us. Sarah, do you show us Thrala as she was?" The woman crossed to a wall where there was a mirror such as URG had used for his language lesson. She gazed into it and then beckoned the flyer to stand beside her. The mirror misted, and then he was looking, as if through a window, into a room with walls and ceiling of rose quartz. On the floor were thick rugs of silver rose. And a great heap of cushions made a low couch in the center. "The inner chamber of the daughter," Sarah announced. A circular panel in the wall opened and a woman slipped through. She was very young, little more than a girl. There were happy curves in her full crimson lips, joyous lights in her violet eyes. She was human of shape, but her beauty was unearthly. Her skin was pearl white and other colors seemed to play faintly upon it, so that it reminded Garin of mother of pearl with its lights and shadows. The hair, which veiled her as a cloud, was blue-black and reached below her knees. She was robed in the silver net of the folk and there was a heavy girdle of rose-shaded jewels about her slender waist. "That was Thrala before the Black Ones took her," said Sarah. Garin uttered a cry of disappointment as the picture vanished. Urg laughed. "What care you for shadows when the daughter herself waits for you? You have but to bring her from the caves of darkness." "Where are these caves?" Garin's question was interrupted by the pealing of the cavern gong. Sarah cried out. "The Black Ones." Urg shrugged. "When they spared not the Ancient Ones, how could we hope to escape? Come, we must go to the Hall of Thrones." Before the jade throne of the Lord of the Folk stood a small group of the lizard men beside two litters. As Garin entered, the Lord spoke. "Let the Outlander come hither that he may see the work of the Black Ones." Garin advanced unwillingly, coming to stand by those struggling things which gasped their message between moans and screams of agony. They were men of the folk, but their black skins were green with rot. The Lord leaned forward on his throne. "It is well," he said. "You may depart." As if obeying his command, the tortured things let go of the life to which they had clung and were still. "Look upon the work of the Black Ones," the ruler said to Garin. Jiv and Bet were captured while on a mission to the Jibby of the cliff. It seems that the Black Ones needed material for their laboratories. They seek even to give the daughter to their workers of horror. A terrible cry of hatred arose from the hall, and Garin's jaw set. To give that fair vision he had just seen to such a death as this. Jiv and Bet were imprisoned close to the daughter and they heard the threats of Kepta. "Our brothers, stricken with foul disease, were sent forth to carry the plague to us, but they swam through the pool of boiling mud. They have died, but the evil died with them. And I think that while we breed such as they, the Black Ones shall not rest easy. Listen now, Outlander, to the story of the Black Ones in the caves of darkness, of how the Ancient Ones brought the folk up from the slime of a long-dried sea and made them great, and of how the Ancient Ones at last went down to their destruction." 4. The defeat of the Ancient Ones. In the days before the lands of the outer world were born of the sea, before even the land of the sun, Mu, and the land of the sea, Atlantis, arose from molten rock and sand, there was land here in the far south. A sere land of rock plains, and swamps where slimy life mated, lived and died. Then came the Ancient Ones from beyond the stars. Their race was already older than this earth. Their wise men had watched its birth-rending from the sun. And when their world perished, taking most of their blood into nothingness, a handful fled hither. But when they climbed from their space ship it was into hell. For they had gained, in place of their loved home, bare rock and stinking slime. They blasted out this Tav and entered into it with the treasures of their flying ships and also certain living creatures captured in the swamps. From these, they produced the folk, the Jibby, the Tand, and the land-tending Aaron. Among these, the folk were eager for wisdom and climbed high. But still the learning of the Ancient Ones remained beyond their grasp. During the eons the Ancient Ones dwelt within their protecting wall of haze. The outer world changed. Cold came to the north and south, the land of sun and the land of sea arose to bear the foot of true man. On their mirrors of seeing the Ancient Ones watched man-life spread across the world. They had the power of prolonging life, but still the race was dying. From without must come new blood. So certain men were summoned from the land of the sun. Then the race flourished for a space. The Ancient Ones decided to leave Tav for the outer world. But the sea swallowed the land of Sunday. Again, in the time of the land of sea, the stock within Tav was replenished and the Ancient Ones prepared for exodus. Again the sea cheated them. Those men left in the outer world reverted to savagery. Since the Ancient Ones would not mingle their blood with that of almost beasts, they built the Haze wall stronger and remained. But a handful of them were attracted by the forbidden, and secretly they summoned the beast men. Of that monstrous mating came the Black Ones. They live but for the evil they may do, and the power which they acquired is debased and used to forward cruelty. At first their sin was not discovered. When it was, the others would have slain the offspring but for the law which forbids them to kill. They must use their power for good or it departs from them. So they drove the Black Ones to the southern end of Tav and gave them the Caves of Darkness. Never were the Black Ones to come north of the River of Gold, nor were the Ancient Ones to go south of it. For perhaps 2,000 years the Black Ones kept the law. But they worked, building powers of destruction. While matters rested thus, the Ancient Ones searched the world, seeking men by whom they could renew the race. Once there came men from an island far to the north. 6 lived to penetrate the mists and take wives among the daughters. Again, they called the yellow-haired men of another breed, great sea rovers. But the Black Ones called too. As the Ancient Ones searched for the best, the Black Ones brought in great workers of evil. And, at last, they succeeded in shutting off the channels of sending thought so that the Ancient Ones could call no more. Then did the Black Ones cross the River of Gold and enter the land of the Ancient Ones. Thran, dweller in the light and lord of the caverns, summoned the folk to him. There will come one to aid you, he told us. Try the summoning again after the Black Ones have seemed to win. Thrala, daughter of the light, will not enter into the room of pleasant death with the rest of the women, but will give herself into the hands of the Black Ones, that they may think themselves truly victorious. You of the folk withdraw into the place of reptiles until the Black Ones are gone. Nor will all the Ancient Ones perish, more will be saved, but the manner of their preservation I dare not tell. When the sun-haired youth comes from the outer world, send him into the caves of darkness to rescue Thrala and put an end to evil. And then the Lady Thrala arose and said softly, as the Lord Thran has said, so let it be. I shall deliver myself into the hands of the Black Ones that their doom may come upon them. Lord Thran smiled upon her as he said, so will happiness be your portion. After the great mists, does not light come again? The women of the Ancient Ones then took their leave and passed into the place of pleasant death while the men made ready for battle with the Black Ones. For 3 days they fought, but a new weapon of the Black Ones won the day, and the chief of the Black Ones set up this throne of jet as proof of his power. Since, however, the Black Ones were not happy in the caverns, longing for the darkness of their caves, they soon withdrew and we, the folk, came forth again. But now the time has come when the Dark Ones will sacrifice the daughter to their evil. If you can win her free, Outlander, they shall perish as if they had not been. What of the Ancient Ones? Asked Garin. Those others Thran said would be saved. Of those we know nothing save that when we bore the bodies of the fallen to the place of ancestors there were some missing. That you may see the truth of this story, URG will take you to the gallery above the room of pleasant death and you may look upon those who sleep there. URG guiding, Garin climbed a steep ramp leading from the Hall of Thrones. This led to a narrow balcony, one side of which was clear crystal. URG pointed down. They were above a long room whose walls were tinted jade green. On the polished floor were scattered piles of cushions. Each was occupied by a sleeping woman and several of these clasped a child in their arms. Their long hair rippled to the floor, their curved lashes made dark shadows on pale faces. But they are sleeping, protested Garin. URG shook his head. It is the sleep of death. Twice each 10 hours vapors rise from the floor. Those breathing them do not wake again, and if they are undisturbed they will lie thus for 1,000 years. Look there. He pointed to the closed double doors of the room. There lay the first men of the Ancient Ones Garin had seen. They, too, seemed but asleep, their handsome heads pillowed on their arms. Thran ordered those who remained after the last battle in the Hall of Thrones to enter the room of pleasant death that the Black Ones might not torture them for their beastly pleasures. Thran himself remained behind to close the door, and so died. There were no aged among the sleepers. None of the men seemed to count more than 30 years and many of them appeared younger. Garin remarked upon this. The Ancient Ones appeared thus until the day of their death, though many lived twice 100 years. The light rays kept them so. Even we of the folk can hold back age. But come now, our Lord Trar would speak with you again. 5. Into the caves of darkness. Again Garin stood before the jade throne of Trar and heard the stirring of the multitude of the folk in the shadows. Trar was turning a small rod of glittering, greenish metal around in his soft hands. Listen well, Outlander, he began, for little time remains to us. Within 7 days the great mists will be upon us. Then no living thing may venture forth from shelter and escape death. And before that time Thrala must be out of the caves. This rod will be your weapon, the black ones have not its secret. Watch. 2 of the folk dragged an ingot of metal before him. He touched it with the rod. Great flakes of rust appeared to spread across the entire surface. It crumpled away and one of the folk trod upon the pile of dust where it had been. Thrala lies in the heart of the caves, but Kepta's men have grown careless with the years. Enter boldly and trust to fortune. They know nothing of your coming or of Thran's words concerning you. Urg stood forward and held out his hands in appeal. What would you, Urg? Lord, I would go with the Outlander. He knows nothing of the forest of the Morgels or of the pool of mud. It is easy to go astray in the woodland. Trar shook his head. That may not be. He must go alone, even as Thran said. The Anna, which had followed in Garin's shadow all day, whistled shrilly and stood on tiptoe to tug at his hand. Trar smiled. That one may go, its eyes may serve you well. Urg will guide you to the outer portal of the place of ancestors and set you upon the road to the caves. Farewell, Outlander, and may the spirits of the Ancient Ones be with you. Garin bowed to the ruler of the folk and turned to follow Urg. Near the door stood a small group of women. Sarah pressed forward from them, holding out a small bag. Outlander, she said hurriedly, when you look upon the daughter speak to her of Sarah, for I have awaited her many years. He smiled. That I will. If you remember, Outlander. I am a great lady among the folk and have my share of suitors, yet I think I could envy the daughter. Nay, I shall not explain that, she laughed mockingly. You will understand in due time. Here is a packet of food. Now go swiftly that we may have you among us again before the mists. So a woman's farewell sped them on their way. Urg chose a ramp which led downward. At its foot was a niche in the rock, above which a rose light burned dimly. Urg reached within the hollow and drew out a pair of high buskins which he aided Garin to lace on. They were a good fit, having been fashioned for a man of the Ancient Ones. The passage before them was narrow and crooked. There was a thick carpet of dust underfoot, patterned by the prince of the folk. They rounded a corner and a tall door loomed out of the gloom. Urg pressed the surface, there was a click and the stone rolled back. This is the place of ancestors, he announced as he stepped within. They were at the end of a colossal hall whose domed roof disappeared into shadows. Thick pillars of gleaming crystal divided it into aisles, all leading inward to a raised dais of oval shape. Filling the aisles were couches and each soft nest held its sleeper. Near to the door lay the men and women of the folk, but closer to the dais were the Ancient Ones. Here and there a couch bore a double burden, upon the shoulder of a man was pillowed the drooping head of a woman. Urg stopped beside such a one. See, Outlander, here was one who was called from your world. Marina of the House of Light looked with favor upon him and their days of happiness were many. The man on the couch had red gold hair and on his upper arm was a heavy band of gold whose mate Garin had once seen in a museum. A son of pre-Norman Ireland. Urg traced with a crooked finger the archaic lettering carved upon the stone base of the couch. Lovers in the light sleep sweetly. The light returns on the appointed day. Who lies there? Garin motioned to the dais. The first Ancient Ones. Come, look upon those who made this Tav. On the dais the couches were arranged in 2 rows and between them, in the center, was a single couch raised above the others. 50 men and women lay as if but resting for the hour, smiles on their peaceful faces but weary shadows beneath their eyes. There was an unhuman quality about them which was lacking in their descendants. Urg advanced to the high couch and beckoned Garin to join him. A man and a woman lay there, the woman's head upon the man's breast. There was that in their faces which made Garin turn away. He felt as if he had intruded roughly where no man should go. Here lies Thran, son of light, first lord of the caverns, and his lady Thrala, dweller in the light. So have they lain 1,000 years, and so will they lie until this planet rots to dust beneath them. They led the folk out of the slime and made Tav. Such as they we shall never see again. They passed silently down the aisles of the dead. Once Garin caught sight of another fair-haired man, perhaps another outlander, since the ancient ones were all dark of hair. Urg paused once more before they left the hall. He stood by the couch of a man, wrapped in a long robe, whose face was ravaged with marks of agony. Urg spoke a single name, Thran. So this was the last lord of the caverns. Garin leaned closer to study the dead face, but Urg seemed to have lost his patience. He hurried his charge on to a panel door. This is the southern portal of the caverns, he explained. Trust to the Ana to guide you and beware of the boiling mud. Should the Morgels send you, kill quickly, they are the servants of the Black Ones. May fortune favor you, outlander. The door was open and Garin looked out upon Tav. The soft blue light was as strong as it had been when he had first seen it. With the Ana perched on his shoulder, the green rod and the bag of food in his hands, he stepped out onto the moss sod. Urg raised his hand in salute and the door clicked into place. Garin stood alone, pledged to bring the daughter out of the caves of darkness. There is no night or day in Tav since the blue light is steady. But the folk divide their time by artificial means. However Garin, being newly come from the rays of healing, felt no fatigue. As he hesitated, the Ana chattered and pointed confidently ahead. Before them was a dense wood of fern trees. It was quiet in the forest as Garin made his way into its gloom and for the first time he noted a peculiarity of Tav. There were no birds. The portion of the woodland they had to traverse was but a spur of the forest to the west. After an hour of travel they came out upon the bank of a sluggish river. The turbid waters of the stream were a dull saffron color. This, thought Garin, must be the river of gold, the boundary of the lands of the Black Ones. He rounded a bend to come upon a bridge, so old that time itself had worn its stone angles into curves. The bridge gave on a wide plain where tall grass grew sere and yellow. To the left was a hissing and bubbling, and a huge wave of boiling mud arose in the air. Garin choked in a wind, thick with chemicals, which blew from it. He smelled and tasted the sulfur-tainted air all across the plain. And he was glad enough to plunge into a small fern grove which half concealed a spring. There he bathed his head and arms while the Ana pulled open Sarah's food bag. Together they ate the cakes of grain and the dried fruit. When they were done the Ana tugged at Garin's hand and pointed on. Cautiously Garin wormed his way through the thick underbrush until, at last, he looked out into a clearing and at its edge the entrance of the Black One's caves. Two tall pillars, carved into the likeness of foul monsters, guarded a rough-edged hole. A fine greenish mist whirled and danced in its mouth. The flyer studied the entrance. There was no life to be seen. He gripped the destroying rod and inched forward. Before the green mist he braced himself and then stepped within. 6. Kepta's second prisoner. The green mist enveloped Garin. He drew into his lungs hot moist air faintly tinged with a scent of sickly sweetness, as from some hidden corruption. Green motes in the air gave forth little light and seemed to cling to the intruder. With the Ana pattering before him, the American started down a steep ramp, the soft soles of his buskins making no sound. At regular intervals along the wall, niches held small statues. And about each perverted figure was a crown of green motes. The Ana stopped, its large ears outspread as if to catch the faintest murmur of sound. From somewhere under the earth came the howls of a maddened dog. The Anna shivered, creeping closer to Garin. Down led the ramp, growing narrower and steeper. And louder sounded the insane, coughing howls of the dog. Then the passage was abruptly barred by a grille of black stone. Garin peered through its bars at a flight of stairs leading down into a pit. From the pit arose snarling laughter. Padding back and forth were things which might have been conceived by demons. They were sleek, rat-like creatures, hairless, and large as ponies. Red saliva dripped from the corners of their sharp jaws. But in the eyes, which they raised now and then toward the grille, there was intelligence. These were the Morgels, watchdogs and slaves of the Black Ones. From a second pair of stairs directly across the pit arose a moaning call. A door opened and two men came down the steps. The Morgels surged forward, but fell back when whips were cracked over their heads. The masters of the Morgels were human in appearance. Black loin cloths were twisted about them and long, wing-shaped cloaks hung from their shoulders. On their heads, completely masking their hair, were cloth caps which bore ragged crests not unlike coxcombs. As far as Garin could see they were unarmed except for their whips. A second party was coming down the steps. Between two of the Black Ones struggled a prisoner. He made a desperate and hopeless fight of it, but they dragged him to the edge of the pit before they halted. The Morgels, intent upon their promised prey, crouched before them. 5 steps above were 2 figures to whom the guards looked for instructions. One was a man of their race, of slender, handsome body and evil, beautiful face. His hand lay possessively upon the arm of his companion. It was Thrala who stood beside him, her head proudly erect. The laughter curves were gone from her lips, there was only sorrow and resignation to be read there now. But her spirit burned like a white flame in her eyes. "Look," her warder ordered. "Does not Kepta keep his promises? Shall we give Danton into the jaws of our slaves, or will you unsay certain words of yours, Lady Thrala?" The prisoner answered for her. "Kepta, son of vileness, Thrala is not for you. Remember, beloved one," he spoke to the daughter, "the day of deliverance is at hand." Garin felt a sudden emptiness. The prisoner had called Thrala beloved with the ease of one who had the right. "I await Thrala's answer," Kepta returned evenly. And her answer he got. "Beast among beasts, you may send Danton to his death, you may heap all manner of insult and evil upon me, but still I say the daughter is not for your touch. Rather will I cut the line of life with my own hands, taking upon me the punishment of the elder ones. To Danton," she smiled down upon the prisoner, "I say farewell. We shall meet again beyond the curtain of time." She held out her hands to him. "Thrala, dear one." One of his guards slapped a hand over the prisoner's mouth, putting an end to his words. But now Thrala was looking beyond him, straight at the grille which sheltered Garin. Kepta pulled at her arm to gain her attention. "Watch. Thus do my enemies die. To the pit with him." The guards twisted their prisoner around and the Morgels crept closer, their eyes fixed upon that young, writhing body. Garin knew that he must take a hand in the game. The Anna was tugging him to the right, and there was an open archway leading to a balcony running around the side of the pit. Those below were too entranced by the coming sport to notice the invader. But Thrala glanced up and Garin thought that she sighted him. Something in her attitude attracted Kepta, he too looked up. For a moment he stared in stark amazement, and then he thrust the daughter through the door behind him. "Ho, outlander! Welcome to the caves. So the folk have meddled. Greeting, Kepta." Garin hardly knew whence came the words which fell so easily from his tongue. "I have come as was promised, to remain until the Black Throne is no more. Not even the Morgels boast before their prey lies limp in their jaws," flashed Kepta. "What manner of beast are you?" "A clean beast, Kepta, which you are not. Bid your 2-legged Morgels loose the youth, lest I grow impatient." The flyer swung the green rod into view. Kepta's eyes narrowed but his smile did not fade. I have heard of old that the ancient ones do not destroy. As an outlander I am not bound by their limits, returned Garin, as you will learn if you do not call off your stinking pack. The master of the caves laughed. You are as the tanned, a fool without a brain. Never shall you see the caverns again. You shall own me master yet, Kepta. The black chief seemed to consider. Then he waved to his men. Release him, he ordered. Outlander, you are braver than I thought. We might bargain. Thrala goes forth from the caves and the black throne is dust, those are the terms of the caverns. And if we do not accept? Then Thrala goes forth, the throne is dust and Tav shall have a day of judging such as it has never seen before. You challenge me? Again words, which seemed to Garin to have their origin elsewhere, came to him. As in you lack, I shall take. Before Kepta could reply there was trouble in the pit. Danton, freed by his guards, was crossing the floor in running leaps. Garin threw himself belly down on the balcony and dropped the jeweled strap of his belt over the lip. A moment later it snapped taut and he stiffened to an upward pull. Already Danton's heels were above the snapping jaws of a morgel. The flyer caught the youth around the shoulders and heaved. They rolled together against the wall. They are gone. All of them. Danton cried, as he regained his feet. He was right, the morgels howled below, but Kepta and his men had vanished. Thrala! Garin exclaimed. Danton nodded. They have taken her back to the cells. They believe her safe there. Then they think wrong. Garin stooped to pick up the green rod. His companion laughed. We'd best start before they get prepared for us. Garin picked up the Anna. Which way? Danton showed him a passage leading from behind the other door. Then he dodged into a side chamber to return with 2 of the wing cloaks and cloth hoods, so that they might pass as black ones. They went by the mouths of 3 side tunnels, all deserted. None disputed their going. All the black ones had withdrawn from this part of the caves. Danton sniffed uneasily. All is not well. I fear a trap. While we can pass, let us. The passage curved to the right and they came into an oval room. Again Danton shook his head but ventured no protest. Instead he flung open a door and hurried down a short hall. It seemed to Garin that there were strange rustlings and squeakings in the dark corners. Then Danton stopped so short that the flyer ran into him. Here is the guard room, and it is empty. Garin looked over his shoulder into a large room. Racks of strange weapons hung on the walls and the sleeping pallets of the guards were stacked evenly, but the men were nowhere to be seen. They crossed the room and passed beneath an archway. Even the bars are not down, observed Danton. He pointed overhead. There hung a portcullis of stone. Garin studied it apprehensively. But Danton drew him on into a narrow corridor where were barred doors. The cells, he explained, and withdrew a bar across one door. The portal swung back and they pushed within. 7. Kepta's trap. Thrala arose to face them. Forgetting the disguise he wore, Garin drew back, chilled by her icy demeanor. But Danton sprang forward and caught her in his arms. She struggled madly until she saw the face beneath her captor's hood, and then she gave a cry of delight and her arms were about his neck. Danton! He smiled. Even so. But it is the outlander's doing. She came to the American, studying his face. Outlander? So cold a name is not for you, when you have served us so. She offered him her hands and he raised them to his lips. And how are you named? Danton laughed. Thus the eternal curiosity of women. Garin. Garin, she repeated. How like, a faint rose glowed beneath her pearl flesh. Danton's hand fell lightly upon his rescuer's shoulder. Indeed he is like him. From this day let him bear that other's name. Garin, son of light. Why not, she returned calmly. After all. The reward which might have been Garin's may be his. Tell him the story of his namesake when we are again in the caverns. Danton was interrupted by a frightened squeak from the Anna. Then came a mocking voice. So the prey has entered the trap of its own will. How many hunters may boast the same? Kepta leaned against the door, the light of vicious mischief dancing in his eyes. Garin dropped his cloak to the floor, but Danton must have read what was in the flyer's mind, for he caught him by the arm. On your life, touch him not. So you have learned that much wisdom while you have dwelt among us, Danton. Would that Thrala had done the same. But fair women find me weak. He eyed her proud body in a way that would have sent Garin at his throat had Danton not held him. So shall Thrala have a second chance. How would you like to see these men in the room of instruments, lady? I do not fear you, she returned. Thran once made a prophecy, and he never spoke idly. We shall win free. That will be as fate would have it. Meanwhile, I leave you to each other. He whipped around the door and slammed it behind him. They heard the grating of the bar he slid into place. Then his footsteps died away. There goes evil, murmured Thrala softly. Perhaps it would have been better if Garin had killed him as he thought to do. We must get away. Garin drew the rod from his belt. The green light motes gathered and clung about its polished length. Touch not the door, Thrala advised, only its hinges. Beneath the tip of the rod the stone became spongy and flaked away. Danton and the flyer caught the door and eased it to the floor. With one quick movement Thrala caught up Garin's cloak and swirled it about her, hiding the glitter of her gem-encrusted robe. There was a curious cold lifelessness about the air of the corridor, the light-bearing motes vanishing as if blown out. Hurry, the daughter urged. Kepta is withdrawing the living light, so that we will have to wander in the dark. When they reached the end of the hall the light was quite gone, and Garin bruised his hands against the stone portcullis which had been lowered. From somewhere on the other side of the barrier came rippling laughter. Oh, Outlander, called Kepta mockingly, you will get through easily enough when you remember your weapon. But the dark you cannot conquer so easily, nor that which runs the halls. Garin was already busy with the rod. Within 5 minutes their way was clear again. But Thrala stopped them when they would have gone through. Kepta has loosed the hunters. The hunters? The Morgels and others, explained Danton. The black ones have withdrawn and only death comes this way. And the Morgels see in the dark. So does the Anna. Well thought of, agreed the son of the Ancient Ones. It will lead us out. As if in answer, there came a tug at Garin's belt. Reaching back, he caught Thrala's hand and knew that she had taken Danton's. So linked they crossed the guard-room. Then the Anna paused for a long time, as if listening. There was nothing to see but the darkness which hung about them like the smothering folds of a curtain. Something follows us, whispered Danton. Nothing to fear, stated Thrala. It dare not attack. It is, I think, of Kepta's fashioning. And that which has not true life dreads death above all things. It is going. There came sounds of something crawling slowly away. Kepta will not try that again, continued the daughter, disdainfully. He knew that his monstrosities would not attack. Only in the light are they to be dreaded, and then only because of the horror of their forms. Again the Anna tugged at its master's belt. They shuffled into the narrow passage beyond. But there remained the sense of things about them in the dark, things which Thrala continued to insist were harmless and yet which filled Garin with loathing. Then they entered the far corridor into which led the 3 halls and which ended in the Morgel pit. Here, Garin believed, was the greatest danger from the Morgels. The Anna stopped short, dropping back against Garin's thigh. In the blackness appeared 2 yellow discs, sparks of saffron in their depths. Garin thrust the rod into Thrala's hands. What do you, she demanded. I'm going to clear the way. It's too dark to use the rod against moving creatures. He flung the words over his shoulder as he moved toward the unwinking eyes. 8. Escape from the caves. Keeping his eyes upon those soulless yellow discs, Garin snatched off his hood, wadding it into a ball. Then he sprang. His fingers slipped on smooth hide, sharp fangs ripped his forearm, blunt nails scraped his ribs. A foul breath puffed into his face and warm slaver trickled down his neck and chest. But his plan succeeded. The cap was wedged into the Morgul's throat and the beast was slowly choking. Blood dripped from the flyer's torn flesh, but he held on grimly until he saw the light fade from those yellow eyes. The dying Morgel made a last mad plunge for freedom, dragging his attacker along the rock floor. Then Garin felt the heaving body rest limply against his own. He staggered against the wall, panting. "Garin," cried Thrala. Her questing hand touched his shoulder and crept to his face. "It is well with you?" "Yes," he panted, "let us go on." Thrala's fingers had lingered on his arm and now she walked beside him, her cloak making whispering sounds as it brushed against the wall and floor. "Wait," she cautioned suddenly. "The Morgel pit." Danton slipped by them. "I will try the door." In a moment he was back. "It is open," he whispered. "Kepta believes," mused Thrala, "that we will keep to the safety of the gallery. Therefore let us go through the pit. The Morgels will be gone to better hunting grounds." Through the pit they went. A choking stench arose from underfoot and they trod very carefully. They climbed the stairs on the far side unchallenged, Danton leading. "The rod here, Garin," he called, "this door is barred." Garin pressed the weapon into the other's hand and leaned against the rock. He was sick and dizzy. The long, deep wounds on his arm and shoulder were stiffening and ached with a biting throb. When they went on he panted with effort. They still moved in darkness and his distress passed unnoticed. "This is wrong," he muttered, half to himself. "We go too easily." And he was answered out of the blackness. "Well noted, Outlander. But you go free for the moment, as does Thrala and Danton. Our full accounting is not yet. And now, farewell, until we meet again in the Hall of Thrones. I could find it in me to applaud your courage, Outlander. Perhaps you will come to serve me yet." Garin turned and threw himself toward the voice, bringing up with bruising force against rock wall. Kepta laughed. "Not with the skill of the bull tanned will you capture me." His second laugh was cut cleanly off, as if a door had been closed. In silence the three hurried up the ramp. Then, as through a curtain, they came into the light of Tav. Thrala let fall her drab cloak, stood with arms outstretched in the crater land. Her sparkling robe sheathed her in glory and she sang softly, wrapped in her own delight. Then Danton put his arm about her. She clung to him, staring about as might a beauty-bewildered child. Garin wondered dully how he would be able to make the journey back to the caverns when his arm and shoulder were eaten with a consuming fire. The Ana crept closer to him, peering into his white face. They were aroused by a howl from the caves. Thrala cried out and Danton answered her unspoken question. "They have set the Morgels on our trail." The howl from the caves was echoed from the forest. Morgels before and behind them. Garin might set himself against one, Danton another, and Thrala could defend herself with the rod, but in the end the pack would kill them. "We shall claim protection from the Jibby of the cliff. By the law they must give us aid," said Thrala, as, turning up her long robe, she began to run lightly. Garin picked up her cloak and drew it across his shoulder to hide his welts. When he could no longer hold her pace she must not guess the reason for his falling behind. Of that flight through the forest the flyer afterward remembered little. At last the gurgle of water broke upon his pounding ears, as he stumbled along a good 10 lengths behind his companions. They had come to the edge of the wood along the banks of the river. Without hesitation Thrala and Danton plunged into the oily flood, swimming easily for the other side. Garin dropped the cloak, wondering if, once he stepped into the yellow stream, he would ever be able to struggle out again. Already the Ana was in, paddling in circles near the shore and pleading with him to follow. Wearily Garin waded out. The water, which washed the blood and sweat from his aching body, was faintly brackish and stung his wounds to life. He could not fight the sluggish current and it bore him downstream, well away from where the others landed. But at last he managed to win free, crawling out near where a smaller stream joined the river. There he lay panting, face down upon the moss. And there they found him, water dripping from his bedraggled finery, the Anna stroking his muddied hair. Thrala cried out with concern and pillowed his head on her knees while Danton examined his wounds. "Why did you not tell us?" demanded Thrala. He did not try to answer, content to lie there, her arms supporting him. Danton disappeared into the forest, returning soon, his hands filled with a mass of crushed leaves. With these he plastered Garin's wounds. "You'd better go on," Garin warned. Danton shook his head. "The Morgels cannot swim. If they cross, they must go to the bridge, and that is half the crater away." The Anna dropped into their midst, its small hands filled with clusters of purple fruit. And so they feasted, Garin at ease on a fern couch, accepting food from Thrala's hand. There seemed to be some virtue in Danton's leaf plaster for, after a short rest, Garin was able to get to his feet with no more than a twinge or two in his wounds. But they started on at a more sober pace. Through mossy glens and sunlit glades where strange flowers made perfume, the trail led. The stream they followed branched twice before, on the edge of meadowland, they struck away from the guiding water toward the crater wall. Suddenly Thrala threw back her head and gave a shrill, sweet whistle. Out of the air dropped a yellow and black insect, as large as a hawk. Twice it circled her head and then perched itself on her outstretched wrist. Its swollen body was jet black, its curving legs, three to a side, chrome yellow. The round head ended in a sharp beak and it had large, many-faceted eyes. The wings, which lazily tested the air, were black and touched with gold. Thrala rubbed the round head while the insect nuzzled affectionately at her cheek. Then she held out her wrist again and it was gone. "We shall be expected now and may pass unmolested." Shortly they became aware of a murmuring sound. The crater wall loomed ahead, dwarfing the trees at its base. "There is the city of the Jibby," remarked Danton. Clinging to the rock were the towers and turrets of many eight-sided cells. "They are preparing for the mists," observed Thrala. "We shall have company on our journey to the caverns." They passed the trees and reached the foot of the wax skyscrapers which towered dizzily above their heads. A great cloud of the Jibby hovered about them. Garin felt the soft brush of their wings against his body. And they crowded each other jealously to be near Thrala. The soft hush-hush of their wings filled the clearing as one large Jibby of outstanding beauty approached. The commoners fluttered off and Thrala greeted the queen of the cells as an equal. Then she turned to her companions with the information the Jibby queen had to offer. "We are just in time. Tomorrow the Jibby leave. The Morgels have crossed the river and are out of control. Instead of hunting us they have gone to ravage the forest lands. All Tav has been warned against them. But they may be caught by the mist and so destroyed. We are to rest in the cliff hollows, and one shall come for us when it is time to leave." The Jibby withdrew to the cellcombs after conducting their guests to the rock hollows. 9 days of preparation. Garin was awakened by a loud murmuring. Danton knelt beside him. "We must go. Even now the Jibby seal the last of the cells." They ate hurriedly of cakes of grain and honey, and, as they feasted, the queen again visited them. The first of the swarm were already winging eastward. With the Jibby nation hanging like a storm cloud above them, the three started off across the meadow. The purple-blue haze was thickening and, here and there, curious formations, like the dust devils of the desert, arose and danced and disappeared again. The tropic heat of Tav increased, it was as if the ground itself were steaming. "The mists draw close, we must hurry," panted Danton. They traversed the tongue of forest which bordered the meadow and came to the central plain of Tav. There was a brooding stillness there. The Anna, perched on Garin's shoulder, shivered. Their walk became a trot, the jibby bunched together. Once Thrala caught her breath in a half-sob. They are flying slowly because of us. And it's so far. Look. Danton pointed at the plane. The Morgels. The Morgel pack, driven by fear, ran in leaping bounds. They passed within 100 yards of the three, yet did not turn from their course, though several snarled at them. They are already dead, observed Danton. There is no time for them to reach the shelter of the caves. Splashing through a shallow brook, the three began to run. For the first time Thrala faltered and broke pace. Garin thrust the Anna into Danton's arms and, before she could protest, swept the girl into his arms. The haze was denser now, settling upon them as a curtain. Black hair, finer than silk, whipped across Garin's throat. Thrala's head was on his shoulder, her heaving breasts arched as she gasped the sultry air. "They, keep, watch," shouted Danton. Piercing the gloom were pinpoints of light. A dark shape grazed Garin's head, one of the Jibby Queen's guards. Then abruptly they stumbled into a throng of the folk, one of whom reached for Thrala with a crooning cry. It was Sarah welcoming her mistress. Thrala was borne away by the women, leaving Garin with a feeling of desolation. The mists, Outlander. It was Urg, pointing toward the cavern mouth. Two of the folk swung their weight on a lever. Across the opening a sheet of crystal clicked into place. The caverns were sealed. The haze was now inky black outside and billows of it beat against the protecting barrier. It might have been midnight of the blackest, starless night. So will it be for 40 days. What is without, dies, said Urg. Then we have 40 days in which to prepare, Garin spoke his thought aloud. Danton's keen face lightened. Well said, Garin. 40 days before Kepta may seek us. And we have much to do. But first, our respects to the Lord of the Folk. Together they went to the Hall of Thrones where, when he saw Danton, Thrala rose and held out his jade-tipped rod of office. The son of the Ancient Ones touched it. Hail! Dweller in the light, an outlander who has fulfilled the promise of Thran. Thrala is once more within the caverns. Now send you to dust this black throne. Garin, nothing loath, drew the destroying rod from his belt, but Danton shook his head. The time is not yet, Trar. Kepta must finish the pattern he began. 40 days have we and then the Black Ones come. Trar considered thoughtfully. So that be the way of it. Thran did not see another war. But he saw an end to Kepta. Trar straightened as if some burden had rolled from his thin shoulders. Well do you speak, Lord. When there is one to sit upon the rose throne, what have we to fear? Listen, O ye folk, the light has returned to the caverns. His cry was echoed by the gathering of the folk. And now, Lord, he turned to Danton with deference, what are your commands? For the space of one sleep I shall enter the chamber of renewing with this outlander, who is no longer an outlander but one, Garin, accepted by the daughter according to the law. And while we rest let all be made ready. The dweller in the light has spoken. Trar himself escorted them from the hall. They came, through many winding passages, to a deep pool of water, in the depths of which lurked odd purple shadows. Danton stripped and plunged in, Garin following his example. The water was tinglingly alive and they did not linger in it long. From it they went to a bubble room such as the one Garin had rested in after the bath of light rays, and on the cushions in its center stretched their tired bodies. When Garin awoke he experienced the same exultation he had felt before. Danton regarded him with a smile. Now to work, he said, as he reached out to press a knob set in the wall. Two of the folk appeared, bringing with them clean trappings. After they dressed and broke their fast, Danton started for the laboratories. Garin would have gone with him, but Sarah intercepted them. There is one would speak with Lord Garin. Danton laughed. Go, he ordered the American. Thrala's commands may not be slighted. The Hall of Women was deserted. And the corridor beyond, roofed and walled with slabs of rose-shot crystal, was as empty. Sarah drew aside a golden curtain and they were in the audience chamber of the daughter. A semicircular dais of the clearest crystal, heaped with rose and gold cushions, faced them. Before it, a fountain, in the form of a flower nodding on a curved stem, sent a spray of water into a shallow basin. The walls of the room were divided into alcoves by marble pillars, each one curved in semblance of a fern frond. From the domed ceiling, on chains of twisted gold, 7 lamps, each wrought from a single yellow sapphire, gave soft light. The floor was a mosaic of gold and crystal. 2 small Anis, who had been playing among the cushions, pattered up to exchange greetings with Garin's. But of the mistress of the chamber there was no sign. Garin turned to Sarah, but before he could phrase his question, she asked mockingly. Who is the Lord Garin that he cannot wait with patience? But she left in search of the daughter. Garin glanced uneasily about the room. This jeweled chamber was no place for him. He had started toward the door when Thrala stepped within. Greetings to the daughter. His voice sounded formal and cold, even to himself. Her hands, which had been outheld in welcome, dropped to her sides. A ghost of a frown dimmed her beauty. Greetings, Garin, she returned slowly. You sent for me, he prompted, eager to escape from this jewel box and the unattainable treasure it held. Yes, the coldness of her tone was an order of exile. I would know how you fared and whether your wounds yet troubled you. He looked down at his own smooth flesh, cleanly healed by the wisdom of the folk. I am myself again and eager to be at such work as Danton can find for me. Her robe seemed to hiss across the floor as she turned upon him. Then go. She ordered. Go quickly. And blindly he obeyed. She had spoken as if to a servant, one whom she could summon and dismiss by whim. Even if Danton held her love, she might have extended him her friendship. But he knew within him that friendship would be a poor crumb beside the feast his pulses pounded for. There was a pattering of feet behind him. So, she would call him back. His pride sent him on. But it was Sarah. Her head thrust forward until she truly resembled a reptile. Fool! More gel, she spat. Even the black ones did not treat her so. Get you out of the place of women lest they divide your skin among them. Garin broke free, not heeding her torrent of reproach. Then he seized upon one of the folk as a guide and sought the laboratories. Far beneath the surface of Tav, where the light motes shone ghostly in the gloom, they came into a place of ceaseless activity, where there were tables crowded with instruments, coils of glass and metal tubing, and other equipment and supplies. These were the focusing point for ceaseless streams of the folk. On a platform at the far end, Garin saw the tall son of the Ancient Ones working on a framework of metal and shining crystal. He glanced up as Garin joined him. You are late, he accused. But your excuse is a good one. Now get you to work. Hold this here, and here, while I fasten these clamps. So Garin became extra hands and feet for Danton, and they worked feverishly to build against the lifting of the mists. There was no day or night in the laboratories. They worked steadily without rest, and without feeling fatigue. Twice they went to the Chamber of Renewing, but except for these trips to the upper ways they were not out of the laboratories through all those days. Of Thrala there was no sign, nor did anyone speak of her. The cavern dwellers were depending upon 2 defenses, an evil green liquid, to be thrown in frail glass globes, and a screen charged with energy. Shortly before the lifting of the mists, these arms were transported to the entrance and installed there. Danton and Garin made a last inspection. Kepta makes the mistake of underrating his enemies, Danton reflected, feeling the edge of the screen caressingly. When I was captured, on the day my people died, I was sent to the Black Ones' laboratories so that their seekers after knowledge might learn the secrets of the Ancient Ones. But I proved a better pupil than teacher and I discovered the defense against the black fire. After I had learned that, Kepta grew impatient with my supposed stupidity and tried to use me to force Thrala to his will. For that, as for other things, shall he pay, and the paying will not be in coin of his own striking. Let us think of that. He turned to greet Urg and Trar and the other leaders of the folk, who had approached unnoticed. Among them stood Thrala, her gaze fixed upon the crystal wall between them and the thinning mist. She noticed Garin no more than she did the Anas playing with her train and the women whispering behind her. But Garin stepped back into the shadows, and what he saw was not weapons of war, but cloudy black hair and graceful white limbs veiled in splendor. Urg and one of the other chieftains bore down upon the door lever. With a protesting squeak, the glass wall disappeared into the rock. The green of Tav beckoned them out to walk in its freshness, it was renewed with lusty life. But in all that expanse of meadow and forest there was a strange stillness. "Post sentries," ordered Danton. "The Black Ones will come soon." He beckoned Garin forward as he spoke to Thrala. "Let us go to the Hall of Thrones." But the daughter did not answer his smile. "It is not meet that we should spend time in idle talk. Let us go instead to call upon the help of those who have gone before us." So speaking, she darted a glance at Garin as chill as the Arctic lands beyond the lip of Tav, and then swept away with Sarah bearing her train. Danton stared at Garin. "What has happened between you two?" The flyer shook his head. "I don't know. No man is born with an understanding of women. But she is angered with you. What has happened?" For a moment Garin was tempted to tell the truth, that he dared not break any barrier she chose to raise, lest he seize what in honor was none of his. But he shook his head mutely. Neither of them saw Thrala again until death entered the caverns. 10. Battle and Victory. Garin stood with Danton looking out into the plain of Tav. Some distance away were two slender, steel-tipped towers, which were, in reality, but hollow tubes filled with the black fire. Before these dark-clad figures were busy. "They seem to believe us already defeated." "Let them think so," commented Danton, touching the screen they had erected before the cavern entrance. As he spoke Kepta swaggered through the tall grass to call a greeting. "Ho, rock dweller, I would speak with you." Danton edged around the screen, Garin a pace behind. "I see you, Kepta. Good. I trust that your ears will serve you as well as your eyes. These are my terms: give Thrala to me to dwell in my chamber and the Outlander to provide sport for my captains. Make no resistance but throw open the caverns so that I may take my rightful place in the Hall of Thrones. Do this and we shall be at peace." "And this is our reply." Danton stood unmovingly before the screen, "return to the caves. Break down the bridge between your land and ours. Let no Black One come hither again, ever." Kepta laughed. "So, that be the way of it. Then this shall we do, take Thrala, to be mine for a space, and then to go to my captains." Garin hurled himself forward, felt Kepta's lips mash beneath his fist. His fingers were closing about the other's throat as Danton, who was trying to pull him away from his prey, shouted a warning, "Watch out." A Morgel had leaped from the grass, its teeth snapping about Garin's wrist, forcing him to drop Kepta. Then Danton laid it senseless by a sharp blow with his belt. On hands and knees Kepta crawled back to his men. The lower part of his face was a red and dripping smear. He screamed an order with savage fury. Danton drew the still raging flyer behind the screen. "Be a little prudent," he panted. "Kepta can be dealt with in other ways than with bare hands." The towers were swinging their tips toward the entrance. Danton ordered the screen wedged tightly into place. Outside, the Morgel Danton had stunned got groggily to its feet. When it had limped half the distance back to its master, Kepta gave the order to fire. The broad beam of black light from the tip of the nearest tower caught the beast head-on. There was a chilling scream of agony, and where the Morgel had stood grey ashes drifted on the wind. A hideous crackling arose as the black beam struck the screen. Green grass beneath seared away, leaving only parched earth and naked blue soil. Those within the cavern crouched behind their frail protection, half blinded by the light from the seared grass, coughing from the chemical-ridden fumes which curled about the cracks of the rock. Then the beam faded out. Thin smoke plumed from the tips of the towers, steam arose from the blackened ground. Danton drew a deep breath. It held, he cried, betraying at last the fear which had ridden him. Men of the folk dragged engines of tubing before the screen, while others brought forth the globes of green liquid. Danton stood aside, as if this matter were the business of the folk alone, and Garin recalled that the Ancient Ones were opposed to the taking of life. Trar was in command now. At his orders the globes were posed on spoon-shaped holders. Loopholes in the screen clicked open. Trar brought down his hand in signal. The globes arose lazily, sliding through the loopholes and floating out toward the towers. One, aimed short, struck the ground where the fire had burned it bare, and broke. The liquid came forth, sluggishly, forming a gray-green gas as the air struck it. Another spiral of gas arose almost at the foot of one of the towers, and then another, and another. There quickly followed a tortured screaming, which soon dwindled to a weak yammering. They could see shapes, no longer human or animal, staggering about in the fog. Danton turned away, his face white with horror. Garin's hands were over his ears to shut out that crying. At last it was quiet, there was no more movement by the towers. URG placed a sphere of rosy light upon the nearest machine and flipped it out into the camp of the enemy. As if it were a magnet it drew the green tendrils of gas, to leave the air clear. Here and there lay shrunken, livid shapes, the towers brooding over them. One of the folk burst into their midst, a woman of Thrala's following. Haste! She clawed at Garin. Kepta takes Thrala. She ran wildly back the way she had come, with the American pounding at her heels. They burst into the Hall of Thrones and saw a struggling group before the dais. Garin heard someone howl like an animal, became aware the sound came from his own throat. For the second time his fist found its mark on Kepta's face. With a shriek of rage the Black One threw Thrala from him and sprang at Garin, his nails tearing gashes in the flyer's face. Twice the American twisted free and sent bone-crushing blows into the other's ribs. Then he got the grip he wanted, and his fingers closed around Kepta's throat. In spite of the Black One's struggles he held on until a limp body rolled beneath him. Panting, the American pulled himself up from the blood-stained floor and grabbed the arm of the jade throne for support. Garin. Thrala's arms were about him, her pitying fingers on his wounds. And in that moment he forgot Danton, forgot everything he had steeled himself to remember. She was in his arms and his mouth sought hers possessively. Nor was she unresponsive, but yielded, as a flower yields to the wind. Garin. She whispered softly. Then, almost shyly, she broke from his hold. Beyond her stood Danton, his face white, his mouth tight. Garin remembered. And, a little mad with pain and longing, he dropped his eyes, trying not to see the loveliness which was Thrala. So, Outlander, Thrala flies to your arms. Garin whirled about. Kepta was hunched on the broad seat of the jet throne. No, I am not dead, Outlander, nor shall you kill me, as you think to do. I go now, but I shall return. We have met and hated, fought and died before, you and I. You were a certain Garin, marshal of the air fleet of Ulak on a vanished world, and I was lord of Kum. That was in the days before the Ancient Ones pioneered space. You and I and Thrala, we are bound together and even fate cannot break those bonds. Farewell, Garin. And do you, Thrala, remember the ending of that other Garin. It was not an easy one. With a last malicious chuckle, he leaned back in the throne. His battered body slumped. Then the sharp lines of the throne blurred, it shimmered in the light. Abruptly then both it and its occupant were gone. They were staring at empty space, above which loomed the rose throne of the Ancient Ones. He spoke true, murmured Thrala. We have had other lives, other meetings, so will we meet again. But for the present he returns to the darkness which sent him forth. It is finished. Without warning, a low rumbling filled the cavern. The walls rocked and swayed. Lizard and human, they huddled together until the swaying stopped. Finally a runner appeared with news that one of the Jibbi had ventured forth and discovered that the caves of darkness had been sealed by an underground quake. The menace of the Black Ones was definitely at an end. 11. Thrala's mate. Although there were falls of rock within the caverns and some of the passages were closed, few of the folk suffered injury. Jibbi scouts reported that the land about the entrance to the caves had sunk, and that the river of gold, thrown out of its bed, was fast filling this basin to form a lake. As far as they could discover, none of the Black Ones had survived the battle and the sealing of the caves. But they could not be sure that there was not a handful of outlaws somewhere within the confines of Tav. The crater itself was changed. A series of raw hills had appeared in the central plain. The pool of boiling mud had vanished and trees in the forest lay flat, as if cut by a giant scythe. Upon their return to the cliff city, the Jibbi found most of their wax skyscrapers in ruins, but they set about rebuilding without complaint. The squirrel farmers emerged from their burrows and were again busy in the fields. Garin felt out of place in all the activity that filled the caverns. More than ever he was the outlander with no true roots in Tav. Restlessly, he explored the caverns, spending many hours in the place of ancestors, where he studied those men of the outer world who had preceded him into this weird land. One night when he came back to his chamber he found Danton and Trar awaiting him there. There was a curious hardness in Danton's attitude, a somber sobriety in Trar's carriage. "Have you sought the Hall of Women since the battle?" demanded the son of the Ancient Ones abruptly. "No," retorted Garin shortly. "Did Danton accuse him of double-dealing? Have you sent a message to Thrala?" Garin held back his rising temper. "I have not ventured where I cannot." Danton nodded to Trar as if his suspicions had been confirmed. "You see how it stands, Trar." Trar shook his head slowly. "But never has the summoning been at fault." "You forget," Danton reminded him sharply. "It was once, and the penalty was exacted. So shall it be again." Garin looked from one to the other, confused. Danton seemed possessed of a certain ruthless anger, but Trar was manifestly unhappy. "It must come after council, the daughter willing," the lord of the folk said. Danton strode toward the door. "Thrala is not to know. Assemble the council tonight. Meanwhile, see that he jerked his thumb toward Garin, does not leave this room." Thus Garin became a prisoner under the guard of the folk, unable to discover of what Danton accused him, or how he had aroused the hatred of the cavern ruler. Unless Danton's jealousy had been aroused and he was determined to rid himself of a rival. Believing this, the flyer went willingly to the chamber where the judges waited. Danton sat at the head of a long table, Trar at his right hand and lesser nobles of the folk beyond. "You know the charge," Danton's words were tipped with venom as Garin came to stand before him. "Out of his own mouth has this outlander condemned himself. Therefore I ask that you decree for him the fate of that outlander of the second calling who rebelled against the summoning." "The outlander has admitted his fault?" questioned one of the folk. Trar inclined his head sadly. "He did." As Garin opened his mouth to demand a stating of the charge against him, Danton spoke again. "What say you, lords?" For a long moment they sat in silence and then they bobbed their lizard heads in assent. "Do as you desire, dweller in the light." Danton smiled without mirth. "Look, outlander." He passed his hand over the glass of the seeing mirror set in the tabletop. "This is the fate of him who rebels." In the shining surface Garin saw pictured a break in Tav's wall. At its foot stood a group of men of the Ancient Ones, and in their midst struggled a prisoner. They were forcing him to climb the crater wall. Garin watched him reach the lip and crawl over, to stagger across the steaming rock, dodging the scalding vapor of hot springs, until he pitched face down in the slimy mud. Such was his ending, and so will you end. The calm brutality of that statement aroused Garin's anger. "Rather would I die that way than linger in this den," he cried hotly. You, who owe your life to me, would send me to such a death without even telling me of what I am accused. Little is there to choose between you and Kepta, after all, except that he was an open enemy. Danton sprang to his feet, but Trar caught his arm. He speaks fairly. Ask him why he will not fulfill the summoning. While Danton hesitated, Garin leaned across the table, flinging his words, weapon-like, straight into that cold face. I'll admit that I love Thrala, have loved her since that moment when I saw her on the steps of the Morgel pit in the caves. Since when has it become a crime to love that which may not be yours, if you do not try to take it? Trar released Danton, his golden eyes gleaming. If you love her, claim her. It is your right. Do I not know, Garin turned to him, that she is Danton's? Thran had no idea of Danton's survival when he laid his will upon her. Shall I stoop to holding her to an unwelcome bargain? Let her go to the one she loves. Danton's face was livid, and his hands, resting on the table, trembled. One by one the lords of the folk slipped away, leaving the two face to face. And I thought to order you to your death. Danton's whisper was husky as it emerged between dry lips. Garin, we thought you knew, and, knowing, had refused her. Knew what? That I am Thran's son, and Thrala's brother. The floor swung beneath Garin's unsteady feet. Danton's hands were warm on his shoulders. I am a fool, said the American slowly. Danton smiled. A very honorable fool. Now get you to Thrala, who deserves to hear the full of this tangle. So it was that, with Danton by his side, Garin walked for the second time down that hallway, to pass the golden curtains and stand in the presence of the daughter. She came straight from her cushions into his arms when she read what was in his face. They needed no words. And in that hour began Garin's life in Tav. Rebel Spurs. 1. Even the coming of an autumn dusk could not subdue the color of this land. Shadows here were not gray or black, they were violet and purple. The crumbling adobe walls were laced by strings of crimson peppers, vivid in the torch and lantern light. It had been this way for days, red and yellow, violet, colors he had hardly been aware existed back in the cool green, silver, gray-brown of Kentucky. So this was Tobacco. The rider shifted his weight in the saddle and gazed about him with watchful interest. Back in '59 this had been a flourishing town, well on its way to prominence in the southwest. The mines in the hills behind producing wealth, the fact that it was a watering place on two cross-country routes, the one from Tucson down into Sonora of Old Mexico, the other into California, had all fed its growth. Then the war. The withdrawal of the army, the invasion of Sibley's Confederate forces which had reached this far in the persons of Howard's Arizona Rangers, and most of all the raiding, vicious, deadly, and continual, by Apaches and outlaws, had blasted Tobacco. Now, in the fall of 1866, it was a third of what it had been, with a ragged fringe of dilapidated adobes crumbling back into the soil. Only this heart core was still alive in the dusk. Smell, a myriad of smells, some to tickle a flat stomach, others to wrinkle the nose. Under the rider the big stud moved, tossed his head, drawing the young man's attention from the town back to his own immediate concerns. The animal he rode, the two he led were, at first glance, far more noticeable than the dusty rider himself. His saddle was cinched about the barrel of a big gray colt, one that could not have been more than 5 years old but showed enough power and breeding to attract attention in any horse-conscious community. Here was a thoroughbred of the same blood which had pounded racetracks in Virginia and in Kentucky to best all comers. Even now, after weeks on the trail, with a day's burden of alkali dust grimed into his coat, the stud was a beautiful thing. And his match was the mare on the lead rope, plainly a lady of family, perhaps of the same line, since her coat was also silver. She crowded closer, nickered plaintively. She was answered by an anxious bray from the fourth member of the party. The mule bearing the trail pack was in ludicrous contrast to his own aristocratic companions. His long head, with one entirely limp and flopping ear, was grotesquely ugly, the carcass beneath the pack a bone rack, all sharp angles and dusty hide. Looks, however, as his master could have proven, were deceiving. So, the rider's voice was husky from swallowing trail grit, but it was tuned to the soothing croon of a practiced horse trainer. So, lady, just a little farther now, girl. From the one-story building on the rider's right a man emerged. He paused to light a long Mexican cigarillo, and as he held the match to let the sulfur burn away, his eyes fell upon the stallion. A casual interest tightened into open appreciation as he stepped from under the porch overhang into the street. That is some horse, sir. His voice was that of an educated gentleman. The lantern at the end of the porch picked out the fine ruffled linen of his shirt, a vest with a painted design of fighting cocks, and the wink of gold buttons. The rather extravagant color of his clothing matched well with the town. I think so. The answer was short and yet not discourteous. Again the mare voiced her complaint, and the rider turned to the gentleman. There is a livery stable here, Sue. Unconsciously he reverted in turn to the rather formal speech pattern of another place and time. The man in the painted vest had transferred his attention from stallion to mare. Yes. Quickest way is down this alley. Tobe Kells owns it. He's a tolerable vet, too. She's near her time, ain't she? Yes. The rider raised one finger to the straight wide brim of his low-crowned black hat. He was already turning his mount when the townsman added. No hotel here, stranger. But the Four Jacks serves a pretty good meal and keeps a couple of beds for overnighters. You're welcome back when you've settled the little lady. She Virginia stock? Kentucky, the rider answered, and then his lips tightened into a compressed line. Was it a mistake to admit even that much? He would have to watch every word he said in this town. He tugged gently at the lead rope and walked Shiloh ahead at a pace which did not urge Shadow to any great effort. The mule, Croaker, fell in behind her so that they were strung out in the familiar pattern which had been theirs clear from Texas. Minutes later her owner was rubbing down the fretful Shadow, murmuring the soothing words to quiet her. The lean, gray-haired man who had ushered them into the stable stood eyeing the mare's distended sides. I'd say, young fellow, you didn't get her here a mite too soon, no, siree. She's due right quick. Carry in, a blood foal, I'm thinkin'. Yes. How soon? Tonight? Tobe Kells made a quick examination. The mare, after a first nervous start, stood easy under his sure and gentle hands. Late, maybe. First foal. Yes. Her owner hesitated and then added, you give me a hand with her. You bet, son. She's a pretty thing, and she's been a far piece, I'd say. Now you looky here, boy, you sure look like you could take some curryin' and corn fodder under your belt too. You get over to Four Jacks. Topham's got him a chinny cookin' there who serves up best Dongade grub in this here town. Fill up your belly and take some ease. Then if we do have this little lady gettin' us up tonight, you'll be ready for it. I'll see studin' mule. That colt's not a wild one. Kells surveyed Shiloh knowingly. No, I seed he was gentle trained when you come in. He ran his hand down Shiloh's shoulder, touched the brand. Spur R. That ain't no outfit I heard tell of before. From Eastern Texas, that much was true. All three animals had been given the brand in the small Texas town where the wagon train had assembled. And perhaps this was the time when he should begin building up the background one Drew Kirby must present to Tobacco, Arizona Territory. All right, I'll go eat. He picked up his saddlebags. You'll call me if. Sure, son. Say, I don't rightly know your name. Drew Kirby. Wall, sure, Kirby, Tobe Kells is a man o' his word. If'n there's any reason to think you'll be needed, I'll send Callie along for you. Callie. At Kells' hail a boy swung down the loft ladder. He was wiry thin, with a thick mop of sun-bleached hair and a flashing grin. At the sight of Shiloh and Shadow he whistled. Now ain't they puttiest things, he inquired of the stable at large. Bout best stock we've had here since last time Don Cazar brought in a couple his son. Where'll I put your plunder, mister? He was already loosing Croker's pack. You be stayin' over to Jack's. Drew glanced up at the haymow from which Callie had just descended. Any reason why I can't bunk up there? He asked Kells. None, tall, Kirby, none, tall. No, you want to be handy like. Stow that there gear up above, Callie, and don't you drop nothin'. Rest yourself easy, son. These here hosses is goin' to be treated just like good stuff they is. Croker, also. Drew stopped by the mule, patted the long nose, gave a flip to the limp ear. He's good stuff, too, served in the cavalry. Kells studied the young man by the mule. Cavalry saddle on the stud, 2 Colt pistols belted high and butt forward, and that military cord on his hat, army boots, too. The liveryman knew the signs. This was not the first veteran to drift into tobacco, he wouldn't be the last either. Seems like half of both them armies back east didn't want to go home and sit down peaceful like now that they was through shootin' at each other. No, siree, a right big herd was trailin' out here. And he thought he could put name to the color of coat this young'un had on his back, too. Only a skin more than a man volunteered to tell, that warn't neither manners nor wise. He gets best, too, Kirby. Kells shifted a well-chewed tobacco cud from one cheek to the other. He could trust Kells, Drew thought. A little of his concern over Shadow eased. He shouldered the saddlebags and made his way back down the alley, beginning to see the merit in the liveryman's suggestions. Food, and a bath. What he wouldn't give for a bath. Hay to sleep on was fine. He had had far worse beds during the past 4 years. But a hot bath to be followed by a meal which was not the jerky, cornmeal, bitter coffee of trail cooking. His pace quickened into a trot but slackened again as he neared the 4 Jacks and remembered all the precautions he must take in tobacco. In the big room of the cantina oil lamps made yellow pools of light. The man in the painted vest was seated at a table laying out cards in a complicated pattern of a solitaire game. And at one side a round-faced Mexican in ornate, south-of-the-border clothing held a guitar across one plump knee, now and then plucking absent-mindedly at a single string as he stared raptly into space. A third man stood behind the bar polishing thick glasses. Greetings. As Drew stood blinking just within the doorway the card player rose. He was a tall, wide-shouldered man, a little too thin for his height. Deep lines in his clean-shaven face bracketed his wide mouth. His curly hair was a silvery blonde, and he had dark, deeply set eyes. I'm Reese Topham, owner of this oasis, he introduced himself. Drew Kirby. He must remember that always, he was Drew Kirby, a Texan schooled with kinfolk in Kentucky, who served in the war under Forrest and was now drifting west, as were countless other rootless Confederate veterans. Actually the story was close enough to the truth. And he had had months on the trail from San Antonio to Santa Fe, then on to Tucson, to study up on any small invented details. He was Drew Kirby, Texan, not Drew Rennie of Red Springs, Kentucky. For a man just off the trail, Kirby, the 4 Jacks does have a few of the delights of civilization. A bath. One of Topham's dark eyebrows, so in contrast to his silvery hair, slid up inquiringly, and he grinned at Drew's involuntary but emphatic nod. One of nature's gifts to our fair city is the hot spring. Hamilcar. His hand met tabletop in a sharp slap. The Mexican jerked fully awake and looked around. From the back of the cantina emerged a middle-aged Negro. Yes, Mr. Reese, Sue. Customer for you, Hamilcar. I would judge he wants the full treatment. This, Mr. Kirby, is the best barber, valet, and general aide to comfort in town, the Sultan of our bath. Hamilcar, Mr. Kirby would like to remove the layers of dust he has managed to pick up. Good luck to you both. Drew found himself laughing as he followed Hamilcar to the rear of the building. Topham had reason to be proud of his bath, Drew admitted some time later. A natural hot spring might be the base of the luxury, but man's labor had piped the water into stone slab tubs and provided soap and towels. To sit and soak was a delight he had forgotten. He shampooed his unkempt head vigorously and allowed himself to forget all worries, wallowing in the sheer joy of being really clean again. Hamilcar had produced a clean shirt and drawers from the saddlebags, even managing to work up a shadow of shine on the scuffed cavalry boots, and had beat the worst of the trail dust from the rest of the traveler's clothing. Drew had redressed except for his gun belt when he heard a voice call from the next cubicle. Ham. You get yourself in here, for I skinned that black hide. Johnny. Topham's voice cut through the other's thickened slur. You soak that rot gut out of you, and mind your tongue while you do it. Sure, Reese, the voice was pitched lower this time, but to Drew the tone was more mocking than conciliatory. Drunk or sober, that stranger did not hold very kindly thoughts of Topham. But that was none of the Kentuckian's business. Your hat, Sue. Hamilcar brought in the well-brushed headgear, much more respectable looking than it had been an hour ago. The cord on it glistened. Army issue, brave gold bullion, made for a general's wearing. Drew straightened it, remembering. Sergeant Rennie of the Scouts, in from an independent foray into enemy-held Tennessee, reporting to the old man himself, General Bedford Forrest. And Forrest saying, "We don't give medals, Sergeant. But I think a good soldier might just be granted a birthday present without anyone getting too excited about how military that is." Then he had jerked the cord off his own hat and given it to Drew. It was something big to remember when you were only 19 and had been soldiering 3 years with a dogged army that refused to be beaten. That hat cord, the spurs on his boots, they were all he had brought home from war, save a tough body in a mind he hoped was as hard. Mighty pretty hat trim in, that, Sue, Hamilcar admired. Mighty big man wore it once. Drew was still half in the past. What do I owe you more'n the thanks of a mighty tired man you've turned out brand new again? He smiled and was suddenly all boy. Fo a bits, Sue. It was a pleasure to do fo, a gentleman. It truly was. Come again, Sue, come again. Drew went down the corridor, his spurs answering with a chiming ring each time his heels met planking. Worn at Chapultepec by a Mexican officer, they had been claimed as spoils of war in '47 by a Texas Ranger. And in '61 the Ranger's son, Anson Kirby, had jingled off in them to another war. Then Kirby had disappeared during that last scout in Tennessee, vanishing into nowhere when he fell wounded from the saddle, smashing into a bushwhacker's hideout. On a Sunday in May of '65, back in Gainesville, when Forrest's men had finally accepted surrender and the deadness of defeat, a Union trooper had worn those spurs into church. And Boyd Barrett had sold his horse the same day to buy back those silver bits because he knew what they meant to his cousin Drew. Now here Drew was, half the continent away from Gainesville and Tennessee, wearing Ansa's spurs and half of Ansa's name, to find a father he had not known was still alive, until last year. The Kentuckian was sure of only one thing right now: he was not going to enter a town or a stretch of country where Hunt Rennie was the big man, and claimed to be Rennie's unknown son. Maybe later he could come to a decision about his action. But first he wanted to be sure. There might well be no place for a Drew Rennie in Hunt Rennie's present life. They were total strangers and perhaps it must be left that way. There was no reason for him to claim the kinship. He was independent. Drew Kirby had a mule and 2 good horses, maybe 3 by tomorrow. Aunt Mariana had insisted that he accept part of the Maddock estate, even though his Kentucky grandfather had left him penniless. He'd made his choice without hesitation, the colt Shiloh, the mare Shadow, and she bred to Storm Cloud for what should be a prize foal. His aunt had made him take more, gold in his money belt, enough to give him a start in the West. He was his own man, not Rennie's son, unless he chose. 2 more lamps had been lighted in the cantina. Drew sat down at a table. There was a swish of full skirts, and he looked up at a girl. She smiled as if she liked what she saw of this brown-faced stranger with quiet, disciplined features and eyes older than his years. "You like, senor, tequila, whiskey, food?" "Food, senorita." "You see a most hungry man." She laughed and then frowned anxiously. "Ah, but, senor, this is a time when the cupboard is, as you would say, bare. When the wagons come, then what a difference. Now, tortillas, frijoles, maybe some fruit. Sweet for the tongue, like wine in the throat. Perhaps an egg. To me that is a feast." Drew fell into the formal speech which seemed natural here. "You see one who has done his own trail cooking too long. Ah, el pobrete, poor man. Surely there will be an egg." She was gone and Drew began covertly to study the other men in the room. In any western town the cantina, or saloon, was the meeting place for masculine society. Even if Hunt Rennie did not appear bodily in the Four Jacks tonight, Drew could pick up information about his father merely by keeping open ears. As far away as Santa Fe he had heard of Rennie's Range and Don Cazar, the name the Mexicans had given its owner, Hunt Rennie. Escaped from a Mexican prison in 1847, believing his wife and the son he had never seen to be dead, Hunt Rennie had gone west. In contrast to the tragedy of his personal life, whatever Rennie had turned his hand to in the new territory had prospered. A prospector he had grub-staked, found the Oro Cruz, one of the richest mines in the Tobacco Hills. Rennie owned 2 freighting lines, one carrying goods to California, the other up from Sonora. And his headquarters in the fertile Santa Cruz Valley was a ranch which was also a fort even the Apaches avoided after they had suffered 2 overwhelming defeats there. That was Rennie's range, cultivated fields, fruit orchards, manadas of fine horses. Don Cazar supplied Tucson and the army posts with vegetables and superb hams. He had organized a matchless company of Pima Indian scouts after the army pulled out in '61, had fought Apaches, but had sided with neither Union nor Confederate forces. During the war years he had more or less withdrawn within the borders of the range, offering refuge to settlers and miners fleeing Indian attacks. Don Cazar was a legend now, and a man did not quickly claim kinship with a legend. "Want a room, Kirby?" Topham paused beside his table. "No. I have to stay close to the mayor." "Yes. I can understand that. Kells is good with horses, so you needn't worry. Ever raced that colt of yours?" "Not officially." Drew smiled. There was that lieutenant with the supply wagons. The man hadn't talked so loudly about Johnny Rebs after Shiloh showed his heels to the roan the soldiers had bragged up. This is a sporting town when the wagons come in, and they're due tomorrow. Johnny Shannon just rode in to report. Might be some racing. You aim to stay on in Tobacco? Have to until Shadow can trail again. How's the prospect for a job? With cattle, horses, teaming. Horses, I guess. Well, Don Cazar, Rennie, runs the best manadas. You might hit him for work. He'll be riding in to meet the wagons. Carmencita, did you bring all that was left of the supplies? Topham's quizzical eyebrows lifted in greeting to the waitress's loaded tray. I'd say, young man, that you are facing a full-time job now, getting all that inside of you. Drew ate steadily, consuming eggs and beans, tortillas, and fruit. Topham joined 3 men at the next table, substantial town citizens, Drew judged. The owner of the cantina raised his glass. Gentlemen, I give you another successful trading trip. Saw Johnny ride in, one of the men returned. Kid seems to be settling down, ain't he? That ought to be good news for Rennie. One believes in reformations when they are proven by time, Senor Cahill, the man wearing rich but somber Spanish clothing replied. It sure must go hard with a man to have his son turn out a wild one, commented the third. Drew's cup was at his lips, but he did not drink. Whose son? Rennie's? No son by blood, that much comfort Don Khazar has. But foster ties are also strong. And the boy is still very young. A rattler with only one button on the tail carries as much poison as a 10-button one. Rennie ought to cut losses and give that kid the boot. The way he's going he could involve Hunt in a real mess, Cahill said. You are Don Khazar's good friend, Don Reese, his compadre of many years. Can you not do something? Don Lorenzo, all men have blind spots. And Johnny Shannon is Rennie's. Bob Shannon helped free Hunt out of Mech's prison in the war and was killed doing it. Soon as Hunt set up here he sent for the boy and tried to give him a father. It is a great pity he has no child of his own blood. I have seen him stand here in Tobacco giving toys and candy to the little ones. Yet he has only this wild one under his roof, and perhaps that Juanito will break his heart in the end. Drew put down his cup. It was very hard not to turn and ask questions. Dropping some coins on the table, he rose and started back to the stable, to the world of Shiloh and Shadow where he was unable to betray Drew Rennie. But there was so much Drew Kirby must learn, and soon. 2. 2 lighted lanterns hung from pegs along the center of the stable, and Callie had mounted a barrel to put up a third as Drew entered. There were the soft peaceful sounds of horses crunching fodder, hoofs rustling in straw. Shadow turned her head and nickered as Drew came up to her box stall. She was answered by a blowing from Shiloh, a bray out of Croaker. It's all right, girl, pretty lady. Drew fondled her mane, stroked the satin-smooth arch of neck. Callie dropped from his barrel perch. She sure is right putty, Mr. Kirby. Mr. Kell said as to tell you he's sleepin' on a cot in tack room over there, should you be needin' him. Callie pointed. Me, I'm beddin' down in the last stall. I put your gear up right over here, so's you can hear if she gets to movin'. Thanks. Drew felt in a pocket, tossed Callie the coin his fingers found. The boy caught the piece, his eyes round as he looked at it. Lordy. Thanks, Mr. Kirby. You must be near as shiny as Don Khazar, or Mr. Topham. Shiny? Callie laughed. Silver shiny. Ain't too many men as goes round tobacco throwin' out good money thataway. Less it's ringin' down on bar, or slidin' cross some table, 'cause they found out as how they was holdin' jacks against some other fella's kings. You want anything, you just holler, Mr. Kirby. Mr. Drew thought he did not have the advantage of Callie by more than 4 or 5 years. Oh, Captain Kirby, maybe. Or Lieutenant. Johnny Shannon, now he was a lieutenant with Howard's Rangers. Callie gave Drew a shrewd measuring look. Sergeant. Drew corrected automatically and then asked, how did you know I'd been in the army? Well, you wear them 2 shootin' irons army style, belted high in, but to front. Must use a flip hand draw as do all Haas soldiers. Listen, Mr. Kirby, if'n you rode with Rebs, you better keep your lip buttoned up when blue bellies hit town. There's been a pile of fightin' and folks is gettin' mad 'bout it. Blue bellies. Drew was wrenched back months, a year, by that old army slang. Union troops stationed here. He had unconsciously tensed, his body responding nerve and muscle to past training and alarms. But there were no Yanks or Rebs anymore, no riders or marchers in blue and gray, just United States troops. There's a garrison out to the Mesa camp. And, Captain Bayless, he don't take kindly to Rebs. You see, it's this way. Out in breaks there's a bunch of Rebs leastways they claim as how they's Rebs, still holdin' out. They hit and run, ride in ranches and mines, they held up a coach a while back. And, so far they've ridden rings round Captain. Now he thinks as how any Reb blowin' in town could be one of 'em, comin' to sniff out some good pickin's. So anyone as can't explain hisself proper to Captain gets locked up out at camp till he can. Trifle high-handed, ain't he? Well, Cap'n for law and order, and he's army. But folks ain't leaking it too much. So far he's been doin' it though. Drew frowned. So even this far away from the scene of old battles the war still smoldered. The black bitterness of defeat was made harder by the victor. Drew's hand rubbed across the bulge beneath his shirt. In one pocket of the money belt were his papers, among them the parole written out in Gainesville which could prove he had ridden with General Forrest's command, far removed from any Arizona guerrilla force. But to produce that would change Drew Kirby to Drew Rennie, and that he did not want to do. I rode with General Forrest, attached to General Buford's scouts, he said absently. General Forrest. Callie glowed. Lordy, Mr. Kirby, that's sure somethin', it sure is. Only don't be sayin' that round Captain Bayliss neither. He has him a big hate for General Forrest, seems like Bayliss was a colonel once till General outsmarted him back east. And, there was a big smoke-up 'bout it. They cut Cap'n Spurs for him, and he ended war out here. Now he ain't no patient man, he's kind as uses his hooks hard when he's ridin'. You know, you sure can tell a lot 'bout a man when you give a look at his hoss after he's come off trail. That there Shiloh colt yours, and this here lady hoss, and that old mule. Anyone can see as how they's always been handled nice and easy. They ain't got no spite gainst nobody as wants to rub 'em down and give 'em a feed. But some hosses what get brung in here, they's white-eyed and randy, does you give 'em a straight stare. For that there's always a reason. Mostly you can see what it is when you look good and steady at men who was ridin' 'em. Drew laughed. Glad I passed your test, Callie. Guess I'll turn in now. Been a long day travelin'. Sure thing. And from up there you can hear this little old mare, does she need you? The Kentuckian's pack had been hoisted into the mow, and Callie had even humped up the fragrant hay to mattress his bedroll. A window was open to the night, and as Drew stretched out wearily, he could hear the distant tinkle of a guitar, perhaps from the Four Jacks. Somewhere a woman began to sing, and the liquid Spanish words lulled him asleep. He roused suddenly, his hand flashing under his head before he returned to full consciousness, fingers tightening on the colt he had placed there. Not the mare, no, rather the pound of running feet and then a cry. No, senor, no. No es verdad, it is not true. Teodoro, he meant no harm. Drew scrambled to the window. Out in the alley below, 3 figures reeled in the circle of light afforded by the door lantern. The Kentuckian marked the upward swing of a quart lash, saw a smaller shape fling up an arm in a vain attempt to ward off the blow. Another, the one who cried out, was belaboring the flogger with empty fists, and the voice was that of a girl. To slide down the loft ladder was again nearer instinct than planned action. Shiloh snorted as Drew's boots rapped on the stable floor. The Kentuckian had no idea of the reason for that fight, but he ran out with the vague notion that an impartial referee was needed. You there, what's goin' on? Sergeant Rennie came to life again in the snapped demand. The one who fled the quirt came up against the side of the building almost shoulder to shoulder with Drew. And he was only a boy, about Callie's age, his black hair flopping over eyes wide with shock and fright. Drew's hand moved, and the lantern light glinted plainly on the barrel of the Colt. For a moment they were all still as if sight of the weapon had frozen them. The attacker faced Drew directly. He was young and handsome, if you discounted a darkening bruise already puffing under one eye, a lip cut and swelling, a scowl twisting rather heavy brows and making an ugly square of his mistreated mouth. And, who devil are you? His voice was thick and slurred. Drew guessed that he had not only been in a fight but that he was partly drunk. Yet, as he faced the stranger eye to eye, the Kentuckian was as wary as he had been when bellying down a Tennessee ridge crest to scout a Yankee railroad blockhouse. He knew what he fronted, this was more than a drunken bully, a really dangerous man. That queer little moment of silence lengthened, shutting the two of them up, alone. Drew could not really name the emotion he felt. Deliberately he tried to subdue the sensation as he turned to the girl. "What's the matter?" At first glance he might have thought her a boy, for she wore hide breeches and boots, a man's shirt now hanging loosely about her hips. She jerked her head, and a thick braid flopped from under her wide-brimmed hat. "Senor, por favor, please, we have done no wrong. We are the Trinfans, Teodoro and me." Teodoro, he finds Senor Juanito's purse in the road, he follows to give it back. He is not a bandito, he is not espia, a spy one. We are Mustangers. Ask of Don Reese, of Senor Kells. Why, Senor Juanito, do you say Teodoro spy on you, why you hit him with the whip? Not thief, not spy. The boy beside Drew dropped a wheeled hand from his face. The man who says Teodoro Trinfan is ladrón, bad one, him I kill. Drew's left arm swept out across the boy's chest, pinning him back against the stable. "Now, what's your story?" the Kentuckian asked the man he fronted. "And, just what's all this smokin' 'bout?" Kells came out. "You, Shannon, what are you doin' here?" "Been drinkin', again, fightin', too, by th look of you." "Senor Kells." The girl caught at the older man's arm. "Por favor, senor, we are not thieves, not spies. We come after Senor Juanito because he dropped his purse. Then he see Teodoro coming, he not listen, he beat on him with quirt. You know, we are honest peoples. Now then, Faquita, don't you get so upset, gal." She was wailing aloud, making no effort to wipe away the tears running down her cheeks. "Johnny, what kinda game you tryin'? You know these kids are straight. Them and their ol mans come to work th range for wild ones on Rennie's own a skin. Tuckeen, a quirt to th, kid, eh?" Kell's voice slid up the scale. "You sure have yourself a snootful tonight. Now you just walk yourself outta here on th bounce. I'm doin' th sayin' of what goes on my own property. You do a lotta sayin', Kells." The scowl was gone, Shannon's battered mouth was actually smiling. But, Drew decided, he liked the scowl better than the smile and the tone of the voice accompanying it. Some men ought to put a hobble on their tongues. "Sure, I know these young whelps and their pa too. Sniffin' round where they ain't wanted. And Mustangers ain't above throwin' a sticky loop when they see a hoss worth it. We ain't blind on th range." His head swung a little so he was looking at the girl. "You'd better hold that in mind, gal. Double our hosses have come up missin' lately. It's easy to run a few prime head south to do some moonlight tradin' at th border. And we don't take kindly to losin' good stock." The boy lunged against Drew's pinioning arm. "Now he says we are horse thieves. Tell that to us before the Don Kazar." Shannon curled the quirt lash about his wrist. "Don't think I won't, Mex. He don't like havin' his colt crop whittled down. You, those blue eyes, brilliant, yet oddly shallow and curtained, met Drew's for the second time. "Don't know who you are, stranger, but you had no call to mix in. I'll be seein' you. Kinda free with a gun, leastwise at showin' it. As quick to back up your play? Try me." The words came out of Drew before he thought. Why had he said that? He had never been one to pick a fight or take up a challenge. What was there about Shannon that prodded Drew this way? He'd met the gamecock breed before and had never known the need to bristle at their crowing. Now he was disturbed that Shannon could prick him so. Odd, the other had been successfully turned from his purpose here. Yet now as he swung around and walked away down the alley, Drew was left with a nagging doubt, a feeling that in some way or other Shannon had come off even in this encounter. But how and why? Teodoro spat. His sister tugged at Kell's sleeve. It is not true what he said. Why does he wish to make trouble? Listen, gal, and you, too, Teodoro, just keep clear of Johnny Shannon when he's on th prod that way. I've knowed that kid since he didn't have muscle enough to pull a gun less he took both hands to job. But he's not needin' any two hands to unholster now. And he's drinkin' a lot, mean, ugly drunk, he is. Somethin' must have riled him good tonight. In the cantina there was a soldier from the camp, Vaquita volunteered. They call names. He and Senor Juanito fight. Don Reese, he put them both out in the street. Senor Juanito he falls, drops purse. Teodoro picks it up, and we follow. When we try to give it back Senor Juanito yell, spy, hit with whip. That is the truth, por Dios, the truth. Yeah, sounds just like Johnny these days. Him with a snootful and somebody yellin', Reb and Yank. Some men can't forget and don't seem to want to. Johnny sure takes it hard bein' on losin' side, turned him dirt mean. Now, you kids, you stayin' in town. See. Vaquita nodded vigorously. With Tia Maria. Then you get there and stay clear of Johnny Shannon, sabe? No more trouble. See, Senor Kells. You, Senor, she spoke to Drew, to you we owe a big debt. Come, Teodoro. She caught at her brother and pulled him away. What makes a kid go sour? Kells asked of the shadows beyond rather than of Drew. Johnny warn't no real trouble, for he skinned off to ride with Howard. Sure he was always a wild one, but no more an a lot of kids. And he'd answer lead rain. Course we don't know what happened to him in Texas after big retreat Rebs made outta here. Could be he larned a lot what was no good. Now he sops up whiskey when he hits town and picks fights, like he didn't get his belly full of that in war. You can't never tell how a kid's gonna turn out. Hey! Mr. Kirby, you better get in here. Callie hailed from the stable. Mare, she's. Drew jammed the colt under his belt and ran. The scent of hay, of grain, of horse. Drew's head rolled on the pillow improvised from hay and blanket as sun lay hot across his face. He rubbed the back of his hand over his eyes and then came fully awake to remember the night before. It took only a minute to get down the ladder into Shadow's stall where a broomtail jiggled up and down above absurdly long baby legs and small rounded haunches. Shadow's small daughter breakfasted. Callie squatted on his heels nearby watching the process benignly. Ain't she 'bout best favored filly you ever saw, he asked. How come all your hosses is grays? Shiloh her pa. Drew shook his head. No, her sire's Storm Cloud. But all that line are grays. This Storm Cloud, he's a runnin' hoss. About the runnin'est horse in his part of the country, Callie. This filly ought to pick up her heels some, if she takes after her dam and sire. What you na mean, her? Up to that moment Drew had not really thought about it. The crisp air blowing into the stable, carrying something beside the sense of the town, gave him a suggestion. How about sage, Callie? The boy thought seriously and then nodded. Yeah, sage. That's gray and it's putty, smells good, too. Drew pulled up his shirt, dug into the pocket of the money belt for the horse papers. Got a pencil, or better, pen and ink around here anywhere? Mr. Kells, he keeps ledgers over in tack room. Got some ink and a pen there. How come you need that? You ain't makin' out no bill of sale on her already, are you? Callie was shocked. Hardly. Just want to put her down right and proper on the tally sheet. The boy followed to watch Drew make the record on the margin of Shadow's papers. As the Kentuckian explained, Callie was deeply interested. You mean as how you can tell way back just what hosses bred your hosses? That's sure somethin'. Round here we knows a good hoss, but we ain't always sure of his pa, not if he's wild stuff. Lots of wild horses hereabouts then. Sure. Some re just mustangs, others good stuff gone wild, run off by patches and broke loose, or got away from a wet hoss band. Wet horse band. Callie glanced at him a little sharply. How come you ain't knowin' 'bout wet hosses? Heard tell as how they have that same trouble down Texas way. But I don't come from the border country. Well, Texas sure is a great big piece o' country, so maybe you don't know 'bout them river tricks. Wet hosses, they's hosses what is run off up here, driven down to th border where they swapped for hosses what some Mex bandidos have thrown a sticky loop over. Then Mexas take them Anglo hosses south and sell where their brands ain't gonna get nobody into news trouble. And stolen Mex hosses, they drove up here and maybe sold to some of same fellas what lost others. Hosses get themselves lost long them backcountry trails, specially if they's pushed hard. So them strays join up with wild ones. If'n a mustanger can rope him one and bring it in. Well, if it's a good one, maybe so he'll get a reward from man what's lost him. Heard tell that Don Cazar, he set some good rewards on a coupla studs as was run off range this summer. Don Cazar has good horses. 'Bout best in these here parts. He runs on range old style, studdin' 20-25 mares together in a manada, all one color to a band. They sure is a grand sight, band o' roans, then one o' duns, and some blacks. He's got one manada all of Grullas. Sells some to Army, drives more clear to California. And old dons down in Sonora come up once in a while to pick them out some fancy saddle stock. He sure would enjoy seem these grays o' yours. If'n you ever want to sell, Don Cazard give you top price. But I'm not sellin', dot. Drew folded the piece of paper he had been waving to dry the ink and put it back in the belt pocket. What's that? He could almost believe he heard an army bugle, but the call it sounded was unlike any cavalry signal he had known. Callie was already on his way to the door. Wagon train's comin', he cried as he ran out. Drew lingered by Shadow's box. The filly was resting in the straw, her matchstick legs folded under her, and the mare was munching the extra feed of oats the Kentuckian had tipped in for her. He could hear the sound of other running feet outside. It would seem that all Tobacco was turning out to welcome the wagon train of traders from the south. Drew's curiosity got the better of him. He went on out to the plaza. 3. Only a well-armed and convoyed set of wagons with a highly experienced and competent master could dare travel the Apache-infested trails these days. The first of the freighters, pulled by a 16-mule team, fairly burst into the plaza, outriders fanning about it. One of the mounted men was dressed in fringed buckskin, his shoulder-length hair and bushy black beard the badge of a frontier already passing swiftly into history. He rode a big black mule and carried a long-barreled rifle, not in the saddle boot, but resting across the horn as if even here in Tobacco there might be reason for instant action. The mule trotted on to the middle of the plaza. Then the weapon pointed skyward as its owner fired into the air, voicing a whoop as wild as the rebel yell from the throat of a charging Texas trooper. He was answered by cries and shouts from the gathering crowd as 5 more wagons, each with a trailer hooked to its main bulk, pulled in around the edge of the open area. Until the center of the town was full and the din of braying mules was deafening. Drew retreated to the roofed entrance of the 4 Jacks. The extra step of height there enabled him to get a good look at 2 more horsemen pushing past the end wagon. Both wore the dress of Mexican gentlemen, their short jackets glinting with silver braid and embroidery, their bridles, horse gear, and saddles were rich in scrolls and decorations of the same metal. Navajo blankets lay under the saddles, and serapes were folded over the shoulder of one rider, tied behind the cantle of the other. They pulled up before the cantina, and one man took the reins of both mounts. If the riders' clothing and horse furnishings were colorful, the horses themselves were equally striking. One was a chestnut, a warm, well-groomed red. But the other? Drew stared. In all his years about the stables and breeding farms of Kentucky, and throughout his travels since, he had never seen a horse like this. Its coat was pure gold, a perfect match to one of the eagles in his money belt. But the silky locks of mane and tail were night black. Its breeding was plainly Arab, and it walked with a delicate pride as gracefully as a man might foot a dance measure. Drew had a difficult time breaking his gaze from the horse to the man dismounting. The ranchero was tall, perhaps an inch or so taller than Drew, and his body had the leanness of the men who worked the range country, possessing, too, a lithe youthfulness of carriage. Until one looked directly into his sun-browned face he could pass as a man still in his late 20s. But he was older, perhaps a decade older than that, Drew thought. Two high and prominent cheekbones with slight hollows below them, and a mouth tight-set, made more for strength of will and discipline of feeling than conventional good looks. Yet his was a face not easily forgotten, once seen. Black hair was pepper-salted for a finger-wide space above his ears, which were fronted by long sideburns, and black brows were straight above dark eyes. In spite of his below-the-border dress and his coloring, he was unmistakably Anglo, just as the man looping both horses' reins to the rack was Mexican. "So, you're still wearing your hair in good order? No trouble this trip?" Topham had come to the door of the cantina, his hand outstretched. "Welcome back, Hunt." "Paw." The Mexican spat. "Where is there one Indio who is able to face Don Cazar on his own ground? The folly of that they learned long ago." Don Cazar smiled. That mask of aloofness was wiped away as if he were 10 years younger and 20 years less responsible than he had been only seconds earlier. "And if they did not beware our rifles, Bartolome here would talk them to death. Is that not so, amigo?" His speech was oddly formal, as if he were using a language other than his own, but there was a warmth to the tone which matched that sudden and surprising smile. Topham's arm went about the shoulders under the black and silver jacket, drawing Don Cazar into the light, music, and excitement of the cantina. While Drew watched, the stouter back of Bartolome cut off his first good look at his father. So. That was Don Cazar, Hunt Rennie. Drew did not know what he had expected of their first meeting. Now he could not understand why he felt so chilled and lost. He had planned it this way. No demands, no claims on a stranger, freedom to make the decision of when or how he would see his father, that was the only path he could take. But now he turned slowly away from that open door, the light, the laughter and singing, and walked back toward the stable, loneliness cutting into him. Tobacco had slumbered apathetically before, now the town was wide awake. In a couple of days the wagon train would head on north to Tucson, but now the activity in the plaza was a mixture of market day and fiesta. Small traders from Sonora took advantage of the protection afforded by Don Cazar's outriders and had trailed along with their own products, now being spread out and hawked. Parrots shrieked from homemade cages. Brightly woven fabrics were draped to catch the eye. As he wandered about viewing cactus syrup, sweet, brown panocha candy, fruit, dried meat, blankets, saddles, Drew was again aware of the almost strident color of this country. He fingered appreciatively a horn goblet carved with intricate figures of gods his Anglo eyes did not recognize. The hum of voices, the bray of mules, the ba-ing and na-ing of sheep and goats, kept up a roar to equal surf on a seacoast. Afternoon was fast fading into evening, but Tobacco, aroused from the post-noon siesta, was in tumult. A fighting cock tethered to a cartwheel stretched its neck to the utmost in an attempt to peck at Drew's spurs. He laughed, attracted, wrenched out of his own private world. The smell of spicy foods, of fruit, of animals and people, the clamor, the sights. Drew rounded one end of a wagon and stepped abruptly into yet another world and time. All the stories which had been dinned warningly into his ears since he had left the Mississippi now brought his hand to one of the Colts at his belt. Most of the half-dozen men squatting on their heels about a fire were three-quarters bare, showing dusty, brown bodies. Two had dirty calico shirts loose above hide breechclouts. Dark brown eyes, as unreadable as Johnny Shannon's, surveyed Drew, but none of the Indians moved or spoke. Common sense took over, and Drew's hand dropped from the gun butt. Hostiles would not be camping peacefully here in the heart of town. He could not be facing wild Apaches or Navajos. But they were the first Indians he had seen this close since he had ridden out of Texas. "Somethin' buggin' you, boy." Drew's war-trained muscles took over. He was in a half-crouch, the Colt flipped over and out, pointing into the shadows where the newcomer emerged. Then the Kentuckian flushed and slammed his weapon back into the holster. This was the buckskin man who had hooped the train into town that morning. "Might quick to show your iron, ain't you?" There was a chill in the question, and Drew saw that the long rifle was still held at alert by its owner. "Cat footin' up on a man ought to make you expect somethin' of a reception," Drew countered. "Yep, guess some men has sure got a bellyful of lead doin' that." To Drew's surprise the other was now grinning. "You huntin' someone?" "No, just lookin' around." Drew longed to ask some things himself, but hesitated. Frontier etiquette was different from Kentucky custom, it was safer to be quiet when not sure. "Wall, thar's a plenty to see tonight, right enough." "Me, I'm Crow Fenner. I ride scout fur train. And these here, they're Rennie's Pimas, what is runnin' trail this trip." So these were the famous Pima Scouts. No wonder they took their ease in the Tobacco Plaza. Every man, woman, and child in those adobe buildings had reason to be thankful for their skill and cunning, the web of protection Rennie's Pima Scouts had woven in this river valley. "I'm Kirby, Drew Kirby." He hastened to match one introduction with another. "This is my first time in the valley. From East, Texas." Texas. Something in the way Fenner repeated that made it sound not like a confirmation but a question. Or was Drew overly suspicious? After all, as Callie had agreed last night, the late Republic of Texas was a very large strip of country, housing a multitude of native sons, from the planting families of the Brazos to the ranchers in crude cabins of the Brasado. There were Texans and Texans, differing greatly in speech, manners, and background. And one did not ask intimate questions of a man riding west of the Pecos. Too often he might have come hunting a district where there was a longer distance between sheriffs. What a man volunteered about his past was accepted as the truth. "Rode a far piece then," Fenner commented. "Me, I've been trailin' round this here country since Moon was 2-bit size. And I ain't set my moccasins on all o' it yet. Thar's parts maybe even an Injun ain't seed neither. You just outta Army, son." Drew nodded. Apparently he could not escape that part of his past, and there was no reason to deny it. "If'n you be huntin' a job, Don Cazar, he's always ready to hire on wagon guards. Any young feller what knows how to handle a gun, he's welcome. Can't leave tobacco, at least for now. Have me a mare over in the livery that just foaled. I'm not movin' until she's ready to travel." "Must be right good stock," Fenner observed. "Me, I has me a ridin' mule as kin smell Apaches 2 miles off. 2-3 times that thar mule saved skin fur me. Got old Tar when he turned up in a wild hoss corral Mustangers set over in Red River country. I saw him when you rode into town. Good-lookin' animal." Crow Fenner nodded vigorously. Sure is. Don Cazar, he's partial to good stock, favors Tar, too. Don has him a high-steppin' hoss every hoss thief in this here territory'd like to run off. Bright yaller. Saw that one, too. Unusual collarin' all right. He put a white stud, white as milk, to run with some light buckskin maras back for war. First colt out of that thar breedin' was that Oro hoss. Never got nother like him, he's special. Shows his heels good, too. They's gonna race him out on flats tomorrow if anyone is fool 'nuff to say as he has a hoss as can beat Oro. Thar's always some greenhorn as thinks he has. Oh. Drew wondered aloud. The black and gold horse was beautiful and plainly of good breeding. That he was also a runner was not out of the question. But that Oro could best gray eagle aerial stalk on the track, Drew doubted. There were unbroken records set on eastern tracks by horses in Shiloh's direct bloodline. And the local talent that had been matched against Oro in the past had probably not been much competition. The Kentuckian began to speculate about a match between the Gray Stallion and the horse foaled on the Arizona range. Yep, we'll see some race. Does anyone turn up with a Haas T match Oro? One of the shirt Indians rose to his feet. With rifle sloped over forearm, he padded into the dark. Fenner's relaxed posture tensed into alert readiness. His head turned, his attitude now one of listening concentration. Drew strained to see or hear what lay beyond. But the noise from the plaza and torchlight made a barrier for eye and ear. Fenner's rifle barrel dropped an inch or so, he stood easy again. Drew heard a jingle of metal, the creak of saddle leather, the pound of shod hoofs. Soldiers. Fenner sniffed. Wonder what they's doin', hittin' town now. Wall, that ain't no hair off skull. Me, I'm gonna get Tar his treat. Promised him some time back he could have a bait o' oats and salt, and just a smidgen o' corn cake. That thar mule likes tea favor his stomach. Kells, he ought tea have them vittles put together right 'bout now. This mare o' yourn what's so special, young feller. Me, I'd like tea, see a hoss what's got to be took care of like she was a bang-up lady. He put 2 fingers to his lips and whistled. A mule head, attached to a rangy mule body, weaved forward to follow dog-at-heel fashion behind the scout. A squad of blue coats was riding in, an officer and 6 men. They threaded their way to the cantina where the officer dismounted and went inside. The troopers continued to sit their saddles and regard the scene about them wistfully. Looks like a duty patrol, Fenner remarked. Maybe Captain Bayliss. He's gettin' some biggity idea as how it's up him police this here town. Does he start crow too loud, Don Cazar or Reese Topham'll cut his spurs. Maybe he sets up war shield and does shoutin' back thar in front o' all them soldier boys. In this town he ain't no gold-lace general. Troops and the town not friendly? Drew asked. Soldiers, they ain't no trouble. Some o' 'em have their heads screwed on straight and know what they's doin' or tryin' do. But a lot o' them officers now, they come out here biggity-eyed ours, 'bout how handle Injuns, thinkin' they knows all thar's be knowed 'bout fightin', and them never fasten up to a Comanche in war paint, let alone huntin' patches. Patches, they know this here country like it was part o' their own bodies, can say, howdy and how's all folks, bub, every lizard and snake in rocks. Ain't no army gonna pull 'em out and make 'em fight white man style. Don Cazar, he goes huntin' 'em when they've come both errand him and does it right. But he knows you think Injun, you live Injun, you eat Injun, you smell Injun when you do. They don't leave no more trail than an ant steppin' high, lest they want you should foller them into a nice ambush as they has all figured out. Put Greyfeather and his pimas on 'em and then leg it till your belly's near meetin' your backbone and you is all one big tired ache. If'n you kin drink sand and keep on footin' it over red-hot rocks when you is nigh a bag o' bones, then maybe, just maybe, you kin jump an Apache. Comanches, now, and Cheyenne and Kiowa and Sioux ride out to storm at you, guns and arrows all shootin', wantin' to count coup on a man by hittin' him personal. But Patch ain't wastin' hisself that way. Nope, get behind a rock and ambush. Put whole hellfired country work for them. That's how Patch does his fightin'. And spittin' polish officers what come from eastward, they's got larn that. Only sometimes they ain't good at larnin', and then they gets larned, good and proper. Hey, Kells. They were at the stable and Fenner lifted a hand, palm out, in greeting to the liveryman. Here's old Tar wantin' his special grub. Drew went on to Shiloh's stall. Reese Topham, the Spaniard Don Lorenzo who had been in the cantina last night, the stout Mexican Bartolome, and Don Khazar himself were all there before him. Here he is now. Reese Topham waved a hand at Drew. This is Mr. Kirby, from Texas. You have a fine horse there, Kirby, the mare, too. Eastern stock, I would judge, perhaps Kentucky breeding? Rennie asked. Drew was taught inside. To say the wrong thing, to admit the line of that breeding, might be a bad slip. Yet he could only evade, not lie directly. Yes, Kentucky. He answered the first words his father had ever addressed to him. And the line? To be too evasive would invite suspicion. However, the Grey Eagle get was in more than one Kentucky stable. Eclipse. Drew set back the pedigree several equine generations. Shiloh tossed his head, looked over his shoulder at Drew, who entered the stall and began quieting the stallion with hands drawn gently over the back and up the arch of the neck. The mare also? Don Khazar continued. Yes. The Kentuckian's answer sounded curt in his own ears, but he could not help it. This Eclipse, amigo, Don Lorenzo turned to Rennie for enlightenment. He was a notable horse. See, of the messenger line. But a grey of that breeding, Don Khazar's forefinger ran nail point along his lower lip. Aerial blood, perhaps. Drew busied himself adjusting Shiloh's hackamore. This was getting close. Hunt Rennie had lived in Kentucky over a year once. He had visited Red Springs many times before he had dared to court Alexander Maddox's daughter and been forbidden the place. His visits to the stable must have familiarized him with the Grey Eagle Ariel strain bred there. On the other hand, horses of the same combination were the pride of several other families living around Lexington. A racing line of high blood, Don Lorenzo said thoughtfully. See, this one has the pride, the appearance. You have raced him, senor, he asked Drew with formal courtesy. Not on any real track, senor. During the war there were no races. He wasn't a cavalry mount. Don Khazar looked surprised. No, Sue. Too young for that. He was foaled on April 6th in '62. That's why they called him Shiloh. There was a moment of silence, broken by a hail from the door. You there, Rennie? Drew saw the involuntary spasm of Don Khazar's lips, the shadow of an expression which might mean he anticipated a distasteful scene to come. But the quirk disappeared as he turned to face the man in the blue uniform. Captain Bayliss. It was acknowledgement rather than a greeting, delivered in a cool tone. I want to see you, Rennie. The officer stamped forward a step or so, to stand in the full light of the first lantern. He was of medium height, and his blue blouse had been cut by a good tailor, though now it was worn. He was a good-looking man, though jowly about the mouth, above which a closely cropped mustache bristled. His color was high under a pink skin which in this hot country must burn painfully. And there was the permanent stamp of uncertain temper in the lines about his prominent eyes. 4. So, you see me, Bayliss, Don Khazar returned evenly. There is some trouble. Bartolome shifted from one foot to the other, his spurs ringing. Don Lorenzo's expression was one of withdrawal, but on the round countenance of the Mexican was open dislike. The sun-reddened skin flushed darker. All right, Rennie, the captain exploded. If you want it straight, that's the way you're going to get it. You've been hiring rebs again. Once before Drew had seen explosive anger curbed visibly by a man who knew the folly of losing control over his emotions. It had been on a hilltop back in Tennessee, with the storm clouds of January overhead. General Bedford Forrest, watching men driven to the limit by necessity in his own orders, had looked just that way when he had rounded on Drew, bearing news of yet another breakthrough by the Federals. Now it was this Anglo wearing Spanish dress and standing in a dim stable, reining temper to meet the open hostility of the captain. Captain Bayliss. The word sounded as remote as if the speaker best rode some peak of the Chiricahuas to address a pygmy in a canyon below. I know of no law which states that I may not employ whom I choose on my own land. If a man does his job and makes no trouble, his past does not matter. I am as ready to fire a former Union soldier as I am a Confederate. I tell you again, I'm not going to have Rebs around here passing on information to Kitchell. And I say once again, Captain, that men who ride for me do not in addition ride for Kitchell. See. Bartolome's face was as flushed as Bayless now. We do not help those bandidos. Do they not also raid us? 2 weeks ago Francisco Perez, his horse comes in with blood on the saddle. We ride out and find him, shot, dragged with the rope. That is not Apache trick, that, but the work of Kitchell and his snakes. Peace, amigo. Don Cazar's raised finger silenced his man. Bartolome is right, Bayless. Kitchell is beginning to nibble at the range. He has not many sources of supply left. Soon he will either have to cross the border to stay or make some reckless raid which will give us a chance at him. These damned Rebs around here will keep him going. You can't tell me they don't back him every chance they get. And I'm warning you, Rennie, if you hire any man you can't answer for, he's going to the stockade and you'll hear about it from the army. And you also listen, Captain. I will not be dictated to, and the army had best understand that. I do not want Kitchell in this country any more than you do. He has made a boast of being Confederate leading what he terms mounted irregulars. But to my knowledge he never held a commission from the South, and he is nothing but an outlaw trading on the unsettled state of the territory. That is recognized by every decent man in Arizona. And that covers those you call rebels, as well as former Union men. Bayless was silent for a long second, and then he jerked his hat farther down on his peeling forehead. You've had notice, Rennie, that's all I have to say. I'm going to clear all the Rebs out of this section. Then we will be able to get at Kitchell, and the army will settle him for good and all. Bayless. The captain had half turned, but Don Cazar's call halted him. Don't you try harassing any of my riders. They mind their business and will not make any trouble as long as they are left in peace. If there are any problems in town, Don Lorenzo Sierra, here, is the alcalde and they must be referred to him. The captain favored Rennie with a last glare and was gone. Tobe Kells spoke first. That one's Che Win, bitten, gittin' ready to hump under saddle. This business of tryin' to run out Rebs, it'll cause smokin'. He has no right to give such an order, Don Cazar was beginning when the alcalde interrupted. Compadre, for a man such as that your talk of rights means nothing. He is eaten by the need to impress his will here, and that will bring trouble. I do not like what I have heard, no, I do not like it at all. You know what may be really eating at him this time, Hunt? Topham spoke from where he was leaning against the wall of Shadow's box stall. Johnny was throwing his weight around again last night. Had a set to in the jacks with a trooper. Unless the kid quits trying to fight the war over again every time he sees an army blouse, or until he stops pouring whiskey down him every time he hits town, there may be shooting trouble. There are some equal hotheads in Bayless camp, and if Johnny goes up against one of them, a scuffle could become a battle. Yeah, and that warn't all Johnny was doin' last night. Kells shifted his tobacco cud from one cheek to the other. If'n Kirby here hadn't been to hand, Johnny would have skinned Trinfan Kid with his quirt, just 'cause he dropped his purse outside Jackson. Kid followed him to give it back. Johnny's meaner than a drunk Injun these days. That's Bible swear truth, Rennie. To lose a war makes a man bitter, Don Cazar said slowly. Johnny was far too young when he ran away to join Howard. And after that defeat at Glorieta, the retreat to Texas was pure hell with the fires roaring. It seems to have done something to the boy, inside. Johnny wasn't the only boy at Glorieta. From what I've heard most of them weren't old enough to grow a good whisker crop. Topham's voice had lost its detached note. And he sure wasn't the only Confederate to surrender. Hunt, he's got to learn that losing a war doesn't mean that a man has lost the rest of his life. But the way he's been acting these past months, Johnny might just lose it. Bayless' tongue is hanging out a yard or more, he's panting so hard to get back at you. That captain has heady ambitions under his hat, maybe like setting up here as a tin pot governor or something like. If he can discredit you, well, he probably thinks he's got a chance to rake in the full pot, and it's a big one. Get Johnny back on the range, Hunt, put him to work, hard. Sweat that sour temper and whiskey out of him. He used to be a promising youngster, now he's turning bronco fast. All he seems to have learned in the war is how to use those guns of his to lord it over anyone he believes he can push around. And someday he'll try to push the wrong man. Don Khazar was staring ahead of him now at Drew and Shiloh. But Drew knew that Hunt Rennie was not seeing either man or horse, but a mental picture which was not too pleasing. He's just a boy. Rennie did not utter that as an excuse, rather he said it as if to reassure himself. Then his eyes really focused on Drew, and he changed the subject abruptly. Kirby, when the train comes in we sometimes set up a race or two. Any thought of trying your colt against some of the local champions? Oro perhaps? Drew counter-questioned. Rennie laughed. Oh, so you've been talking, Fenner. The scout came away from where Tar was still very audibly munching his treat. Didn't know as how Junker had him a runnin' hoss, Don Khazar. He inspected Shiloh critically. But that there sure looks a lotta hoss. Course maybe he ain't used runnin' out here war ground ain't made all nice and easy for his feet. But I dunno at all. Anyway he'll give Oro stiffer competition than he's had in the last 2 races. Unless that Lieutenant Spath up at the camp tries again with that long-legged black of his, Topham added. What about it, Kirby? You willing to match Shiloh? He's green, but, yes, I'll do it. Drew's motives were mixed. His pride in the colt had been pushing him toward such a trial ever since he had heard Fenner speak of Oro. In addition, as the owner of a noted horse, he would take a place in this community, establish his identity as Drew Kirby. And in some way he could not define, this put him, at least in his own mind, on an equal footing with Don Khazar. But by the next morning a few doubts troubled him as he tightened saddle cinches on the stallion. Shiloh's only races so far had been impromptu matches along the trail. Though the colt had been consistently the victor, none of his rivals had been in his class. And if Oro's speed was as striking as his coloring, the range stud would prove a formidable opponent. Walk him up and down here by the corral. The Kentuckian handed the reins to Callie. Got something I have to do. Drew went directly to the 4 jacks. This time the cantina was filled, with a double row of the thirsty demanding attention at the bar. But Topham was seated at a table with Don Lorenzo and Zach Cahill of the stage line. The Kentuckian went over to them. You have come to back your horse, senor. Don Lorenzo smiled up at Drew. There were piles of coins on the table as Cahill listed bets for the men crowding around. Yes, Sue. Drew spun down 2 double eagles. What are the odds? Started 6-1 for Oro, Topham told him. Coasted down after a few of the boys had a look at Shiloh. Can give you 4-1 now. Anything else we can do for you? Drew dropped his voice. Do you have a safe here? Topham's eyebrows climbed. Do you foresee a deposit or a withdrawal? Deposit. I want to ride light today. Then I'll admit possession of a safe, such as it is. Don Lorenzo, poor favor, will you act as banker? He beckoned Drew after him into a small back room which was in sharp contrast to the main part of the 4 jacks. On one wall was a fan display of old daggers and swords which dated a century or so back to the Spanish colonial days. A bookcase crammed with tightly squeezed volumes provided a resting place for pieces of native pottery bearing grotesque animal designs. On the far wall were strips of brightly colored woven materials flanking a huge closed cupboard, a very old one, Drew thought. Its paneled front was carved with deeply incised patterns centering about a shield bearing arms. Only the battered desk and an attendant chair with a laced rawhide seat were of the frontier. Topham took a chained key from the pocket of his fancy vest and went to fit it into a lock concealed in the carved foliage of the cupboard. The shield split down the middle, revealing shelves of metal boxes and packets of papers. Drew unfastened his money belt and handed it over. As he was tucking his shirt in his belt once more, the gambler nodded at the cupboard. "This is about as near a bank as we boast in tobacco. Cahill has a strongbox at the stage station, and Stein some kind of a lockup at his store. That's the total for the town. We haven't grown to the size for a real banking establishment." "Hey, Reese, old man about." Shannon was in the doorway. In the full light of day he looked younger. Drew was puzzled. That strange animosity which had flashed between them last night, why had he felt it? There was nothing like that emotion now. But as Johnny Shannon's gaze flitted from Topham to the Kentuckian, Drew was once more aware that, whatever he might outwardly seem, Johnny Shannon was no boy. Behind that disarmingly youthful facade was another person altogether. "Kirby, ain't it?" Shannon smiled. "Understand I got out of line other night, stepped on a lot of toes." That gaze flickered for the merest instant to the Colts at the Kentuckian's belt. "I sure had me a real snootful and I guess I was just fightin' war all over again. No hard feelin's." That guileless confession was very convincing on the surface. How did you assess an emotion you did not understand yourself? Drew was teased by a fleeting memory of the past, of a time when he had faced another pair of eyes such as those, surface eyes behind which you could see nothing. Then he became conscious that the pause was too lengthy, and he replied with a hurry he immediately regretted. "No hard feelin's." This time he was able to recognize the meaning of that quirk of Shannon's lips. But prudence controlled the small flare of temper he felt inside him. It did not really matter. Let Shannon think he was backing down. If the time ever came that they did have to have a showdown, Johnny Shannon might be the surprised one. "You're sure a trustin' fella." Shannon's fingers hooked to the front of the gun belt riding low on the hip. "Not a skin, for no receipt or nothin'." Topham laughed. "We don't forget what is due a customer, Johnny." He went to the desk, scribbled a line on a piece of paper, and held it out to Drew. "This should meet all contingencies, such as some patron out there getting downright ornery and putting a couple of extra buttonholes in my vest by the 6-gun slug method. Heard tell as how you're fixin' to race your plug, gainst Oro, Kirby," Johnny drawled. "Also as how you laid down some good round boys to back his chance. I took me a piece of them, easy pickin's." The sneer was plainer in his voice than it had been in his smile. Drew's puzzlement grew. Why was Shannon leaning on him this way? Because he had stepped in to stop the courting of Teodoro? That was the only reason the Kentuckian could think of. That's a matter of opinion. Topham was studying them both with interest. "I'd say Oro has him some real competition at last. None of the Eclipse blood was ever backward on the track. You ridin' yourself?" Shannon paid no attention to the gambler's comment. Drew nodded. "He knows me, and I ride light." "Sure, I suppose you do, now." Shannon's eyes flickered again, this time to the locked cupboard. "Heard tell, leastways Callie's been spoutin' it around, that you was with General Forrest." "Yes. You sure musta pulled out a war better and rest of us poor reps. Got you a couple of blooded hosses and a good heavy money belt. A sight more luck than rest of us had. Don't include yourself in the empty pocket brigade, Johnny," Topham rapped out. "I don't see you going without eating money, drinking money either, more's a pity. And if you're really looking for Rennie now, you'll find him down at the course." Shannon's smile was gone. He straightened away from the door frame which had been supporting his shoulders. "Thanks a lot, Reese." He left with the same abruptness as he had from the stable alley. "So you're riding yourself?" Topham ignored the departure. "Leon Rivas, Bartolomeo's son, will be up on Oro. He always rides for Rennie. He's younger than you, but I'd say," the gambler studied Drew's lithe body critically, you're about matched in weight. I'd shuck that gun belt, though, and anything else you can. And good luck, Kirby. You'll need all of it you can muster. An hour later Drew followed Topham's advice, leaving gun belt, carbine, and everything else he could unload in Callie's keeping before he swung up on Shiloh. The big colt was nervous, tending to dance sideways, tossing his head high. Drew concentrated on the business at hand, striving to forget the crowd opening up to let him through, shouting encouragement or disparagement. Ahead was the appointed track, a beaten stretch of earth, part of the old road leading to the mines. The Kentuckian talked to Shiloh as they went, keeping up a stream of words to firm the bond between horse and rider. There was a knot of men surrounding the golden horse, and as his rider mounted, Oro put on a good show, rearing to paw the air with his 4 feet as if he wished nothing better than to meet his gray rival in an impromptu boxing match. Then he nodded his head vigorously, acknowledging the shouts from his enthusiastic supporters. Beside that magnificent blaze of color Shiloh was drab, a shadow about to be put to flight by the sun. They were to break at a starting shot, head to the big tree which made an excellent landmark in the flat valley, rounding its patch of shade before returning to the starting point. Drew brought Shiloh, still prancing and playing with his bit, up beside Oro. The slim boy on the golden horse shot the Kentuckian a shoulder-side look and grinned, raising his quirt in salute as Drew nodded and smiled back. Some of the noise died. Don Lorenzo pointed a pistol skyward. Drew strove to make his body one with Shiloh's small easy movements. The big gray knew very well what was in progress, was tensing now for a swift getaway leap. And he made it on the crack of the gun. But if Shiloh had easily outdistanced all opposition before on those improvised tracks, he was now meeting a far more equal race. The gray colt's stride was effortless, he was pounding out with power, more than Drew had ever known him to exert. Yet those golden legs matched his pace, reach for reach, hoofbeat for hoofbeat. Come on, boy. Drew's urging was lost in the wild shouting of the spectators. Some who were mounted were trying to parallel the runners. But Shiloh responded to his rider's encouragement even if he could not hear or understand. Drew would never use quirt or spur on the stud. What Shiloh had to give must come willingly and because he delighted in the giving. They swept in and around the shade of the tree, made the arc to return. That golden head with its tossing crown of black forelock, it was slipping back. Oro was no longer nose to nose with Shiloh, rather now nose to neck. Drew could hear Rivas' voice encouraging, pleading. A mass of men, mounted and on foot, funneled the runners down to where the line of rope lay straight to mark the finish. Oro was creeping up once more, inch by hard-won inch. Drew's head went up, his throat was rasped raw by the yell which had taken desperate gray-coated troopers down hedge-bordered roads in Kentucky and steep ravines in Tennessee, sending them, if need be, straight into the mouths of Yankee field guns. And the yell brought Shiloh home, only a nose ahead of his rival, as if he had been spurred by the now outlawed war cry. Then Drew found he had his hands full trying to pull up the colt and persuade him that the race was indeed over. 5. A black mule came up beside Drew as he slowly pulled Shiloh down to a canter. Fenner, a wide grin splitting his beard, bellowed. That sure was a race. Need any help, son? Drew shook his head, wanting to bring Shiloh under full control at a rate which would quiet the colt before they headed back to the furor about the finish line. And only now did he have time to relish his own excited pride and pleasure. Since he had first seen Shiloh on that scouting trip back to Kentucky in '64, he had known he must someday own the gray colt. He had lain out in the brush for a long time that morning to watch the head groom of Red Springs put the horse through his paces in the training paddock. And watching jealously, Drew had realized that Shiloh was one of those mounts that a man discovers only once in his lifetime, though he may breed and love their kind all his years. Drew would have been content with Shiloh as a mount and a companion, but now he was sure that the colt was more, so much more. This gray was going to be one of the great ones, a racer and a sire, to leave his mark in horse history and stamp his own quality on foals throughout miles and years in this southwestern land. Drew licked the grit of dust from his lips, filled his lungs with a deep breath as Shiloh turned under rain pressure. It was a long time before the Kentuckian was able to separate Shiloh from his ring of new admirers and bring him back to the stable. Drew refused several offers for the colt, some of them so fantastic he could only believe their makers sun-touched or completely carried away by the excitement of the race. But when he found Don Cazar waiting for him at Kells, he guessed that this was serious. "You do not wish to sell him, I suppose?" Hunt Rennie smiled at Drew's prompt shake of head. "No, that would be too much to hope for, you are not a fool. But I have something else to suggest. Reese Topham tells me you are looking for work, preferably with horses. Well, I have a contract to gentle some remounts for the army, and I need some experienced men to help break them." Drew could not understand the sudden pinch of, could it be alarm? Here it was, a chance to work on the range, to know Hunt Rennie, and learn whether Don Cazar was to remain a legend or become a father. But now he was not sure. "I'm no breaker, Sue. I've gentled, yes, but Eastern style. Breaking horses can be brutal, though we don't ride with red spurs on the range. Suppose we try some of the Eastern methods and see how they work on our wild ones. Do you think you can do it?" A man can't tell what he can do until he tries. Drew still hedged. There was a trace of frown now between Rennie's brows. "You told Topham you wanted work." His tone implied that he found Drew's present hesitancy odd. And, from Don Cazar's point of view, it was. Tobacco was still in a slump. The rest of the valley held about as many jobs for a man as Drew had fingers on one hand. The range was the big holding, and to ride there meant security and an established position in the community. Also, perhaps it was not an offer lightly made to an unknown newcomer. "I can't promise you bluegrass training, Sue. That has to begin with a foal." He hoped Rennie would credit his wavering to a modest appraisal of his own qualifications. Bluegrass training? As his father repeated the expression, Drew realized the slip of tongue he had made. And if he took the job, there might be other slips, perhaps far more serious ones. But to refuse, after Topham had spoken for him. He was caught in a pinch with cause for suspicion closing in on either side. "I was in Kentucky for about a year after the war. I went to stay with a friend." "But you are from Texas?" Was Rennie watching him too intently? No, he must ride a tighter rein on his imagination. There was no reason in the wide world why Don Cazar should expect him to be anyone except Drew Kirby. "Yes, Sue. Didn't have anything to go back to there. Thought I'd try for a new start out here." There was the story of several thousand veterans. Rennie should have heard it a good many times already. "Well, come and try some bluegrass training on our colts. And should you let this stud of yours run with a picked manada of mares, I could promise good fees." "Suppose I said yes if the fees were some of the foals, of my own choosing, Sue?" Drew asked. Rennie ran a finger across the brand which scarred the gray's hide. "Spur R, that's a new one to me. My own. Heard tell as how there's a custom of the country that a slick this old can be branded and claimed by anyone bringing him in. I wasn't going to lose him that way should he do any straying, accidental or intentional." Don Cazar laughed. "That's using your head, Kirby. All right. It's a deal as far as I'm concerned. You draw wranglers pay and take stud fees in foals, say 1 in 3, you're choosing. Register that brand of yours with Don Lorenzo to be on the safe side. Then you're welcome to run Spur R with the double R on the range." He held out his hand, and Drew grasped it for a quick shake to seal their agreement. He was committed now, to the range and to a small partnership with its master. But he still wondered if he had made the right choice. 2 days later he dropped bedroll and saddlebags on the spare bunk at one end of the long adobe-walled room and studied his surroundings with deep curiosity. It was a fort, all right, this whole stronghold of Rennie's, not just the bunkhouse which formed part of a side wall. Bunkhouse, feed store, and storage room, blacksmith shop, cookhouse, stables, main house, the quarters for the married men and their families, all arranged to enclose a patio into which choice stock could be herded at the time of an attack. With a curbed well in the center. The roofs of all the buildings were flat, with loopholed parapets to be manned at need. A sentry post on the main house was occupied 24 hours a day by relays of pimas. A loaded rifle leaned at every window opening, ready to be fired through loopholes in the wooden war shutters. The walls were 25 inches thick, and mounted on the roof of the stable, facing the hills from which Apache attacks usually came, was a small brass cannon, Don Khazar's legacy from troops marching away in '61. What he saw of the resources of this private fort led Drew to accept the other stories he had heard of the range, like the one that Don Khazar's men practiced firing blindfolded at noise targets to be prepared for night raids. The place was self-contained and almost self-supporting, with stores of food, good water, its own forge and leather shop, its own craftsmen and experts. No wonder the Apaches had given up trying to break this Anglo outpost, and Rennie had accomplished what others found impossible. He had held his land secure against the worst and most unbeatable enemy this country had nourished. There were other range forts, smaller, but as stoutly and ingeniously designed, each built beside a water source on Rennie land, defense points for Don Khazar's riders, their garrisons rotated at monthly intervals. And Drew had to thank that system for having taken Johnny Shannon away from the stronghold before the Kentuckian arrived. Rennie's foster son was now riding inspection between one waterhole fortification and another. But Drew was uncertain just how he would rub along with Shannon in the future. Senor Kirby, Don Khazar, he would speak with you in the Casa Grande, Leon Rivas called through one of the patio side windows. Coming. Drew left the huddle of his possessions on the bunk. The Casa Grande of the stronghold was a high-ceilinged, 5-room building about 60 feet long, the kitchen making a right angle to the other rooms and joining the smokehouse to form part of another wall for the patio. Mesquite logs, adze hewn and only partially smoothed, were placed over the doorways, and the plank doors themselves were slung on hand-wrought iron hinges or on leather straps, from oak turning posts. Drew knocked on the age-darkened surface of the big door. Kirby. Come in. Here, in contrast to the brilliant sunlight of the patio, was a dusky coolness. There were no glass panes in the windows. Manta, the unbleached muslin which served to cover such openings in the frontier ranches, was tacked taut, allowing in air but only subdued light. The walls had been smoothly plastered, and as in Topham's office, lengths of colorful woven materials and a couple of Navajo blankets served as hangings. Rugs of cougar and wolf skin were scattered on the beaten earth of the floor. There was a tall carved cupboard with a grilled door, a bookcase, and 2 massive chests shoved back against the walls. And over the stone mantel of the fireplace hung a picture of a morose-looking, bearded man wearing a steel breastplate, the canvas dim and dark with age and smoke. Don Khazar was seated at a table as massive as the chests, a pile of papers before him flanked by 2 4-branch candelabra of native silver. Bartolomé Rivas' more substantial bulk weighed down the rawhide seat of another chair more to one side. Sit down, Rennie nodded to the seat in front of the table. Smoke. He pushed forward a silver box holding the long cigarillos of the border country. Drew shook his head. Whiskey. Wine. He gestured to a tray with waiting glasses. Sherry. Drew automatically answered without thought. What do you think of the stock you saw down in the corral? Don Khazar poured a honey-colored liquid from the decanter into a small glass. As the Kentuckian raised it to sip, the scent of the wine quirked time for him, making this for a fleeting moment the dining room at Red Springs during a customary after-dinner gathering of the men of the household. The talk there, too, had been of horses, always horses. Then Drew came back in a twitch of eyelid to the here and now, to Hunt Rennie watching him with a measuring he did not relish, to Bartolomé's round face with its close-to-hostile expression. Deliberately Drew sipped again before answering the question. I'd say, Sue, if they're but a sample of range stock, the breed is excellent. However. However what, senor? Bartolome's eyes challenged Drew. In this territory, even in Sonora, there are none to compare with the horses of this hacienda. That is not what I was about to say, Señor Rivas. But if Don Cazar wishes to try the Eastern methods of training, these horses are too old. You begin with a yearling colt, not 3-year-olds. To break a foal. What madness! Now Bartolome's face expressed shock. Not breaking, Drew corrected, training. It is another method altogether. One puts a weanling on a rope halter, accustoms him to the feel of the hackamore, of being with men. Then he grows older knowing no fear or strangeness. The Mexican looked from Drew to Don Cazar, his shock fading to puzzlement. Rennie nodded. See, amigo, so it is done, in Kentucky and Virginia. But this time we must deal with the older ones. Can you modify those methods, gentle without breaking? A colt with the fire still in him, but saddle broke, is worth much more. I can try. But you have already said, Sue, that you don't allow rough breaking here. Drew's half-suspicion crystallized into belief. Don Cazar had not really wanted another wrangler at all, he had wanted Shiloh, and his foals. Well, perhaps he would find he did have a wrangler who could deliver the goods into the bargain. No, but it is always well to learn new ways. I have been in Kentucky, Kirby. Perhaps some of their methods would not work on the range. On the other hand, others might. As you have said, we can but try. He picked up the top sheet of paper and began to read. Bayos blancos, light duns, 2. Bayos azafranados, saffrons, 1. Bayos naranjados, orange duns, none. There was one, Bartolome interrupted. The mare, she was lost at Canon del Palomas. Rennie frowned, see, the mare. Bayos tigres, striped ones, 3. Bayos sabronos, smoked duns, 2. Grullas, blues, 4. Roans, 6. Blacks, 3. Bays, 4. 25 3-year-olds. You won't be expected to take on the whole remuda, Kirby. Select any 6 of your own choosing and use your methods of gentling on them. We'll make a test this way. Bartolome uttered a sound closer to a snort than anything else. And Drew guessed how he stood with the Mexican foreman. Rennie might have faith, or pretend to have faith, in some new method of training, but Rivas was a conservative who preferred the tried and true and undoubtedly considered the Kentuckian an interloper. Now, the matter of Shiloh. Drew finished the sherry with appreciation. He was beginning to see the amusing side of this conference. Drew's work on the range settled, Rennie was about to get to what he really wanted. But Don Cazar's first words were a little startling. We'll keep him close in the water corral. To turn a stud of Eastern breeding loose is dangerous. You mean he might be stolen, Sue? Drew clicked his empty glass down on the table. No, he might be killed. And Rennie's tone indicated he meant just that. How, why? There are wild horse bands out there, though we're trying to capture or run them off the range. And a wild stud will always try to add Mares to his band. Because he has fought many times to keep or take Mares, he is a formidable and vicious opponent, one that an imported, tamed stud can rarely best. Right now, coming into Big Rock well for water is a pinto that has killed 3 other stallions, including a black I imported back in '60, and 2 of them were larger, heavier animals than he. The Trinfans are moving down into that section this week. I hope they can break up that band, run down the stud anyway. He has courage and cunning, but his blood is not a line we want for foals on this range. So Shiloh stays here at the stronghold, don't risk him loose. Yes, Sue. What about these wild ones, they worth huntin'? They're mixed, some are scrubs, inbred, poor stuff. But a few fine ones turn up. Mostly when they do their strays or bred from strays, escaped from horse thieves or Indians. If the Mustangers here pick up any branded ones, they're returned to the owners, if possible, or sold at a yearly auction. By the old Mexican law, the hunting season for horses runs from October to March. Foals are old enough then to be branded. Speaking of foals, you left your mare and the filly in town. Kells'll give them stable room till next month. I can bring them out then. We'll have a delivery of remounts to make to the camp about then. You can help haze those in and pick up your own stock on return. Leon appeared in the doorway. Don Cazar, the Mestinos, they arrive. Good. These people are the real wild horse experts, Kirby. Not much the Trinfans don't know about horses. Don Cazar was already on his way to the door and Drew fell in behind Bartolome. The Trinfan outfit was small, considering the job they intended, Drew thought. A cart pulled by 2 mules, lightly made and packed high, was the nucleus of their small caravan. Burros, 2 of them, were roped behind and, to Drew's surprise, a cow, bawling fretfully and intended, he later learned, to play foster mother to any unweaned foals which might be picked up. The cart was driven by a Mexican in leather breeches and jacket over a red shirt. Behind him rode the boy and girl Drew had seen in the tobacco alley, mounted on rangy, nervous horses that had speed in every line of their underfleshed bodies. Each rider trailed 4 spare mounts roped nose to tail. Buenos dias, Don Cazar. For so small a man, the Mexican on the cart seat produced a trumpet-sized voice. He touched the roll-edged brim of his sombrero, and Drew noted that his arm was crooked as if in the past it had been broken and poorly set. Buenos dias, Señor Trinfan. This house is yours. Rennie went to the side of the cart. The West Corral is ready for your use as always. Draw on the stores for any need you may have. Gracias, Don Cazar. It was the thanks of equal to equal. You have some late news of the wild ones? Only that the Pinto still runs near the well. That spotted one, see, he is an Apache for cunning, for deviltry of spirit. It may be that this time he will not be the lucky one. There is in him a demon. Did I not see him, with my own eyes, kill a foal, tear flesh from the flanks of its dam when she tried to drop out of the run? See, a real Diablo, that one. Get rid of him one way or another, Trinfan. He is a danger to the range. He killed another stud this season. I am as sure of that as if I had seen him in action. Ah, the blue one you thought might be a runner to match Oro. See, that was a great pity, Don Cazar. Well, we shall try this time to put that Diablo under. An hour later Drew was facing a Diablo of his own, with far less confidence than Hilario Trinfan had voiced. Just how stupid could one be? Around him now were men trained from early childhood to this life, and he could show no skill at their employment. All the way out from Texas he had practiced doggedly with the lariat, and his best fell far short of what a range-bred child could do. Yet he had an audience waiting down at the corral. Drew's mouth was a straight line. He would soon confirm their belief that Don Cazar had in truth hired Shiloh instead of his owner. But there was no use trying to duck the ordeal, and the Kentuckian had never been one to put off the inevitable with a pallid hope that something would turn up to save him. Only this time, apparently, fortune was going to favor him. Which one you wish, senor? Teodoro Trinfan, rope in hand, stood there ready to cast for one of the milling colts. Why the boy was making that offer of assistance Drew had no inkling. But to accept would give him a slight chance to prove he could do part of the work. He had already made his selection in the corral, though he had despaired of ever getting that animal at rope's end. The black. 6. He worked in the dust of the smaller corral, with Croker's help, adapting his knowledge of Eastern gentling the way he had mentally planned it during the days since he had accepted the job. With the excited and frightened colt roped to the steady mule, Drew tried to think horse, feel horse, even be horse, shutting out all the rest of the world just as he had on the day of the race. He must sense the colt's terror of the rope, his horror of the strange human smell, the man odor which was so frightening that a blanket hung up at a water hole could keep wild horses away from the liquid they craved. Drew talked as he had to Shiloh, as if this black could understand every word. He twitched the lead rope, and Croker paced sedately about in a wide circle, dragging the colt with him. Drew then reached across the bony back of the mule, pressed his hand up and down the sweaty, shivering hide of the black. No hurry, must not rush, the steady, mild gesture to the horse that here was a friend. The Kentuckian had no idea of the passing of time, it was all part of the knowledge that slow movements, not swift ones, would prevent new panic. The blanket was shown, allowing the black to sniff down its surface, before it was flapped back and forth across the colt's back, and finally left there. Now the saddle. And with that cinched into place, the black stood quietly beside Croker. Drew mounted the mule and rode. The saddled black, loosened from the twin tie, followed the mule twice around the corral. The rider dismounted from Croker, was up on the black. For perilous seconds he felt flesh and muscles tense under his weight. Then the body relaxed. His hand went up. "Open the gate," he called softly. Seeming to realize he was free of the pole walls, the black exploded in a burst of speed which was close to Shiloh's racing spurt. Drew let him go. 3/4 of an hour later he rode back, the black blowing foam, but answering the rain. He found Don Cazar, Bartolome, and Hilario Trinfan waiting for him by the corral. The mustanger walked forward with a lurch, his head thrown far back so he could look up at Drew from under the wide brim of his sombrero. "This you could not do with a true wild one," he commented. "I know that, senor. This colt was not an enemy, one who has already been hunted by man. He was only afraid. But you have the gift. It is born in one, the gift. A man has it, and the horse always knows, answers to it. Ride with me, senor, and try that gift on the wild ones." Someday, that was true. Someday Drew did want to ride after the wild ones. Ansa's stories of horse hunting on the Texas plains had first stirred that desire. Now it was fully awake in him. Don Cazar inspected the black closely. "Well, Bartolome, what have you to say now?" "Senor Kirby knows his business," the Mexican admitted. "Though I think also that this was no true wild one. He will make a good remount, but he is no fighter such as others I have seen here." Drew unsaddled and left the black in with Croker. He fed both animals a bait of oats. In the morning he would be at this again. And he still had not solved the problem of roping. He could not expect Teodoro to come to his aid a second time. He started slowly back to the bunkhouse. "Senor." Drew raised his wet head from the bunkhouse basin and reached out for a sacking towel. "Yes." Leon sat on a nearby bunk. "I have thought of something." "Sounds as if it might be important," Drew commented. "Don Cazar, he has offered money, $100 in gold, to have off the range that killer pinto stud. But that one, he is like the Apache, he is not to be caught. Can't someone pick him off with a rifle?" "Perhaps. Only that has also been tried several times, senor. My father, he thought he had killed him only 2 months ago. But the very next week did not the pinto come to steal Mares from the Bay Manada? It must have been that he was only creased. No, he is a Diablo, and he hides in the rocks where he cannot easily be seen. But there is a plan I have thought of." Leon hesitated, and Drew guessed he was about to make a suggestion which he believed might meet with disapproval. "And this plan of yours? Why had Leon come to him with it? Surely young Rivas had better and closer friends at the stronghold. Why approach a newcomer? That pinto, he is a fighter, he likes to fight. He will not allow another stud on the ground he claims." Drew was beginning to understand. Wild ones were sometimes trapped by a belled mare staked out to draw them in. But a stud to catch a fighting stud was another plan altogether. "You would offer him a fight?" "See, but not a real fight. Just allow him to believe that there would be one. Pull him so out of hiding in the rocks. Using what stud for bait? Señor Juanito, he said a stud that would fight too, like Shiloh. Shiloh. Drew wadded the towel in his fist and pitched it across the room. Shiloh. Leon must have read something of Drew's blazing anger in his face, for the Mexican's mouth went a little slack and his hand came up in an involuntary gesture as if to ward off a blow. It is a good plan. His boy's voice was thin in protest against Drew's expression. It is a hair-brained, dangerous scheme, began Drew, then he switched to a question. Did Johnny Shannon suggest using Shiloh for bait, or was that your idea? Señor Juanito, he said one must have a good horse, a fighter. But such a horse would not be hurt. We would wait with rifles and shoot the pinto quickly before he attacked. There would be no harm to Shiloh, none at all. Señor Juanito said that. Only a trick to get the Diablo where we could shoot. Maybe, Leon's eyes dropped, a flush rose slowly on his brown cheeks, maybe it was very foolish. But when Señor Juanito told it, it sounded well. Did he tell you to ask me about it? The flush darkened. He did not say so, Señor. But one would not do such a thing without permission. Also, you should be one of the hunters, no? How else could we go? Well, there won't be any huntin' of that kind, Leon. Trinfan knows what he's doin', and I don't think that pinto is goin' to be runnin' loose, or alive, much longer. Drew pulled a clean shirt over his head. What kind of game was Johnny Shannon trying to play? Apparently he had almost talked Leon into using Shiloh as bait in this fool stunt. Had he expected the kid to take the horse without Drew's knowledge? Or for some reason had he wanted Leon to spill this? A trick to get Shiloh out of the stronghold. But why? He buckled on his gun belt, settled the twin holsters comfortably. Shannon, what and why, he repeated silently. Nothing sorted out in his mind. Drew only felt a prickle of uneasiness which began between his shoulder blades and ran a chill down his spine, as if rifle sights were on him. But Shannon did not return to the stronghold, and Drew was kept busy at the corrals from dawn to dusk. In a month of hard work it was easy to forget what might only be fancies. There was an invigorating crispness in the air, and the dun gelding the Kentuckian road savored the breeze as a desert dweller savors water. Drew was indulgent with his mount's skittishness as they pounded along at the tail of the horse herd bound for Tobacco. From a rocky point well before them there was a flash of light. Jared Nye, on Drew's left, took off his hat and waved a wide-armed signal to answer Greyfeather's mirror. Two of the Pimas were scouting ahead on this two-day drive, and the Anglo riders were keeping the herd to a trot. Apaches, Kitchell, even bandidos from over the border, could be sniffing about the range, eyeing its riches, ready to pick up anything left unprotected. The men rode with their rifles free of the boot, fastened by a loop of rawhide to the saddle horn, the old Texas precaution which allowed for instant action. And at each halt the six-shooter Colt's loading was checked. Nye swerved, sending a lagger on with a sharp crack of quirt in the air. He pulled up to match Drew's sober trot. That's the last bad stretch, now it'll be downhill and green fields all way. Nye nodded at the narrow opening between two hills lying ahead. Glad to get this band in on all four legs and runnin' easy. You expected trouble? Kid, in this here country you don't expect nothin' else but. Last time we brought hosses up trail they jumped us 4-5 miles back, right close to where we saw that pile of bones this mornin'. For he knew what hit us. Jim Barry was face down and never got up again. And old man took him a cross ribs that made him bleed like a stuck pig. Got him patched up and into town, then he keeled over when he tried to get down off his hoss and was in bed a week. Apaches? Nah, we figured it was Kitchell. Couldn't prove it though, and after that old man made a rule we take Pimas every drive. Ain't nothin' able to surprise them. I never had no use for Injuns, but these here are peaceful cusses, if'n they don't smell an Apache. With them ridin', point we're sure slidin', groove. Me, I'll be glad to hit town. I'd sure like to keep barkeep busier than a beaver buildin' hisself a new dam. Though with old man off rep pin for law down along the border and needin' hands back on the range, we swallows down dust nice and easy and takes it slow. Anyway, this far from payday I kin count up Masta roll without tucking it outta pocket. This Kitchell, think it's true that some of the ranchers are really helpin' him? Don't know. Might be he's tryin' to play deuce against whole deck. Lesson he lives on kind of whiskey as would make a rabbit up and spit in a grizzly's eye hole. He's got something, or someone, to back him. Me. Were old man poundin' hills flat lookin' for me, I'd crawl nearest bronkin', make myself as scarce as a snake's 2 ears. Nye shrugged. Kitchell's got some powerful reason for squattin' out in brush playin', cat-eyed with most of territory. Maybe so there are some as will sit in on his side, but they've sure got their jaws in a sling and ain't ballin' about it none. Course lots of people were red-hot rebs back in '61 till they saw as how white men fightin' each other just naturally gave Apaches and some of border riffraff-eyed ours, 'bout talkin' over. But Masta us now ain't wavin' no flag. If'n Kitchell has got him some diehards backin' him, Nye shrugged again. Git long there, you knock-kneed, goat-headed wagon loafer. He pushed on to Haze another slacker. They were dusty and dry when they dropped the corral gate in place and watched the horses mill around. Drew headed for Kell's stable. Shadow nickered a greeting and turned around as if to purposefully edge her daughter forward for his inspection. Pretty, ma'am, he told her. Very pretty. She's goin' to be as fine a lady as her ma, I'm willin' to swear to that. The filly lipped Drew's fingers experimentally and then snorted and did a frisky little dance with her tiny hoofs rustling in the straw. Kell's had been as good as his promise, Drew noted. Mother and child had had expert attention, and Shadow's coat had been groomed to a glossy silk, her black mane and tail were rippling satin ribbons. Gonna take back to range with you, Mr. Kirby? Callie came down from the loft. Yes. I'll need a cart and driver though. We'll have to give the foal a lift. Know anyone for hire, Callie? I'll ask around. Have any trouble comin' up? No. Greyfeather and Runnin' Fox were scoutin' for us. Stage was jumped yesterday on Sonora Road, Callie volunteered. One man got him a bullet in shoulder, but they got away clean. It was Kitchell, driver thought. Captain Bayless took out a patrol right away. You plannin' on goin' back with Kitchell out? Don't know, Drew replied absently. Better leave that decision to Nye, he knew the country and the situation. You ask about the cart, Callie, but don't make it definite. Have to see how things turn out. Drew started for the Four Jacks to meet Nye. Back here in Tobacco he was conscious how much he had allowed his personal affairs to drift from day to day. Of course he had seen very little of Hunt Rennie at the stronghold. His father had ridden south on patrol with his own private posse shortly after his own arrival there. But whenever Drew thought seriously of the future he had that odd sense of dislocation and loss which he had first known on the night he had seen Don Cazar arrive at the cantina. Don Cazar, Hunt Rennie. Drew Kirby, Drew Rennie. A seesaw to make a man dizzy, or maybe the vertigo he felt was the product of too much sun, dust, and riding. There was someone at a far table in the cantina, but otherwise the dusky room was empty. Drew went directly to the bar. Got any coffee, Fowler? Sure thing. Nye was in here, 'bout 5 minutes ago. Said for you to wait here for him. You hear 'bout Kitchell holdin' up stage? Callie told me. Said the army patrol went out after him. Yeah, don't mean they'll nail him though. He's as good as an Apache 'bout keepin' under cover. Here's your coffee. Want some grub, too? The smell of coffee revived Drew's hunger. Sure could use some. Haven't eaten since we broke camp at sunup. Sings in kitchen. I'll give him sign to rattle pans. Say, been racin' that Shiloh of yours lately? Sure am glad I played a hunch and backed him against Oro. Fowler's red forelock bobbed over his high forehead as he nodded vigorously. No racin' on the range. Hope you're keepin' him closer. That border crew'd sure like to get a rope on him. Down Sonora way one of the Mexas would dig right down to bottom of his money chest to buy a hoss like that. I'll go and tell Sing. Drew, coffee mug in hand, sat down at a table where some of the breeze beat in the door now and then. Lord, he was really tired. He stretched out his legs, and the sun made twinkly points of light on the rowels of the Mexican spurs. Sipping the coffee, he allowed himself the luxury of not doing any thinking at all. Fowler brought a heaping plate and Drew began to eat. Oh, there you are. Nye slammed in, swung one of the chairs about, and sat on it back to front, his arms folded across the back. You ridin' out to tell the army we're here, with the horses? Drew asked. Nope, caught sight of them ridin' in. Looked like Sergeant Muller was in command, he'll come in here. Hey, Fowler, how's about another plate of fodder? Steady on, fella. Make it straight ahead now. Both of them looked up. A burly man wearing sergeant's stripes steered a slighter figure before him through the open door. Johnny Shannon, a bandage about his uncovered head, lurched as if trying to free himself from the other's grip and caught at a chair back. Nye and Drew jumped up to ease him into a seat. What's, began Nye. Muller interrupted. Found him crawlin' along right near town. Says as how he was took by Kitchell and got away, but he ain't too clear 'bout what happened or where. Wearin' a crease 'longside his skull, maybe that scrambled up his thinkin' some. Better get Doc Matthews. I think he's in town. Fowler came from the bar, a glass in hand. Right. I'll go. Nye started out. Johnny had slumped forward, his head on the table encircled by his limp arms. Drew was puzzled. Shannon was supposed to have ridden south on the range, not north. What was he doing this far away from the waterhole route? Had he found a trail which led him in this direction? Or had he been jumped somewhere by Kitchell's pack of wolves and forced along for some purpose of their own? Was he ridin', Sergeant? Drew asked, hardly knowing why. No, Futin git. Said somethin' about Long Canyon after we gave him a pull at a canteen. Sure came a long way if that's where he started. I'll go get Hamilcar. He knows somethin' 'bout doctorin', Fowler cut in. Maybe Doc Matthews ain't here, after all. Hey, Sarge, can I see you a minute, came a hail from without. You manage. Muller made it more order than request as he left. Drew sat alone with Shannon, one hand on the boy's shoulder to steady him. He was aware of movement behind him. If the fellow at the back table had been dozing earlier, he was roused now. Where did you get them spurs? Drew turned, his lips shaped a name, tried again, and got it out as a hoarse whisper. Aunts. Don't you know me, Aunts? He saw eyes lift from the floor level, the scarred cheek under a ragged fringe of beard, and then astonishment in the other's expression became a flashing grin. Drew Rennie. Lordy, it's sure enough Drew Rennie. Drew was on his feet. His hands on the other's shoulders pulled him forward into a rough half-embrace. Aunts. He swayed to the joyous pounding of a fist between his shoulder blades. I thought you were dead, he somehow gasped. And I seen you go down. A slug got you plumb center, the Texan sputtered. Rolled round a bush and saw you get it. But for a ghost you're sure lively. Caught me in the belt buckle, Drew recounted that miracle of the war. Knocked me out. Didn't really touch to matter, though. Aunts pushed away a little, still holding Drew tightly by the upper arms. Anybody told me I'd see Drew Rennie livin' kickin', I'd said straight to his face he was a fork-tongued liar. Drew came partly to his senses and the present. Fowler. Nye, either one of them could come back on this reunion. Aunts, listen. This is important. I ain't Drew Rennie, not here, not now. Had to draw a new name outta deck. Aunts's grin faded, his eyes narrowed. Alright, what's the goin' handle? Kirby, Drew Kirby. I'll explain later. He had given the warning only just in time. Fowler and Hamilcar were coming from the back room of the cantina, and there was a stir at the table. Johnny was sitting up, his head swaying from side to side, his eyes on Drew and Aunts. But the stare was unfocused. He must still be only half conscious. Drew had a fleeting prick of worry. Had Shannon heard anything he would remember? There was nothing to be done about that now. 7. And that's the way it is. Drew sat on the stool which was the only other furnishing in the bath cubicle while Aunt splashed and wallowed in the slab tub. The Texan swiped soap from his cheek. And ain't you gonna tell? I don't know. Would you? Go with em, hat in hand and say, well, Pa, here's your wanderin' boy. No, I dunno as how I'd be makin' that kinda play neither. Never was one to unspool bedroll till I was sure brand I was ridin' for. And you and me's kinda hide matched there. Glad you wised me up in time. Maybe I didn't, Drew admitted. You mean that Shannon? I know you think he's fillin' his teeth for you, but I'd say he was too busy countin' stars from that skull belt in to make sense out of our heroine. I'll give him though. Leeson now, you're Kirby, so am I called for a rebrandin', too? Seems like two Kirbys tenin' up in a town this size is gonna make a few people ask some questions. You're my cousin, Anson Kirby. Drew had already thought that out. Now, you've some tall talkin' to do your own self. I saw you roll out of your saddle back in Tennessee. How come you turn up here and now? Aunt sluiced water over his head and shoulders with cupped hands. Do I tell it just like it happened, you'll think I'm callin' up mountains outta prairie dog hills, it's that crazy. But it's range truth. Yeah, I landed outta that saddle on some mighty hard ground. If you'll remember, I had me a hole in the shoulder big enough to let wind whistle through. I rolled between bushes just in time to see you get it, plumb center and final, so I thought. Then, well, I don't remember too good for a while. Next time I was able to take a real interest I was lyin' on a bed with about a mountain of quilts on top me, weaker'n a yearlin' what's just been dragged outta a bog hole. Seems like them Yankees gathered me up with rest of them bushwhacker scrubs, but when they got me a mile or so down road they decided as how I'd had it good and there was no use wastin' wagon room on me. So they let me lie. Only, the Texan paused and then continued more soberly, Drew, sometimes it seems like a hombre can have a mite more'n his share of luck, or else he's got him someone as is line ridin' for him. We had us friends in Tennessee, and it just happened as how I was dropped where one of them families found me. They sure was good folks, patched me up and saw me through like I was their close kin. Hid me out by sayin' as how I had cholera. And most of time I didn't know a rope from a saddle, out of my head complete. First there was that shoulder hole, then I got me a good case of lung fever. It was 2 months before I could crawl round better'n a sick calf what lost its ma too early. Then, just as I got so I could stamp boots on ground and expect to stand straight up in this here Yankee patrol came long and dogged me right into a bunch o' our boys they had rounded up. I had me some weeks in a prison stockade, which ain't, I'm tellin' you, no way for to spend any livin' time. Then this here war was over, and I was loose. No hoss, no nothin'. Some of boys got to talkin' 'bout trailin' back to Texas, tryin' out some ranchin' in the bush country. A lot of wild stuff down there, nobody's been runnin' brands on anythin' much since '61. We planned to get a herd of mavericks, drive up into Kansas or Missouri, and sell. A couple of boys had run stuff in that way for Army, even swum across the Mississippi. It would maybe give us a start. And, well, there weren't nothing else to do. So we tried it. Ans sat staring down at the water lapping at his lean middle. His was a very thin body, the ribs standing out beneath the skin almost as harshly as did the wheel of the scar on his shoulder. And it didn't work. Well, it might have. I ain't sayin' it won't for some hombres. Only we run into trouble. Texas ain't Texas no more, it's 5th Military District. Any man what fought for Confederacy ain't got any rights. It's worse'n an Injun war. We got us our herd, leastwise beginning of one. And that was backbreakin' work, we was feelin' as beat as when we run out of Tennessee after Franklin. Only we kept to it, 'cause it would give us a stake. So we started drivin' north, and they jumped us. Who? Yankees, brand what probably said at home and let others do real fightin', ready to come in and take over once shootin' was done with. They grabbed herd. Shot Will Bacchus when he stood up to M, and made it all legal, 'cause they had a tinhorn deputy ridin' with M. Well, we got him anyway and 2 or 3 of others. But then they called in army, and we had to ride for it. Scattered so they had more'n one trail to follow. But they posted us as wanted back there. So I come whippin' a mighty tired hoss outta Texas, and I ain't plannin' on goin' back to any 5th Military District. Any chance they'll push a star after you here? No. I'm just small stuff, not worth both errin' 'bout by their reckonin', now I ain't got anythin' left them buzzards can pick off an bones. They sittin' tight and gittin' fat right there. Then it's all set. Drew tossed on a towel. Climb out and we'll get started. Doin' what? You've worked horses, and they can use another wrangler on the range. Right now they've a lot to be topped, want to gentle some and trade south into Mexico. If you ride for Don Cazar, nobody's goin' to ask too many questions. How'd you know he'll sign me on? Ans studied his own unkempt if now clean reflection in the shaving mirror on the wall. I sure don't look like no bargain. You will when we're through with you, Drew began. The Texan swung around. Looky here, you thinkin' of grub stakin'? I ain't gonna. Suppose you had yourself a stack of cartwheels and my pockets were to let? Drew retorted. I think I remember me sometimes when we had one blanket and a hunk of hardtack between us, and there weren't any yours or mine about it. Or don't you think back that far? Ans laughed. All right, compadre, pretty me up like a new stake rope on a $30 pony. If I don't agree, likely you'll trip up foreleg and res-ho me anyway. Right now, I'll say it out good and clear, I'm so poor backbone rattles when I cough. Mr. Kirby, Hamilcar came in. Mr. Nye says to tell you he'll be back. Mr. Shannon's in bed at doctor's, he's gonna be all right soon's he gets over a mighty big headache. He had actually forgotten Shannon. Hastily Drew expressed his satisfaction at the news and added. This is my cousin from Texas, Hamilcar. He hit town ridin' light. I'm goin' over to pick him up a new outfit at Stein's. You give him all the rest, will you? Yes, Sue. Blue blouses, a corporal's guard of troopers, were pulling up by the cantina hitch rail as Drew came out into the plaza. Muller's men probably, he thought. But now he was more intent on Ans's needs. Few people had ever broken through the crust of self-sufficiency the Kentuckian had begun to grow in early childhood. His grandfather's bitter hatred of his father had made Drew an outsider at Red Springs from birth and had finally driven him away to join General Morgan in '62. Those he had ever cared about he could list on the fingers of one sun-browned, rain-hardened hand, Cousin Meredith. Her son Shelley, he had died at Chickamauga between one short breath and the next, Shelley's younger brother Boyd, who had run away to join Morgan, too, in the sunset of the Raiders' career, and Ans, whom he had believed dead until this past hour. Drew was breathing as fast as if he had charged across the sun-baked plaza at a run, when he came into the general store which supplied tobacco with 9/10 of the materials necessary for frontier living. He made his selection with care. "You planning a trip, Mr. Kirby?" Stein peered at him over a pair of old-fashioned, steel-bowed spectacles which perched on his sharp parrot's beak of a nose. "No. My cousin just rode in. He lost his gear on the road and needs a new outfit complete." Stein nodded, patted smooth the top shirt on a growing pile. "Anything else? Add those up. I'll look around." Drew paused to glance into the single small, glass-fronted case which was Stein's claim to fame in the surrounding territory. The exotic wares on display were a strange mixture, a few pieces of jewelry, heavy Spanish things which might be a century or more old, several 6 guns, one with an ornate ivory handle. Drew stopped and pulled a finger across the dusty surface of the glass case. Spurs, silver spurs, not quite so elaborate as those he now wore, but of the same general workmanship. "I'd like to look at those spurs." Stein unlocked the case and took them out. As Drew unstrapped those he wore and fitted the new pair to his boots, a brown, calf-bound book thudded to the floor. "Books, here in Stein's." Weighing the volume in his hand, the Kentuckian straightened up. There were 2 more books lying on the top of the case. The leather bindings were scuffed and one was scored clear across the back, yet they had been handsome, undoubtedly treasured. Drew turned them up to read the scrolled gold titles on their spines. "History of the Conquest of Mexico, The Three Musketeers, The Count of Monte Cristo." "Where'd these come from, Mr. Stein?" Drew's curiosity was aroused. "That is a story almost as fanciful as the ones inside them." Stein rested his bony elbows on the counter as he talked. "Would you believe, Mr. Kirby, these were brought to me by Amos Lutterfield?" "Lutterfield? Who's he?" "I forget, you have not been in tobacco long." "Amos Lutterfield, he is what one might term a character, a strange one. He goes out into the wilds alone, seeking always the gold." "In Apache country?" Drew demanded. "The Apaches, they do not touch a man they believe insane, and Amos has many peculiarities of dress, of speech, of action. He roams undisturbed, sometimes coming in with relics from the old cliff houses to trade for supplies. Last month he told me a story of a cave where he found a trunk. Where it had come from or why it was hidden he did not know, but these books were in it. Like some men who have no formal education, Amos is highly respectful of the printed word. He thought the books of great value and so brought them here." Drew opened the top volume. Back home books as well bound as these would have carried a personal bookplate or at least the written name of the owner, but the fly leaf was bare. They had the look of well-read, cherished volumes but no mark of possession. "You have perhaps read these?" Stein asked. Drew picked up The Three Musketeers. "Not likely to forget this one," he said, grinning. "Earned me a good 10 with the cane when I read it instead of dealing faithfully with Caesar's campaigns in Gaul. I did get to finish it before I was caught out." The pages separated stiffly under his exploring fingers as if the volume had not been opened for a long time. He did not notice that Stein was eyeing him with new appraisal. "These for sale?" In Stein's everything is for sale. The storekeeper named a price, and Drew bargained. When he left, the 3 books reposed on the top of his armload of clothing, and a half-hour later he dropped them down on a cantina table. Aunts came from the bathhouse and sat down in the opposite chair. His booted foot moved, but now rowel points flashed in the sun. The Texan regarded the Mexican spurs joyfully, stooped to jingle them with his fingertip. "Can't believe it. How they came back to you," he marveled. "One of them Yankees musta took 'em off me, thinkin' I was cashin' in 'em chips. Sure feels good to get 'em back on my heels agin, sorta like they was 'em luck. Pa, he set a right lot by them spurs. Gave 'em to me when I gentle broke a wild one none o' th other boys could back. Was I turkey cock proud first day I rode into town with M playin' pretty tunes, even though I strapped M on over boots as was only 3 pieces of leather hangin' to each other restless like. Yeah, Pa, he got M in the Mexican War, and me, I wore M mostly through this past ruckus. They's sure seen a lotta history bein' made by men climbin' up and down from saddles. Let's hope, no more wars. Drew set the 3 books in a pile and regarded them attentively. Stein's story of their origin, out of a trunk hidden in a desert cave, was most intriguing. What else had been in that trunk? Aunts, he asked, why would anyone hide a trunk in a cave? Might depend on what was in it, the Texan replied promptly. Well, these were. Aunts took up the top book. His finger traced each word as he read. The 3 musketeers. Whatever kinda critter is that? A soldier. They used to have them over in France a long time ago. Army manual, eh? Maybe so the trunk was an army cache. Drew shook his head. No, this is just a story. A good one with lots of prime fightin' in it. This one's a story, too. I've heard about it, never got a chance to read it though. He set the Count of Monte Cristo upright on the table. Aunts took the 3rd volume. Conquest of Mexico. Hey, conquest means winning country, don't it? This about the Mex War which our pa's fought. He flicked open the pages eagerly. No, the earlier one, when the Spanish came in under Cortés and broke up the Aztec Empire, back in the 1500s. Kinda stiff readin', looks interestin' though. Aunts gave his verdict. We had us 2 books. Pa learned us to read out of them. One was Bible Ma brought long when she was married. T'other, that sure was kinda queer how we got that. Pa was in Rangers, and he had this run-in with some Comanches. Aunts's eyes were suddenly bleak. And Drew remembered the few stark sentences the Texan had once spoken to explain his reason for being in the army, a return to a frontier ranch to find nothing left, nothing he wanted to remember, after the Comanches had swept across the countryside. Well, Aunts broke that short pause. Pa shot him 1 big buck as was ridin' straight into Ranger line, wantin' to count 1 them coups by wangin' some white man personal with his lance, or some such foolishness. This buck had him a war shield and Pa picked it up when all smoke blew away. What'd you think that their shield was packed with? Well, this one had a book all tore apart and stuffed in between front and back layers of hide. Boys in company, they got right interested in sortin' out all them pages and puttin' hem in order agin, kinda like a game, Pa said. Pa, he never had much shulin, but he could read good and write and figure. He sure liked to read, so he claimed that their book when it was all tied up together agin, 'cause he shot buck as was carryin' shield. So he made a buckskin case and kept all pages together. That was, 'bout soldiers of old time, too, parts of it. Romans they was called. Wonder now, did it maybe go back into a shield agin afterward? He gazed beyond Drew's shoulder into the world outside the cantina door. Why would anyone want to store books in a trunk in a cave? Drew changed the subject quickly to break that unseeing stare. He outlined what Stein had told him, and Ansa's attention was all his again. Might catch up with this Lutterfield and ask a few questions. Stein couldn't get anything out of him. Guess the old man is a little addled. Maybe someone was storin' stuff, hopin' to come back when the war was over. Anyway, there's no way to identify the owner or owners. Aunts picked up the 3 musketeers. You say this is good, 'bout fightin' and such. Drew nodded. Try it. Somethin' like this is good have. A hombre gets tired readin' labels on cans. I'd like to see how much Pa pushed into thick head. Good coverin' this book has. Wouldn't you say as hombre that had it was kinda heavy in pocket? Yes. In fact, these were bound to order. How can you tell that? These two might have come bound alike. Drew pointed to the book Ons held and the Count of Monte Cristo. They were written by the same author and could have been part of a matched set. But this one is on a totally different subject and by another writer, Prescott. Yet it is uniformly bound to match the others. I'd say they came from the personal library of a man able to indulge himself in pretty expensive tastes. Makes you think, Ons agreed. Wonder what else was in that trunk. Looky what we've got us here. Regular lil schoolhouse right in this cantina. The table moved an inch or so as a thick body brought up with a rush against it. A hand, matted with sun-bleached hair, made a grab for the book Drew had just laid down. Before the startled Kentuckian could pull it back from that grasp, hand and book were gone, and the trooper who had taken it was reeling back to the bar, waving the trophy over his head. "Schoolhouse, right here," he mouthed. "Sittin' there, two lil boys, studyin' their lessons. Now, ain't that somethin'?" A chair went over with a crash. Ons was on his feet, had taken 2 steps in the direction of the soldier. Drew jumped after him, trying to assess the situation even as his hand closed restrainingly on the Texan's shoulder. There were 4 troopers. Wide grins on the faces of the 3 still against the bar suggested they were ready to back their companion in any form of horseplay he intended to try. "Sam, one o' them thar schoolboys is breathin' down your neck kinda hot like," the tallest of the bar row observed. Ons jerked against Drew's hold. There was no expression on his thin face, but the old saber scar from lip to eye on his left cheek was suddenly twice as noticeable. Sam reached up against the bar, squirmed around, the book still in his hand. "Wall, now, sonny, you ain't really wantin' this here book back. Never knowed any lil boy what warn't glad to see th last o' a book. Better get away from a real man, for you get your backside warmed. That's what teacher does to smarty kids, ain't it? You'd better watch out, Sam." Again the tall man cut in. Sam was still grinning, but there was a curve of lip which was far from any real humor, even that provoked by the practical jokes of a barracks bully. One of them kids had been sayin' as how he rode with Forrest, regular lil red-hot reb, he is. "Stomp all over us, that's what you rebs has been promisin' to do, ain't it? Gonna stomp all over any blue bellies as comes into this town. Well, we ain't bein' booted, not easy, and not by you, reb." A second, perhaps more, that much warning Drew had before the speaker lurched from the bar straight for him. What had happened, how this had sprung up out of nothing, the Kentuckian could not understand. But he knew well that he was under an attack delivered with a purpose, and with all the dirty tricks of a no-rules, back-alley fighter. 8. Only once before, when some river toughs had ganged up on the scouts, had Drew had to use fists to beat his way out of an argument. But that had been a round dance at courthouse day compared to this. Within moments the Kentuckian knew that he was no match for the trooper, that he would be lucky if he could get out of this unmaimed. The fellow knew every dirty trick and was eager to use them all. Drew tried only to keep on his feet and out of the other's grip. Once down, he knew he would have no chance at all. Then he was jerked back, off balance, staggering on to bring up against the wall. He caught at the solid backing and somehow remained upright, seeing hazily through one eye. The other was puffing closed, and his lip was torn, a trickle of blood rising there to drip down his chin. He put both hands to his middle where more than one of the pile-driver knocks had landed, and tried to understand what was happening. Sergeant Muller, that was Muller standing over the man on the floor. And nigh Reese Topham. Suddenly the cantina was very well populated. Drew turned his head cautiously to see on his blind side. Ons was down. The Kentuckian stood away from the wall, lurched out to fall to his knees. He rolled the Texan over on his back. Ons's eyes fluttered open, and he looked up dazedly. There was an angry red mark on his chin just an inch or so away from the point of his jaw. Now, just what devil's business is goin' on here? The sergeant's voice was a roar to hurt the ears. Somehow Drew got an arm under Ansa's shoulders and tried to hoist him up. The Kentuckian swallowed blood from his lip and glared at Muller. "Suppose you ask those highbinders of yours," he snapped. And once more it was Sergeant Rennie who spoke. Other hands joined his to boost Anse. With Topham's aid Drew regained his feet and got the staggering Texan, still half unconscious, onto a chair. "I'm interested, too." The cantina owner's drawl was as slow as ever, but it held a note of a whiplash. "Them soldiers." Fowler appeared, the bar-side shotgun across his arm. "They jumped boys. I saw it, myself." "Yeah, told ya these town buzzards all same. Stick together and have it in for Army." Drew could not see which of the troopers had burst out with that, but in his present mood all bluecoats were the enemy. Dirty Yanks. Ansa's eyes were fully focused now, right on the sergeant. Anse struggled to get up, but Topham's hands on his shoulders held him down. His hand went to his holster, and Drew's fist came down on the Texan's wrist, hard. "See that thar, Sarge? Stinkin' polecat of a Reb was gonna draw on you. Told you, they's all alike. War ain't over, we just gotta keep on lickin' 'em. Give us room, and we'll do it again, now." Ansa's face was green-white under the weathering, save for the wound on his jaw. He was watching Muller as if the sergeant, rather than his men, was the focal point of any future attack. "You, Stevens, shut your trap." Muller's roar brought silence. Drew could actually hear the panting breaths of the men now. "Mitchell, what happened here?" Muller turned to the man at his far right. The trooper was younger than the rest, his face still holding something of a boyish roundness. His eyes shifted under the sergeant's steady, boring stare, and he glanced at the rest of his companions, the two disheveled fighters, the lanky man picking up a forage cap and handing it to one of them. "I dunno, Sergeant. Boys. They was just fun neen. They didn't meant nothin', just fun neen. Then these here Rebs, they come right after Helms, was gonna jump him from behind. And Danny waited in just to keep that 1 inch, the boy pointed straight at Drew, off a Helms. That's what happened. Boys didn't mean no harm, just havin' a little fun, when these Rebs jumped M." Drew pulled up his neckerchief and dabbed at his cut lip. Anse had subsided, though he was still watching the sergeant with an unrelenting gaze. The Kentuckian tried to remember where Fowler had been during the fracas. He had spoken up for them already, but would Muller accept his testimony over that of his own men? There was already ill feeling between the army and the town. Drew remembered Don Cazar's encounter with Bayless at Kell's stable. What had Reese Topham said then? That the captain was only waiting to make trouble for Rennie. And now here he was himself, one of Rennie's riders, involved in a saloon fight with troopers. Drew began to realize that this could be even worse than the physical punishment he and Anse had suffered. "You, bartender," the sergeant now looked to Fowler. "What did you see? You ain't gonna take his word for it, for anythin', in this mudhole of a town, are you, Sarge? They'd all lie their heads off to get a trooper into trouble. Wouldn't you now?" The lanky man sidled along the bar to snarl at Fowler. "Stevens, shut that big mouth of yours, and I ain't gonna say that again." "All right, Fowler, tell me what you saw." Fowler slid the shotgun out of sight, apparently sure that an armistice, at least, was assured. Boys, he nodded at Drew and Anse, were sittin' at that table, mindin' their own business. Helms, he went over and picked up a book. A book. Muller's craggy features mirrored astonishment. "What book?" "Why?" Topham moved and suddenly they were all watching him. He stooped, picked up the dark brown volume, and a torn page fluttered to the floor. He gathered that up, too, and tucked it back in the proper place. "It would seem, Sergeant," he remarked, "that there was a book involved. And if your men didn't bring it in here, then Kirby or his friend must have. This is certainly not a cantina fixture. History of the Conquest of Mexico, he read the title on the cracked spine. There are more books, I see. He stepped to the side of the overturned table, gathered the other 2 volumes, and placed them together in a neat pile on the bar. All of the men continued to watch him as if his actions were highly significant. So, he turned to face Muller. We have established that there was a book, in fact, 3 books. What did you want with that book, Helms? Muller demanded. He was met by a scowl. Nothin'. I was just funnin', like Ben said. Then them rebs started playin' rough, and we just gave 'em a lesson. Fowler snorted. I say Helms started it, and jumpin' went other way round, Sergeant. And that's all I got to say. Well, it isn't all I have to say. Sergeant, just what is going on here? Whoever, having once heard that turkey cock crow, could ever forget it, thought Drew. Captain Bayliss strode in, powdery white dust graying his blue blouse, his face redder and more sun-peeled than ever. The troopers behind Muller stiffened into wooden soldiers, all expression vanishing from their features until they matched each other in exact anonymity. Sergeant, take those 2 men into custody. A jerk of the head indicated Drew and Nance. The Kentuckian straightened. On what charge, Captain? He got out. Attacking a United States soldier. In performance of his duty, Captain. Reese Topham cut in. I hardly think you can say that. Your men were apparently off duty. At least they were in here, drinking, too. You did serve them, Fowler? Sure did, boss. Let's see now. Helms, he had whiskey, so did Stevens. Mitchell, now, he had a beer. It remains that they were attacked while wearing the uniform. Bayliss' glare now included the full company before him. From what I've heard, they did the attacking, Topham pointed out. At least Helms seems to have given provocation. No, Captain Bayliss, your men were in here drinking. They started a brawl. Your sergeant very rightly broke it up. That's the sum of the matter. Bayliss' high color was fading. You want it left that way, Topham? He asked icily. This only confirms my contention that matters in tobacco are completely out of control, that the rebel element has the backing of the citizens. I shall so report it. That is your privilege. Topham nodded. But this is still tobacco and not your camp, Captain. And my cantina. If you want to declare my establishment out of bounds for your men, that is also your privilege. I do so, immediately. Sergeant, get these men out of here. What about the prisoners, sir? I think the captain will agree there are no prisoners, Topham said. We would be obliged to give evidence at any army hearing, Captain. Kirby here is not a troublemaker. I would unhesitatingly vouch for him. Bayliss looked directly at Drew. You have a job. A reason for being in town. He shot the questions as he might have shot slugs from his Colt. Nye answered before Drew could. He sure has a job, Captain. He's ridin' rough string for Rennie. And he came to town with them remounts your buy-in. And what Topham says is true, kid ain't no troublemaker. He's bout most peaceful hombre I ever rode with. Rider for Rennie, eh? I might have known. Bayliss snapped. And what about this one, he riding for Rennie, too? He pointed to Aunts. He's my cousin, Drew returned. He just got into town. Another rebel? Aunts stood up. If you mean was I with Confederate Army, Yankee, I sure was, from Shiloh clean through. Got me this to prove it. Do you want to see? From the inner band of his hat he brought out a much creased paper. No, you don't. He twitched the sheet away when Bayliss reached for it. I'll just let Mr. Topham read it. I want to keep it safe. He handed the paper to the gambler. Parole, Captain, signed and made out properly, Topham reported. Dated in Tennessee for a prisoner of war, June, 1865. I hardly think you can claim this is one of Kitchell's men, if that is what you have in mind. No, but he'll be out of this town or he'll answer to me. Both of you, next time you step over the line, I'm taking you both in. Bayliss spoke now to Nye. I heard young Shannon was here, that you had him in tow and that he's seen Kitchell. I want to talk to him. He's over to Doc's, and Doc'll have say about that, Captain, Nye replied. Johnny took a pretty bad crease longside his skull. He'll answer a few questions that badly need answering. Bayliss was already on his way to the door. Nye stepped back and let him pass. He grinned. Let him have it out with document ain't nobody runnin' a stampede over Doc Matthews, not even Captain when he's got his tail up and ready to hook sod with both horns. Only, listen here, kid, maybe you'd better keep out of sight. Seems like a man who's waitin' to catch a fella makin' his boot mark in wrong pasture can sometimes do it. Nye's right, Topham agreed. Bayliss can either catch you off guard or see you're provoked again into doing something he can rope you in for. I'd get back to the range and stay there until things settle down a little and someone else takes the good captain's mind off you. What about Once? You take him on, Nye? Drew asked. I ain't got authority to hire, Kirby. But no reason why he can't go down trail with us. Old man is always on lookout for a good rider. Soon as we see how Johnny's doin', we'll head south. I already sent Greyfeather back to tell the old man kid's hurtin' up here. Reese, what did you think about Bayliss? That he'll try to take over runnin' the town. Might just, the gambler replied. Could he do it? I hardly think so. What he's really out for is Hunt's hide. He doesn't want a powerful civilian ready to face up to him all the time. If he can discredit Don Khazar in this country, he figures he has it made. Nye laughed shortly. Lordy, what bottle did he suck out a dream like that? A lizard might just as well try to fight it out with a cougar and think he had a chance of winning. This here's range, and ain't nobody but old man runs range. Bayliss, he's ridin' for a fall as will jar them big grinnin' teeth of his right outta his jaws. Maybe, only there can be upsets. Topham looked thoughtful. What kind, and how? Drew asked quickly. Topham was playing with the 3 books, setting them up, putting them flat again. Hunt didn't take sides during the war, but he did have Southern sympathies in part. After all, he was Texas-born. And Johnny joined Howard when they raised that Confederate troop here. He retreated with Sibley's force back east and fought through the rest of the war on the southern side. Yes, Bayliss, given the right circumstances and a sympathetic listening ear in high circles, could make trouble for Rennie. Especially if the good captain had an incident on which to hang such a report. You kinda shoved him into that out-of-bounds order for Jacks, didn't you now? Nye pushed his hat to the back of his head and lit a cigarillo. Muller and most of the boys can be counted on not to cause any more than the normal pay-night disturbances. But there are some. What did happen here today, Kirby? Drew told it straight and flat in as few words as possible. And Topham's face was sober when he had finished. The gambler brought the top book of the pile down on the bar with a thud. I don't like it. Just ornery meanness, warn't it? There's always a few hombres in any outfit as tries to push when they gets a slug or 2 under their belts, Nye observed. True. Only Helms went out of his way this time. And I'd like to know what triggered him into it. I can understand some roughhousing on his part, Stevens, too, providing these boys were on the prod in the beginning. But this book business was too deliberate. Books, he held up the volume he was still fingering. Where'd these come from anyway, Kirby? Drew retailed the story he had heard from Stein. Nye walked over to look at the display of reading matter, his interest plainly aroused. Lutterfield brought in, Now that's something. Trunk in a cave. Sounds like these might belong to one of the mine men, a super, maybe. They pulled out fast in 61, right after Army left. Except for Hodges, and Rebs threw him in jail after they took his business and what cash he had on hand. Could be, Topham agreed. But where they came from doesn't matter as much as why Helms chose to use them the way he did. However, and now I'm giving it to you straight, Kirby, this is once I'd follow Bayless orders. You and your cousin here had better make yourselves scarce. And just why? Aunts demanded. We ain't giving you any double-tongue wag over this. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that Bayless and probably Helms, maybe others, will be waiting, just as the captain promised. You can be easily suckered into just such another fight. And they'd be smarter about it next time, so you won't have anyone to call their bluff in your favor. Once they get you into the camp stockade, it might be difficult to get you out. And this is something else, stranger, you went for your gun a few minutes ago. Kirby stopped you, but next time that could lead to real trouble. I can't see why, Drew began. Well, Ons was on the defensive, a man can take just so much pushin', and we had more in that. Next time anybody lays his dirty hands on me, he's gonna know he's had him trouble, all right. I don't mean that. Drew waved Ons's retort aside. I don't see why we were jumped in the first place. Unless it was because we happened to be here at a time when they wanted to start trouble. He made that into a question and looked to Topham for the answer. Could be, the gambler admitted. Only you're not sure. Drew persisted. Could be you were handy and they had some kind of a hint to start a ruckus just to show there ain't any proper law here. Could be that they knew you ride for Hunt and that made you just the game they wanted. Helms is kinda dumb to play any cute game, Nye protested. And Sarge, he's always been a good guy, I don't see him bit in happy on any such backhand orders. Not orders, no. Captain Bayless is still too army to give any such orders. Helms has always been a troublemaker. He wouldn't need much more than a suggestion or two of the right sort. Helms, Stevens, Danny Burke, and that kid Mitchell. You're right so far, Nye. Topham grinned. Like as not, I'm imaginin' things, a greenhorn huntin' Apaches behind every bush. None of that crew has the brains to see anything beyond the tip of his nose. No, I guess we can take it that you were handy and they had too much red-eye on empty stomachs. Only, I mean it, Kirby, you walk soft and get back to the range as quick as you can. That suits me, Drew agreed. Come on over and let Doc take a look at that face of yours, Nye ordered. You look like you came up behind a mule and the critter did a mite of dancin' backwards. You come long, too, he extended the invitation to include Ons. His face patched up after a fashion, Drew lay full length on the hay in his old place over Shadow's stall back at Kell's stable. Ons sat cross-legged beside him, the bruise now a black shadow on his jaw. Something about this show's bad, plain as a black saddle on a white hoss. Nobody could be fannin' a 6-gun for you personal, Drew, less you had a run-in before with one of them blue bellies. The Texan paused and Drew shook his head, wincing at the pain from his numerous cuts and bruises. Ons went on. Some hombres are always on peck once they get liquored up, but them troopers weren't that deep. Looks to me now, thinkin' it over, they was out to make sod fly. Could be as they had trouble with some other riders and we was handy and looked peaceable enough to take easy. But I dunno. You know, a fella who's scouted and hunted Injuns and popped bush cattle. To say nothin' of toppin' wild ones what can look like a nice quiet little pony 1 minute and have a belly full of bedsprings and a sky-touchin' back next, a fella who's had him all that kinda experience and a saddlebag full of surprises in his time gets so he can smell a storm comin' for first cloud shows. If we had the sense we should have been born with, we'd ride hell to thunder outta here now. Aunts, Drew wriggled up on one elbow, you do that. I ain't going to pull you into anything. So, the Texan said, nodding, you've been swallowing down a wimwam or two your own self. Yes, but every one of them could be only a shadow to scare a jackrabbit. Only you plan to go out and spit in Shadow's eye? Guess so. Then there'll be two of us. Provident Rennie can use him, 'nother hand. You know, this might be interestin'. 'Member what they used to say in the army? Don't go borrowin' trouble nor try to cross a river till you get water lappin' at your boots. 9. Times is gettin' better. Crow Fenner rode with one knee cocked up over the horn of his saddle, allowing Tar to drop into a pace at which he seemed to be actually sleepwalking. The wagon train was traveling slow, the wagons riding heavy in the ruts with their burden of northern goods heading south. But they were strung in good order, and Drew, having seen the screen of outriders and Pima scouts, thought that though they offered temptation, they were not to be easily taken by anything less than a small troop, very well armed and reckless. Yes, siree, this here's second time we made trip through without havin' to burn up a sight of gunpowder. Guess them army boys millin' around back and forth across territory do some good, after all. Pretty soon there won't be no need for wearin' guns loose and tryin' to grow eyes in back of your skull. But Fenner's own rifle still rode on guard across his knees, and Drew noted that the scout never broke a searching survey of the countryside. Gettin' downright civilized, eh? Once brought his mount up equal with the other two. Fenner spat. Now that thar I ain't cottonin' to none. Ride long without some Injun or bandito poppin' lead at 'em back. Yep, that's what a man kin enjoy. But I ain't ta keen to have maybe one o' them thar engine trains snortin' out dirty smoke and sparks hereabouts. Took me a ride on one of them things onked, never agin. Why a man wants to get hisself all stuck up with cinders and cover territory faster than good Lord ever intended him to travel, that's some stupid thinkin' I can't take to. A good hoss, maybe a wagon, does a man want to do some tradin' like Don Cazar, that's right enough. But them trains, they's pure pison and a full sop pin keg o' it. Drew looked about him. The road, rutted deep by the heavy wagons, curled southward. Those wool tracks had first been cut almost 100 years earlier when the Spaniards had set up their southwestern outposts. This country was far older than Kentucky, and with just as bloody a history of wars, raids, and battles. Kentucky had been tamed, trains did puff along through the blue grass and the mountains there. But here, he shook his head in answer to his own thoughts. Ain't nobody gonna try to run a railroad through here, Once replied promptly. First place, they're gonna be busy for a while back east puttin' up new ones for all them what were busted up in war. Our boys and theirs, too, got real expert toward end, could heat up a rail and tie a regular noose in it, were some tree handy to rope it round. Gonna take Yankees some doin' to get all them back into place. He laughed. Drew, 'member that time we took them river steamers and had us a real feed? Times when I was in that Yankee stockade eatin' swill they called rations, I used to dream 'bout them pickles and canned peaches and crackers with long sweein' poured on 'em. Heard tell as you boys don't think war's clear over yet, Fenner observed. Didn't you have yourselves a ruckus with soldiers at for Jacks? Drew's reminiscent smile faded. But he was not going to keep on protesting about the right or wrong of what happened back in town. The way Nye and Topham had hustled on him out with the wagon train had made it seem as if they were in disgrace, and that rankled a lot. What was expected of them? That they should have let Helms pour it on, maybe serve as butts for a series of practical jokes without raising a finger in their own defense. On the other hand, the Kentuckian could see the sense behind Topham's arguments. If Bayless wanted to use Drew's connection with the range as a weapon in some scheme against Hunt Rennie, then Hunt Rennie's son was only too willing to clear out. Perhaps he should clear out even farther and head for California. Drew began to think about that. There was Sage. She couldn't hope to make such a trip for maybe 6 months. That would mean putting off traveling until next spring or early summer. But 6 months. Of course, he could go now. Don Khazar would buy the foal and shadow, too, and give him a fair price. That would be relinquishing a dream. No spur or brand would ever be established here in Arizona. But sometimes dreams were priced too high. "You're mighty grim-mouthed," Once commented, glancing at Drew sideways. "Thinkin' of trains runnin' through here get you down that far? Or else that ruffianin' pup you took in town still sit sour on your stomach?" "Sit sour all right," Drew admitted. "Sit sourer to think we were suckered into it." The scout glanced from one to the other of the young men. "You think there's something in all that talk Topham was given lip to?" Once asked. "Could be. Can't say as how I'd like to find out the truth. Look here, Fenner, we've heard a lot about Captain Bayless wantin' to make trouble for Don Khazar. Does everybody believe that?" "Everybody what ain't blind, deaf, or out of their natural-born wits," Fenner replied. "Bayless come out here 2 years ago. For that, Major Kenny, he was in command between here and Tucson. Had him an outpost right on Edge o' range. Him and Don Khazar, they never talked no war, 'cept 'gainst Apaches and Bandidos. Was there a raid, Major, he took out troops, and Don Khazar, he took out his riders and Pimas. Tween they give everybody what wanted a spot of trouble all they could chew off and a lot more they could swallow. Kept things quiet even if a man had to rest his hand on his rifle, 'bout 24 hours outta every day. But this here Bayless, he's been like a mule with a burr under his tail ever since he hit territory. Wants to have say 'bout everything, includin' what goes on at range, which he ain't never goin' have as long as Don Khazar kin sit saddle and ride. Back in '62 when Rebs came poundin' in here, they spoke soft and nice to Don Khazar. They wanted him to back their playin' straight on to California. He was from Texas and them Texas boys just naturally thought as how he'd saddle up and ride right long Only he said it loud and clear, that such ruckusin' round only meant whole country here'd go to pot. When Army pulled out, Apaches got it into their heads as how they finally licked us good and proper and this here was their country for Takim. Nearly was, too. Then Rebs got up on their high horse and said as how if'n Don Khazar warn't with then he was agin and they would just move in on him. He told to go ahead and try. And seem as how they was only one company hereabouts, Howard's Rangers, they didn't try. That's when Johnny Shannon had his big bust up with his pawn. His father. Drew could not help that exclamation. Wall, Don Khazar ain't Johnny's real pa, course. But he sure thinks world and all of Johnny, raising him up from a lil cup. Johnny warn't more thereabouts when Don Khazar went back to Texas and got him. Don Khazar's been like a pa to Johnny since, and a mighty good one, too. But when Rangers was round here in '62 Johnny, he had a big row and run off to join Just a half-growed kid, not big enough to raise a good brush hair on his chin yet. When Yankee boys from California came marchin' in and Rebs had to skedaddle, Johnny, he went with Didn't see Johnny round here eggin' till last fall when he came ridin' in lookin' mighty beat out and down in mouth. But when Union men came, they was thinkin' same 'bout Don Khazar. Wanted him to jump right in and swim 'longside them. But he said as how safety of his people was what was important. He was fightin' Apaches and holdin' land, and that was what meant most to his thinkin'. Then the Yankees did a lot of fancy cussin' out 'bout him, trying to make out that he was a Reb 'cause Johnny lit off with Southerners. Till they began to discover nothin' much goes on round here lessen Don Khazar has a finger in pot. And they had to swaller a lot of them hot and hasty words, stuck heavy in quite a few craws, I reckon. Fenner grinned. Only Don, he's got egg in him now, a big list of little men who'd like to be big chiefs. Every once in a while they gets together and makes war talk. Never quite got up guts enough to paint their faces and hit trail, not yet. But did somebody like Bayless look like he was beginning to make things move, then he'd have a lot of willin' hands to help him shove. Up to now Johnny's been their best bet at gettin' range into trouble. Drew turned his head to look Fenner in the eye. Now you think we are? He did not know why he uttered that as a challenge, the words just came out that way. Not any more and any of us what can be drawed into a fight in town. You keep away from Bayless. He can't come huntin' you without tippin' his hands so wide he'd never be able to play agin. Hey, here comes somebody poundin' leather so hard he's gonna beat it right into ground. Fenner pulled up Tar, flung up his hand to signal the wagons to a halt. Dust rolled in a cloud with 2 or 3 riders at its center. They were pushing the pace all right. Drew jerked his carbine from its saddle boot, saw Once beat him to that action by a scant second or two. But the newcomers were already drawing rein, bringing their foam-lathered horses to a pawing stop. A buckskin-clad man mounted on a powerful grulla gelding faced Fenner, his whole tense body and snapping eyes backing the demand he made. Where's Johnny? Back at town, Rennie, at docks. He ain't bad. Got him a head crease what knocked him silly for a bit. Doc says a day or 2 in bed and then he can come home. How did it happen? That second question was as sharp as the first. Nobody's got it straight out of him yet. Army patrol picked him up on road close to town, looked like he'd been footin' it quite a spell. And by that time he didn't know what he was doin'. Nye got him to docks and they put him to bed. He ain't said much, 'cept Kitchell jumped him down Long Canyon way. Kitchell. Hunt Rennie repeated the name and nodded. But Long Canyon, there was a shade of puzzlement in his voice. All right, carry on, Crow. I'll try to get back to the stronghold before you pull south, if Johnny's all right. Maybe I can bring him back with me. The grulla made what was close to a standing leap into a gallop and Rennie flashed along the line of wagons in the opposite direction toward Tobacco. Fenner signaled once more and the train began the slower trip southward. Drew sat watching the dust arise again as the trio of riders pounded away. He could no longer make out individual riders, just the rising dust. Rennie on his way to Johnny Shannon. What had Fenner said Lil Cub, warn't more N4. Drew Rennie at 4, hard to sort out one very early memory from another. There had been that time Uncle Murray had caught him down at the creek, making paper boats. How could a child that young know one kind of paper from another? But Hunt Rennie's son was judged to have torn up a letter with deliberate malice, not just taken paper found conveniently on the veranda. Was he 4 then, or even younger? But he could remember the punishment very vividly. And the time he'd run off to see the circus come into town, he and Shelley. Cousin Jeff, Cousin Mary, they had tried to beg him off from grandfather's punishment that time, not that they had succeeded. Drew Rennie at 4, at 6, at 12, at 16, riding out at night with Castleman's company, weaving a path south through enemy-occupied territory to join General Morgan, few of those would-be cavalrymen over 21. Yes, he could remember for Drew Rennie all the way back. Hey, you plannin' to claim this here range? Once's horse trotted up, and Drew was suddenly aware that the trailer of the last wagon had already pulled past him. He tightened rein, and the well-trained horse broke into a canter. Not hardly. He tried to meet Once's attempt at humor halfway. Don't look too promisin', Dot. Leeson here, Once rode so close their spurs were near to hitting, you sure you got hold of right end of runnin' iron now? What do you mean? Well, 'bout Shannon. You heard what Fenner said, Rennie's like a pa to him. And maybe. His voice died away. And maybe that's that. He has my place, and it's really his now. Drew asked bleakly. Could be. Yes, it could well be that this was a good time to bow out. Maybe he should not have ridden out of Tobacco at all. Maybe he should have cut out of the game yesterday. Or never come down into the valley weeks ago, or left Red Springs. Those maybes stretched as far back and as neatly in line as the railroad tracks they had been talking about earlier, one slipping smoothly into another as if cast in one strong string of doubts. Just as he had had that moment of disappointment the first time he had seen Hunt Rennie, so he felt that identical void now, only twice as wide and deep. What had he expected, anyway? Some kind of instant recognition on his father's part. That all the welcoming would be on the other side, breaking right through the barrier he had been building for years? His feelings were so illogical he could have laughed at them, only he had no laughter left. He had not tried to open the door, so why did he care that it remained firmly shut? Did you ever think about California, Once? Sounds like a place a man would like to see. He was conscious that the Texan's horse quickened pace, only to be reined in again. You thinkin' about cuttin' out? Yesterday. Yesterday, Drew tried to think back to how he had felt yesterday about Topham's warning and how he himself had held the absurd belief that if Don Cazar was going to be in trouble, Drew himself wanted to be there. That was yesterday. But still he pointed his horse south, to the place where Hunt Rennie would return, bringing Johnny Shannon. The Kentuckian fell back on the old wait and see. He had learned long since that time took care of a lot of worries. Now he made himself grin at Once. Was worryin' about wet feet before my boots were in the river again, he confessed. Don't let it get to be no habit, the Texan warned. You try ridin' with bumps a while, not eggin' them. Agreed. Drew urged his horse on toward the front of the train where they wouldn't have to breathe the dust. Cousin, Anson Kirby, Drew made the introduction to Bartolome Rivas. The wagons were fortayed up outside the stronghold, a second square, smaller but almost as easily defended as the adobe walls. In 2 or 3 days the train would pull out again, starting the long trip down into Sonora. Rivas surveyed Once none too amicably, his gaze going from man to horse and its gear, then back to the Texan once more. You are Tejano, he said flatly. From the Nusca. Once showed no surprise at being so accurately identified. Been bush poppin', he agreed, smiling. Not much cattle here, Rivas returned. Run hosses in San Sabe, for war. Once's tone was offhand, he might have been discussing the weather. Don Cazar decides, Bartolome said. There is work at the corrals, but he will decide. Fair enough, Once agreed. When Bartolome had moved out of hearing, he added for Drew's benefit. I think it'd be no, if that hombre had sayin'. He plumb don't like my style. But Rennie does need men, guards for the wagon trains, riders. Once shrugged as he off-saddled. Will he want one as got into a brawl about his 3rd day in town? Anyway, maybe I've a day or so to breathe full before he tells me to roll bed again, if he's goin' to. During the next 3 days Drew made a new discovery. Just as he had fallen into an easy, working rhythm with Once back in the army, so that on occasion their thoughts and actions matched without the need for speech, now they combined operations in the corrals. Drew's bare and painfully acquired competence with the rope was paired to the Texans' range training, while Once's cruder and faster methods of toppin' a wild one were smoothed by Drew's more patient gentling process. Both of them were so absorbed by what they were doing that tobacco and what might be going on there had no more immediate meaning than the words in the books which had ridden to the stronghold in Drew's saddlebags. In the late afternoon of the 3rd day the Kentuckian was walking a long-legged bay on a lead when Leon climbed to the top pole of the corral. The patron comes, he announced. Drew faced about. 2 riders escorted at hardly more than a fast walk a buckboard in which were 2 other men. Drew caught a glimpse of a white bandage under the brim of the passenger's hat and knew that Johnny Shannon was coming home. Once. Drew raised a hand, suddenly knowing that his fingers were moving in the old scout signal of trouble ahead. The Texan came across the corral. Drew's bay snorted, took a dance step or two to the right as if it had picked up sudden tension from the men. "What's up?" Ans pushed back his hat, turned up a corner of his neckerchief, and swabbed the lower half of his sweating face. "Rennie's back." Drew watched Leon hurry to take the buckboard reins, watched Hunt Rennie give a hand to Johnny. Then he saw Shannon jerk away from that aide, walking stiffly toward Casa Grande while Rennie stood for an instant looking after the younger man before following him. Croker tossed his head so high his limber ear bobbed in the murky air. He brayed mournfully. Ans glanced at the mule's long melancholy face. "That's way you think it's gonna be, Croker." "Well, maybe so, maybe so." 10. This Wayton, Ans sat cross-legged on the bunk next to Drew's, his thumb spinning the rowel of one spur. "I never did take kindly to Wayton. Is he or ain't he gonna sign me on?" Drew, lying flat, stared up at the muslin-covered ceiling which years of dust had turned to yellow-brown. "You ought to be used to it by now, Wayton, I mean. We had us plenty of it in the army. Only that was sorta different, not kinda personal like this here. We was sittin' round on our heels then, waitin' for some general to make up his mind as to where he was gonna throw some lead fast. This is waitin' to know if we're goin' to be throwed out." "I heard California," Drew began again. "You've sure taken a shine to California lately," Ans commented. Under his fingers the rowel word. "At least you talk about it enough." He sounded irritated. "Looky here, Drew, if that's the way you really feel, why don't you go?" "I'm sayin' you don't feel that way, not by a long sight." What if Drew answered with the exact truth, that he did not know how he felt? Nye came in, trailed by 3 of the other Rennie riders. "Johnny's got him a hoss-size headache and maybe so a pair of burnt ears. Old man musta lit into him hot and heavy, chewed him out good. I'd say they warn't even talkin' by time they pulled up here. Seems like kid got an idea to scout north, struck trace near Long Canyon, rode sign on his own and was bushwhacked. Guess whoever did it thought Johnny was wolf meat, just took his hoss and left him there. You gotta give kid credit for havin' it in him. He kept on goin' after he came to some, walked till that patrol picked him up. I'd say he sure had him a run of pure solid luck. There wasn't much pawin' and Bel Aaron left in him when Muller's boys brought him to town. Been gettin' a little of it back, though, seems like. But maybe this here will learn him a little hoss sense. It was Kitchell's men who shot him?" Leon wanted to know. "Could be. Warn't no Apaches, that's for certain. No Injun would have just shot him down and not made sure he was crow bait. Sure a fool thing to do, ridin' there alone. Anyway, old man'll stick him into bed here, and I'll bet you Johnny ain't gonna ride out anywhere without an eye on him, not for a good long while." Long Canyon, Perce Donnelly, one of the other Anglo riders, paused and shucking his shirt to look inquiringly over his shoulder. "That sure is off trail kid was supposed to be followin'. How come he ever drifted that far north from Wells Round, anyway? You ask him." Nye sat down on a bunk, flipped his hat away, and lay back. "Sure feels good just to stretch out a mite," he observed. Old man, he was movin' like he warn't on speakin' terms with law and there was a sheriff behind every rock. Usually he's calm as a hoss trough on a mild day. Johnny gettin' his hair cut with a slug sure shook Rennie up some, almost as much as it shook Johnny. As for kid ridin' north, well, I'd say that was some more of his tryin' to make a real big brag. Maybe he thought he could run down Kitchell all by hisself. Which is just about as straight thinkin' as kickin' a loaded polecat on tail end. But Johnny's always been like that. Do it now, think 'bout it later. Got him into more scrapes and I can count me on both hands. Hope old man gives it to him this time, hot and heavy, both barrels plumb center. See, it is true that Juanito looks for trouble." Chino Herrera rolled a cornchuck cigarette with precise, delicate twists of his fingers. He is El Chivato, the young billy goat, that one. Ready to take on El Toro himself and lock horns. Such a one learns from knocks, not from warning words. But he is yet a boy. Give him time. He'd better give himself some time, Nye announced. Next time it may be in head, not longside it, that he gets his lead. See you got back in one piece, you two fightin' wildcats, Nye said, grinning at Drew and Aunts. Nothin' like tryin' to take on Army, 2-1, with Army havin' advantage. That eye's fadin' good, Drew, only 2 colors now, ain't it? Drew grunted and Nye laughed. Bet Captain is as techy as a teased snake every time he thinks 'bout you two. Wanted to have you all corralled nice and neat out to camp where he could use his hooks and make at least 3 ride mounts out of you. I'd walk soft near him for a while, or you'll have about as much chance as hens amblin' into a coyote powwow. Don't look like they was so tough they had to sneak up on Dipper to take a drink, do they now? Donnelly asked of the room at large. Don't never judge no hoss by his coat and currion, Aunts retorted. I don't, son. I never do, Nye replied. As far as I'm concerned, you're both so wild they have to tie a foot up when they give you a haircut. Only, that sort of rep don't go down good with old man. We figured it might not, Drew agreed. Nye's warning was only another confirmation of Drew's fears. Topham, Nye, all the rest, had made it only too plain, no trouble on the range and no troublemakers. He gathered up clean underrigging, another shirt. If Rennie did order him up to the big house for firing, Drew was not going to meet him stinking of horse and sweat. In the stream back of the water corral there was a bathing place, and chilly as it was, Drew intended to take advantage of it. A mite cold, ain't it? Aunts demanded from the bank as Drew splashed vigorously to offset the chill. But the Texan was shucking boots and clothing in turn. There were a lot of shadows this close to twilight. Lamps twinkled in the stronghold. A horse nickered from the corrals, was answered from the barn. Then a bray, croaker sounding off. From the hills came the far-off yip 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 of a coyote. Hey! Aunt stood up knee-high in the water. What's the matter? Drew called. Thought I saw something movin' over there. Drew took a scrambling leap out of the water to their tangle of clothing, his hand reaching for one of the colts in the belt he had left carefully on top of the pile. All those stories of Apaches weaseling into touching distance of the guard at the stronghold. Why, only last year the younger Rivas boy had had his throat slit out in the hay field within sight of his home. The Kentuckian crouched, alert, aunts beside him now, both listening for any suspicious sound. At last they huddled into their clothes, hurried back to the bunkhouse. Bartolome was there waiting for them. Utehano, there was no pretense of friendliness in his hail. The patron will see you, pronto. They went, tugging their clothing into order as they paused outside the door. Drew rapped, took the sound from within as an invitation, and pushed aside the heavy oak planks. Outwardly the room was unchanged. No one had moved those old Spanish chests, the skin rugs, the table, since his last visit there. But he had the feeling that it was chill now, cold, as if a hearth fire had been allowed to die into ashes. Perhaps that thought crossed his mind because Hunt Rennie stood by the fireplace moving the toe of his boot back and forth across a smear of gray powder. His back greeted them unwelcomingly, and the silence lengthened uncomfortably until Drew did as he always had and met the unpleasant head-on. You wanted us, Sue. It was like being back in the army. Even his arm twitched as if some muscle was activated by memory to make one of those informal military salutes the scouts favored. Hunt Rennie did turn now. His eyes leveled on them. In the light of the candles his cheeks looked even more hollow tonight, and he moved stiffly as might a man who was not only bone-tired in body, thought Drew, but weary in mind as well. You are Anson Kirby, he addressed the Texan first. Yes, Sue. Aunts, too, must be caught up in the same web of memory. That was his old report to the commanding officer voice. I understand you two thought it necessary to take on some troopers in the jacks. What was the proper reply to that? Drew wondered. Probably it was best to follow the old army rule of keep the mouth shut, never volunteer, no explanations. If Hunt Rennie had had the story from Topham or Nye, he already knew how the fight began. I won't have troublemakers on the range. Now the voice, too, was tired. The youthfulness which had impressed Drew on their initial meeting had drained from this man tonight. He was taut as if pulled harpstring tight inside. Drew knew that feeling also. But what battle had Rennie emerged from, some struggle with Shannon or Bayless? Then the words made sense, penetrating his concern for the man who had said them. Well, this dismissal only matched his gloomiest expectations. Can't any of you young fools get it through your thick heads that the war's over? Saloon brawling with the army ain't going to change that. It'll only get you into worse difficulties around here. A spark of protest awoke inside Drew. Rennie was reading this all wrong. He and Aunt certainly hadn't been trying to wipe away the bitter taste of Gainesville by jumping some blue coats in a cantina hundreds of miles and more than a year away from where they had been forced to admit, at last, that bulletless carbines and bare feet could not keep on shooting and marching. Must have been mistaken about you, Kirby. Now Rennie looked at Drew. The Kentuckian met those dark eyes squarely, his first unvoiced protest stiffening into defiance. But he faced the older man steadily. Aunts, watching them both, drew a small, fast breath. Good thing for Drew there were no other witnesses now, the likeness between the two Rennies was unmistakable at this moment. Hunt Rennie did not follow up his half-accusation. He appeared to be expecting some reply. What? A childish promise to be a good boy, not to do it again. Drew's half-unconscious concern for this man burned away speedily, ignited by what he deemed injustice. Aunts broke the too long silence. I don't know what you heard about that there fight, Sue, he drawled. Can't see as how we could have done no different nohow. But that's no call to saddle it all on Drew. Me, I had a hand, 2 fists, in it, too. And, if that's what's matter, I can pull out. No. Drew's hand came up in the old gesture to stop the line of march. We'll both ride, Mr. Rennie. We don't aim to argue the matter any. Only, there's one thing, I brought Shadow and the filly down with the wagon train. The foal's too young to trail on now. They're blooded stock. I've papers for them. I'll sell. He loathed saying every word of that. It was not only the thought of giving up Shadow and the foal, though he knew that would cut with a deeper hurt every day. It was having to ask any kind of favor from this man. Not that such a sale was a favor. Rennie ought to be glad to get such blood for the range. You ain't goin' to do that. Aunts was stung into angry protest. But Drew was unaware of the Texan's outburst, his entire attention for Hunt Rennie. The tall man came over to the table, moved one of the candelabra forward as if to throw more light on Drew. That your choice of solutions, boy, to run? Drew flushed. The unfairness of that jab pushed him off balance. What did this man want of him anyway? Rennie had said it plain that he did not want Drew and Aunts on the range. Running never settled anything. Rennie's fingers traced the spread of the candelabra's arms. Neither does jumping to conclusions. Has anyone said you were through here, unless by your own choice? Drew was jarred into an answer. You said. Rennie sighed. Do any of you young fire-eaters ever listen to more than 1/10 of what any of your elders say? I am saying and making it plain, if you make a steady practice of trading punches with a trooper or with anyone else because you take a dislike to his face, the way his ears stick out, how he walks or talks, or what color coat he wore in the war, then you can roll your beds and ride out, the sooner the better. Reese Topham tells me that he explained the local situation to you, and you appeared to understand it then. Any difficulty with the army could have serious consequences, not just for you, but for the range as well. This time you were not the aggressors. But after being forewarned, if it happens again, I'll be hard to convince that you were in the right. The war's over, keep on remembering that. This is new country where it doesn't, or shouldn't, matter whether a man wore a blue coat or marched under the stars and bars. You're far too young to let the past cut off the future. Wars can finish a whole way of life for a man. His eyes no longer held Drew's, he was looking beyond toward the half-open door or perhaps at something that he alone could see. You have to learn to throw away broken things, not cherish them. Never look back. That dry, tired voice took on a fierce intensity. Then he was back with them again. Two Kirbys riding for the same spread is going to be rather confusing. You are Drew, and you are Anson, he repeated the name. What part of Texas are you from? Pa had him a spread down near San Sabe, for Comanches came. He was Anson, too, in Rangers for a while, Pa was. Tall man, with a lot of freckles and red hair. Best rider in Mig's company, it was half question, half assertion. You knew Pa. Aunt's shouldered past Drew. That was Pa right enough. He rode with Lieutenant Miggs in the Mex War. Hunt Rennie was smiling. Once more years spun away from him. I ought to know him, son. He toted me across his saddle for a mighty long 5 miles on a blistering hot day, I having as much to say about the matter as a sack of corn, and being 3 times as heavy in spite of a starvation diet. Yes, I'll remember Anson Kirby. He and his squad were the first Americans I ran into after I broke out of a filthy prison. Funny though, he glanced at Drew, I don't remember his mentioning a brother. You are his nephew? Aunts was quick to the rescue. Pa, he and Drew's pa, they weren't too close. Drew's pa was town folks. He sent Drew to Kaintuck for Shulin. Pa, he favored Range and Freeland West. Rennie nodded. Well, Anson, if you're as good a rider as your father, we can use you here. Horse knowledge seems to run in your family. Now, shortly we are expecting a Coronel Luis Oliveri who's to buy horses for the Juarez forces. He may need some assistance in driving them as far as the border. If he does, both of you'll go. Yes, Sue. Drew's agreement was drowned out by a harsh cry from overhead. Rennie went into action, so swiftly that for a startled moment Drew was left gaping at empty space. Don Cazar had caught up one of the rifles from under a window and had crossed the doorway to look back at the roof of the Casa Grande, calling out an inquiry in another language. Apaches don't attack at night. Drew was heading for the door in turn. Outlaws do, when it pays, Aunt shot out grimly. But on a second hail from the rooftop sentry post Rennie swung the rifle over his arm and faced the outer gate of the patio. Unbar, Francisco. He called in Spanish. One leaf of the massive door folded back to allow in a small party of horsemen. One saddled but riderless mount galloped along with the rest. Another man held to the high horn with both hands and weaved back and forth while a comrade riding beside him strove to keep him from toppling to the ground. Drew had an impression of bright, almost gaudy uniforms. The men of the stronghold poured out to take the horses, helping down more than one blood-stained soldier. Their leader, a slender man with dusty gold lace banding his high collar, came directly to Rennie. Don Cazar. His Spanish was a flood in which Drew was lost almost immediately, but Aunts listened with parted lips and then translated a quick account. This here's Coronel. He and his men was bushwhacked. Got away 'cause they met wagon train goin' south and whoever was eatin', their dust huntin', them didn't seem to like the odds. Not Apaches, probably bandidos. Kitchell? Drew asked. My guess is they ain't sure. Got hit quick and had to stampede to save their skins. Oliveri's men were taken in and Drew saw Rennie himself going from one of the wounded to another, applying bandages and once probing skillfully for a bullet. Drew commented on that, and Nye answered. Old man knows what he's doin'. He ain't no real doc, of course, but was I taughtin' me a hunk a lead in some serious part, I'd rather have him diggin' for it than a lot of docs I've seen out here. Heard tell as how once he was plannin' to be a real doc hisself. He sure can take care of a fella good. What I'd like to know is how them bushwhackers knew just where to lay down and wait for Oliveri. What do you mean? This here coronel, he was comin' to buy hosses and so he was carryin' money or else somethin' as could pass for money. We all knowed he was comin'. But we didn't know when or what road, and he wasn't tellin' that his side of th border neither. Only some Jasper had such a good idea as to that what and where, he and some amigos was squattin' back of rocks just waitin' for th coronel to ride into their little pocket of fire. Mexicans could have trailed them up, cut ahead and waited. Sure. Only this operation was too slick for most bandidos. They don't go in for timed, planned things, they just cut loose when they see a chance. This was different. Only Fenner and some of the trained guards ridin' in spoiled their game. Kitchell then? Sounds more like. Don't think Kitchell's some common ridge ridin' bad man. He'd never be lasted this long, was that so, not with th old man and th army and what law there is in th territory all gunnin' for him. Plans things, Kitchell does, and so far his plannin' has always paid off. There's something else true now, too. Was Kitchell plannin' to make a break south, he'd want him a good big stake to cover him on cold nights and winter days. I just wonder if this here ain't th first of a lot of fancy ride-in jobs. Could be he'll hit fast and hard, gather up all th sweepin's and light out. Could just be. Don't promise us much shot-in times, does it? Aunts remarked. Sounds like everybody's goin' to have to set up a string and ride hosses in rotation. That is, always supposin' your supposin' is right. Yeah, always supposin' that, Nye agreed.